In this place, you only had to survive once. This guy was doing everything in his power not to lose the battle. You only have to win once to move on and survive here. He was trying to do everything he could to avoid losing, even though it was very difficult. However, at some point, the guy gave up because he simply did not notice the approaching monster. He was abruptly thrown back, causing the protagonist to crash into a solid wall that broke on impact. But despite the fact that he got hurt, the young man was not going to stop this fight and was going to go on. In the place where he was now, there was no one left but monsters. This monster was the only one that appeared all the time, and it was the only one who still existed here besides the character. He knew that this was the last thing to do, and in the end, he managed to earn points. The necessary experience for the guy had finally been collected, so he also managed to level up. His name was Ryu Hanbin, and now he managed to move to the 4th level, although he was still very weak. He was hoping for something, but it turned out that he could only move to another area after reaching the 5th level. A whole year has passed since the protagonist found himself in this place. Then another year passed, and he spent 24 months here. Also, after some time, he received a notification that there was almost no chance of survival here, and the system asked if he wanted to end his life. Ryu Hanbin could no longer perceive anything normally, he just wanted to get out of here. Then 7 years passed, and then all 10 years while he was in this terrible place. The guy even stopped counting dates as he had done from the very beginning. He was in complete isolation from everything and was starting to go crazy because of it. But there was something in this place that helped him change for the better. Hanbin was finally able to become stronger because all this time he kept fighting to survive. However, he didn't even always pay attention to his level because he just wanted to get out. Later, everything moved to a small village located very close by. It was calm and almost deserted, although it was a bright day outside, but there were people hiding somewhere. There was a girl and a man who sighed heavily, realizing that those creatures from other worlds had appeared again. However, the girl seemed very happy to hear the cries of help. She hadn't destroyed anyone for a long time, but the man added that if she was caught by a Latni resident, she would be in a lot of trouble. Although it was never too late to destroy the man himself, even if the plans were fulfilled and the girl was happy. They were going to go further to find someone like them who came to this dimension. They wanted to find a person from Earth even though they knew it could be difficult. Only after a while they stopped when they saw a flame in front of them. This place is an imitation of Zelch Latin, and it was then that one person was chosen for this role. His goal was to survive in this world and level up, even though it came as a big surprise. The guy who was already barely surviving was given an additional task without even realizing what the situation was. He barely threw away the large beast that attacked him and then looked around, not realizing where he was. Then he turned his attention to the dog that had just attacked him. He had absolutely no time to assess the situation and to move away from the attack as well. However, the guy suddenly grabbed a brick that was lying next to him and hit the dog with all his might to at least somehow prevent this attack. When the dog fell to the ground, having received a very strong blow, the guy first exhaled calmly, but then thought that he was not even in the real world and was not alive. In the end, although the dog was very badly wounded and bleeding, it got up and was ready to attack again. But Hanbin realized that if he did not destroy it, it means that he himself cannot live. The dog began to approach him, albeit slowly but very confidently, and the character himself was approaching the cliff, trying to order the dog not to come closer. But then, out of nowhere and very suddenly, someone's voice appeared and began to say that he had no right to throw these bricks. Hanbin looked around and noticed a screen with instructions in front of him, so he calmed down a bit and decided to read what was written there. It turned out that this dog belonging to the Manapsa tribe was at the 1st level. They were the lowest level monsters in Zelkalatni, and they also had the fighting strength equal to that of an adult physically fit person. It also said that the character could gain experience in completely different battles with powerful monsters, and that he would also be able to increase his own level. Hanbin was surprised to read all this and thought that he was being laughed at, and for a moment he thought that he was stuck in a virtual reality game. However, now he really lived in this city and had to survive, although he could not understand exactly where this glitch occurred, and he ended up here. Every day he got up at about 12 o'clock, his whole body was in pain and he could barely get up, and one could even say that he was very lazy. But it turned out that Hanbin had returned from the army only 3 months ago, so he thought he could afford it, and at least relax a little bit, thinking about how to spend his day to day. When he was in the army, he always thought that once he returned home and forgot about it, he would be able to do everything he hadn't been able to do before. However, these 3 months have passed and the young man realized that he does not like anything at all. Although at the beginning, when he joined the army, it seemed that he would not change at all during these 2 years in the army. But despite this, now he had exactly this reality, and he was annoyed by absolutely everything. So the main character did not know what to do because he could not find a hobby for himself. It was a real reality, but incredibly terrible because he didn't know what to do. He sat in front of his computer all day long looking at the screen and then went to bed. Hanbin continued to eat a lot all this time because he was only interested in this food, but he was completely indifferent to what he would eat today. Suddenly, while he was eating another packet of snacks, something strange happened, and he didn't even realize what it was. But a moment later, in his room, on his own chair, there was no trace of the boy. He had simply evaporated. Hanbin looked around and only heard a distant voice saying that all eligible players had been accepted, but he thought that this was the end of his life. Then the young man looked around again and noticed that there were very few players. Although the people who spoke said that the candidates had an income of more than 7 billion, the players who were chosen were very surprised and did not even know who was talking to them. After that, another voice was heard and they started talking to each other while the guy tried to understand at least where he was and where he was going and what had happened to him in general. Then it was said that it was necessary to move the instructions in the fly seemed too artificial, but they were assured that it was very good for motivation and adaptation, which had already been confirmed by existing players. Soon after, they started dropping these instructions and something hit a character who was standing nearby. He only felt a sharp pain but did not remember anything else, could not even realize what had happened, but felt that there was some kind of mistake. These people or beings were saying that there was a mistake in the management, but only one person was injured and they thought that if it was over it would be no big deal. That's why they started transmitting measurements to the player who was number 398 and was already unconscious. The young man moved but heard only frantic screams, and later it turned out that this place appeared as an imitation of Zelch Latin. It was this place that appeared to be his current reality, and the young man cursed everyone who had been involved in sending him here. But then he read the instructions again that if he managed to destroy the Monapsa, he would gain combat experience. Hanbin continued to think for some time that this was not really happening to him, and was just a joke or that he was asleep, and would soon wake up and forget everything. He really could not believe that he was living in such a place now, so he continued to be angry. Unable to cope with his own emotions, he began to worry about his parents and what would happen to them and his friends, and really did not understand what was happening to him. Hanbin had just returned from the army 3 months ago and he just wanted to rest, not to move to some unknown dimension where he had to survive, period. He began to worry even more, saying that he didn't even have a girlfriend and didn't know why he was chosen here, because there were even many who were hiding from the army and trying to avoid service. Then he was shown a sign saying that the probability of survival in this place with his abilities was even less than 5%. He began to laugh nervously, not understanding what was happening, saying that those who created it had absolutely no conscience and finally did not want to believe in what was happening to him. Suddenly, an ordinary guy was just kidnapped from here and that's it. And then he finds himself in another world. As if in some movies in this genre, quite by accident, this guy was destroying monsters and leveling up. And then a sign appeared asking if he wanted to end his life right now. After that, he was finally convinced that he was being laughed at, but in a second he realized that it was true, but in a second he calmed down, asking himself if he could go home if he destroyed the monster, and then decided to calm down. He thought that if it was possible to return to his real original world through killing himself, then this kidnapping would be absolutely meaningless. And then he tried to get up thinking that it doesn't matter how his life ends, good or bad, because in any case, it will end quickly here. However, first of all, the protagonist decided that he needed to find a way to survive and get out of this place if possible. And then the system began to test his morale and desire to live, and he successfully passed this test, which strengthened his fighting skills. Immediately after that, a screen appeared in front of him and he was told that he would need to choose his class. Hanbin looked at what was written there, thinking that he would hardly be able to fight with his bare fists, so he decided to look through all the suggestions to choose the best for himself. He read about a fighter who uses the resource of aura and also uses different fighting techniques, and also fights in close combat. Then Hanbin thought that the truth of this game is quite interesting, but he did not want to take any risks. Then he switched to long range, thinking it was safer, and read a guide that said he used mana resource, skillfully used magic, and was able to deal 6 types of attacks at long range. And then he decided to choose this option, but he was immediately rejected because his skills were not enough. Feverishly, he decided that he would change to a warrior mage, but then he was also told that he was rejected because his skills were still not enough. Soon Hanbin tried a healer, but here he was also told that he did not have enough skills. Finally, after going through everything, he chose a fighter, although it was impossible to call it his own choice. Then he was given the opportunity to choose his main weapon, and without thinking twice, the protagonist chose a spear because it was the longest of all the items offered. Here his choice worked, and very soon this sword fell under his feet, and the system informed him that he had chosen a long sword as his main weapon. However, this was not what he wanted at all, because it was supposed to be a short sword and a long spear, and he was about to press the screen again to select it. But it was as if he was unlucky, because as soon as he did it again, some kind of error occurred for the second time in such a short period of time. There was an error with the downloading of the instructions, and because of this, he ended up here and now it is haunting him again. So the character thought that it could not be worse. Hanbin only thought that they could have given him at least a normal instruction, instead of giving him an error every time. The guy didn't want to do anything at all that these bastards who moved him here had planned, but then he thought that this long sword would still be better than that brick. Of course, he didn't want to play by these rules, but he didn't want to end his life in such a place either. It was from that moment that his journey began, and it was full of horror as he leveled up. But he tried not to give up. After all, 7 days had passed since he arrived in Sierra Rocked, and the young man asked everything and everyone endlessly how he could get back. However, the program simply did not want to answer him, so Hanbin decided that this was due to the same error that he had received at the very beginning. But he knew one thing. In order to survive, he had to fight, so even though he didn't want to do it, he continued. Again, there was the same dog with whom he had been fighting for so long, and he was already incredibly angry at the dog that was always picking on him and could not just leave. His rivals were still those Monaps, but there were still small changes because the level of these dogs had already risen to the 2nd level, and for him it was quite a noticeable difference. Now they waited in ambush and attacked between swings of the sword, so Ryo Hanbin began to get used to it. So in this case, it became easier for him to defeat them because he already knew their behavior. So he started to swing his sword further and eventually he started to succeed, but not always because he still did not understand how to use this sword. Nevertheless, Hanbin could finally at least protect himself from these dogs for a while. He managed to destroy a few more dogs, and because of this, the character gained new experience points. Then the young man destroyed the next ones and moved to the second level and managed to get a new skill. Although even without this skill, he could use the incision, and it was not difficult. And this is one of the few valuable points in the manual. He could get himself meat where he needed fats and amino acids. So Hanbin at least had something to eat. And the blood of the same dog was enriched with proteins, carbohydrates, and minerals, so he drank it. However, the meat was still too tough, and the boy thought that the teeth and claws would not hurt him too badly. But he ate anyway because he had no choice but to think that everything here was planned for a purpose. Hanbin also thought that there were too few creatures here because the original target was over 7 billion. It was then that he thought that there might be other players and a window appeared in front of him. It turned out that after reaching the 5th level, he would leave the location and join a group with other people. This zone was safe for raising skills and level, and it was easy to survive here, and monsters that corresponded to the player's level were a feature of this stage. And in the future, he needed to add these places with the help of other players, and after the 20th level, he would move to the continent of Rakta. This place is still for beginners to raise skill levels, and after the 5th level, the real game will begin with other players. And after the 20th level, players will move to the continent of Rakta, where it will be even harder. Then the young man wanted to find out what he would do there, but another bug occurred and nothing happened. And the level of these dogs increased along with his own level. This was quite important information for the character, but he still wanted to get home and didn't want to just believe the instructions. That's why he decided that he needed to go further because he needed to meet other people and get new information. The mandatory step for this was to reach the 5th level, so he decided to try. Because of this, Hanbin began to intensively look for new ways to fight dogs. He destroyed these dogs one by one even though they bit him, which caused him a lot of pain. And it was because their level was increasing along with his own that it was not so difficult to defeat them. The young man again gained 22 experience points in meat and also moved to the next level for himself. He activated the new ability Horizontal Strike and continued to fight the Hellhounds at his level. They already possessed combat skills comparable to those of a novice fighter, and it was difficult. However, in the end, the guy won and managed to destroy it, so he went on. He was destroying, eating, and sleeping, and there was nothing else to do in that place. Then he would get up again and continue to fight these dogs that seemed to be endless here. He already knew that he got up, fought, ate, and slept, and this constant circle was even annoying him, but there was no way out. Hanbin even came up with new ways to kill these dogs because it was too much to do the same thing over and over again. Then the young man got 81 points, and on the 27th day of his stay here, he did it and got a new level. As he gained more levels, he also gained new skills such as horizontal and vertical striking and slashing. And at the same time, his body was improving as well, because at first he could barely lift the sword and now he could easily swing it. It also seemed to him that in this place, the effort could bring a certain reward to the player. This was something he had imagined when he was only at the first level a month ago. When something happened again, he thought that the instruction failed him, and the guy thought that the problem was in the graphical interface, and that when he went further, everything would be fine. That's why he quickly opened the window in front of him to see what level he was at, but saw that it was only the first one. Hanbin tried to calm down and think optimistically at first, but he didn't understand why this happened to him. Continuing to tune himself to that optimism, the young man thought that those hellhounds would become the same level as him, because this was a safe zone. He was so scared because of the situation that he tried to calm down and convince himself that everything would be fine. And later he had to meet the same dog again and raise his sword against him. But it turned out that they did not become the same level as him, on the contrary. They were stronger and gained more strength despite his level. From the 4th level, he went to the 1st again, and now every even small mistake could cost him his life. However, despite this, the guy was not going to give up and assured himself that this time he would succeed. The main character continued to destroy those dogs that became stronger, and it became a routine for him to check the number of points earned every hour. He was already incredibly exhausted, but he had only 77 points left to reach the 5th level. Hanbin knew that he had to work very hard, but he tried to ignore it and move forward. He continued to improve from the 1st to the 4th level endlessly, and during these incredibly hard 7 years he spent here, he realized something. It turned out that players don't age, and thanks to his recovery skills, his small wounds could heal in just a day. And after he returned to the 1st level, the skill points did not disappear, but because he could not move on, he could not get new abilities. All he had were 3 abilities, vertical and horizontal punching and slashing. Then a giant monster appeared, and the guy thought that today was his lucky day. It was the same hellhounds that were getting stronger with his experience points. The system said that this place was created for players who need to level up quickly, but it seemed to him that it was to destroy them morally and physically. Despite this, the protagonist continued to fight, but at some point he noticed something. For a year, he realized that he had finally managed to adapt to what was happening here. Then these people or beings who were in charge of it said that all the instructions were given to the players, so they wanted to move on to simulating the world of Chernrak. It was strange to them that this was the 5th simulation, because usually it takes a long time and you need to clean everything up afterwards. These beings also said that this time it would be designed for a much larger number of people than before. Some of them didn't even bother to mention it and said that they had forgotten that this simulation would take place again. He waved a piece of paper in front of him saying that either there was some kind of failure or he just didn't like the simulation. Then the time came when they finally started to create a simulation to move to Seract. The protagonist opened his eyes just now, and for a moment he even thought that he was back home. He didn't even know how much time had passed since his demobilization, but then he closed his eyes again, saying that he would sleep. However, he did not manage to sleep because a system window appeared that offered him to end his life again. Eventually, the young man opened his eyes and looked around, not realizing where he was. 10 years had passed since he started destroying these hellhounds, and it seemed like he had fallen off a cliff, but he still survived. Han Bin was back on the first level again, and he didn't know what to do, and didn't know if it was a good thing that he survived, or if it would have been better the other way around. The young man had just started to go crazy, endlessly going through this loop, and he was not sure that he could live like this anymore. Then he looked again at the window with the offer to end his life, and seriously considered doing so. Han Bin thought many times that by destroying himself in this world, he would be able to return to the real world. And even if he didn't survive, he still thought that it was better than spending all his time here, but he knew that the moment hadn't come when he was ready to do it. Later, a monster appeared again and the protagonist decided to destroy it first. 10 years have passed since he came here and started destroying these dogs, and after that year, Han Bin stopped counting time. He did not know how much time had passed since then, maybe 5 or 7 years. Also, in between killing these dogs, he managed to find a new hobby to do something else besides that. During all that time, he was tired of the monotony, and having found a hobby, he still had some variety. The environment here is very cruel, and it is really hard to survive in this place when the dogs develop and return to the first level, and Han Bin could not afford to be lazy. If he did, he would lose his life completely, and this world seemed very real. He realized that he might never get out of here, so he accepted that he was living here and there was no other dimension. There was nothing else to do but kill those dogs, so he tried his best. And finally, the main character thought that there was no one in these mountains, so he could create his own country. So he started with one house when the weather was good. When the next monster attacked, the guy reacted more calmly because his anger had already turned into something else. He dealt with these dogs in a completely different way than he had in the first years because he was tired. Then the monster managed to destroy the house, and the guy was very disappointed because he had been working on it for 3 years. He did everything with his bare hands, even though it was not a big house, but since it was already destroyed, the young man thought about building a whole palace. But Han Bin was still angry with the monster, saying that he would build this castle from its bone. Recently, there are very few monsters smaller than this one, but you can hardly do anything with its meat because it has no taste, and they make a lot of noise. Also, despite their size, these dogs start running very fast, which is a nuisance. But during this endless time of hunting them, the protagonist learned all the tricks, and found that from the very beginning, the dog starts attacking him from melee. They often use the Devil's Breath ability, and Han Bin had already learned this behavior. He knew that this dog would use this ability at the very beginning of their fight. That's why he dodged such a strong attack so that he could get closer and attack it himself. But each time he almost failed because the area of this ability is too large and difficult to dodge. However, the boy also knew that if he concentrated, he would be able to withstand the attack without even trying to dodge. In the end, he did, but the monster managed to set the ends of his hair on fire, and the boy became very annoyed, saying that there was no barbershop here and he did not know what to do with it. He also learned that when the enemy is desperate, he starts using different types of magic, such as lightning and light, and such magic can be quite strong and painful for him. That's why the young man decided that he would use the earth to protect himself from such attacks of all these monsters. Then he continued to move forward after the attack had already taken place. He decided to attack himself and took up the hilt of his sword. Of course, despite the fact that he had spent so many years with it and trained for so long, he still lacked the skills to use it perfectly. But despite this, Han Bin still tried to survive and destroy all these dogs, so he approached going to hit him, and in the end managed to even knock out a few teeth. And the level of the main character did not increase, and new abilities still did not appear despite how much he trained. But Han Bin eventually realized that when he repeats all these moves, it still gives something. Over the years, he managed to perfect these strokes because he repeated tens of thousands of times the same vertical and horizontal strokes and slashes, and now he could do them better than he did in the beginning. Then he began to use some new skills that he had invented himself, because it was not a real ability and the effect of the skill was not particularly similar to the cross. But despite this, Han Bin sometimes got out of trouble. After a while, the day ended and the young man realized that today he had managed to survive again, just like hundreds of previous days. In the process of moving to the continent of Sirarakta, something happened to him, and those beings who ran everything noticed that he was the same boy who had made a mistake during the transfer. In fact, they didn't understand how he could still be there because they thought he was gone, that he had disappeared and couldn't survive the bug. But then they noticed that he was on the same continent of Sirarakta. The creature thickets were working on the 5th simulation of Cherenrata, and before that they were working and simulating the last 4th one, called Roharata. The continent where this guy was now was the 3rd. But the thing is that everything that is happening to him now should have happened 22 years ago, not in their present. Now they didn't know what to do with this creature because it was a huge problem, and they had no excuses for it, and they couldn't just destroy it, so they didn't know what the way out of this situation would be. This guy had only the 4th level all this time. That was his maximum, and the creatures didn't know how he lived all 22 years there being so weak, because even his skills and various abilities were incredibly low. They really didn't know what it was, how it could exist, but they wanted to figure it out as soon as possible, so they quickly found one great way to do it. Hanbin was already sitting by the fire again, roasting the same tasteless meat that had almost no flavor but was his only food in this world, and he had reached the 4th level of his maximum here again. At some point, the young man decided to view his status, and opening this window, he noticed that an additional status was opened, and also saw that his abilities had improved again because points were added. Hanbin continued to eat happily, thinking that he was able to become stronger after all. But despite this, he was still at level 4, but now, his only desire was to eat something delicious and not think about anything. Of course, he also wanted to meet someone because over the years he had seen only those hellhounds, and now the main character did not know how to live in such a world. He drew a house on the sand with a stick, remembering how he lived before and did not know how long he would be able to live in such a world, and only then began to doubt whether he would be able to survive at all. But he pleased himself with the thought that if you live, you will get out of here someday, and despite his terrible situation, the character wanted to think positively, setting himself up optimistically. But then he was interrupted by something, and from this shock he stood up and looked at the sky, even though he did not believe in what he saw there. These creatures thought that if they did everything as they had planned before, they would most likely have problems that would be difficult to deal with later. That's why the guy received a notification that Sir Rak's preparations were finally completed, and these creatures thought that they would be able to destroy all the stocks of this idiot, because with his 4th level on the continent, he would definitely not last long. Hanbin still did not know what was happening, but he began to fly up with his sword, which he held onto as if it was all he had, and these creatures only wanted to destroy him as soon as possible. The protagonist could not even believe his eyes. He thought that nothing like this could even happen, and besides, it all started happening when he was doing his banal routine things in this place. After all, he couldn't do anything now, only the player began to move to the next continent, and his entire previous world, in which he had lived for so long, began to be destroyed and torn to pieces. Then some creature sitting in complete darkness said only that no one had disappointed him despite the fact that he had some doubts. It was something like a dragon sitting in his cave below, but he hated those idiots who lived in another world and did not allow him to live in peace. Hanbin finally moved, although I still can't believe what I saw, because from some random moment he just started taking everything that happened to him for granted, as if it couldn't be otherwise. He was already used to the look of this other dimension, but suddenly there was an ordinary blue sky instead of the bright red one that had never seen the sun, and the bushes around him turned green again instead of the yellow ones he had seen all the time around him. But Hanbin was still surprised and even confused that he was suddenly here. The boy was so far from the usual appearance of his world that he didn't even have anything to say, but he was very happy to see everything that was now before his eyes. From now on, this place in which he spent so much time and from which he always wanted to get out was in his past, and without even thinking, he happily jumped down without even thinking about what could happen to him. It turned out that the character found himself in a forest called Sath, and nearby was the kingdom of Grelit, which was also the northern part of the continent of Rakta, and the happy Hanbin finally plunged into the water. The character was already quite accustomed to the rocks where he spent so much time, but despite all the years he spent there, they never became his home. Of course, he knew little about the new location, but he was glad that at least something new had appeared. But it was still strange that he had reached the 5th level. It was unexpected, and he had also acquired another interpretation skill. And now he remembered what the system had told him earlier, namely that the entrance to the continent of Rata would only open after he reached the 20th level. Hanbin still couldn't understand why he was in this place so suddenly, but remembering all the past bugs he had encountered, he thought that this was another one, and then thought about the fact that he was like an idiot starting to establish a dialogue with a system that didn't want to answer him. The guy sighed and then noticed that another new tab appeared in the status window, so he decided to check what it said. When he opened it, the last mission appeared there. He had to destroy one of the 6 goddesses of the continent of Rakta, and the reward could be a saved age returned to Earth with all the skills he had acquired, and the right to fulfill 3 wishes. And there were also tips on what to hide from other residents that he was from another world, and also better to join the Guild of Hunters of the Free City of Onpros. Before he could read the whole thing and realize everything, monsters suddenly started flying at him, and of course Hanbin instinctively wanted to fight. He already wanted to reach for his sword to destroy this creature as he had done before with the dogs, but this creature was completely different from those he had fought before. This is what puzzled the protagonist, and he just stared at it in silence for a while, thinking that it was the first time he had ever seen such a monster. However, this creature reminded him very much of a dragon, and someone was sitting on top of it. And then they started asking him how he managed to get into this forest, and also called him a demon from another world. Now Hanbin was not prepared to fight with anyone and did not understand why a strong monster was attacking him at that moment. In addition, he did not even know where his sword was, because while reading all this and looking around the new world, Hanbin even forgot about his own weapon, which was on the other side of a small lake. However, now it seemed that this creature was not going to stop and wanted to attack him. So the young man realized that he did not have time to look for his weapon and grab it. It began to attack him with its dragon and its flames, intent on destroying the trespasser. And Hanbin, being in a difficult position, began to dodge. Although he had learned to act in this world for all these years and realized that he needed to move quickly and make decisions just as quickly in order to survive, he rushed at her to attack. The guy was not sure that this monster would be on par with the dogs he fought, but he was not going to retreat either, so he struck and managed to throw the creature far away from him, so it was time to pick up his sword again. In the knightly order of the kingdom of Ixard once lived a real natural dragon, and he was called Ether, and he was also called the pride of all the knights because he was very powerful. However, the trials and various tasks became difficult even for such a strong dragon whom everyone loved, and the stupid king constantly needed to be ridden by this dragon who was so cool. He did not even care that flying was not a joke, and in the end when he finally got on the dragon's back and started flying, he did not fly long and fell down, after which life was impossible, period. The knight who was the guardian of this dragon was immediately executed, but before that the knight managed to help Ether leave this kingdom because he knew that if the animal stayed there, it would meet exactly the same fate. Eventually, the dragon managed to hide in the forest and survive there, but he had no time to worry and be sad because some aliens from another world began to appear in this forest incredibly often, intending to gain new experience points. Despite this, they could never be a worthy rival to the natural dragon, although sometimes he said that this time he would take pity on these people. But they tried to return and take revenge. The Ether was too kind to destroy them like that, and perhaps this was the root of all his bits. The aliens from other worlds themselves were only thinking about destroying this dragon, and they started attacking him in packs to give him a better chance. He realized that all his troubles were because of these people, so he was not going to let them live any longer. But people kept appearing in his forest. This dragon was with the Wyvern race at the 27th level, and although he did not want to do it, he destroyed these people because they wanted to destroy him, thinking that this was the only way out. But the fact was that he was not a full-fledged dragon, because instead of front legs, he had wings, which was a characteristic feature of Wyverns, and that is why he was called that afterwards. Hanbin listened attentively to the dragon who told him all this, saying that it was the complete truth and begged the boy to take pity on him. But the young man was only interested in how he knew he was an alien from another world, although Ether said he did not quite know about it. He added that when aliens are destroyed, their bodies evaporate, and that the locals don't often come to this forest, so it was just a guess that turned out to be true in the end. Kanbin looked at the dragon for a while, thinking that it did not look evil, and then decided to ask if this was the Soth forest of the Grellet kingdom. But the Ether said that this kingdom had been destroyed, and now Exrad was here. And the young man realized that the information in the manual had not been updated for a long time. Now he was only interested in how to get back, and the Ether continued to beg for pity. But the young man asked why he had attacked him if he was so peaceful. The dragon explained that he thought he was a demon from another world, so he decided to fight, although Hanbin still didn't understand why he was calling him a demon. The dragon immediately began to apologize, saying that it wasn't his idea, it was just the goddess who said so, and the main character told him to tell him more about this goddess. The dragon began to tell him that the first aliens had come to their world 40 years ago, and then began to whine that he was in great pain and said that he needed to go home. But Hanbin was not going to let him go just like that and ordered him to continue the story. After that, he sighed, saying that once they could live well with the aliens, but at some point everything changed and their peaceful life did not last too long. It turned out that in order to raise their level, these aliens began to destroy the Rothoyan, and at some point those aliens who were the strongest decided to gather in a group and attack together. They later created an organization called Great Off, and the purpose of this organization was to destroy the goddesses, and the dragon also said that those aliens were really very strong. People could even destroy their enemies with the power of a dragon, and besides all this, after each destruction, they managed to significantly increase their level, which made them even more powerful. Even no magic could destroy, or at least stop their group, despite the fact that they took it seriously and the leader of this group was a member who had reached the 100th level. Until these aliens who only wanted to destroy came through, everything was quite calm, and they could live and not think about something terrible happening. Among those people, there was a really powerful participant. He was called the Lord of the Sword, named Beothal. Also, one of the members of this great team was the Archmage Genobia, who was also a very skilled and powerful member of the team. An assassin named Karhan was also a very terrible enemy for all of them, because he could easily destroy his rivals. The next member was the Lord of Life and Darkness called Hollier, and like all the other members of this group, her powers were on par. This creature was the 4 heroes of this continent, but they were destroyed one by one in an incredibly short period of time. And after I destroyed them, the responsibility for this entire continent fell on the shoulders of the 6 goddesses, which is why Earthlings are considered to be the associates of evil demons from another world. Ether said that they wanted to destroy all the aliens in order to be safe, and Hanbin said that he had been kidnapped and spent several decades among the Bare Stones. But now he did not even understand why it was all there. He was very sad because after that the whole continent began to consider him their enemy, but the dragon said that he had nothing to do with it because all this happened before his birth. It seemed that no matter what you tried to do, whether it was an attempt to negotiate or just to live in peace, you would be branded as a demon from another world and would want to destroy you as soon as they saw you as an alien. But despite what they thought of the protagonist, he was determined to return to his home alive and well, so he said he would fight to the last. Then Hanbin thought again that in this case, no one should know who he really is in order to make it easier for him. At that moment, he got scared, thinking that this man was a demon like all the others who had come before. And then the dragon said that this guy knew absolutely nothing about this world, and that one very smart wyvern could help him understand it. Eventually, the young man agreed, and 5 days passed at this pace, after which he realized that if he left the Soth Forest, he could see the giant walls of a fortress on his horizon. This was the city of Anpraz, located in the northern part of the kingdom of Exrod, and this city is known for its large size and large population, which is located next to the Soth Forest. And also on these vast plains of the Ifan Valley, there were incredibly many dungeons, and in them an even greater number of monsters that were quite powerful enemies for others. An incredibly large number of hunters risked their own lives in order to get rich quick, and the Onpros Guild was one of those hunters. Many people were going to join it, and as soon as they crossed the threshold of this building, it became immediately clear that these people were ready to do anything for the sake of enrichment. There were really an incredible number of hunters here, and they were all focused only on getting rich to get even more money, regardless of what might happen to them. And they realized that there was a great risk of not coming back from there, but their desires were still strong. Many wanted to become a hunter and came here to get more, regardless of their experience and goals for the future. Also, those who were so-called aliens from another world could enter here, and there were quite a few of them here. It was this place that the protagonist decided to enter, but as soon as he crossed the threshold from this room, people paid attention to him, looking at his physique and even starting to be afraid of him. These people thought that they had never seen this guy before, and thinking that he was just not from around here, they began to calm down, saying that he must be a member of another guild. Other people also began to think that he reminded them of a veteran, and Han Bin's arrival made them stop and even shut up for a while. Then a girl standing behind the counter slapped someone who was also trying to become a hunter and greeted the protagonist, adding that she had never seen him before. It was the first time he had ever been to her Onpros hunters, so she asked him what and how she could help him here. Han Bin didn't intend to spend too much time here, so he said he had one goal. He just wanted to become a hunter, and that's why he came here. After some time, the young man returned to the cave where he decided to stay with Ether, and the wyvern said that he could help him if he needed it. Ether sighed, saying that it was difficult to recognize an alien by the boy, but even without that, there is a lot of danger in this world. Although despite this, sooner or later Han Bin could destroy him. It would not be something too difficult for him. But the young man found out that Ether was also wanted, and that the dragon hadn't killed any humans, although Ether didn't want Han Bin to follow his every move. However, Han Bin just smiled, saying that he hadn't talked to anyone like that in a long time. Eventually, Ether sighed and said that he would agree to help him, but only if the boy didn't ask about every little thing. The dragon sighed again, saying that maybe there were a few different rules and customs here than in his previous world. But first, Han Bin needed clothes. And when he started to change, Ether screamed, asking what he was doing, and Han Bin calmly said that he would take the clothes, even though he was sitting without them. He also added that he felt quite uncomfortable in it because his legs were a bit tight, and it was very uncomfortable to walk. At first, Ether said she would tell him about the customs of this city and added that it was not customary to take off his clothes anywhere. But Han Bin was only interested in how he could meet the goddesses. However, it turned out that in Rakt, only a few could be honored with an audience with them, and first they had to get the blessing of the 4 great heroes who had stopped the aliens. But now the demon Oplis was still very strong, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the only way to get the blessing was to become a hunter and destroy all the monsters that this demon had created. Han Bin was surprised, but remembered that the instructions also said that you must first become a hunter, although Ether did not understand what instructions he was talking about. It turned out that only the player could see this window, so the young man decided to say that it was something like auxiliary materials that only aliens like him could see. But then he admitted that for some reason there were always some bugs in his case, but Ether didn't know this word either, so she asked what it meant. It also turned out that unlike many other professions, hunters are easier to move around, and in addition, a hunter will look less suspicious with a high level than a human. However, Han Bin realized that he still had to be very careful, because many aliens thought the same way as him, but were eventually discovered. Therefore, Ether said that he should never act like an alien, because if he behaved too uneasily, it could give him away. So the young man introduced himself as Eric Haroon, and added that he was born in Gombila, which is in the northern part of the kingdom. Han Bin replied that he was, but his words and pronunciation betrayed anxiety, so the young man thought he might be very suspicious. But then the girl smiled and welcomed him to the Onpros Hunters Guild, and he managed to pass, even though it was with great difficulty. An important stage was passed, and Ether said that all those who want to become hunters are now asked how they got to the kingdom. So she suggested that the boy tell them about the village because it exists, but few people know about that wilderness. So the girl said that they would send a request to the previous guild to find out more about Eric, and asked if he had applied there, but the young man said no. Then the girl who was trying to understand this asked why he had decided to become a hunter in the first place. Then she was silent for a while and then asked if Eric was saying that he had never been a member of the guild before. Then the others began to hear this and realized that he was not a hunter, and most likely an alien, but they tried to sit quietly and not make a sound. Han Bin was also silent for a while, not even knowing what to say to that, but he could feel the tense atmosphere. He realized that he had made a mistake somewhere, although he did not understand where, but it was too late. They were ready to attack. There were many thoughts in the hero's head. He thought that it would be necessary to join the battle, but he knew that he would not be the first to attack, because if he did so, he would give himself away, and it would only get worse. But then the other people sitting there said that, according to the rules of other guilds, they had to conduct a test to evaluate the skills of the so-called Eric. However, as it turned out, they weren't going to attack him as soon as he touched the test stone next to Han Bin. The young man began to worry, thinking that those people wanted to check whether he was an alien, and realized that if he was discovered here, he should not even hope to meet the goddess. He decided that it was best to run and escape while there was still a chance, although he realized that this would also mean recognizing who he was. Han Bin also thought that he could take care of everyone here very easily. It would cost him almost nothing. The girl who accepted them all into the guild was very surprised that he had so many new skills. It was only then that the others also started to notice that Han Bin was a hero level, and only then did they notice it. Some people thought that he would be able to destroy the demon Omless who sent his servants to them. The inhabitants of the other world might be cool as these people thought, but eventually Han Bin left this place. Ether told him to listen carefully because she was shy, but it turned out that if he tried, the hero would do as well as she did. In the end, the guy decided to put his hand to the stone to check the level, and it turned out that he was a 5th level fighter. After that, all the people sitting there breathed a sigh of relief because, until then, they thought Han Bin was an alien. But now everything seemed to be fine. The young man did not understand what was happening, but the girl apologized for some reason, saying that she needed some time. The thing is that any remote village is called a place of birth by aliens. But Eric's level was not high enough. The aliens usually had it at the 20th level, as if it were some kind of pattern, so everyone who tried to join the guild with that level was rejected. It also turned out that to join the guild he had to pay 300 X's, but he was glad at least because his level had not risen high. However, these 300 X's were a large sum if translated into one, although Han Bin decided to save up to pay it all back in 6 months. The young man gave as if it were his last money, although usually the aliens do the opposite, and he also learned that others don't pay but receive money at the beginning. He was eventually handed a badge and told that if he lost it, he would have to pay another 80 X's. And as his level increased, the price for losing it would also increase, although Han Bin was happy about that. Now he set himself the goal of becoming famous as a hunter and then getting back on his feet, but at the same time someone came up and said he could take the application. He immediately asked if there were any dungeon quests, but that only surprised the other people. Some guy standing behind him just said that if Han Bin doesn't want to feed monsters with his flesh, he should refuse the dungeon because the level is too low. Then someone asked Raud if he was going to the South Forest with the group, and he explained that recently there were too many monsters and they only bring problems to the locals. Therefore, they did not want to give such a task to a newcomer, and it turned out that Raud was level 27 and Ether was the same. Although others believed that since there was no dungeon there, monsters could not come there and they thought that nothing extraordinary had happened, the main character realized that Raud's level was higher than everyone else's. The guy thought that it would be better not to mess with him because he was annoying him quite a bit. And the girl he approached said that it seems Raud had another free place in his group. Eric already realized that she was talking about him and trying to get him to join his group, but he didn't want to cooperate with this guy at all. She was saying that the main character could hardly cope with even individual tasks now, and it would be very good if he started with some small work in their group and gained at least some experience. Han Bin was incredibly angry that he would literally have to join the group of this idiot who pretended to be the best, and Raud just smiled and pretended to be the strongest. But suddenly Raud looked back, sighing and saying that they already had a new member in the group, so there were no more free places for anyone. This girl's name was Atis. She was also human, and the status window showed that she was 37th level, although she said she was a 25th level mage. As the young man noticed this difference, he wondered if there was a purpose to Atis's deliberately hiding her high level from others. Despite this, Han Bin breathed out more and more calmly, realizing that since there were no more vacancies, he would not have to work with these guys. But suddenly Raud said that the On-Pros Hunters Guild is very proud of its members, and if this request is from them, he simply cannot refuse to help such a little lamb. Even if an insect like him is only level 5, he is ready to take responsibility. Of course, the protagonist was not happy about this, but he only thought that Raud should not be his rival, and all these taunts annoyed him. So Han Bin thought that sooner or later he might break down on him. Then Raud tried to take his sword in his hands, asking why he was carrying such a huge toy, but it was hard for him to move the weapon. However, Han Bin decided to show him and easily lifted the sword from behind his back and showed him how to use it. The other people in the room noticed and started calling Eric a tough guy and insisted on starting a fight. One of the men, who was also a hunter, paid special attention to him and looked very happy to realize that he had finally found what he had been looking for so long. Then another old man approached the protagonist, saying that he had a very cool form that could reach even the 10th level, and that was the minimum. Raud was still trying to somehow keep control, thinking he was in charge and trying to pretend to be the strongest, but he was still just hanging on to the sword that held Han Bin in the air. The man appraised the boy, saying that they could start fighting each other right there. But he knew that in this case, Eric would smash everything here and nothing would be left of this place. And after that, he would have to kill them all at the same time. Then the protagonist began to talk about how he did not want to start a battle with them all, because Han Bin realized that now he could not even take a wrong step. Raud, who finally found himself on the ground, began to rock, saying that this guy should only have level 5, and without it, he would be incapable of anything. As much as the protagonist didn't want to admit it, it would be true because after joining the guild, he didn't even have any money left behind, and with his current level, he really couldn't do anything on his own. But the old man came up to the young man and told Rao that with this uniform, this guy could easily raise his level in a matter of months. He also added that he had been looking for such a mountain of muscle for a very long time, and wanted to lure him to his side by offering Eric to join their group right now. The old man realized that it was impossible to achieve such a shape in one day, but judging by his level of experience, the boy still lacked. This man was a person at the 25th level, which was not bad. And since Hanbin was an alien, his leveling speed was much higher than that of the Rocktaians, although he doubted that he would be able to stay in this group for very long. However, he realized that he had to do something and gain some experience in order to achieve what he had set out to do. Onpros developed thanks to the monsters that walked through the dungeon, and most of the jobs here are related to hunting these monsters, or even materials that can be obtained from those sides. On the outskirts of this city, there were two famous places in terms of hunting. The first was the dungeon in the Ipyong Valley, and the second was the Soth Forest. There are quite a few small villages near this latter place, but the monsters cannot harm people and rarely attack them. Recently, however, a very large number of monsters have been noticed on the outskirts of one of the villages in order to find out the cause of what is happening, and at the same time, a lot of hunters from all over the country have come here to hunt monsters. There were many different monsters, and one of them was Dwolks, of course. He is quite slow, but his muscle mass can even break a stone without much effort. Of course, the hunters tried to overcome him, but they were actually quite bad at it, despite the fact that they were preparing for this fight. But there were also those who were already experienced. One of them was Onpros's first shield. His name was Björk Rupol, and this man was a 25th level fighter. He could handle these monsters quite well, which were quite powerful. But then he began to notice that the creatures became even stronger and began to use distractions, so he thought that the flag was too relaxed. Also among this clan was a key figure in the attacking vanguard of Björk's group, a girl named Embo Veneta, who mockingly told him that if this monster could attack him so easily, it was time for the man to retire. But then realizing that Björk had a wound, she rushed to him saying that she needed to stop the blood from his wound, but he assured her that he would be fine. Björk said that she didn't need to worry about him so much and that the wound was not something too serious. There was also another person who started to direct the wind of nature here to get his life force. It was Björk's younger sister named Even, who was a healer on the 16th Rin, and asked if her brother was okay, to which he said that he would survive and everything would be fine. Then there was another man who was also a member of the clan who turned to Björk, mocking him and saying that he could not do anything without him. This boy began to use his key power, the Hammer of Fire, and sharply attacked the monster that was approaching the entire group. In fact, his power could have destroyed everything around him. But this young man was a level 18 mage, and his name was Hubo Krutus. Björk's group was actually a pretty good and balanced team, with everyone knowing their place and doing their job well, which is why they won even in difficult battles. They were always the first in terms of the number of successful missions. They were also considered the most reliable of all possible clans in Onpros. In fact, these are the best conditions for a novice hunter, and the main character was well aware of this. He knew that he would not find better conditions for himself here. That's why he decided to accept Björk's offer, but all this time he was incredibly bored because Eric Haroon was responsible for the muscles in this group. He was the 5th fighter, but he only carried their things and did nothing else. Although he could not participate in fights because of his low level, Hanbin thought that there might be some weaker monsters that even he could handle. He thought that everything would be fine, but there was only one problem, because a lot of monsters gathered in one place and noticed another person, period. Soon after, Lord Dwalk, who was at the 25th level, came out and noticed Eric, not understanding why he was their enemy, but he smiled. He looked around and saw the stone ball and began to guess something. Eric discovered who had the highest level of them all, but it also turned out that the monster's level was too high for him. But eventually one of the clan came up and called Eric back, saying that the monsters were gone and it would be safe to come out. Evan smiled, saying that she had found something and showed it to him, adding that it could be worth a lot of money if sold. The others who saw what she had found were very happy because they realized that the pay for this mission would be even higher. Hanbin watched all this from the sidelines, realizing that he would need it now, although he would have been sick of it before. However, being in the mountains, it had already become a habit, and Eric managed to cut everything very quickly, surprising everyone. But he simply replied that he had been training for 20 years. When he said that he was 24 now, although he hadn't aged since that age, he simply said that he had a very difficult childhood. He said that 20 years ago he was kidnapped and did not even remember his parents, which is why he had such a body and was well prepared for everything. Then Björk approached the boy saying that now he doesn't need to suffer because now they are a family, and Hanbin thought that these people were very friendly. The young man thanked them for helping him despite the fact that his level was low, but Björk said that the level was not so important. He said that 5 years ago he had also been at 25th level, although Björk was the same level now, and the man explained that it was difficult to find strong opponents in the area. Except for the two lords, but Veneta said that they didn't even need to hunt for stronger monsters. That's why they had already decided some time ago to make a rule that they would not go into the dungeons. Eventually, Eric got up saying that he had been sitting for too long and wanted to go practice with his sword, which surprised the others. The others told him not to overexert himself to avoid making it worse and also emphasized that Eric should not go too far, because it was dangerous. They were surprised that such a sincere person could be considered an alien, and Hubo stood up saying that he would go with him because there could be many powerful monsters. Sometime later, after another conversation, Hubo approached Eric asking him how his sword training was going. But the guy found that no one was around and tried to find Eric for some time and shout to him, but in vain. Meanwhile, Eric ran forward with all his might, surrounded by monsters, but it turned out that there was not a single creature that could give him any experience. The guy did not believe that this was possible at all, but he continued to run on, hoping to find at least something that would help him. He would like to find at least someone one level higher, and then he looked at a Haka that was level 13, and looked at him fearfully. There was also a monster of the Modian race that was level 21, but it was still not what the protagonist was looking for. After a while, he remembered the moment when he found himself with Ether and asked her if she was scared to live in such a place. But she replied that there were no monsters stronger than her in the Seth Forest. Eric did not believe what she was telling him until the last moment, but it turned out that it was really true, and there were no monsters that he needed. Although he managed to find one monster on the ether level, he still wouldn't be able to get anything from it. But now the young man decided to go back before it got completely dark. And then he looked around because he heard a very strange sound near him and decided to check it out right away. Eric quickly found himself among the trees on the branches and noticed someone who looked like a hellhound. But this monster was not so big. And then the young man discovered that it was just an ordinary creature, an ordinary monster that lives in this forest of Sath. Of course, the boy did not know whether he would be able to level up if he caught it, or whether it would do nothing. But he decided to try. Only after a while, when he decided to break in very suddenly to create the effect of surprise, he saw not a monster, but someone who resembled a human. It was a mage from Raud's group, and he looked very surprised to see Han Bin suddenly there. But he was even more surprised why this mage was standing in the middle of the forest, completely naked without any clothes on. The young man tried not to think about it, although it was actually very important. But Han Bin looked around thinking that there were monsters here. The sound of the creature was coming from here, and Han Bin was sure that he would find something here, but instead he saw a man. And then this magician said that he was lost, and went to Han Bin. And then Addis came even closer and examined Eric, saying that he looked very suspicious. He started shouting that there was no place for those who were only on the 5th level, and Han Bin thought he should run away. The young man wanted to leave the place as soon as possible to avoid conflicts, but then he said that he just heard a sound and came here. He added that it seemed like there was a big monster here, but these words surprised Addis. Then he walked forward and said that he should go back if there was nothing here because the group was waiting for him, but Addis did not let him go. He began to ask why the young man went to look for this monster alone and ordered him to stand still. And then Addis told him to answer the questions honestly because otherwise he would do something terrible to him. Then Han Bin exhaled and turned around saying that he didn't know what had gotten into this guy, but he was now like Raud. He was struck by the fact that Addis was treating him like this just because of his low level and felt embarrassed, so he looked down and apologized, saying he didn't mean to. Addis said that he was just too excited when he saw him, so he started to say that. Suddenly, Raud, the man they were talking about, came in and started picking on Eric again, who was on a low level. He began to shout that Eric had just shown his true nature, and he continued to hold Addis's hand, saying that he was already in pain. Raud said that he had done a terrible thing by trying to defile a lady from their group. Eric did not understand, but Addis stepped forward and spoke to the misunderstanding between them all. Raud is quite strong among the mage warriors, and this stance is his special technique, although he should have realized how ridiculous this stance is for battle. However, if he doesn't get in the way, he might win this battle. Han Bin said that Addis had finally dressed while Raud continued to try to appear cool by showing his technique, which hadn't worked so far. But he stubbornly believed that sooner or later he would be able to show this guy what he was capable of and what the difference in levels meant. He just now started to act, about to use a punch combo and rushed forward to attack the main character. Han Bin exhaled, realizing that he would have to start a battle to defend himself and put Raud in his place, although he didn't want it to go too far and against him. So he simply dodged the man's blow and apologized as he flew over him with his swords, missing his target. Eventually, after a while, Eric returned to his team and they had already found a small hut to spend the night. Björk said that it was Addis's fault, not his, so everything should end well, although Han Bin still could not forgive himself. Eventually, someone did enter the room and the two of them looked over to ask what had happened, and if everything was okay. It turned out that Björk's sister had done everything she could, but she was still unhappy with what had happened, so Eric decided to come in to see what was going on. Raud was lying on the floor and everyone else was silent. Only Eric made a noise by going inside. It seems that the protagonist understood everything, because the others realized that Raud, as the leader, would be responsible for the incident. There was no other consolation for them, but they continued to fight for Raud's life. In the morning, Addis went to the city with Raud, and everything seemed to be better, or so it seemed. Although it was revealed at the very end, Han Bin still didn't understand why Addis was hiding the fact that he was a boy. They failed to find the creature that caused the sound, and since then he stayed with his group for another 3 months, and everything was gradually forgotten. But then the subject of Raud came up again. It turned out that he was single-handedly destroying the monsters in the dungeons they were talking about. Although others believed that if Raud went to the dungeon alone, he would not survive, because with his level, he needed the whole squad to help him. It is suitable for fighting local monsters because if they attack, they have almost no high levels for survival. Then the protagonist thought that Ether and Lord Devolks were special cases, so he asked Embo what the difference between monsters and dungeons was. It turned out that dungeons have existed since the beginning of the world. They were created by the demon Amlas, and monsters appear from there by themselves, while some of them are said to have 30th and higher levels from the moment of birth. The young man did not know whether the 30th level would be enough for him, but he knew that even if he had to secretly sneak into the dungeon, he would get there. Then the others said that monsters were a big problem, but that aliens were a bigger danger. And Hanbin realized that he would have to postpone entering the dungeon. Then Björk said that Raud went there to find an artifact that can cure almost all diseases. These are things that do not belong to this world and are endowed with magic, all of which began to appear in the dungeon even earlier and can have many forms and abilities. And according to rumors, there is one of them that can heal any wound, and that is exactly what Raud needs. Although there were quite a few monsters outside the forest now, Han Bin thought that there was one that could send him home because of all the talk about the artifact. Then he went outside and realized that he was nervous despite the fact that he often walks here and knows that he will not meet strong monsters. After that, the young man thought that Ether must live here somewhere, and maybe he could know something. Although Han Bin still did not know where his home was, and no matter how much he searched, he could not find it. He met a 31st level That Hero monster that was weak and vulnerable to magic, and usually always stayed in dungeons. The protagonist prepared for the battle not knowing what the dungeon monster was doing here, although seeing that it could have good defense against cold steel made him even more wary. Of course, it was very bad for Han Bin who had such a weapon, and then more monsters gathered. Only more of them wanted to eat him. They were approaching, and Han Bin, who could distinguish their speech, heard the monsters talking about his ridiculous weapon, and that he was definitely not a magician. The creatures were ready to attack him, but the young man did not give up even knowing their strengths and attacked with his sword. And he did well because these Dathiro began to fear him, and Han Bin stopped believing what was written. These monsters began to think that their ancestors were idiots for thinking something like that, and perceived that Han Bin had magic in the form of a knife. But despite this, they did not want to back down, saying that the knife would not harm them, and they would eat everyone who had such knives. However, Han Bin had already come to his senses and prepared for the fight, so he dodged the stroke of one of them. After that, they began to realize that it was too dangerous outside the dungeon, where they mostly lived, and they had to flee. However, Han Bin was not going to let them go because he realized that he was stronger than them, so he chased after the Dathiro. The monsters continued to run as fast as they could, but the protagonist caught up with them despite the fact that they were trying to run as fast as possible. And then at one point, the tree in front of which Han Bin was standing suddenly flew into the air. The boy himself did it, sensing something, and he also saw the Dathiro there, but he did not understand what it was doing. After that, the magic in the air began to intensify, and it turned out that this was the place where the dungeon of the Ipyong Valley was located. Han Bin thought it was a great chance, but he was still very cautious about the portal leading to the dungeon. It turned out that this is where the monsters are released from the dungeon, and increasingly migrate to the homes of other people who live here. Han Bin asked who opened this portal, but the Dathiro did not know, saying that they did not have magic, but it seemed strange because the young man did not think that the entrance to the dungeon would open just like that. However, the monster actually said that he knew nothing about it and that it happened here as well. He also added that he would have been ready to let the monster go if he had told him everything, but now he would not do so because he had not received the information. So Han Bin raised his weapon and told him that he would have to destroy it because it was useless. However, the Dathiro began to scream even louder, begging him not to do so because even if he wanted to, he would not be able to go back because of this order. Of course, Han Bin did not know who this man was who gave the orders, but he decided to take a look himself, going inside the portal and ordered the monster to keep quiet about it. He asked if he would find out if no one told him, and decided that he needed to sneak in there himself. And of course, the very scared monster agreed, saying that he would not tell anyone at all and would keep quiet. Meanwhile, there were already several hunters inside the dungeon who were actively fighting the monsters, and it was obvious how hard it was for them. Despite this, they continued to actively try to fight in order to at least survive here. These hunters fought attacking monsters that were quite strong, and only after a while they started to do well. However, it was still too little for the attacks to work on those underground creatures, and they were not capable of more than distracting maneuvers. Even the axe could not deal with these Thathyros, meaning that only magic remained and nothing else was left to escape. Alice was still almost in captivity and could not even move because the monster standing next to her was about to attack her. Even though she was trapped, she was a mage and the Dathiro are vulnerable to magic, so she continued to cast spells to overcome them. After that, Alice used an explosion and a very bright light spread through the dark corridors of this large cave. This guy couldn't dodge the spell, it hit him too, but he decided to fight on because he had one eye, but it was not very good. Another member of their team was standing behind him, so he told him to try to heal him right now. They were almost at the end of their rope and could not stand it anymore because the monsters were only attacking more actively, and Alice had no strength left for a magic attack. The hunters were already exhausted, and because they had been here for so long, they became too inattentive, which helped the monsters catch them. However, despite the fact that they might not survive right now, something began to happen and the monsters that had just attacked stopped abruptly. The boy was very surprised to see someone destroy a monster with one blow, but then realized that it was clearly not one blow, but several incredibly fast movements. The Dathiro begins to defend himself with his front limbs if the opponent attacks him from the front, but the monsters have a weak spot on their necks, which is difficult to reach, but it will help to bring them down immediately. And in order to make the Dathiro lower its claws and expose its neck, this guy first hit the monster in the groin, which made it powerless. They knew that only a warrior magician who practiced fighting with two swords would be able to do this, and when Raud asked them if they were members of the On-Pros Guild, they recognized him. This guy knew him, although Raud was surprised, but the hunter said that he had heard that the mage had started defending the dungeon on his own a few months ago. Raud was still surprised, although he had actually fallen into the dungeon 70 days ago by accident and had been unable to get out since then, so he had been walking around trying to find a way out. He didn't remember anything at all except that he was sitting very calmly in the guild that day, drinking another glass of alcohol, and then suddenly found himself in the dungeon. Raud did not understand how he got there, and for some time he could not realize what kind of place he was in. But when he sobered up, he realized that it was the dungeon from which he needed to get out. He didn't know how he had gotten here, and he hadn't seen any people since then, and he couldn't find a way out either. But when the hunter started asking why he had come here, Raud said that something had just brought him here, and the mage was only thinking about finally getting out. Then Alice came up and heard that Raud was looking for a healing artifact, although this was the first time Raud had ever heard of it. But when he saw the girl's wound, he was afraid, saying that he needed to stop the blood. But Alice said that nothing would happen to her. The other hunters said that they also used ladder potions, but it was a higher level potion than they were used to, and it was actually very hard to find. Alice said that she shouldn't waste such an important potion because she would be fine, but Raud had already started, so she only asked why he had such expensive medicine. Raud just said that it was useless for his wounds anyway, although he was really doing it because it would be harder to get out of here with a wounded person. But he told them that the price was not important, as long as it was useful. Alice was a little confused and uncomfortable because she did not want to be in debt to a stranger. However, Raud said that she had done a good job, but with such a wound it would be impossible to continue cleaning, so she should get out. But Alice was disappointed, saying that he had gone too far to go back because of it. Raud still tried to convince them to leave, but the hunters did not want to leave. It turned out that Raud had an inflammation of the colon. Although he did not say so, he just said that he would not last long here and they should move faster to get out of here. The hunters were a little embarrassed because Raud could not cure his problem, even with a high-level potion, and thought that he was ready to come out and help, just for the sake of strangers. But the moment he stepped away, something began to happen around him and the dungeon shook violently. The hunters assumed that it was an earthquake, although Alice said that the dungeon was in another dimension, so there could not be earthquakes, so they decided that there could be a monster. Raud decided to continue playing the hero and told them to hide somewhere safe, and he would protect them because he didn't want to lose face in front of Alice. Although the girl said that they would not go anywhere because there could be a lot of monsters and he would not be able to cope alone, Raud still told them to hide. The other hunter was really scared, so he just took the wounded Alice and ran with her somewhere else to hide, as Raud said. He only said that they would be a ballast for Raud, so it was better not to get involved with him at all and run on to avoid interfering. Then Raud began to suspect that something was wrong because this guy was not wounded, but he still ran away with Alice and he did not know where he went. Raud thought that this could end badly for him again, but on the other hand, it would be a great opportunity to quickly improve his level, so he rushed forward. The mage thought that there can't be more than a few of these monsters here, so he will quickly deal with them and go in search of these two to finally get out of here. And indeed, when Raud came out of there were monsters who saw the opponent and began to shout that a great danger was approaching. Raud was quite confident in himself, but he was very surprised that the monsters were so scared, just after he had just walked out to them and hadn't done anything yet. While he remained in place, not knowing exactly what had become so exciting for the monsters, there were also a lot of monsters in the other part of the dungeon. Hanbin had already managed to move there, and he was very easily and quickly destroying the creatures on his way with his sword. But the young man was incredibly disappointed because his expectations were not met at all, because he came here to gain experience points, and these monsters could not give him that. In addition, he had a big problem because he could not swing his sword properly because of the very narrow passage. But Hanbin was glad that at least here, he could not control his strength. The monsters immediately heard that danger was approaching, so they informed their own about it. But for some reason, they did not run as one of them told them to which the other creatures said that although they were idiots, they would be brave. They believed that they could not just retreat and had to fight back against the one who scared them so much to stop him and not let him pass on. This place belonged to them and they were not going to give it to anyone else, but Hanbin immediately came here after hitting the monster and was happy to realize that it gave a little more points. But it seemed that there were no more monsters here. At least the boy could not find them now, but soon he came across something interesting. When the young man approached, he was even more surprised by what he saw in front of him. It turned out that there was a magic heart flame artifact that had accidentally appeared in front of him. Hanbin was really very surprised because he thought that such important things should be guarded by bosses, but the Thathero King had already been destroyed by him. If he took this artifact, the monsters might not appear anymore, but he would not earn any experience points, although there was no one else besides the Thathero. So the young man thought that the boss was somewhere there, but the options were not very good. And if the owner of this thing can throw fire spheres, he will also be able to get the ability to ignite the balls himself, and eventually there were 30 charges left. And after that, Hanbin decided that he would use it along with his power. He thought about the fact that there was no one here, so he just rushed forward to move even further through the dungeon. He wondered if the monsters in this place would appear endlessly, and those who survived the hunters told him that monsters do not reproduce. They just appear in a certain place. And the source of energy in this dungeon for the monster factory is the magic heart located in the very center of this place. The young man said that it looks like an ordinary thing, and if he didn't know what it was, he wouldn't have guessed that it was something so important. However, in fact, this magical heart could give its owner a lot of power. It is also often called an artifact, but when he tried to use it and apply that power, he failed, so he thought that the heart was broken. It turned out that the minimum level for use was 31, and compared to ordinary equipment, the artifacts had a minimum level for the wielder. It would seem that if the owner was able to get this artifact, then there should be no problem with the level, but Han Bin had only the 5th. For hunters, finding an artifact is a glory and an honor, because they can still be sold for a lot, and the young man hesitated for a long time whether to sell it or keep it. But it also turned out that there were very few hunters who had visited the dungeons. Later on, the guy continued to move forward, but very suddenly and unexpectedly felt that the room started moving by itself. And also because of the resentment for everything that happened, before all the suffering and self-confidence associated with the fact that he got this legendary artifact for himself. A mysterious voice from the darkness began to whisper to them that the hell that had unfolded before them was a real possibility. But Han Bin, who entered the place, began to realize that it could be a real opportunity for him. Finally, he went further out and saw the light, which made him very happy. But he decided that he had to go back quickly before Björk and the team woke up. Somewhere deep in the dungeon, Han Bin decided to find the boss and destroy it in return, but thought that it would be quite easy. But he did not meet any monsters here, although in fact this place was the most important in the dungeon. So he started shouting, saying that he would just take what he wanted and leave. And no one came up and said anything, so the main character just came up and said that he would take what he wanted. But after that, the whole dungeon would disappear. But as soon as the young man came closer and reached forward, he immediately heard a voice saying that he was waiting for him. It turned out that it was the dungeon boss who was at the 45th level, so Han Bin realized that he would get a lot of experience points. He could not say that he was completely immobilized, but he felt that it was very difficult to move his legs and arms because they were being squeezed by something. Although so far the creature had not attacked him, as if it was just waiting for a certain moment. But then, very suddenly, Raud appeared there and started shouting joyfully that he was finally going to get out of here, and breathed a sigh of relief. But then when he looked around and saw the same guy who was on the 5th level, he was very surprised. It turned out that he had been discovered, and Han Bin began to worry, not knowing what to do next. Raud started talking about how everything had changed too quickly, and it was very funny that a person with that level was walking around the dungeon. He said that he had long realized what had happened to Han Bin, and added that the young man was just visualizing his old trauma to make the situation worse. Raud began to say that this could not be true, that a person like him would not come here because he would not even pass through. However, the young man seemed to be even happy, saying that Raud had really managed to reveal him, but he was having a lot of fun. Raud was going to destroy him and level him to the ground, saying that he would fight to the last. Also, this monster can't look in all directions at the same time, so it can't attack or defend everywhere either. But it also had the molecular vision of a predator. But it seemed that Raud didn't care about that at all because he was only interested in this 5-level guy. Han Bin didn't mind fighting him, and in the end he did a good job of it and won easily. But they shouldn't forget that they had another common enemy, the boss monster of this room and dungeon. Later on, this monster started to fight them and almost sucked Han Bin in. But he managed to get out of there unharmed, although it was really dangerous because Han Bin almost fell further down, where it would have been difficult to get out. But then, when the protagonist was on the ground, he looked at the monster again and thought that the boss was too weak for a dungeon of this level. Raud, meanwhile, decided that this would be the perfect time to strike. So without thinking, he just hit the guy on the cheek. He said that Han Bin should beg him to take pity on him, because Han Bin was the only reason for the problems here. Although the magician had just said that the boy was not real, it seemed that Raud did not understand anything and just wanted to fight. Raud was shouting that he would destroy the boy, that he would destroy his guild and this unfortunate team that Han Bin was with. In addition, he lost it all himself because he didn't get what he was looking for and hunting for so long, and it was just because one idiot came here. Then the magician began to blame Han Bin for his condition, and blamed him for what Han Bin had done to Adis and their relationship. Raud just wanted to take revenge for all this and only wanted to destroy the guy, but he failed. The magician tried to do something, but his strength was still too low, so he stood there. Then the protagonist stepped aside to observe what was happening, and realized that Raud was being controlled by someone. He started shouting out loud that Han Bin had no right to treat him like that after everything that had happened. Then Raud started shouting that they were supposed to be teammates at least, but now Han Bin was treating him so horribly. And he also thought that the worst thing would be to disappear from this world at the hands of his own friend, and then he started to transform. Han Bin was ready to attack, but then Raud started to say that he needed something from the boy. The boy in turn said that he only needed experience points from them all and nothing more. But then Raud, who was already out of his mind, said that they could try to agree on something together. He was going to help the enemy to destroy the enemy and unite for revenge. And then he wanted to destroy their bodies completely when only they were left lying there. Then Raud finally stopped being like himself and said where he was going to start. Tentacles were known for their flexibility and agility, even among the bosses of any dungeon. And until they deliver their fatal blows with their intelligence, they can fool a person quite easily. They will usually take group members hostage and then infect them with parasites. After that, these monsters just start turning these hostages into their slaves, who become powerful creatures. It didn't matter now how strong he was because he was still just a human being. And it didn't matter how cruel he would act because, in any case, he would not be able to destroy his own friend. But Han Bin didn't pay attention to all these words. Instead, he just started attacking and gathered himself to defend himself, and eventually he managed to strike the monster unexpectedly. Then it happened that the monster's eyesight deteriorated, as if it had just split. Because of all this, Raud hit the wall and was silent, and Han Bin now realized that he had overdone it with this punch. In fact, the protagonist expected this battle to be long and quite difficult, because the monster was of the 45th level, but now he easily defeated it. The boss himself also did not understand anything, because he considered himself invincible for such a person, but now he was destroyed. The simple pressure from Han Bin's sword was so powerful, and the guy sighed, realizing that the monster was too weak and he hadn't gotten anything. There was no point in opening the portal with a monster like this roaming around, but the boss decided that he would do something before Han Bin went and took the dungeon core. This creature decided that he had to act immediately, so he took his messenger and was going to report to the mysterious man about everything that had happened. Eventually it happened, although the boss was already lying down and barely breathing, but it was like a bug had flown somewhere that Han Bin saw. However, knowing that this dungeon was useless, the young man just sighed and said that he had to go back. So he did, and soon he went to the place where the whole team was waiting for him. Björk was the first to stand up, saying that this morning was just wonderful. But his sister came and asked if he had seen Eric. Embo and Björk continued to practice, saying that they hadn't seen him, but maybe the guy had just walked away. But it turned out that the guy's weapon was also missing. The girl was very scared and started to think about ancestral scenarios and the possibility that Eric had gone into the forest. But soon Eric himself came up to her, scaring her and holding a giant fish behind him, apologizing. Yvonne immediately said that he had confused her and made her worry when he disappeared so suddenly, and she began to ask if something had happened, but the young man remained silent. Of course, he wasn't going to tell her that he had been walking through the dungeon and met so many monsters on his way and killed the boss. However, just a few minutes ago, he was doing what he called nothing special. The huge hellhound had given him only 258 experience points, and he needed 1,100 to level up from the 4th to the 5th. And to get to the 6th level, he needed another 2,200. And then he was happy thinking that he had earned 140,000 points during this time. However, as soon as he opened his status window, he saw numbers that reached more than 54 billion, which is exactly what he needed to move to the next level. He really thought about everything that had happened and did not know how to proceed. But then he realized that it was time to leave because he didn't know what else to do when he saw such a huge number in front of him. A whole week has passed since then, but Han Bin has not been able to find even one monster outside the Soth Forest. It was after this that he and his team returned to Onpros, and it happened sooner than they expected. They were riding in a carriage for their guild, as the man who was driving them said, but the guard asked for a pass because they could not pass without it. The others were also surprised, although Embo and Eric thought they could just show the guild emblem, and eventually they would be allowed through. Björk then spoke up, saying that they were on a mission and had been away for 3 months, and it turned out that the guard recognized Björk. It was Gorman who remembered the captain, so he was more kind to them. But Björk asked what was going on here. It was hard for him to say, but it turned out that the guild had canceled all quests outside the city 5 days ago. Also, the Ipen dungeon was now permanently closed. Of course, this did not please anyone in the guild, and the atmosphere was not good at all, but they went ahead. Now the members didn't even know if it was a good thing that the dungeon was closed or if they should celebrate. Han Bin had used the portal, but he hadn't taken the dungeon core, which meant that someone else had done it for him at the time. So Han Bin decided to ask the others about what happened, and asked them who they thought closed the dungeon. But the boy replied that for a hunter, closing the dungeon was a great achievement, and only an alien would hide this fact, although Embo believed that this was not the only problem. The Inquisitor was sent by the church to find and destroy the alien, and he had to ask them everything until he was sure that it was an ordinary citizen, because they could not distinguish an alien from them. Also, Björk and Embo were at level 20, and the guy said that many hunters had left the city because of the possibility of suspicion. Despite all this, Han Bin felt somehow sad because no one here is ever happy about the arrival of aliens. But Björk said that now nothing was clear at all, so they had better go and finish their business. After all, they had spent the night on the street and had shown the guild well, so they should get their reward. So Björk said that they should go to the guild and hand over the demon stone. They also decided to sell everything they had taken from the monsters in Eric's bag, and after that they could celebrate the guy's first completed quest. Björk also asked if Embo could go to the Baltan store with Eric, but he said that he knew where the store was and could go by himself. However, the young man did not even know the prices there, so they did not want to let him go alone, even though Eric had already run ahead without hearing anyone. Björk came closer, saying that they didn't have to talk about it, that Eric would find out for himself. Later on, Eric went to the Baltan store because he really knew where it was. But it turned out that he would not be able to buy or sell anything, despite the fact that Björk was a regular customer of the old man. He believed that he would be an accomplice if he bought or sold any of it. And besides, the only reason the city was so prosperous was because of the dungeons. Since the dungeons were closed, there would soon be no one left here, although Eric begged them to do something about it just this once. He begged for at least a half or a quarter of it, but the old man was adamant that he would not do that. The seller began to say that he would not care about the price. But suddenly someone else appeared in the doorway, and he noticed that the stranger did not want to interrupt them, saying that they were continuing and he would wait his turn. The shopkeeper was startled to see the representative of the Church of Darkness, but he only thanked him for the introduction. Han Bin, who was still standing nearby, did not understand anything at all, but thought that this stranger might be an inquisitor. He wanted to find out what level he was, but Han Bin could not do so. Instead, the representative of the Church of Darkness said that the old man's products were of very high quality. Han Bin then tried again to test his skills and level, but this time it was useless. although the stranger then asked what exactly this guy wanted to do. Hanbin said that he was not doing anything but waiting, but the man suddenly and unexpectedly closed the distance between them. Then he began to ask Hanbin about his religion and what kind of fairy tales he liked, to which he said that he had no religion and did not know fairy tales because he was an orphan. However, it seemed strange to him that an orphan and a hunter could be walking down the street at the same time, so he decided that Hanbin might be an alien. Hanbin told him that he was confusing him with someone else because he had only recently become a hunter and had just completed his first quest, so the stranger wanted to check if it was true or if Hanbin was hiding something from him. If he became a hunter recently, he should have a low level, but his level reaches the 5th. And in the end, it turned out that his level was indeed low. So Hanbin again approached the old man saying that he was tested and asked if he could sell the thing. The old man was surprised that Hanbin was doing this in front of the Inquisitor, but he had no other choice. However, the shopkeeper sighed, saying that even so, he could not buy all of it, because he would have no one to sell it to. Hanbin had already thought that everything would be okay because of the low level, but now he felt like his heart would explode. This stranger seemed very strong, even though Hanbin could not see his level. And then the old man picked up one item and asked if it was for sale. But the young man was about to deny it and reached for the item the shopkeeper had taken. Hanbin said that he could not sell it, but at the same moment it fell out of their hands. It is strange that this thing flew so far away and no one caught it, but it was right in front of the stranger. He slowly bent down and picked up the fallen thing, saying that there was no explanation for it, and laughed. It was indeed very strange and unclear how a 5th level hunter could get such a powerful artifact that many people were chasing. The old man said that he had nothing to do with it, that Hanbin was already thinking about what to do, and that it would be better to hide and lie. The stranger examined the artifact again, saying that a hunter on the 5th level would definitely not go to the dungeon. But then when Hanbin came closer, he put the artifact in the boy's hands, saying that it was a very valuable thing and should be protected. But also after Hanbin said that he was only a beginner among hunters, he decided to tell him a story. It happened 15 years ago and a married couple lived in a village in the east and the husband was a veteran hunter. Although he was not the leader of the group, he attracted many people to him. And while as usual, his team was performing another quest. But then he was afraid of a monster that looked helpless, and the members of this group did not understand why the strongest of them behaved like that. But it turned out that this man was not frightened in vain. When the other team members started to pressure him, he said that this monster had a level of more than 800, but no one believed him anyway, so he had to tell the whole truth. And that's when he admitted that he was an alien and could see everyone's level. While the others did not know how to react to this, the monster that had such a high level still found them, and it was too late to run away. This man was left to fight this monster one-on-one in order to buy time for the rest of the group to escape, and then they started running as fast as they could. But then the stranger stopped talking and asked Hanbin who he thought did not survive in the end. Was it the same alien who revealed the whole truth about himself? But no, it was not him as it turned out. The stranger began to talk about how it was the leader of the group, and all those who were involved in all that except the other two. Also, the group leader was released after he told the Inquisitor the whole truth, and the rest of the team did not survive the research as allies of the criminal. The Earthling who miraculously managed to survive returned to his home alive, albeit wounded, but still he was not at all happy. After all, the villagers who learned about him went to the house and burned it down and killed those who were important to him. So there was no one left who would have been happy to see this man. Because of what happened, the man became very angry and unable to stand it. He killed everyone who lived in the village and then fled. It turned out that after that, anyone who would be at least somehow connected with the alien was doomed. But the stranger still wanted to know what sin the 5-level hunter had. Hanbin only asked why he told him the story, but the stranger only said something about using a naive newbie hunter to find an artifact. It was always the case and no one hid it, but the stranger said he would protect the boy as best he could. Then he simply asked which group Hanbin belonged to and with which guild he went on his first ever mission. But then Addis interrupted, standing in front of the stranger and bowing to him. Addis said that most likely the priest had just misunderstood something, so she could not do anything else but intervene in this conversation. Hanbin just said that it was very dangerous and she shouldn't do it now. But then she started screaming, saying that Hanbin can't do anything, not even manage a normal routine right now. Then Addis said it was only her fault for trusting Hanbin with such an important artifact. She called him a pumped-up brainless parasite and continued to curse, but then a stranger came closer and asked who she was. She then apologized, saying that she was just too tied up to talk to Hanbin, and then gave the name Addis Bannister. She also showed a sign saying that she was the 37th head of the Bannister family. He knew that this family was supposed to be dragon hunters, though they had recently lost their place, though given the light of the emblem, that was probably not true. Addis said that although he could not do everything, he wanted to restore the family's status, so the stranger said that he could not take off his mask because of the task. But Addis understood, but then he asked what he was doing here near Hanbin. He added that he had hired this guy a few days ago, and Hanbin is still a bit stupid and doesn't know much, and the young man realized that Addis was helping him. Addis allegedly asked Hanbin to bring the artifact here for research, but it didn't end well, even though Hanbin didn't understand the story he had made up. That's why, realizing that this was the only way to get out, Hanbin decided that he needed to confirm his story and behave accordingly. After that, Addis came up to him and took him away so that Hanbin wouldn't say anything else, and they finally said goodbye to the representative of the Church of Darkness. Hanbin thanked him for his help, but Addis very quietly told him that he would never behave like that again. Then the boy asked if Addis was not surprised that he had such an artifact at his level, and if he was not afraid that it could be dangerous. But then Addis said that the young man had not said a word about what he had seen in the forest and did not mention it, so he himself might be unseen. Hanbin only replied that Addis had seemed suspicious to him even then, although he did not understand what could be suspicious about him. But then the stranger under the mask, even though they had already said goodbye, decided to ask about the power of this artifact. Hanbin answered that it was related to the fire sphere, and Addis said that it was related to electricity. After that, the representative of the Church of Darkness only came closer, telling them to stay put and not to move. It turned out that on the first day of working in Björk's group, the guy noticed an ancient ogre in front of him. There were many more different monsters. For example, one of them was a small phoenix that was now at the 15th level of power. After so much suffering, Hanbin finally managed to get out of those rocks, but he only encountered small and weak monsters, such as those at the 21st level. These bastards couldn't even give him any experience points, and he realized that those hellhounds were many times better than this garbage. Even though the hellhounds gave him 1 experience point, it would be at least something, but Hanbin got nothing. Despite this, Hanbin was still very angry, so he continued to beat the monster in front of him, saying that he needed to raise his level. However, while the young man was doing this, Björk came up to him and called Eric over. The man brought him something to eat, saying that Eric was new to the group and was nervous, and that this dish was a welcome treat created especially for newcomers, although he could not vouch for the taste. But hearing this, someone who was preparing the dish came closer and started to get angry because of Björk's words about it. It was Embo, and she said that it was like war on the battlefield, and maybe the good Björk had already recognized and acknowledged it, but it was definitely not. And Hubo said that they didn't need people who would nitpick about the garnish, so he laughed and asked how long Eric would stay here, and the hero thought that these people had done something to the food. He already knew what the meat of the hellhound tasted like, and it was as awful as possible, so he thought it couldn't be worse than that. He couldn't even remember if he had ever eaten anything other than hellhound meat, and in fact, he hadn't used cutlery for a long time. Of course, he still wanted to believe that he was not alone and that sooner or later, everything would come back. And while everyone else was arguing that Eric might not like the food, the young man had already started to eat what was prepared for him. Only then did the others notice what he was eating, and later that day, Hanbin realized something. The dish was very hot and very tasty, just as he remembered, so he immediately asked for another serving for himself. They started talking about how he shouldn't force himself to eat it, and admitted that they were just trying to play a joke on him. But Hanbin felt like he had finally gotten out of the Rocky Mountain. At that moment, the representative of the Church of Darkness said that he and Addis should follow him. The young man thought that this wind was caused by mana, but Addis said that he did not feel any magic flowing at all, so it was not. He also felt that this wind was healing, so he could most likely be a spiritual magician of a fairly high level. Realizing all this, Hanbin realized that this battle would definitely be difficult, but there was nowhere to go. The stranger began to say that they both should not worry so much, and Hanbin thought only that if he fought at full strength, he would expose himself immediately. He added that even if it happened that they lost their arms and legs, they would continue to live as long as they remained inside the vortex. But then he added that he wanted them to follow him on their own 2 feet. Hanbin had already realized that there was no other way out, so he moved forward, asking if the stranger was looking for someone who could close the dungeon. Then he asked if he could find the one who did it. Would he not move the others? And the stranger replied that he would not do so, because he still had little time. Eventually, Hanbin decided to do so and came even closer, saying that he was the one who had closed the dungeon. However, at the same moment, someone entered the place and immediately said that the hero had returned. It turned out that it was Raud, along with the 2 hunters he had met on the way, who were shocked that the magician had managed to close the dungeon alone, which is very difficult to do alone. Raud also said that he was stunned, but managed to overcome the monster while unconscious and return. Then Raud said that when he won, he took the dungeon core and successfully closed it after going outside. However, later a new problem appeared because they found themselves on the plane being very hungry and thirsty. They found out about this when they were leaving Onpros, and since Raud had saved them, these 2 hunters wanted to thank him in some way. And Raud said that the legend about him would begin right now and started to speak. But then some conflict started between him and the others, and Raud started shouting very loudly. It turned out that they decided to put Raud, who was 21 years old, in a cell because they thought that the artifact was real, and Hanbin now knew who had closed the dungeon. He was sure that he had turned into a monster, and Addis himself did not know that Raud was the one who did it. Then the guy started apologizing to them as a representative of the Church of Darkness, even though they hadn't done anything. And Addis asked what would happen to Raud. He said that the place where he would be kept secret, and then the case involving Raud would be investigated. But if there were no problems with his place of birth, he would be released, and Hanbin himself thought that just putting him in jail would be enough. Everything went well thanks to Raud, and then Addis noticed a machine that worked on demon stones, and it was very rare to see such a thing in the village. But then this man asked Eric to come to him because he felt that he was to blame for the fact that the young man could not sell his things because of him. He said he didn't have any cash yet, so he asked if he could give him a promise and a contract, but Bannister would have to act as the official recipient and sign it. Hanbin thought that this looked rather suspicious because his mother had taught him that you should not sign without thinking and reading everything. The young man asked if they would try to lure him to their church later, but the man said that they did not use such dirty methods, although the Church of Light might do that. And then he was asked to sign. Addis was happy just because no one was hurt, that everything ended well. And after that, Hanbin came closer to ask Addis if he could help him in this case. It also turned out that everything in the hunting guild of Onpros was destroyed, and the things that were inside were scattered around their room. The girl who was there began to apologize very much, saying that she was very sorry for what had happened. But Björk said that she didn't have to apologize because the guild master had run away, even though she didn't know that his team hadn't been in touch. But Björk said again that everyone was leaving in a hurry, so it was no big deal. Then everyone else sat down at the table and Embo was the last one to come up to them, and Evan asked if she was able to sell the demon stones. And she did, but Embo threw 5 silver coins on the table, and it turned out that that was almost all she could get out of all those demon stones. She angrily said that this was all the money the guild had, which of course surprised the other people in the guild. Embo was ready to wipe the guild master into the ground because he was the one who ran away and took all the money with him, and he didn't contact them because they would not have let him escape like that. Björk came with beer saying it was free, but instead of enjoying it, Embo said that she couldn't drink beer when they had no money and where to earn money. Then he asked if Embo remembered what happened 20 years ago, and it turned out that Björk had defended a girl who had no guild or dungeon, although Embo said that she had defended him a bunch of times. However, it didn't matter whether there was a guild or not for Björk. Something else was more important. He said that nothing had changed in his heart, and Embo turned away, saying that this was the reason why she was still alone. And then she turned to him again, saying that it wasn't what Björk had thought, looking very embarrassed. Despite the fact that the others were saying that there was still a lot of food and drink, Björk only looked at Huibo and asked if it was too late for them. Hubo said that they could still have a welcome party for Eric, who was still not here. And Embo, who was quite angry at Hubo's interruption, got up and said that she and Björk should talk later after the party in Eric's honor in private. Meanwhile, they continued to eat quietly until a noise was heard outside the room. It turned out that it was Addis carrying Eric's bag, and he was immediately questioned about why he was doing this and where Eric was. Addis could hardly breathe, and after a few seconds, he could only quietly ask for help, even though he was completely wet. Björk ran to him very quickly, but by that time, Addis had already fallen to the ground, right under this big bag on his shoulders. Eventually, they picked him up and gave him something to drink, but Addis just said that he could not believe that Eric could carry that big bag so easily. The materials in the boy's bag were gone, and so was Eric himself, so they began to ask about what had happened, but they already began to suspect what might have happened. Then the hunters asked Addis directly what had happened, but he said only that he did not know for sure, but that Eric had asked him. Embo, who continued to look for something in her bag, finally found something and started to tell the others to come to her. The girl herself was very surprised to see it. But there was a bag of money, and not just one, as it turned out that all the bags were filled with money. There were as many as 10 bags with 1,000 X's in each. Addis said that Eric was able to sell everything, but the problem was that there was much more money than he could sell these things for. Addis also said that Eric had asked him for one more thing, and then reached into his pocket to give Björk something. Addis handed it to him, and then Björk asked if Eric had talked about the place he was going to go and why he left. The young man returned saying that he had not, except that he had said one thing before saying goodbye to him. As it turned out, Eric was very much afraid of something, and he talked about it, and it was very noticeable. After that, he immediately went somewhere with the man who was a representative of the Church of Darkness. He showed the boy one thing, and then read what was written on the medallion about the Great Land. Hanbin was of course very surprised because he was sure that it had been destroyed by the 4 great heroes 20 years ago. When the young man began to read something, he said that he was seeing something like this for the first time in his life. After all, hunters of his level really shouldn't have known about something like this. And besides, such knowledge would not lead him to anything good. Then he started talking again about Hanbin's level and how it was unlikely that he would know about something like this. But it could be possible. Then the masked man came closer, saying that if it really could be so, this person would be an alien. And in this case, the alien would be able to find out about this thing because he would simply remember what happened to it once. Also, the masked man said that he would really like the alien to remember his story all the time, which he told earlier. Hanbin just started to get angrier, realizing that nothing good ever happens to him throughout his life. But when he was angry, he didn't even notice the other people in front of him, who were looking at him in surprise, forgetting about their business here. Of course, the team was very angry, and Hubo said that Eric had no right to leave so suddenly and unexpectedly, and should have talked to them first, although Embo didn't know what he would have said to them in that case. They would have tried to convince Eric that he didn't need to go anywhere and that everything would be resolved, but Björk stopped him, saying that there was no point in thinking about it now. Hunters sacrifice their lives throughout their careers, and the higher the level, the greater the danger, and of course they can't force someone to sacrifice in the same way. Then Addis was about to leave and had already opened the door, but Björk turned to him again, trying to stop him. Björk asked Addis to tell him that if he ever saw Eric again, they would always be happy to see him, even though Embo was ready to do it. Addis put on his hood, saying that he would tell him that, and smiled as he was about to leave. And then when he left, the others were very worried that Eric had left them. Hubo generally thought he was too cruel to him, but Embo still wanted to do him. Then Eric, who was already unconscious, finally almost regained consciousness. It was water that was poured directly on his head, and a man sitting next to him was happy that he was awake and calling someone boss. Then another man looked at him, saying that the ward could go, and Hanbin woke up completely tied to the chair. This man had never seen Hanbin before, but judging by the sword, he thought he was a hunter. But the fact is that he was told that it was Eric who had killed his servants. In addition to sleeping on their territory, he also broke all their equipment. Hanbin apologized for the broken equipment, but as for their limbs, the young man said that they had started beating him first, and that he had no place to live, so he just spent the night in one of the abandoned places. The guys who had been beaten up began to say that Hanbin's body was stronger than a stone, and that this could not be so they assumed it was magic. They didn't believe him, so Hanbin suggested that they should just hit him. But if not, the man was as cowardly as those guys said. although they immediately began to say that they had never said anything like that. Han Bin was of course very annoyed by this and continued to say that these guys were lying. And at that moment, this man was about to hit him with all his might. But then Han Bin hit him first, and then he really managed to hit him because he was only at the 11th level. But despite this, he was still tied up because of all of them. So the guy started thinking about what to do in this situation. Then these people began to talk and think about who this guy was and thought that he was a witch or a swordsman. But Han Bin also realized that nothing good would come of such a large-scale fight. And it was because of this noise that he thought that monsters had attacked. Then they started talking about how this man was dangerous and they needed to do something. But when the man called Han Bin a dog, he started to get really angry and was not going to keep quiet, saying that he had no right to call him that because he hated dogs after what he had experienced. The boy thought that these people would respond to him with the same things he had done to them earlier. But then this old man just laughed, saying that by his terrible character, it was clear that Han Bin came from the Rocky Mountains. Suddenly, however, another man came up to them and started shouting for Han Bin to be released, and then asked if he knew what Han Bin had done. And then when the young man finally got out of these cords and ropes, he stood up, hearing the fear of the others because they knew that if they didn't let go, Han Bin could turn them into minced meat. But then the boy was more interested in another fact, namely how this old man knew about the existence of the Rocky Mountains he had just mentioned. The old man laughed again, saying that if the boy wanted to know so badly, he could work for him for a while. After all, it had been 6 months since the dungeons were closed, and everything was moved to the city of Onpros, a suburban village near the eastern wall. The Red House was completely destroyed and absolutely everything was taken from there. These bandits said that the house itself was very miserable and there was almost nothing to take from it, but they wanted to make sure that they took even the dishes and furniture. Meanwhile, a mother and child were standing next to the house and she asked why they were doing this and why they were mocking her. He was beginning to understand that today it was over, but at that moment, a man who was married to the woman came running to them. He was very angry and started waving his sword, asking why they were doing this, and finally knocked one of them down. This man started shouting that they had no right to move even a finger on either of them, and still did not understand why they were doing this to them. As this man was annoying this guy, he ordered them to bring him a hammer to finish him off as soon as possible. But then Han Bin came up with a hammer that looked more like a stone with an iron sword than a hammer. The man was frightened, but said that despite the closure of the guild, he was still a hunter and could deal with Han Bin. Then the young man only briefly told him to move away before stopping for a second. Then Han Bin calmly walked forward, and the man remained standing behind, realizing that even the sword could not stop Han Bin. They were still surprised by the physique of this hunter because they did not know that he had spent more than 10 years in a cloistered life, doing nothing but sports. After that, Han Bin came straight to this house and again hit it with all his might with his hammer dragging behind him. It turned out that this project was actively supported by them, even from the point of view of the architectural side of the city of Onpros. It turns out that these people were not bandits. They were just destroying houses that were barely standing and building something new for normal life. Thus, the residents can be guaranteed long-term housing because their materials are used to build expensive houses and ordinary ones at the same time. And finally, they're reinforced with goblin magic to make them even stronger. They also cover the houses with a special thing to prevent monsters from climbing the walls, and they also needed to find out if people would mind if soldiers used the house for rescue in case of emergency. In this case, they can live here without paying rent and even get paid for maintaining the wall. Although it was explained later, this man was drunk. He added that now it is incredibly difficult for the hunters, and he does not know how to thank these people for what they have done for them. He was especially ashamed of Han Bin because he had hit him with his sword, and now he did not know how to apologize for such a strong blow. However, the young man did not seem to care at all, so he asked the bald man if his help was still needed, even though the man who had hit him then was still there. He began to ask Han Bin not to talk like that and invited him to dinner, saying that he could stay with them and eat. However, it seemed that Han Bin was not too happy to hear this request from him. Baldy thought that it was too rude of the boy because he could have at least said something different to apologize, but Han Bin seemed to be fine with it. But then he heard something that seemed very strange to him, and it was these words in his direction that surprised and hurt the protagonist. The young man began to ask further why he seemed strange to him, and the man said that they should definitely not quarrel over such thing. The child who was running around the house also began to repeat the words that Han Bin was strange, and the bald man kept saying that Han Bin was very rude. And despite the fact that they tried to resolve this quarrel somehow, it seemed that nothing good would come of it. The whole situation put a lot of pressure on Han Bin because this man insisted that he at least listen and accept the apology. The child who was running around the house kept exclaiming that this guy was very strange and big. All these memories mixed with those of the masked man, and Han Bin remembered how he called him an alien. Then the bald man said again that Han Bin was a rare freak, despite the fact that the man tried to stop him and tell him that everything was fine. But Han Bin eventually just walked out. He was even embarrassed that it happened that way, but he understood that Han Bin was very angry after this situation. But there could be another reason. Han Bin had already been working for the association for 6 months, and was paid 600x for each task, which was more than a mid-level hunter would be paid. The young man was famous among the architectural houses of the association and other cities because with his help and strength, a month's worth of work could be done in a day. But the problem was that no one had tried to talk to Han Bin properly during all this time. Then he walked into an old man's room without knocking, and the old man noticed Han Bin's lack of manners because it was not his room. However, the guy didn't care about that and just started asking him what was going on, thinking that the old man was pretending, but he really didn't understand. Han Bin said that such houses are not built here, and he confirmed this, adding that perhaps none of the locals knew about it. But that explained why he was paying Han Bin such a large amount of money for the task. But the problem was that he never spoke, and most people thought that Han Bin was mute. Then the young man just couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist against the wall, saying that the old man was mocking him with such words. It seemed that the master of this association decided to just play with him and make Han Bin a convenient toy for himself. He promised to tell him how he knew about these rocky mountains if Han Bin would work for him, and the young man agreed, and now he has been working with him for more than 5 months, following his orders. However, the old man did not say anything further about how he knew about it, so the young man began to shout, asking what the old man wanted from him. Han Bin really didn't know what to do next. He was exhausted by the fact that he couldn't get the information he needed. Eventually, the old man finally started talking and said that 40 years ago they all lived a completely normal life. But then those aliens like Han Bin appeared, and then everything became clear to him, although the guy admitted that he had guessed at this idea. It was just quite obvious because Han Bin did not talk to anyone, hid in the bushes from others and hardly slept, and the old man knew why. Han Bin said that it was because he was from another world, but the old man objected, saying that it was not really about that. He said that the young man simply could not live the way other ordinary people live here. The aliens only see hunters, although 40 years ago, when the first one appeared, there were many more people who were not involved in hunting. But in fact, there was a lot of technology and culture from another dimension. And if Han Bin continued to live quietly, no one would even suspect that he was strange and everything would be fine. If he wanted to live as a human being in this world without these thoughts, he would have to do things differently than he was doing now. Han Bin already knew what the old man would say, namely that he shouldn't get involved with hunters after this job. But then he saw a request for a job as a hunter. The guy didn't even think for a minute and immediately replied that he had no reason to accept the contract. At the moment, such a job was completely unnecessary for him, so he did not know what he would be good for. The old man just sighed, saying that there was one person here who said that Han Bin would do the job no matter what. The next moment, he called someone to him and the door opened, after which Han Bin looked back. It turned out that it was Adis, who calmly walked inside looking at Han Bin. He smiled happily, saying that Eric was fine now and seemed to need nothing more. The young man didn't know how Addis had found him because he always hid his face, but Han Bin could hardly be hidden behind a piece of cloth. But then the old man asked Han Bin not to panic, because Addis had come to him so many times that he had decided to listen to him. So he added that he would make sure that no one would touch him again. Han Bin thanked the old man, but although he felt sorry for Addis, it would be better for him to forget about Han Bin. He finally found him and Addis introduced himself again, although he immediately said that it was better to leave all these formalities aside. The old man already knew that this guy had experience in hunting, but right now he was working for an architectural association, so in other words, Han Bin was part of their family. And Addis said that even though they gave Han Bin to him, the old man thought that he looked down on him and their entire architectural association. But Addis said that this was not the case at all and that he was only asking about Han Bin on his own behalf, not from the guild. And the old man asked what this boy had to do with him. Addis thought for a while and then said that they were on different teams and he didn't know much about Eric. Then he added that when a member of his team started to spy on him, Eric saved him by intervening. Addis said that there was a moment when he was standing naked, but he could not tell all the details and the old man said that he understood everything. And after Rod's return, Eric was tormented by a sense of guilt because he had a rather difficult situation after returning to the city. Then Eric asked him to bring a plan for 1 million X's to the guild. He was just paying back a debt and then quit his job as a hunter. After that, Eric was simply thrown out of the window and told to go where he wanted. Since there were a lot of problems with his past career as a hunter, the old man said that Eric should solve all of them first and not even come back without solving them. Eric only told Addis that he had left out too many details in the story, but he only replied that he didn't want to talk about the Inquisitor. Then the young man just sighed, realizing that the situation was terrible because it had been 5 years since he had stopped being a hunter, not a month as Addis thought. However, Addis said that there was no need to worry because his quest was to explore the South Forest and collect samples, so there would be no danger to him. Addis also added that if something did happen, he would protect Eric, but he said that since they were already on the same team, they didn't need to talk so formally. In the end, they packed up almost immediately and set off for the South Forest with everything they needed. Han Bin was now following him, although he didn't really understand why it should be him and not someone else. He also thought that Addis had realized something after what had happened. After all, 5 months had passed and he had suddenly appeared. But Addis asked him to tell him if Eric was tired so he could take a break, even though it had only been 10 minutes. The young man sighed, realizing that the old man was right because if he hadn't been acting suspiciously, nothing would have happened. After some time, they managed to come across the first Kellogg monster, but it was very weak, only at the 2nd level. The young man asked Addis to stop for a minute because he thought the monster was very cute and wanted to pet it. Then Eric asked if they could take it as a sample and raise a few more of them. But Addis seemed to have a different opinion and immediately blew the monster away with a fireball. After that, he started running around Eric asking if he was okay because the monster could have been poisonous and bitten him. But fortunately, he didn't have a wound, but Addis still gave him a potion. The boy also added that as soon as Eric found the samples, he should call him immediately. And then Eric thought that Addis had blue blood, although he said it was red. So they continued their journey and went quite far, trying to find at least something interesting. But instead of walking calmly, Addis was burning the Absolave on his way, allegedly thinking that there was danger there. He allegedly wanted to burn the entire forest and leave absolutely nothing alive there. Otis explained that there were a lot of strong monsters there, so it was better to be safe and destroy them at once and by surprise. Only then did he ask Eric if he was okay and if he wanted to take a break, since they had been walking for quite some time. The young man replied that he was fine, but he didn't want him to continue using fire magic, even though Otis assured him that everything would be fine. Eventually, since Eric insisted that he not do it again in front of him, Otis promised to try his best. The young man then asked if Raud's team was the first team Otis joined, and Otis said that it was. Otis said that he was not comfortable with Raud at all and ended up leaving his team, so he had no such experience and went to the forest because he thought it would be fun to collect samples for research on his own. He said that mages can level up even through magical research, so there was no point in him joining battles. Although Hanbin said that he did not know of any dragon hunter who caught them in his home, Alice only said that he had nothing to do with what his family was doing, and that there were almost no dragons left in their time, so it was quite difficult to find them. In fact, the young man was surprised by the story about the absence of dragons and wondered what happened to them. Hanbin just knew that if he caught at least one, he would definitely level up, and Atisu said that there were no dragons where he lived. Then he went on to say that dragons are quite rare monsters, and it is quite difficult to see them. Otis looked at the branch thinking about the fact that Eric called dragons monsters. He said that dragons are definitely something to be feared because they fly in the sky and flap their giant wings and can burn everything with an endless stream of mana. But there is a main reason for their danger. They increase their level by destroying their own enemies, and Hanbin thought that this is the same principle as aliens like him. And you can talk to dragons because they are really smart, so maybe they are just hiding to survive without prying eyes. Otis also said that dragons almost always live alone and not with someone. Although it doesn't matter how lonely they are, it's much better to live in safety. And Eric added that he knows one wyvern who speaks well but hides. Otis just laughed at this, saying that the joke about the talking werewolf was really funny, even though Eric claimed it was true. Instead, Otis stopped laughing and then looked at Eric again, asking him if he wanted to be a hunter again. Eric said that it would be rude to go back to Björk, but Otis had something else in mind, because he wanted to create his own team. The young man asked why he wanted him to join the team because he said that he could run away again, as he had done with Björk before. Otis said that he didn't know why Eric had left that group, but he was definitely afraid that Björk would find out about his big secret. Although Eric said that Otis himself seemed to have a lot of secrets to hide. He used magic as a mage but without spells, and Otis replied that they both had secrets they were trying to hide. But Eric thought differently. He said he wouldn't be a fool to agree because there was no guarantee that Otis wouldn't leave him first. Of course the same could be said for him, but Eric was a novice level 5 hunter. Eric said that it was good that they were alone in the dark and deep forest and that night was coming. Otis was about to attack him, seeing that he was not in a friendly mood. But at the same moment, Eric asked him to put down his wand right now, and he didn't make any sudden movements. However, he did not obey and immediately attacked his target, hitting it. He said that this place was even more dangerous than he thought. Later, when Eric looked back, he saw exactly what Otis meant. We can say that he saved him because Eric did not even notice the monster that had already come so close to him from behind. Then Otis himself approached the creature and Eric looked at the monster in surprise, asking what he could do to him because his mouth was still burning. Otis said that he had shot a stream of mana and burned the monster's lungs, and then it would simply suffocate. And when asked why he had used such an attack, he replied that the monster could have called for help. Eric was surprised because he thought that Otis was a fragile guy doing research at home, and now he realized that compared to the mage from Björk's team, he was many times stronger. Otis only said that it would be nice if Eric joined his team, but that perhaps now was not the best time to have this conversation. Then he asked Eric to get demon stones, which surprised him because he thought that the rich were not interested in them at all. Otis said that usually monsters in the forest do not approach people, so there are so few quests and guilds to destroy them. But today there are too many of them walking around. Now Eric began to understand why Otis was walking around burning everything around him, and that it was not just for fun. Also, when he looked more closely, he realized that this 21st level monster was a creature from the dungeon. However, Otis was already getting angry, telling Eric that it was not that difficult to get demon stones and ordered him to do it immediately. Then they both noticed 2 more kobold monsters in the tower watching the area. It also seemed that most of them were in the village, but it was hard to see in detail because of the darkness, and the finger they found in the kobold's stomach might have belonged to a resident of the village. Most likely, they had already eaten all the wild animals in the area and started hunting people, and Eric asked if it was possible that a new dungeon had opened somewhere nearby. Otis said that this could not be, because the landscape would change and it would be clearly visible, but then it was unclear where the dungeon monsters came from. Eric had already said that they had investigated everything they needed to, so it was better to return to the guild and report back. But Otis noticed something. Somewhere nearby he could see a man tied up with ropes, but it seemed that he was still alive. Otis immediately rushed forward, saying that he had to save him, but Eric tried to stop him at the last moment. The young man said that it was unlikely that the man was still alive, so he should think soberly and pay attention to the fact that there was a huge danger. Then they looked again at the monsters that had taken over this small village and were hunting people. They continued to play with each other as if they were not responsible for their work. Then, when the young man said that the man might already be dead, Otis's fire arrows flew into the tower where the dogs were sitting. Eric was even a little frightened, asking what he had just used, and Otis explained that the weapon fired demonic stones charged with magic. Otis said that he would take care of them and let Eric hide somewhere, even though the boy tried to stop him. Eric was trying so hard to tell him that because he could see that this man, who was 27th level, was no longer alive. But despite this, Otis already ran there, continuing to shoot fire directly at the high tower where these monsters were. At the same time, he looked around the village, realizing that judging by its condition, kobolds had been here for at least 6 months. Otis simply did not hear Eric's words that this man did not survive and thought, and even was sure that he was the only one alive among the whole village. Only after a while, the young man stopped when he saw that all these kobolds were hiding in this room, and there were an incredible number of them. Of course, he had heard that these monsters were quite intelligent, but he could not have guessed that the kobolds would decide to use throwing weapons. However, Adis was still confident that he was a stronger fire mage who could burn all the enemies at once with one move. So he did so and then directed his fire at the kobolds, intending to burn the entire building where they were. Then he continued to move forward in order to destroy those who had not yet been hit, and met another monster in front of him. Seeing what was happening to them all, the guy realized that he got a little carried away and made a lot of effort that could have been avoided. Eric finally came closer to Otis, looking around and said that Otis didn't seem to be trying at all when he was burning the whole mountain. After all, the man was really not alive and had been hanging there for quite some time. But it was strange that these monsters had done this to him, even though Otis said that the man had died of hypothermia. Although it seemed even more strange because it had never been cold during Eric's stay here. Also, this man was a level 27 hunter and belonged to the On-Pros Guild. Eric picked up this badge because there were a lot of hunter badges in the dump. But it is impossible that all the inhabitants of this village were hunters because there are not many quests in the South Forest, and the guild would definitely notice the disappearance of one hunter, which means that they disappear gradually in a certain place. Together, Eric and Otis decided that the dungeon was the place where the hunters were disappearing. Raud had closed the dungeon 6 months ago and the time was running out, but it was unknown how the people from the Eifen dungeon were getting here. That dungeon was located between Onpros and the village, and it was a very long distance. At the same time, Eric found something and called Otis to him, showing him a glowing portal. Since some fragments of different things were still flying over the portal, it was clear that it was still open. Eric asked if kobolds could do something like that, and Otis said that those monsters could only destroy and trash. Then the young man decided to ask the Thathiro if they could create such a portal. However, Otis replied that in order to create a portal, a mage of at least the 40th level was needed, and he must be well versed in teleportation magic. But if we take into account the difference in distance between the Eifen dungeon and this place, the mage must be at least 60th level or even higher. Otis continued to try to see something, and Eric said that it all sounded very scary. What scared him the most was the fact that the mage who created this portal could be their enemy. Of course, in that case, they would definitely have a hard time. And at that moment, the place around the well with the portal was covered with fog. They could see little because of the poor visibility, but then they saw a skeleton creature in front of them. Otis looked at it and thought that it was probably a lich approaching them. Eric also thought the same thing, but the worst part was that this lich was quite a high level. He was 72nd level, and a lich is a magician who specially transforms himself into a living dead person and can also heal physical wounds. And eventually he started talking about waiting for guests. He quickly examined Otis and Eric and saw that they had no wounds, and realized that his wards had only entertained them both. Then the lich began to examine the traces of fire magic and said that it really impressed him incredibly, because the magic was powerful. He pointed to Otis, saying that he must be responsible for it, and then asked who was standing next to him. Eric didn't know what was wrong with this lich, but Otis told him to be quiet because when he became a lich, this living dead man lost 5 senses. However, in exchange, he gained the ability to sense the energy flows of mana around him. That is, he could sense Otis, but not Eric. Otis added that the young man could escape from here quite easily, but Eric asked if Otis himself would escape with him. Meanwhile, Lich put his eye in his head, saying that it was very rude to ignore his question, and then looked at them, realizing that he could see them both. Eventually, he almost hit Eric, but still missed, and the young man told Otis not to worry about him, just to keep an eye on the enemy. It seemed that now this monster was not going to let them go. But it also became clear that even though Otis is a very strong mage, he does not have enough power to overcome this Lich. Lich once asked his married colleague about getting married, and he said that they would have to look in the same direction. He was very fascinated by these words because of this and took James and Catalina with him. Then the monster said that they would be a married man and woman forever, even though Catalia had treated him horribly before she met James. But no one cared. He was also starting to get annoyed that maybe one of them wasn't listening to him. Lich thought they were just giving up, but fire appeared around him. Otis continued to try to do something, although Eric did not understand what he was trying to do. Then Otis said that this Lich was reflecting his magic with its own mana, which made the attacks almost ineffective. The Lich said that Otis's attacks would not reach him, but he was still very pleased to see people suffering, so he decided to play with them for a while. Eric watched all this thinking only that he could have done something if his level was at least a little higher, and Otis was trying to restrain this monster. The Lich only laughed louder, saying that it would be pointless as he had said before, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. As everything was on fire, Eric and Otis ran back to attack the Lich again. They had already managed to get quite far, but Eric, who had just looked back, asked how this could help them get rid of the enemy. Otis said that physical attacks against this monster would do nothing, and he was blocking these demon stones because they had no mana, and that was why there was such a powerful explosion that could delay it for a while. They continued to run, and the magician said that they needed to run as far as possible to hide in the forest, and it would be easy because it was full of mania. However, although Addis was sure that they were doing everything right, Eric felt as if something was wrong, and this monster would not be fooled. Just as they were about to run behind a tree and bring back the Lich, he used his magic and created an ice barrier that prevented the two of them from going any further. Moreover, it started snowing heavily inside the ice prison, and Addis thanked Eric for just saving him by grabbing his hand and pulling him back. But now they had to decide what to do next. If they stayed in this place too long, their lives might end right there, just like the undead hunter they had met on the way. And then Addis discovered another terrible thing. The mana that was in stasis was completely frozen. Eric was surprised and asked what he was doing, and the mage replied that the Lich had lowered the temperature so much that he would not be able to summon fire, and that was very bad. Fire magic ignites mana, and ice magic, which he used on the contrary, freezes, so these two forces are completely opposite. Therefore, the monster decided that freezing Addis's mana would be a good option because he is a fire mage and was about to finish his speech. But after that, he really wanted to start an experiment and see what would happen to these two. When he got a little closer, the monster decided to use his ice storm magic again. The air temperature dropped very sharply and dramatically. Of course, Eric felt it, but he realized that he could withstand such changes. In this regard, he had really very good performance and some hardening, because he had been in those rocks for so long, but he did not know whether Addis would survive. It was already clear that he felt terrible and could barely stand on his feet. His lungs could even freeze, and even though the healer himself had no lungs, he was told that it hurts a lot when the mana that circulates in you starts to freeze. He also said that if you lose consciousness in this state, you will not feel this terrible pain. Eric was sure that the skeleton's plan was to destroy Addis, and he was going to join the battle when the mage lost consciousness. That would be the only way to survive because Eric did not want to make Addis suffer. Addis really felt terrible and could not get up, but he quietly said that he had been too selfish before. Then he began to use magic on himself, although Eric was only alarmed because it could have ended very badly for the mage himself. Lich just kept laughing, saying that he liked it very much because in this way, Addis almost completely burned his remaining mana. He did this to keep his body temperature up for a while, but he wouldn't be able to last long in such an exhausted state. Eric wanted to stop him because it was too dangerous, but Addis said that it was their only way to survive, so they had to go for it. Addis said that as soon as there was the slightest opening in that wall, Eric should run and get as far away as possible. However, Eric was against it because he was sure that a magician in this state would not be able to do anything on his own. But Addis insisted that Eric promised to do as he said. Although it was difficult for him, the main character said he would do it, and hearing this, Addis thanked him and went forward to deal with the Lich. The monster was only happy to see this in front of him because he wanted to be entertained further. Addis, despite the fact that he was really exhausted, said that he would continue to fight until he destroyed it. After that, he threw his wands up sharply, knowing exactly what he needed to do to destroy his opponent. Because there was a strong explosion, the forest shook very suddenly and fell to the ground after the impact. Then he stood up sharply and moved away, realizing that Addis had used the demon stones from the wands to cause these explosions, but it was too weak to make a hole. But then a smoke screen appeared, which made Lich just laugh, saying that he expected something more epic from him, and then decided to find a mana mage. Although the demon stones had exploded and made too much noise, judging by the large amount of mana on the left, they could still be burning. However, he didn't feel even a trace of the mage, so he began to think that absolutely nothing had worked now. In addition, the dungeon disappeared and the Lich began to be more careless and reckless. Realizing that Addis was gone, he decided to play with the guy who was level 5. But at that very moment, a giant dragon flew up to the Lich, and only now it became finally clear what the sound that was heard earlier in this giant forest meant. Now Eric understood why Addis was there when they met in the forest. Eric realized what that sound was, that he had come to think that it was some big monster that would bring a lot of experience points. It turned out that he was right, and there was indeed a large creature that Eric had come to hear. But that creature was Addis, who had now turned into a dragon. Addis said that he could not explain anything in detail now, so he asked Eric to just trust him and then tell him everything. Lich, who had just seen this, could not even believe his eyes because he saw a real dragon in front of him. The monster wanted this fight again, thinking about how he would overcome it and how he would win. In addition, he realized that Addis was 100 years old and no more. That is, he was very young for a dragon, which is why he used fire magic without a spell. Red dragons like him have the ability to breathe fire from the moment they are born. But Addis told him not to act too smart if he trusted only what he heard in the legends. Lich laughed, saying that he really didn't know much about red dragons, but perhaps now was the right time for him to correct that. The monster also knew the fact that dragons can gain experience points by destroying their own enemies. Lich had already thought about what he himself would be able to achieve when he fully understood how it worked, and if he did, he promised to take advantage of it. Though Addis was still young, he was already very powerful and a dragon, so now it was important for him to catch him. In this form, his strength is not comparable to that of a human, and he is now very large, so it would probably not even make sense to try to freeze the dragon. But still, the forest realized that he would not be able to do more than that, so he decided to act at least in this way while the Addis was releasing fire. Eric had already noticed that this level and the powerful heat of Addis's fire would be enough to melt the ice of the Lich, but something was still missing. In the form of a dragon, Addis had a higher level than in the form of a human, but now he had moved to the 52nd level. He wasn't going to give up, so he rushed forward forward again, calling out to Eric and telling him that he needed to hold on a little longer. After that, Addis continued this fight again, throwing out powerful fire magic right in the forest, which did not expect such an attack. However, he still jumped up and dodged the attack quite easily, laughing at the fact that it was too easy. In addition, it was easier for the monster to fight now because they were in its territory, which was completely saturated with Lich mana. Even Addis's strongest attacks might not reach their target because of this, and eventually the dragon would give up before breaking the dome because it would be exhausted. Lich began to think about why Addis was doing this so hard, considering that he clearly didn't want to end up here. Addis was too worried about Eric and flew up to him again, asking if he was okay, but the boy asked him not to worry about him now. Eric knew that Addis's power had increased, and that the Lich would not just run away even if it was in its territory, so the young man told him to focus on the monster. However, when the Lich realized why Addis was defending himself, he began to aim at Eric, realizing that the dragon would defend him with all his might. And Eric noticed this, but realized that he probably wouldn't be able to take much more. Addis was angry when he noticed that Eric was trying to fight, because he was only level 5 against a strong Lich. But Eric kept yelling at him to focus on destroying his opponent, and not to think about him. The Lich was again convinced that the dragon was really protecting the guy, but added that he was at a loss for words. Addis could have blocked the blow by enveloping himself in fire, but he had put himself in harm's way just for the sake of that boy. And Lich would never have thought that the dragon would protect an ordinary person. The mage was still trying to move Eric back, saying that it was too dangerous for him to be in front. Addis knew that he was setting himself up for failure by doing so, but for his real body had not yet reached the 70th level, he was confident that he had a chance to win. Then the monster laughed again, saying that he understood why the dragon was so protective of Eric, and said that he must be his snack, and Addis was angry that the Lich was trying to take his food. All these words only irritated Addis more, and he rushed forward again without waiting another moment. The Lich laughed again, noticing that Addis even spoke like a human being, and the battle between them began again. However, the monster still took it more easily, as if he was completely confident that he would easily defeat the dragon. Lich said that they shouldn't live outside of normal conditions just because there are people there, and they will just start hunting them. Addis had already started breathing fire again, and Lich continued to call humans inferior and weak creatures who did not deserve what they had. The monster said that it was not they who should hide, but people, and even more so, he said that people should worship them and be afraid of them. Lich did not stop and kept talking while Addis continued to try to destroy his opponent. Eventually, although it seemed impossible for a while, Addis managed to break through the ice wall with his punch, and only then did the Lich fall silent in shock. Then the monster fell to the snow, assessing the situation and saying that it was quite good, and if the dragon's level was a little higher, it would be even better. Eric only begged for Addis to finally lose consciousness because then he would have just started fighting and defending him, but the dragon was holding on with his last strength. In addition, Addis thought that Eric was afraid of him because he was a dragon and not a simple man. But Eric laughed and said that he had already met many monsters who were stronger than Addis, so he was not afraid. Eric added that Addis is still a toy compared to those he has seen. Although he had previously said that there were no dragons in his homeland, Addis would have loved to hear more about Eric's homeland and talk to him more, but it seemed that his time was up, so the dragon only asked him to fulfill his promise. Eric still didn't understand why Addis was doing this, and why he was so concerned about his survival. Meanwhile, Lich was really surprised because he did not think that the dragon would be able to blow up the wall from the inside. Addis again told Eric to run as fast as he could before the ice melted, but the boy was in no hurry because he didn't want to leave him alone, especially when he was exhausted. However, Addis told him that he had to overcome the Lich alone and that Eric had made a promise to him and had to keep it. Eventually, Eric did go back as ordered by Addis. But what really surprised him was that he was going to fight until he lost his life, giving Eric the opportunity to escape. Eric didn't want to leave him behind, so he thought he would run away and quickly come up with a plan and then go back and help. Lich laughed again, saying that it was strange and unexpected that Addis would do such a thing just to give a man the opportunity to escape. However, the monster also realized that all the magic he had prepared would simply escape through this hole, and his efforts would be in vain. Then, realizing that this could be the end of the line, he decided to act drastically and unleash the ice apocalypse. Most of the planet was covered with rains of sharp pieces of ice, and Eric stood there looking up and not realizing when everything went wrong. He began to blame himself for thinking differently, for making himself a hero who could stop his opponent alone. Or maybe it all went wrong when Eric failed to stop Addis by telling him that the man was definitely not alive. Eric didn't stop Addis knowing the level of Lich, and now the guy was worried that he might not survive because of him. Perhaps Eric just wanted to live a normal life, but he couldn't, and he continued to blame himself for what happened. Eventually, all these ice needles fell to the ground and most of them ended up on Addis's body, completely weakening him. Lich, in turn, was very unhappy, saying that it all looked very stupid and he was not having fun at all. He spoke to the dragon saying that he was a monster as well. In the end, though Eric promised to run away, seeing what happened to Addis, he just couldn't leave him, so he rushed forward, hoping that the dragon was still alive. Eric saw that he was lying in a pool of blood, but he tried to reach Addis and hear at least one word from him. Addis just smiled, saying that he was glad to see Eric was okay, and added that dragons are tough. Eric could see that Addis was trying to hold on, but even that was difficult with his injuries, so he didn't know how much longer he would last. Also, those ice arrows that hit the dragon's body melted, and thus caused heavy bleeding throughout the body. Therefore, Eric was not sure that Addis would survive until Addis lost consciousness, and started the battle with the Lich himself. Even if Eric had the right potion to heal him, it would not be enough for such a large body. But the young man knew what would happen if he saw the battle. But out of these thoughts, Eric was pulled by Otis's voice telling him that he didn't need to make such a face. Otis continued to speak barely audibly but immediately apologized to Eric, saying that they would not have been in such a terrible situation if he had been stronger. He had promised to protect him, but now he was lying on the ground powerless, so Otis apologized to him again. This only made Eric feel worse because Otis was only asking him to keep his promise because of something like this. And Lich started laughing and said that the dragon seemed to love people despite all their past training. He asked if the dragon considered it an honor to protect the weak, and then laughed out loud again looking at him. The monster said that it was just an illusion that the weak decided to create, and they invented it so that someone would protect the weak. Later, he came even closer, and there was a statue of ice holding a giant's punishing ice sword. Then the Lich said that perhaps this boy on the 5th level would not keep silent about the Lich if he'd let him into the world alive. The Lich said that Otis should destroy this person, and then the monsters would accept him, and he would be able to live among them in peace. With the last of his strength, Otis finally stood up, saying that the monster was right. Unfortunately, it was true because people did not see them as anything but cruel monsters who could only destroy everything around them. But Otis said that he would rather say goodbye to his life than give up everything human. He didn't want to be like the Lich and turn into something like that, so he said that he chose human life. After hearing this, the monster finally realized that he would have to destroy them both because the dragon did not want to play by his rules. Then Eric laughed, saying that Otis's life was too complicated and that the promise he had made was not really important. He admitted that human life is not too easy either, and it is sometimes difficult to keep promises even when you are sure of what you are saying. Otis was exhausted but still protested that Eric should join the battle because he was sure that he would not survive with him. However, Eric said that perhaps he too could live like a normal person someday. It was after these words that Eric flew up to join the battle with their common enemy. The guy managed to take off and the monster did not even know what magic he used to fly, but on the other hand, he did not care because Eric did not have much time to live anyway. The monster called him a loser and a 5th level weakling who could not be hurt by anything. However, even though Eric had only a few skills that he had perfected in the Rocky Mountains, he began to fight using the horizontal strike. However, the ice dome did not collapse even after such powerful and numerous explosions, so Eric thought he had swung too hard. He just hoped that no one else saw it because he managed to demolish the walls with just one swing of his sword. Eric was really surprised because even a fairly high-level dragon could not defeat a Lich, and he was at the 5th level of the dragon. Otis was also surprised because he could see Han's level on the stone, but then Eric said that it would be a long story. The young man smiled, saying that they both hid their identities, so he asked Otis not to be offended by this. Otis was surprised because even if he hid his identity, he didn't know that there was magic that could deceive a stone to measure strength. But the very next moment, they were grabbed by the tentacles who did not let go, and it was quite difficult to get out of them. Lich, who had already fallen apart, said that he had tried not to use it before, but now they would take all the life force of the victims and not let go until they lost consciousness. Even if the victim is the one who summoned them, it was a pity because he would be able to take their bodies for his own experiment. Eric was surprised to see that the Lich was still walking because he had completely destroyed the upper part of its body. But Ada said that the Lich's body was made of mana, so physical attacks could not overcome it. Then the Lich said that it was too late for enlightenment, so if he wanted to live, let Eric tell him how he was able to do it. However, the young man was not going to give up, and then in a second he tore his tentacles to defeat the monster. Of course, the Lich was surprised because he had never seen anyone tear the ropes of hell with his bare hands. But instead, Eric had a question for the Lich because neither he nor Otis had said anything about their level. Then the monster said that he was not very upset when he found out that he had lost his life for the first time, because his life on Earth was terrible anyway. But he decided to treat his second life more cautiously because he did not want to allow himself to lose this life for the second time. In order to steal the scroll of the undead, he had to come up with a very reliable plan. And then the Lich was very happy because he thought he had already defeated them both. Or at least he tried to do so, and then a huge storm of dust and sand began to gather around Han Bin. Otis came closer, saying that no matter how many times he had seen this, he was still very strong. He could not even imagine that Eric would be able to destroy these tentacles with just one blow to the ground. However, the problem was different now because Eric was sure that he could break the bones of this monster, but it turned out that he could not. In addition, the Lich seemed to have already healed itself and looked the same as at the beginning of their fight. The monster still wanted to know very much who Eric was because for a moment it seemed to him that the guy was not human at all. But Eric was more worried because before meeting the monster, only one person had been able to assume that he was now at the 5th level. So there were two possibilities. Perhaps the Lich is actually a seer and just sees what an ordinary person cannot see. Or another option is that the monster is actually from another world, like Han Bin himself, i.e. an alien. Without answering, the Lich quickly flew in the opposite direction as if not going to admit that it would be true. The monster thought that Eric had tracked him knowing that he was from another dimension. So he realized that he had underestimated him, thinking that he was not capable of anything with his 5th level. Lich still didn't understand how Eric had found out, but he wasn't going to let it go. Eric was very angry, saying that so many normal people were suffering because of people like this monster. But Lich just laughed at him, saying that it even sounded ridiculous and absurd. He was going to continue fighting, and he had the strength to do so as well. So he summoned the ice doll and released it at Hanbin. Addis, meanwhile, watched from a distance, but once again realized that Eric's level was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary person. He began to guess something because he realized that such swordplay could not possibly be within the range of human strength. So he thought that Eric was most likely using an aura. Eric again broke the monster into separate bones, but for some reason the skeleton kept regenerating. Now it turned out that if Eric attacks it with his aura, it means that he wants to give the Lich to the Inquisitor in exchange for a reward. The monster began to talk about how he could pay him twice or even 3 times as much, although Hanbin did not understand what he was talking about. He was fed up with the Lich constantly running away from him, so he ordered him to come down and finally destroy it. Eric was really annoyed by this because the hellhounds he had fought for so many years at least didn't regenerate, but then Addis shouted at him to use his aura. A Lich's body is made entirely of mana, and if you block its movement with your aura, you can easily neutralize it. But Eric already realized that he needed to use mana aura, physical strength, or prana, and he knew that a swordsman could also use it after leveling up. But Eric was only at level 5, and that was not enough. But Addis told him that aura was like a life force, so he needed to visualize it. When they were talking about this, of course, Lich also heard it and was surprised to realize that Eric could not use his aura. The monster rushed forward again, saying that in this case the boy's attacks would not do him any harm. Then he smiled, saying that such powers could work perfectly on his friend the dragon. Although Addis was completely exhausted, he told Eric not to worry about him and to continue to fight rather than defend. However, Eric could not help but worry and wanted to protect Addis first, even though he only wanted to increase the distance between them. The monster didn't give up and continued to use his magic to trap Eric in a dead end. Eric cannot use his aura and the Lich now knows it, and all because he has a normal human body. Although the protagonist could block the liquid created by mana, he could not block your mana itself. So the monster came up with a new tactic and was going to compress the mana and then throw the entire flow of mana directly at Eric. In this way, it wanted to defeat him, and the very next second the skeleton was able to do so, filling the entire space around Eric and Addis with its mana. It was really surprising because this forest was able to dig a giant hole in the ground with just this power in seconds. Even though Eric kept fighting, he realized that the wall wouldn't be able to hold for long either. Addis tried to stop him again, telling him to step back, because if he couldn't use the aura, he wouldn't be able to destroy the skeleton. However, now this Lich looked more dirty than the first time they met him on their way. Despite Addis's words and warnings, Eric did not want to give up, so he said he would go and take a closer look to destroy the monster. Of course, Addis tried to stop him, but all his efforts were in vain, and Eric was soon close to the Lich. After some time, Eric was where he needed to be, about to continue. Very unexpectedly for the opponent, he was right in front of him and abruptly grabbed him by the bony neck. The guy very quickly grabbed him tightly by the neck and said that he had not seen these obvious cracks on the Lich's skull before. This means that the Lich most likely will not be able to regenerate if Eric completely smashes it into small pieces. However, as soon as he heard this, the skeleton quickly moved back to avoid danger and said that he was not playing with him like that. He already had an incredibly large number of very high-level monsters destroyed, so he didn't want to turn back. He didn't want to be destroyed by a duck that couldn't even use mana. However, at that very moment when the monster said these words, he fell to the ground exhausted because he no longer had legs. Looking back, Lich could do nothing more and just screamed when he saw Eric approaching. Now the boy had a great opportunity to get rid of this skeleton, once and for all. So he gathered all his strength and attacked despite the monster's pleas. When it was over, the young man turned back and saw mountains of smoke, and among them, Addis in blood, and already in the body of a man. And Eric immediately poured a potion on him to heal his wounds. Then he covered his naked body and still sat next to him, supporting him. And when asked why Addis always remains without clothes after transformation, he replied that he dreams of clothes that would not tear after turning into a dragon. Although he was exhausted, he looked around asking what was wrong with his Lich and whether Eric could do anything about it. Then the young man said that he had just incapacitated him a little, but the monster could still speak and was alive. His legs and arms were already destroyed, so the monster could not really regenerate anymore. So it was not dangerous and just lying there screaming in helplessness. Its bones were made of mana, so it was unable to use magic in this state, and Eric only managed to stop its movement, and the Lich still vowed to take revenge for such behavior. Addis said that the lychee was still alive, and it was a bit confusing, but Eric said that the upper part of the skeleton was more powerful than he expected. But Addis laughed, saying that Eric didn't need to be cryptic because he understood that it was difficult to capture an enemy without destroying it. And then he said that if the enemy was a dragon like himself, he would definitely not be able to destroy it. From all this, Eric realized that Addis had known about him for a long time, but he stopped him, saying that he still did not understand something. He approached the Lich, who was no longer in a state to fight, but turned to Addis, thinking that he was looking down on him in his human form. Eric said at that moment that he thought he didn't feel pain, but it turned out differently. Strikes with that amount of mana are not dangerous for humans, but for a Lich that is literally made of mana, it was very powerful. Then Addis told the monster to answer him honestly if he wanted to get rid of this terrible pain. He asked about the Lich's associates and why he was spending so much time destroying innocent people. However, the monster just laughed, saying that the little dragon still does not know how this world works. He added that a dragon who would be 500 years old would have already learned about everything, because even they had joined them. While Addis did not understand anything, Eric looked at the medallion of the Great Land and seemed to understand what the monster was talking about. Lich smiled, saying that they would all be better off watching this world being destroyed elsewhere when they were dead. Meanwhile, someone was folding their sheets as if they were going camping. There were also nail clippers, a toothbrush, and everything else, so there were confessions that nothing was forgotten. It was Ether. She was going somewhere, although it was actually quite difficult for her, but having everything packed in her suitcases, she thought it was time to go. Wyvern said goodbye to her home and began to drag a giant bag with everything she needed. But then, when Ether could not carry it with her, and she had a long way to go, she thought that it would be better to leave something here. But she didn't want to because she had spent so much time packing it all up, and it was the most important thing for her. She felt sad, but the bag was really too big and heavy to carry for so long, and there were a lot of strange things happening around her. The fire in the forest started just like that without any sign of it, and her forest burned down completely to the last tree and grass. Then when she turned off the nightlight before going to bed, and a huge piece of ice appeared out of nowhere right on that spot. In addition, there was a very strange earthquake, as if the whole continent just broke apart. Her scales became very dull, and because of all that happened, Ether could no longer sleep normally. For some reason, it all happened very suddenly, but then Ether thought that it was the higher powers punishing her for helping that alien. She was very sad because she was just a smart and pretty wyvern. But at that moment, someone entered her cave. Then she looked back because she had also noticed it, but the next second, there was no one there. Ether looked around, realizing that she had to leave as soon as possible because she felt that something was wrong. But at that very moment, the person who had entered her cave appeared and was surprised that the wyvern was talking at all. Ether didn't notice when he came so close, and worst of all, the man heard that she could speak. However, he immediately reassured her that she should not worry because he was just looking for a friend, and when he heard someone's voice, he came here. Ifir knew that no one lived nearby, but the man said that was why he was looking for someone to talk to. He said that he hadn't seen anyone in this place for a year, but Ether immediately said that she could hardly help him. But the man assured her that the wyvern had to see someone and could not have missed it. It was supposedly a friend, and he told her about the skeleton, and then asked again if Ether had seen anyone nearby. Meanwhile, Addis realized that the teeth of this skeleton were magic stones, and after everything that had happened, he could not think about self-destruction. He knew he couldn't stop it now, even with his own mana. Eric still stood there, but Addis, who was next to him, told him to run away immediately because he knew how this could end. Despite the fact that he was completely exhausted, he did not want to involve Eric, although Addis knew that his mana would not be enough now because he was very exhausted. A giant pit appeared in the epicenter of the fight, as if it had happened after a large meteorite had fallen there. A girl with a small team went forward to examine the place, thinking that a bomb had fallen here. She turned to Richard, asking what the instructions said and what to do next. The man himself was silent for a while, continuing to look for an answer, but then said that according to his research, magic was used here about a week ago. In addition, according to all his research, these traces also point to Shin Ha-jong's self-destruction. However, the girl was surprised by these words because she remembered that he was going to turn into a lychee to avoid the end of his life. Meanwhile, the man who had recently visited the wyvern approached Leslie and put his arm around her shoulder, asking what she was doing here. However, the girl was very sharp and immediately pulled out her knife and fought back, although the man did not understand why she reacted the way she did. She turned to Alejandro, saying that she had already warned him to keep his hands away from her if he didn't want to say goodbye to them now. But he only said that if she had used her healing magic on him after that, then maybe it would have been worth it. This only made Leslie more annoyed. She just wanted to rip the idiot apart after what he did. However, Richard, who was still doing his research, shouted at them to stop fighting with each other. He turned to Alejandro, saying that he might not know because he came later, but it was in this battle that Shin Ha-jong's skeleton died. It turned out that he used an explosion that was more powerful than his regeneration, so there was not even a trace of the enemy, and Richard asked him to at least show respect for what happened here. Alejandro seemed to still not fully understand what had happened here, because it even sounded strange that an enemy had appeared that could make a 70-second level count self-destruct. But that was not the point. Richard said that most likely while they were walking here, he noticed the ground where they were most likely fighting, about 2 kilometers away. There were also thoughts that the skeleton was trying to move away from the battlefield while it was self-destructing, but at the time Richard didn't understand why he didn't feel any more energy. It was still a big mystery to the whole team, and Eric was still very angry with the skeleton and kept kicking it. The young man told Addis about all this and said that he just wanted to kick the skeleton's skull for a while to gain a few minutes. But something went wrong, and then when Eric did it, the opponent just exploded on the spot. Eric's excuse was that he hadn't kicked it hard enough to make it explode, but Addis said he didn't believe it, because the skeleton exploded because it wanted to self-destruct. And then he realized that he wouldn't get any experience for destroying a level 72 opponent. Eventually, Eric said that he had brought Addis back to the village while he was unconscious, but Addis screamed that it was against the law to cross the wall in this way, although Eric did not know how he could cross it with a naked boy in his arms. In any case, the young man did not know where his home was, but soon he was thrown out of a house. Then Eric decided to go to the old man in the Architecture Association, but they didn't accept him there either, calling him a criminal. Then he was chased by the guards and ran into a gang of smugglers, and although Addis didn't say it out loud, he thought that Eric was even more ridiculous than he was. In the end, the young man just sighed and was glad that Addis had woken up during the day thanks to the old man, and that everything had ended well in the end. Addis said that he didn't think I was as strong as Eric, and now he didn't even know how to thank him, so he took a piece of the apple he had carried on his plate. In fact, it was hard to imagine what would have happened if he had been captured by a demon alien. Otis realized what he had said only later, and added that he knew that Eric was different from those aliens. But the young man took it well, saying that there were many destroyers in his world as well. But he admitted that even if he had been tasked with destroying the goddess Rata, he would have preferred to live a normal life, to be calm and adapt to this world, because he did not want to become like that. Otis then began to realize that most aliens could live like ordinary people, and Eric was sure that once they did live like that, but then something changed, and in reality many of them began to destroy, unlike him. Eric thought and said that there was still one thing that distinguished him from these alien people. He remembered very well this defective instruction that was implanted in him, because of which he was trapped in the Rocky Mountains for decades. Otis was interested in this instruction, but he thought that the young man was referring to the powers given by the god demon Omlus. Only then did the protagonist admit that one of the powers was to see the levels of others, but Eric also thought that there was another ability they did not know about yet. According to Otis, there is something that makes the aliens start to destroy and at the same time follow the orders of the demon god Omlus. Eric finally got up and said that most likely this 5th level defect is also the result of the faulty instructions he received. Of course, it was making it very difficult for him to live, but Eric didn't know how serious it could be. He smiled and looked at Otis, saying that maybe one day he would lose his sanity and turn into one of them, like most aliens. That's why he believed that communicating with him would not lead to anything good. So he went to the door, about to leave Otis's kai, even though he wanted to stop him. Eric said that he had saved up quite a lot of money, and now he had no desire or reason to stay in this village. And finally, he told Otis to be careful. Otis did not want to let him go and finally told him his real name. His name was Otis Emphatir Ragnaraka. He told me that he was created by a great shadow goddess named Kivriel to become a descendant of dragons. And among all the dragon species, fire dragons are famous for keeping their promises. It was even painful for Adis to talk about it, and he still wanted to say something else, but Eric interrupted him. He said that fire dragons like Adis never forget their debts. Finally, the young man said his name was Ryu Hanbin, and added that he was a veteran of military service, after which he left the room and closed the door behind him. Then he started working and was told to use a map and a cart to get him there. And if he showed the documents of the Association of Architecture and Construction Workers, he would be allowed through the gate with ease. The old man said he would send Hanbin's documents through a broker and told him to meet him there. Then the young man had to sell his belongings and leave the visa in place. When the young man asked what to do with the money, the old man smiled and said that he could keep it. Knowing how problematic he was, it was better to send it away. Hanbin thanked him, saying that he would not stay in front of him, but finally the old man wanted to tell him one more important thing. When the young man was ready to leave, the old man told him that he should never in his life, no matter what, destroy a person. If he did, he would immediately become a monster, and he asked Hanbin to never forget this no matter what. The guy just smiled hard and said that he understood everything and would not forget his words. It was already quite dark and Hanbin said goodbye, saying that he would come back here one day, and the old man went home. Then the old man prayed to the goddess to save them and keep them alive. Meanwhile, the team of Richard, Leslie, and Alejandro continued their research, finding the place where the skeleton allegedly fought, and Ether was with them. But Richard found only traces of magic and no confirmation that there was a battle. Of all the people possible, Ether had been captured by the Great Land, and when she thought about it, she considered herself a complete failure because she thought it could only happen to her. Leslie, in turn, said that such a powerful 72nd level lich could never lose to such weak magic, so she asked what the reaction of the second energy was. However, the fact is that they had already checked the presence of other powers and energies a long time ago, and more than once. It means that the bones of this skeleton were destroyed by physical force alone, and therefore it was forced to self-destruct. Richard said that despite the fact that they would not like to admit it, there are those creatures that will exceed the power of the lich physically. Such a creature could be, for example, a dragon that lived for more than 500 years because its strength would be enough to turn the lich's bones into dust. After that, the team saw a lot of traces of the dragon's blood on the ground, so Richard ordered to use it to find the one who destroyed the lich. Meanwhile, Hanbin continued to ride, and it was already morning when he reached the next location, but he did not know what to do. The fact is that the wheel of the cart he was riding on broke, and now he did not know how to travel further with one broken wheel. At this rate, all his food would be lost, and despite the fact that the young man tried to fix something, he failed. But at that time, a group of people were watching him. They were aiming at this guy, but they were not going to wait until he threw away his limbs from hunger, and their leader ordered them to attack immediately. It was after that that they came out, pretending to be ordinary people, so the leader of this group addressed the protagonist as a traitor. They were armed and approached him together, asking if he needed help with his wheel because they saw that it was broken. And then he added that Hanbin should be happy that the most prominent criminal in this place, not named Kalinor, wanted to help him. He himself stayed standing next to the boy while the other two ran away, but Hanbin seemed to pay no attention to him. Only after he stood up did he deal with the criminal, and he did not look as confident as before. Kalinor was now sitting and driving the cart, having helped with the wheel beforehand, And Han Bin said that he had completely memorized the map because he did not know where the right road was, and since there was no one around, he was already starting to worry. The young man said his name wrong because he didn't care what to call the criminal, but it annoyed the man and he was already angry with himself for coming here and getting into this situation. Hearing that the man was unhappy with his name, Han Bin reminded him that he had introduced himself as Gondon, so he would call him that. Eventually, Kalinor realized that in his situation, he would just silently ride along and follow the man's orders. But then he saw something strange on the side and told him to look there. Han Bin looked very pleased as he looked to the side because this place seemed to him many times bigger than Onpros itself. It was the entire dungeon of Ethan City, and in the gorge in front of it was the most popular dungeon in the north, next to Crater Valley. They continued to move forward, but the young man thought that it was very dangerous to build a city directly over a dungeon that was dangerous. It was at the very bottom of the dungeon, but monsters rarely come out of it, so they built it here because everyone knows that it is better for hunters to be as close to the entrance as possible to stop the monsters right away. This was true, but the young man realized that it would be better to sneak in secret, even though it would be difficult, and Kalinor said in a moment that they had arrived. The man also said that there was a traffic jam and that it would be incredibly difficult for them to get through the gate now. Kanbin said that he had documents, so there would be no problem, but Kalinor didn't even listen to him anymore and ran in the opposite direction from him. Of course, as a criminal, he was worried about not getting to the checkpoint because he would be caught there immediately. But without seeing it, the man ran into another person. It turned out that it was Han Bin again who was allegedly chasing him, and Kalinor was only more frightened, not understanding how he had ended up here so quickly. The man had already started to beg and cry, saying that if he was caught at the checkpoint, it would only lead to execution, so he begged to be released. Kanbin said that he made him feel like a stranger, but Kalinor explained that since it was his first time here, he had no idea what kind of order prevailed here. The man also said that at the bottom of this dungeon there was a huge prison, and absolutely all the criminals from the north were imprisoned there. But there were really very powerful criminals there, so a small caliber robber like him simply would not survive there and would be killed by others. He also said that recently an alien had been detained there, and even those criminals who were very powerful were very afraid of him. Kalinor continued to rock that this was true, and if he suddenly got into this prison, this demon would definitely destroy him first. If he was caught, it would be the end of the matter, but a policeman was already approaching them, asking if they were in trouble because he heard them making a ruckus. Han Bin smiled, saying that the fool had messed up his assignment, so he told him off and then showed him his pass. The young man added that he was here for a short time, only on business, and the policeman let him through, and Kalinor noticed a bag of money in his hands, although he did not understand why he needed it. Then the protagonist began to talk about how when he started his life, he didn't have a penny in his pocket. So the young man said that he advised him to forget about his crimes and start a new life and live differently. Kalinor continued to sit there, but promised that he would use the gold that the boy gave him for good purposes. But hearing this, Han Bin was surprised because if there was gold in that bag, he did not understand what was in his wallet and decided to look at it right away. It turned out that there were only silver and copper coins instead of the gold coins he had left behind. And then when Han Bin looked back to find Kalinor, of course he didn't see him there. Han Bin started shouting all over the street that he had given him the wrong sack, and of course tried to find him to return the money. After a while, Han Bin found himself on another street where there were a lot of advertisements for insurance for hunters, some looking for Mr. Area, others selling equipment, some trying to lure hunters to their guild. Han Bin saw all this and realized that he would definitely not be able to live here on the money he had left, seeing the prices. Most of all, he was tormented by the thought that he would have to go back to the Builders Guild, and now it seemed that this was his karma, or life's destiny. But on the other hand, he realized that at least they paid better than some hunters, and Eric began to blame himself for leaving Onpros. The young man was really upset and saw someone in front of him, and was going to ask if this person knew where the Builders Guild was. It turned out that he ran into Adis, who was supposedly looking for a retired hunter holding a sign above him. Without thinking for a second, Han Bin grabbed Adis and ran away with him and his sign, away from the others. After a while, they were sitting on a small veranda in the house drinking something and discussing important things. Adis looked around at the city, saying that there are not so many places like this here, and if you sit here, you can realize that your own problems are not as big as you think. In any case, the protagonist calmed down a bit while eating, and then Adis asked him why he was 2 days late. However, it was Han Bin who should have asked him why he was here earlier, and then added that he himself got lost and left later. And Adis really had no idea what he was doing here. But Adis didn't understand why he was so worried, and then asked if the head of the Builders Guild had given him any instructions. The old man told the boy to keep his identity a secret and added that he would send his documents through a broker, so Han Bin would have to meet him. In the end, Han Bin sighed, saying that he was really pleased that Adis wanted him so badly to join his team, but he still thought that nothing good would come from their work together. Adis then looked at the house and was a little upset, thinking that he had bought it for nothing. And then Han Bin asked Adis if he would be the leader of the team, but he replied that he could not be the leader if Han Bin was standing next to him, but he added that a 5-leveler could hardly be the leader of the group. With this situation, the guy will never be able to meet the goddesses, and this is his main task, and Addis agreed, saying that in this way they will only be able to meet the Inquisitors, which is why Hanbin hid his identity and pumped his level. But the fact is that most monsters can't even give him 1 point. So Eric sighed and asked if there was water, and Addis said he could get it in the fridge. In fact, the boys were very surprised that there was a refrigerator in this world at all. But Addis did not understand why people who were dwellers to them looked down on their world and were surprised by such things as a refrigerator. The young man knew that being in the Rocky Mountains, he had not lost all hope, and then he was very happy to realize that he could get cold water and ice at any time. But his joy was instantly dashed when it turned out that in order to open the refrigerator, he needed a certain level, and he was not enough to do it. But Addis explained that the refrigerator was a magic thingy that had certain requirements. However, it seemed to Eric that there was nothing in this world that did not require high levels. He was very annoyed that he couldn't even open the refrigerator, and Addis said that these were the foundations when the dungeons were created and laid by the demon god Ormflaus. And then he added that there is one place where Eric will be safer and he won't even have to hide who he really is. Although Addis had said earlier that there was no magic that could hide his level, the magician said that it was actually much simpler than that. Addis said that all they had to do was get rid of Hanbin. Later, they decided to go to the Hunters Guild of Hayton, and after a while they arrived. There were already a lot of people inside, and they were all going about their business, but when the two walked in, there was silence, and they all looked only at them. There was already a long line of hunters inside the guild who wanted to sign up, but only the two of them entered. The others did not take their eyes off them. The girl checked Addis first, and according to their data, he was level 37, so there could be no problems with hunter registration. He just smiled and thanked her, not thinking that everything would be so easy and fast. The girl behind the counter was looking at Addis, thinking that it had been a long time since someone so handsome had come in here. But she was interrupted by Eric, who also went to register for a hunter's place. She was furious that she had to help this pervert who looked so unfriendly, so she decided to ask someone else to help her with this. However, just then, other people approached him and at first tried to politely ask Eric to put on something. But when he looked back at them, they all immediately smiled and began to apologize, saying that everything was fine and that it was not necessary. Then the girl standing behind the counter also apologized, saying that she would need to check his level with a magic stone, and immediately took it in her hands. The other hunters were talking about him, saying that they hadn't seen such a strange hunter here for a long time. But sometimes there were those who liked to show off their physical form, but that didn't mean that such large bodies couldn't be destroyed by swords. When the guys were about to check with the stone, Addis came closer, saying that it would not be a good idea, but otherwise they would not be able to register Eric as a hunter in this guild. Eric, not listening to anything, immediately took the stone in his hands and started to squeeze it, and then they really realized that it was probably a bad idea to test him like that. He really looked very angry and furious, saying that this stone was only evil and it would not help them in any way. Eric also exclaimed that he would not allow such magic as this stone to touch his pure body, so he was not going to pass their so-called test with it. He managed to break the stone quite easily with one hand, and of course it amazed those around him, but it was not just that. The people standing next to him were surprised by something else, because this guy had just called the magic checkstone an evil thing. People began to talk about how an ordinary person could hardly have such a physique, and of course they had heard all sorts of rumors, but they could not have thought that this would suddenly turn out to be a true story. Then the girl who was supposed to check him in looked up at Eric again, saying that she didn't want to be rude, but she had to ask him something. She mistook him for a Walther, a legendary warrior race known for their strength and endurance. Addis climbed up on the roof of the building with him so that he could get a tan and look different, and then told him about Walter's race. However, Eric still did not understand how the lack of clothes and his tan could have anything to do with this warrior race. After that, Addis began to tell him that the warriors of Walter's race are famous for their golden muscles. But Eric was not sure that they are really a separate race, and not just people who want to attract attention in this way. Addis also told him that their race comes from the desert mountains, which is far to the east, and that's why most people imagine them to look something like this. However, Eric still found it strange to hear this, so he began to ask where it all came from. It turned out that a brave warrior who was the father had set foot on the continent of Ratna for the sake of his family. Although Eric did not understand why he should be a father because he had no children, but Addis said that it should be a legend for them. Finally, the boy agreed, saying that even if this father and brave warrior would walk around half naked and very embarrassed, what was the point? Then Addis said that if people believed that Eric was Walter's father, he would not have to hide his own level, and thus he would be able to become famous for clearing the dungeon and meeting the 6 goddesses. Eric just sighed, saying that in this story it was not expected that they would be tested with a magic stone. But Addis said that he had figured out what to do with it, and wanted the young man to break the stone when he got his hands on it. Of course, this was even more of a shock for Eric than the legend of Walter, but the magician assured him that it would be better, and that he would take care of the rest. The people believed it, although they did not understand what this race so powerful was doing here, although according to their legend, one of them had to be in this place to fulfill the task, and Addis realized that his plan was working. He walked closer, addressing Falad, as that was the name the young man was to use for cover, and Addis said that the stone should not have been broken. Falad just apologized, saying that he was just too carried away, And Addis then turned to the girl, starting to apologize and telling her that everything here seemed very new to his friend. Magical devices like the test stone use magic stones, and according to the legend that everyone believed in, Walter's race was forbidden to deal with such artifacts. Addis also added that they would of course compensate for the full amount of the lost stone, but the girl said that in any case they could not work with him as a team without registering him as a hunter with the guild. But Addis then held up the same medallion of the Great Land and said that he didn't need to be registered as a hunter here. Let them register him as a guard. Eric didn't know about this part of the plan and was very surprised because if Addis already had such a strong argument for a guardian, why would he pretend to be Walter at all? Although he later realized that his level was not measured precisely because he pretended to be the father of the race. However, the guy still knew that registering a bodyguard would not be as easy, so the girl asked Addis for the documents, but he sighed, saying that he had accidentally forgotten them at home. And then he smiled and asked to keep it a secret between them. Then she said she would register them right away, and another girl who also helped him with the registration offered to drink alcohol or coffee together sometime, and Eric was only annoyed by his popularity. But then Eric thought about the main thing. Thanks to Addis, he had nothing to worry about and could continue working. Instead, he was approached by other people who began to offer him to join their team, and at the same time, asked him to move his muscles. Eric didn't know where to go, he had nowhere to run, while all these people were offering him to join the team for a lot of money, or just to touch him for a lot of money. Eventually, this continued for some time and they could not leave the building of this guild. Meanwhile, in another place, the research continued. It was Richard and the rest of the team, and he looked around, realizing that the place had also grown, and now looked completely different than he remembered. Alejandro had already captured many Ratnians, though the man said otherwise, saying that he was just sheltering vagrants from the dungeon. But Richard thought otherwise. The man said that the hunters were much more profitable than ordinary citizens from the point of view of the owner of the territories, and that they only accepted homeless Ratnians as citizens of the city because no one could fulfill orders better than them. Leslie realized that Alejandro hadn't done anything, although they had been given this place as proof of their alliance with the Great Dragons. But the man said that he was the reason they had been able to collect so many prisoners. As Leslie had said earlier, any dragon over 500 years old could join them, and if there was a traitor among them, they had to wonder what their goal was. However, Alejandro said that it was a relief for them that he had escaped quickly, which was only good because in human form he could only live in cities with dungeons. Leslie only thought it was a shame that the blood they had collected had dried up, because now they wouldn't be able to use it in spells, but she smiled and said that Alejandro would have to work hard to find him. However, Alejandro believed that it was not his personal fault that they could not find the dragon. Only then did Richard come up to them and tell them that Alejandro had brought them to this place, but now he was silent. However, Richard knew why the man had decided to gather here and what he wanted to talk to them about. Alejandro was the only one who constantly acted like a king and considered himself more important than the others. And when Richard asked about it, the man confirmed his words and guesses. But then he said that it wasn't really true and then pointed somewhere to the side where the stage opened from behind the curtain that had just parted in front of them. Leslie looked at the empty stage, wondering what Alejandro had come up with again and what he was going to show them. But then the man ordered someone to come over. After a while, they heard timid and quiet footsteps, and Alejandro said that it was the same former hunter he had recently managed to catch. The destruction of monsters gave this hunter indescribable pleasure, and he then began to destroy the female hunters in the dungeons, and apparently there were about 25 victims on his account. But in any case, Alejandro took him away before the execution. Then this hunter turned to his boss and asked if he would do everything the man said, could he expect to be free? And Alejandro said that of course he would let him go right away. Although Leslie thought that the hunter, although he was level 37, was too tired, but the man said to look at him more closely. It was only then that she noticed the chip implanted in his neck and realized that it was an artificial control that Alejandro had decided to use. She was really surprised because she thought that no one survived their implantation, but Alejandro said that they just changed the technique of getting the dungeon to the technique of getting people. And Richard also assumed that Alejandro had completely minimized the side effects of this implant, but then added that even so, it did not meet their expectations. The man said that Richard really understood everything correctly and quickly realized, and then Alejandro asked what should be done to improve the effectiveness. Richard answered immediately and very briefly saying that a sacrifice would have to be made. Then they looked at the wyvern saying that it was very kind, and then Ether finally realized why she was taken here and still tied up. Then some girl said that the wyvern had nothing to worry about because it was definitely not her fault. After that, the former hunter looked at Ether saying that his boss had great taste and asked how quickly he needed to destroy her. And then Alejandro said that since they were celebrating his freedom, he would allow the hunter to play with her a little. A few seconds later, the man said that they could start putting on a show. Then the hunter stepped one step closer to the girl, saying that he was actually quite nervous at first. But then the more he used the instructions, the more he began to enjoy what he was doing, and reached the 37th level. This girl was level 34, and the hunter was very proud of the fact that he was higher, although in reality it was a very small difference, and then he said that she could start begging him to save her life. Only then did the girl open her eyes, saying that it would be completely unreasonable to ask for something like that, because it would lead to nothing. Then he rushed forward, saying that it would be even better, and finally a battle began between them. Ether was always reproaching herself for being caught and frightened by the hunters, because she had previously defended the kingdom of Ace, and now she was so easily captured by these idiots. Therefore, Ether decided that they should wait for some time, wait until the aliens are distracted and then rescue the girl, and then escape from this place together. However, right now the battle between the two of them has just begun, and it is unknown how long it will last. However, when the girl managed to get away from the hunter, she started dancing, which of course surprised her opponent. It annoyed him a little, but he laughed, saying that she had better start acting because the audience was waiting for some action, not a dance from her. But then she sighed and stuck to her guns again, saying that in that case, she would let him enjoy her new hairstyle for a while longer. She also added that she hoped he would like this new hairstyle and then swung her sword very sharply and quickly, running the blade through her opponent's hair. Leslie guessed that this girl also had an instruction manual, and then it was not surprising that she got such a high level at a young age. Although even so, the difference between her and her opponent was insignificant. The girl also added that she was surprised that Alejandro had brought this guy here because he seemed to be suitable for experiments. But the man asked her not to talk so much, just to watch carefully. Of course, the hunter was very outraged that this girl dared to touch his hair and cut it. But it was precisely because of this impulse that he began to get so angry that it released a lot of energy, and that's what Alejandro was talking about then. Although the man didn't think it would go that far, so he said that he had gone too far and ordered him to stop. The hunter was not going to leave without revenge. Eventually, he turned into an animal-like creature and went completely crazy, intending to destroy this girl right here and now. Leslie also did not expect this because the man said that he was trying to separate the human part, but for some reason it turned into a that hero. But Alejandro said that this process involves creating a half-man, half-monster, and now this guy has become one. He also added that this reduces to zero absolutely all the risks from the implants, and the transformation that occurs when the subject tries to apply his new skills. And the fact that they separate the human part from it is also an important step in order to avoid side effects from implantation. Later on, the hunter fell to the ground and the girl told them that he had lost consciousness, which is why the test was suspended. Alejandro just laughed, saying that they probably wouldn't be able to use this hunter anymore, so he asked her to take care of it before the creature ran away. But at that very moment, the transformed hunter stood up, saying that he was fine now and could continue the battle. Ether watched what was happening and saw this girl destroy the hunter, who, although a monster, was still half a citizen. It turned out that she is also in their team and fulfills absolutely all orders without even batting an eye. Alejandro also told us that this girl is blind, and then she would have to use her skills as a swordsman and a magician, but she also has other senses. However, this could also indicate that their experiment with implanting the implant into the body was successful, and Richard did not understand why Alejandro did not report this to the creature. But the man explained that when a creature with an implant destroys its opponent, it does not receive experience points regardless of the level of the opponent. Leslie was shocked and angry when she heard this, because she thought that this could not be true and did not understand the meaning of what Alejandro had already done. Then the man said that destroying their opponents is not the only way for aliens to earn experience points, because there are also monsters from the dungeon. That's why they were experimenting on them, but as you can see, there are still some side effects, but Richard still thought that the source of these abilities was not here. Alejandro understood that he was talking about the Dragon Core, but because of the agreement with him, they could not test this theory. However, Richard abruptly said that if there was a traitor among them, it would change everything. Their leader had also given them one thing to use if they destroyed the dragon, and this thing did the trick. So Leslie asked if Richard could use it with his level. Alejandro was very happy himself because this incredibly valuable artifact was given to them for free. But Richard said that he had to report to the creature that they were close to making the perfect app for the manual, and Leslie had to go with him because they still had work to do while Alejandro was catching the dragon, and maybe then he would be successful. She happily left him after Richard, ironically wishing him good luck. Alejandro just laughed, realizing that if it happened that he could not find the dragon, he would be the last one to be blamed, and all the blame would fall on him. He really didn't know how to find a dragon in human form without even knowing about its abilities. Then he turned to Eli and told her to tell the wyvern to clean up after the battle, and he was going to go on his own. Ether could hear all of this clearly outside the door and now realized that this girl was also one of Alejandro's subordinates. Everyone here was out of their minds, so Ether realized that if she stayed here, she would definitely be dead soon, and the wyvern was going to run away. Though she didn't know how, she knew she had to find a way to get out of here before it was too late. So she flew to the closed door. Luckily for her powers, it was easy to open, so Ether quickly flew out, ready to fly on. However, as soon as she did so and was ready to leave the place, Ali ran up to her and started yelling at her to stop. The girl was hostile and had already grabbed her weapon to strike Ether, and the wyvern realized that she might be caught soon. However, she managed to take off because the runway was quite short and Ali did not know how to fly. But Ether started to rejoice too soon because Ali jumped off the building and ran after her as if she didn't care that there was no ground under her feet. She wasn't going to let the wyvern get away because that was her boss's order, so Ali was ready to do anything to catch Ether. Ether realized that this girl wanted to tie her up and make sure she didn't escape, but she said she didn't want to do it. And then the wyvern began to look very angry and said that she hated the sky that could limit her in any way. Ali had never heard a wyvern speak before, so of course she was very surprised to hear human words, but she didn't stop. After that, the girl began to approach as close as she could afford and ordered Ether not to try to fly even higher than she was already. Ether continued to fly away, thinking that as a mage swordsman, this girl could definitely land safely, and Ether was also glad that there were no archers on the rooftops. She was afraid that this would hinder her escape, but when she looked around, she realized that there was not even one archer. Instead, she saw something below her and continued to fly forward in order to at least somehow get away from her enemy. Meanwhile, someone else came down to the lower floor where the entrance to the dungeon itself was. Hanbin immediately went straight there to avoid wasting much time and encountered the monsters, so a battle began between them, in which the protagonist was winning. The young man did not intend to completely destroy this monster, but he forgot to adjust the strength and accidentally did it himself without expecting it. The only thing that Hanbin has already realized is that there are too many monsters, and if he spends time on the individual destruction of each one, he will not be able to stand it. In the end, he thought that he needed to somehow solve this problem and destroy many at once. And although he was not going to come to a certain decision at first, now it was the only way to go further. Therefore, the protagonist took up his sword again and began to cut using his own invented technique, the Way of Ryu Hanbin. It was a skill in which you hold a weapon above your head and run under tall monsters, destroying many of them at once. Of course, the young man realized that this ability was too weak to take them down completely, but he also thought that this was one of the features and advantages of this ability. After a large number of these monsters had been killed but not completely, the young man called out to the table that it was set and they could begin again, and the monsters rushed at him. And then when he stood there for a while, he saw strange spheres levitating in the air and soon realized that it was a burning life force. This happened because a bunch of monsters had been destroyed at the same time, but he had never seen anything like it while gaining experience points. Then he approached Addis, who was now in the form of a dragon, and he only apologized for taking his loot, but Hanbin said it was okay and that it would even play into his hands later. But then the young man found out that he was worried that his level was still not rising, despite the number of monsters he had destroyed, to which Addis replied that his level could not rise in two easy ways. Levels reflect a creature's ability to control its life force flow, so one would assume that leveling up would be harder than a skeleton transplant. But Hanbin knew this, and he remembered that dragons can gain experience by devouring their opponents. But Addis explained that, to be precise, they do not absorb the experience of the opponent, but simply take away the enemy's life force. And after that, the same life force is absorbed into the dragon's core, but he added that this force can be quite unstable and often has a life of its own. That's why in order to level up, dragons need to deal with this unstable life force and should not absorb more than they can. Because of this, they may simply not survive because of the explosive life form, and at this point, Addis turned back into a human, and Hanbin stood there for a while and asked if he could put on something. This means that dragons have a limit to their absorption, and even if they drink too much water, they can also fail and die. Although he was very curious about what would happen, and how he would be able to level up in the next 15 years, which meant that if Addis did not raise 30 levels, it would mean only one thing. Although later, thinking about these 15 years, Hanbin asked how old Addis was now, and he said that this year he would turn 150, and to the boy's shock, he replied that dragons are considered teenagers at that age. They could actually live for more than 1,000 years, although for some reason, Hanbin hadn't thought about it and was very puzzled by it. However, he then added that there is no exact way to confirm the level of a dragon, so Addis added that they are most likely in the same position. Hanbin thought that it was because they had no one to hunt to raise their level, but Addis explained that there were simply no opponents to hunt often, and it was also quite risky. Also, old dragons need to have an incredibly large amount of life force in order to evolve. But Hanbin said that they could just stop raising their level, although Addis just sighed, saying that it would be nice if these dragons thought the same way. But in reality, the great dragons want the same great power, and that is why they realize that constantly absorbing a small amount of life force will not work. It's the same with Addis, because it doesn't matter how many level 25 monsters he destroys because no one will give him experience points, and Hanbin said that he only got some experience after he destroyed a level 50 monster. Addis also talked about the great dragons thinking that collecting a large amount of life force in one place could greatly simplify their task and solve these problems. The dragons called it the Well of Life Force, but the humans gave it a slightly different name. They called it the Nest of Dragons, which they were afraid to approach, but always wanted to go there and learn more about the place. Then Hanbin smiled and asked if someone like him could go there to raise his level without having the dragon core. Addis replied that Hanbin should stop dreaming about something that is not possible because even if he gets there, he will not be able to absorb the life force without the dragon core because the physical body does not absorb it. The energy of such a powerful force will simply tear the body apart, but it will also force it to regenerate, thereby creating a circle of hopeless repetition. That's why this place is like an impregnable fortress to which the entrance is very dangerous. Later, the same wyvern that Alejandro had caught earlier was spotted, but Ether had already flown into the place, so they were ordered to return, although Alice said she had to catch the wyvern immediately. A man said that if Alejandro had not tied her up, then the wyvern was useless to him, and then added that if Alice stayed in this place, she would be hurt, and she should go outside. The man said that Alejandro would not forgive them if anything happened to her, but the girl knew that if the wyvern just disappeared, he would be incredibly angry. Eventually, realizing what could happen in this place, Alice, though it was hard, said that it was really worth going back, so the whole team went to the exit. Ether managed to escape and get away from those people, but when she looked around, she didn't realize where she was and then didn't know what she was doing here. Soon she heard someone saying her own name, and this voice seemed very familiar to her. When she was little, the captain was asked what he wanted to name her, and at first he thought about the name Saffron, but then changed his mind and decided on Ether. Then this man took her in his arms when the wyvern was still very small, finally naming her Ether. Although Ether could not speak yet, she smiled and the captain realized that she liked the new name. Ether was very happy to hear Captain Baldy's voice and looked around and realized that it was really him. But now the man had become the captain of the Sky Dragon Knights. She couldn't hold back her tears when she realized that he was alive because after everything that had happened, she wasn't sure that he had survived. Baldy didn't know why she was crying because it had never happened before. But Ether made excuses saying that she just got something in her eye and then asked where all the other knights were now. The man answered briefly and said that their time had not yet come. However, something terrible also happened then, because the inability to protect the king during the flight was punished incredibly cruelly. It turned out that it was much more serious because an entire squadron of Sky Dragon Knights was executed, including the captain himself. The airwaves then said that the captain had done nothing wrong and that such a decision was too unfair. But Baldy just sighed and said that Ether was a very smart girl, because she knew quite a lot, but she was still very cautious about others. Then when she tried to understand what else he wanted to say, Baldy stopped talking and looked at her. She started to cry again, but Baldy said that sometimes you still need to trust people in case she gets hit in the eye again. Then Baldy added that Ether needed someone to wipe her tears and help her calm down. Eventually Ether woke up, but she was still on the runway in the same place she had been trying so hard to escape from. Alice, who had stunned her, came closer to check if Ether was okay and tried to bring her back to consciousness. Wyvern didn't understand what was happening and wanted to ask her something, but as soon as Alice heard her say something, she sighed with relief, realizing that she was okay. She explained that because the Ether had received a very large amount of life force, her personal power was not in the best condition, and she needed to heal her wounds. Alice turned to an aunt and asked her to bring a potion, even though Ether was trying to get up and saying that she did not need any potion. However, instead of this aunt, Alejandro came to the house and said that he hadn't left yet, and that he didn't want to waste any potions on Ether, and also said that he had left, but when he saw lightning in the sky, he decided to turn back. Alejandro also added that he didn't think the wyvern would try to escape and came even closer. Then the man said that even a dragon could not cope with such an amount of vitality, so this wyvern had no chance. He added that it was probably not worth spending such a valuable potion to save one wyvern, but Alice wanted to help her anyway. Despite Alice's pleas, Alejandro simply walked away and told her to leave Ether in that state and was not going to help her. However, Alice stayed by her side, realizing that her name was Ether, and then she praised herself and told the wyvern to close her eyes. Then she said that Ether needed to imagine that she was a vessel full of water, and then added that the wyvern needed to shape that water into marble spheres. She said that Ether should not be in pain anymore and she should feel as normal. Alice then said that Ether was doing everything right and added that the wyvern should continue in the same way. Then she made it hurt by stabbing it with her sword blade and then turned to Alejandro, asking if he would finally give her the potion. However, Alice did this to herself and not to the wyvern, and then asked Alejandro if it was worth the price. And if it wasn't, she was ready to do it again and had already put the sword to her wrist to cut again. Meanwhile, her aunt, who also worked there, came out and looked at what was happening in horror and then began to ask Alice to stop. Alejandro said that he was allowing her to take the potion for the first and last time, telling her that in the future such things would not happen again because they would not work. Then she just thanked him for the potion and calmly went back to the wyvern. However, Ether, who was not used to trusting people, was still sure that this girl was definitely up to something, which is why she saved her. Alice said that she did have a reason, but she was the only one left. Then, without answering the question, Elvis asked if Ether had ever planted a plant long ago, and then the wyvern sighed, saying that she had a garden that had burned down. For some reason, Ether thought that Alice wanted to eat her, but she replied that she was not going to do it, because Ether did not understand why the girl would grow flowers. Then she explained that because of her blindness, she could only see the world through artificial instruction, and she could not see colors but could see mana. And because objects without souls were easier to distinguish, she decided to grow flowers. In any case, they are not typical water plants with diseases but completely dry. But Ether was still alive despite this, although she received a large amount of life force, which is why Alice asked for the potion. Then the girl sighed, saying that most people who have the instructions would simply believe that Ether was very lucky. But Alice saw differently because she could sense mana and see the life force flowing through Ether's vessels. She believed that Ether had the core of a dragon because the wyvern belongs to the dragon race, so anything is possible, and she is a very intelligent wyvern. Thus, Alice was trying to say that Ether had created a dragon core when she received her life force. But then she thought about it, realizing what Alejandro was looking for, and stopped talking. Alice knew what Ether was trying to say, so she said that Alejandro was really looking for the dragon core because it was the last ingredient he needed to bring the manual to life. But she still hid it from him and brought Ether here, so she asked if the wyvern still believed in her loyalty to Alejandro. It was really hard to trust Ether because she was sure even now that something was wrong. But despite this, she tried to prove something to herself. She realized that if she just kept guessing, she wouldn't know exactly what Alice's real goal was, so she decided to try to believe in something. But first, she wanted to check something, because Alice herself said that she could see shapes despite the fact that her eyes could not actually see anything. Then Ether said that the cows start cooking her hair every morning. Ether then asked which cow would do the best job today, although now Alice could not stop laughing. Alejandro, meanwhile, was brought a list of hunters whose level had risen very rapidly over the past month. However, Alejandro only said that the hunter was not on the list, and the assistant thought that the man he was looking for might not have left the area yet. He thought that in this case the hunter could go to the central continent, but in order to go there he would have to earn a lot of money, and the only way to earn money for such a trip was to work as a hunter. But then the assistant apologized, saying that all the hunters here were above 50 levels, so he couldn't find anyone. After that, Alejandro looked to the side and noticed a newspaper of hunters on his desk. It turned out that the person they were looking for was low level and didn't stand out too much, and Alejandro was curious to see what was in it. He picked up the newspaper and saw a photo of Addis, Eric, and Alejandro, realized that with such an appearance they would not be able to hide. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, other hunters continued to fight monsters, namely giant spiders. They were trying to destroy them, but it seemed that they were all in a difficult time. A hunter mockingly offered his help, but Martin said that they should get down to business and not talk. They began to compete with each other to see who would be the best and the first, and then one of them was able to destroy this huge spider, showing that he was winning. In this case, he was faster, but Martin said that he had more monsters to his credit. The hunter replied that he had killed 10 more monsters than Martin, but in any case, it would be better for them to heal and then resume the battle. They looked around the area and saw that the two girls were still trapped in a large web in the passage. This web appeared very spontaneously, and they did not understand where it came from, but then it turned out that it was not the end. Seeing Elia and Foal in such a state, the two rushed to help despite their own injuries. It was really hard for them, but the battle could not end now that their allies were in danger. In addition, there were giant tarantulas, but the hunters did not know at what point they managed to go so far. But they understood one thing, that without buffs, they would not be able to destroy these monsters. But of course, they couldn't just run away from this place either, so the team was stuck in a dead end because of this situation. The spiders only grew in number, but just as the creatures approached the hunters, they were stopped by the magic of freezing. The hunters thought that the temperature had dropped so sharply because of the use of magic, but Martin said that it did not remind him of monster magic. But despite the fact that they still didn't know where the ice came from, the spiders were already destroyed by the temperature. But suddenly someone came up to them saying that the spiders had just temporarily lost consciousness, and at first the hunters were cautious about the newcomers. However, in a second they realized that they were facing the fire mage Addis and the warrior Walter, although they did not actually plan to interfere in this battle. But Addis offered the hunters to rescue the girls from the web, and the two of them would deal with the remaining monsters. Soon they were all free and continued to move forward together, and the hunters kept saying that they were honored to meet these two here. Addis said that he was grateful that the hunters were showing them the way through the dungeons, and Martin added that he had heard that fire magic was not the only magic Addis knew, and he replied that after fighting a powerful enemy with ice magic, he had done a lot of research in this area. Then Elia and Foal also introduced themselves, saying that they were both spiritualists. And then Martin asked about joining other teams, but Hanbin immediately said that he refused. But the hunters said that they knew these dungeons well enough and it could only be good for them. But Ada said that his friend does not like to be distracted from training, so they refused such offers. After that, the two girls talked about having drinks together after the raids and strategizing with Addis, and eventually Walter agreed. Addis was a little shocked to think that this idiot would even think of cheating on him. Even before that moment, they started to think of a strategy together so that they would be recognized and without witnesses. Even if they tried very hard, it would not work. Then Addis said that they should do everything gradually and not to raise suspicions. So he had a way to do it with the help of rumors and the imagination of other people. They had to cooperate for some time with other groups and convince these hunters that Hanbin was Walter. And this would also increase the chances of meeting the goddesses. In order to keep things a little mysterious and Hanbin's identity not revealed, they will cooperate with the teams only once, but in any case, there are already people waiting for their help. Addis only said that Hanbin should trust him because he would make him the most popular hunter. And the young man realized that everything Addis had said before was true, but there was one thing he hadn't expected. Everyone was paying attention to Addis, and these girls were talking only to him, saying that it would be nice to meet up on the weekend or something. But Addis refused, saying that he had to do some research. Then Brad stepped forward, saying that he didn't want to be joked around with like that. A hunter's job is to sacrifice whatever free time you have and fight monsters in endless battles. And he started to quarrel, feeling some jealousy, but Foal and Eli just replied that Brad would still be the same unskilled hunter. Then Hanbin approached him when he insulted Addis, but Brad didn't care, and he didn't believe that this guy was someone from Walter's race. But Hanbin didn't say anything and just looked ahead, saying that they must have already arrived. They found a spider's nest with another large spider right in front of them. Martin could certainly sense that the tunnels were longer than usual, but he hadn't expected the source of the dungeon's magic to be so close. And when Addis asked if the crater would disappear if they cleared the dungeon, Martin said that it probably wouldn't. In fact, the Crater Valley dungeon is made up of several dungeons, and there are several more, besides the one they are in now, so clearing it out won't affect the whole valley. Hanbin was just happy to hear that because he realized that it would be too early to leave this city at this stage. And then they walked forward, seeing the artifact in the center. Martin was more cautious, saying that if there is an artifact, there must be someone to protect it. but Brad was ready to start the battle. Eventually, they saw the same defender who was also the boss of the dungeon. Martin immediately told Han Bin that this monster would attack with poison from a long distance, and added that he should stay with him to attack the spider's legs first. Brad and Addis were supposed to help the girls, but Brad was not happy about it because he did not want to be left behind. That's why he was the first to rush forward, saying that he was not going to let someone else's group take his reward, and he didn't think about what might happen next. So Martin rushed to him, telling him to let Walter and Addis defend the spiritualists, and he ran after Brad. They remained standing there, but Addis suddenly said quietly that he had a very bad feeling about it. Then he turned to Han Bin and asked if he was going to join the battle as well. But the young man said that it was not the time yet and that they should just watch what would happen on the battlefield. Brad was going to use the blitz attack that he and Martin had talked about earlier, but the older man was very annoyed that Brad was so impatient. He said that the person who destroys the spider will win, although Martin tried to tell him that now is not the time for that, and they need to focus on safety and survival. Meanwhile, the two girls were trying to create a shield to create a safe zone and to reinforce their weapons with buffs. Addis noticed that they were really good at this because the timing and position of the wall was perfect, as well as the use of these buffs. In this way, the two of them managed to deprive the monster of the ability to attack from a long distance, which was its main attack technique. Brad immediately moved closer to the spider because they didn't have the time and opportunity to take away one limb at a time. Martin also rushed to attack, but he acted more sharply, intending to strike as many blows as possible at his enemy. The man was attacking him in the head to make his attacks even stronger, and he was succeeding well so far. Addis thought that these two were not so good at their skills, but they were quite experienced hunters as it seemed, and Han Bin agreed with him. However, he also thought that the level of this monster was too weak for a dungeon boss. The two girls standing next to him were very happy because they thought that they would finally become the hunters who closed the dungeon. In the end, the hunters did it for the first time, and Brad was very proud of himself. But for Martin, it was nothing extraordinary. Then Brad suggested that he take the fourth quarter right away as well, because that way they could become high-ranked hunters. In the end, the death rate in the dungeons is not as high as the hunters initially thought, and everything turns out to be easier than they expected. All this is because hunters are paid depending on the level of monsters they encounter, but they have clear rules that they must follow. However, the hunters also do not have any devices to measure the level of monsters, so the survivors of the hunters begin to tell every detail that they remember after meeting them. Accordingly, the more monsters they encounter, the more information they accumulate about them. But this method will not help for unique monsters. That's why many hunters say goodbye to their lives when they reach the boss room, because the monsters there are different from those they have already met on their way. Only at this point, Brad was really scared, realizing that he didn't even know there could be something like this. This spider was even bigger, and in fact, the man did not know what to do now, and how to attack such a giant monster. Brad hid behind Addis in fright, still looking at the monster, and the mage used ice magic to create a shield. The two of them had the same level, but Addis could control it much more, so Brad didn't understand how it worked. But Addis explained that he had dealt with reflection magic before, but the problem was that he had no more wands left, which only made Brad panic more, and he didn't understand what kind of wizard would sacrifice wands at all. They also had a problem with the fact that this monster used not only magical attacks. Addis turned away at the moment when the spider started flying directly at them, so Brad stepped forward to protect him. However, Han Bin got there first and defended Addis himself, and he then asked what happened to the spiritualists, and the young man said that he had evacuated them and they should be leaving the dungeon by now. The spider would have to be slow because its body was so large, so Brad thought they might as well take this chance and get out of here as soon as possible. Han Bin thought that climbing on the back of this monster would be quite risky, and Addis, judging by the weight and the way the spider behaved, could assume that not only the outer part of it was powerful, but without sword skills, it would be very difficult to defeat this creature, but Addis said that Han Bin was unlikely to be able to do it the first time. Brad didn't understand what they were talking about because he felt it necessary to leave this place as soon as possible and return to the guild to report what was happening. And if they didn't do it, other hunters would come here and end up the same way. Addis said that it was quite obvious that they had to destroy this monster so that this dungeon would no longer pose such a great threat to the new hunters. Han Bin also thought that it was the only right thing to do, but Brad was worried that the two of them were so calm. So Brad thought that they just didn't have that much experience. So he started to shout in a panic that this was not just an ordinary dungeon boss. He was special. However, Han Bin came forward without listening to anything and told the two to cover their ears, which Addis did immediately. Then the protagonist swung his sword with all his might, creating a strong vortex in front of him. In this way, he managed to attack the spider that was already approaching them and repel its attack, preventing it from getting further. Han Bin had a wide sword, not a spear, but Brad was still surprised that he was able to cut the monster with one blow. But it seemed that it was not the end. It turned out that Han Bin had indeed attacked the creature hard and struck a powerful blow. But the public was still alive and even able to attack them all in return. Brad continued to stand aside, but he was panicking so much that all he could do was shout that the spider was still alive. But before he could finish his sentence, everything in front of them exploded and began to burn with bright fire. Brad still didn't know what was happening to them and sat down on a rock in confusion, seeing that the two had stuck a wand into the sword, which had caused the explosion. In fact, it really seemed incredibly strange to him because he could not even think that they would destroy the monster in such a way. Despite the fact that Han Bin had finally gained experience for destroying this monster, he still lacked a lot of points and just sighed, realizing that there was a long way to go. After all, they could all just leave this dungeon now that they had successfully completed the clearing. Eventually after that, they decided to go back and go up because there was nothing else to do. The fact that Brad was sitting in the corner crying was embarrassing for Hanbin, and he felt awkward, so he asked Addis to do something about it. Finally, Brad spoke up and said that he really tried to do something, but when Martin was gone, he froze and could not act anymore, and he even envied Walter. Brad thought that he was strong from birth, but Addis said that this guy had to live in difficult conditions, and he himself achieved the strength he has now. But then Hanbin himself intervened, addressing Brad and saying that it was enough to talk about how unfair the whole world is. Obviously, you need to try your best to survive, and if luck is on your side, you will survive and become stronger. And so it was with him. Luck was on Brad's side when he met them and was able to survive because of it. Otherwise, he would not have lived, just like Martin. In the end, as much as he didn't want to admit it, Brad could see that it was true, and if he hadn't met them on his way, he would have been dead. However, right now he was more concerned about Martin, so if Brad survived, Hanbin could simply say that luck was not on Martin's side, so he was not with them now. It seemed that Brad did not see or hear anything except what he was saying, and did not notice how other people gathered around to meet them. The three of them began to quarrel with Brad, saying that he had no gratitude or conscience at all, because if it wasn't for those two, none of them would have survived. But Hanbin and Addis really forgot to tell him that they had saved Martin. Martin said that the soldier caught him at the last moment and softened the blow, thus giving him the opportunity to survive and then evacuated him. Brad didn't know if it was possible, but Martin said that it didn't matter because he was alive now, and in any case, they had to try to save him. Addis and Hanbin stood a little further away and talked to each other, but at the same moment they were called by the others. The four of them thanked them for the rescue because they were now in front of them, because they had saved their lives. Hanbin allegedly did not react and said that he would go first, so he turned and walked out the door, which put Addis in an awkward position. The team thought that Hanbin was angry with them because of Brad, because he started yelling at him, but Addis interrupted them saying that they had a proposal. He was holding a spear. It was an artifact that was taken from the dungeon, and he said that they could not use it themselves, so they planned to sell it. But Hanbin offered to give it to their team first if they were interested. Addis also added that they were willing to sell the artifact at half price because it would be easier for them, but none of them knew why they were being offered such a precious weapon. Addis said that luck was on their side, so they had the weapon now. Of course, the team was not going to give up this artifact. It was their first artifact, so they were excited to see what it could do. Hanbin realized that it would be a shame if they were not important after their team had rescued them, and he himself would not be able to use the artifact because he was too low in level. The young man was still standing outside waiting for Addis to leave, but in the meantime, he was noticed by a man who was riding by on a horse. It was the same man who had been hunting them, and he said that he had already found the warrior Walter. But as for the mage, he hadn't come out yet, so he would have to wait. Another man sitting inside agreed, thinking only that it would be good if the two of them agreed to cooperate. Meanwhile, the whole team of four thanked Addis and asked him to tell his friend all the thanks. And Hanbin himself was pleased because he had done a good job, and thus managed to raise his reputation. This means that if he becomes even more famous, the goddesses will want to meet him. And when they do, he will start helping them and will be able to increase his donations. While the young man was thinking about how he would take revenge and return home, because this was no less important to him than revenge, Addis had already left and could not find Hanbin. He sighed, thinking that he was just hiding somewhere, but at that moment someone caught Addis's attention and spoke to him. Addis stood there a little surprised, but these people asked if they could take some time to talk to him. Then Hanbin finally finished with his dreams and thoughts, so he decided that it was time to go out and called Addis looking back. However, there was no one around, so Hanbin started looking for him, not knowing where he had gone, and then thought that the magician had just gone somewhere. Addis got inside the carriage because these people asked to talk to him, but for some reason the carriage moved and Addis realized that something was wrong. Now he was in a terrible position because he had used absolutely all his wands, even the spare ones during the battle, and he had forgotten to be careful because it was a densely populated city. The man said that Addis was doing the right thing by not taking out his wand, but their personal meeting made him even more certain of his thoughts and guesses. He looked very much like his older sister Adora Bannister, although Addis was surprised that they knew about his sister at all, and asked if they knew her personally. The man replied that they didn't know much about her, but they did know that 10 years ago she fought with 4 heroes against big evil dragons. As a result, the Brotherhood of the Supreme Draconium was founded, which watched over the great dragons, and if she were alive now, she would definitely receive a blessing from the goddesses. But Addis told him to stop talking about her to get his attention, and ordered him to speak to the point. But the man only apologized, saying that he was a little confused to hear that Addis and Adora's father had been living in a cloister since she left this world. But this meeting had convinced him of something, although Addis still did not understand what the man was talking about. Eventually, the carriage stopped, and he smiled lightly, saying that they had finally arrived at the place. He chose a place where there was practically no one else and then offered to go inside to discuss all the details, although the man was very surprised when he got out of the carriage and saw their house there. Of course, they were not supposed to be here at all, and he did not understand how it happened and why they came here. Then the one who was driving the horses finally stepped on the ground and said with a slight smile that he seemed to have a talent for driving such carts. The man was very angry to see Hanbin there, but the protagonist only said that the coachman had gone in the wrong direction, so he decided to let him rest and take over. This was not part of their plan for enlightenment, as they called it, but Adis did not think that they would be chased, even though the man assured him that he did not mean it. However, now that they were together, Hanbin suggested that they finally listen to the man about what he wanted to talk about earlier. Adis also said that he could feel a faint holy energy coming from this emblem, which belonged to the goddess of light Altia, so this thing was really real. Hanbin was actually also surprised by what he heard, because if this emblem was really real, it could only mean one thing. It turned out that this man who wanted to talk to Adis was a priest of the Order of Light, but they both realized this much later. The man said that his name was Emil Otto, and he appeared to be the high priest worshipping Altia, the goddess of light. And now Hanbin saw that his level of spiritualist was up to the 45th. Adis then went up to him and apologized for the misunderstanding, but added that he would never have thought that a priest would kidnap him. But Emil... He said that he was not trying to kidnap him. He just wanted to take him to a deserted place to talk without prying ears. Of course, Emil understood Adis and why he thought of kidnapping, but he could not forgive the guy he called a savage for turning violent and not even listening to him, demanding that Walter say something. However, the young man decided to wake up to the fact that he could not speak Kuran, the language of Walter's race, and used his ability to pretend to be a foreigner. But Emil ordered him not to impersonate anyone. Adis then returned to the conversation saying that it was not expected that the order was waiting to meet him and not looking for Walter. So if Emil wanted to talk to him separately from everyone else so that no one could hear, it means that this mission is incredibly confidential. And the man said that Adis is really very smart because after most of the great dragons died, he was looking for the most inexperienced head of a family of dragon hunters. But most likely it was a mistake, judging by the way he handled that savage, and it was hard to believe that he was only 17 years old, which is 150 in dragon terms. Emil said that now they had to trust Adis and officially offer cooperation with the Order of Light, so he asked to listen carefully to him because the information was incredibly classified. At the moment, Emil was studying a man named Alejandro A. He appeared very often in the refugee villages surrounding the Crater Valley. Adis said that he had never heard of the man, and then asked if he was the head of a criminal organization using the villages as a base. However, Emil T said that this was not really the case, but in order for them to better understand the situation, he first needed to tell them about the refugee settlement. Initially, the refugees were not residents of this city, but with the appearance of the Crater Dungeon and the Russians not being able to hunt them, they were forced to live outside the city because taxes also increased greatly. Their living conditions could be truly compared to incredibly terrible, and some parents were absent from their families for a very long time because they had to work hard and long hours. The father finally returned to his family and they asked him how things were in the city, and the child who came up to his father asked how much he managed to sell today. He said that he hadn't sold much because apparently his appearance didn't attract customers, and the child laughed, saying that it was because his father looked scary, and his wife tried to encourage him, saying that he had just started and that things would soon get better. She then asked if the man had found the person who helped him then, but he had not, although he had seen someone who looked like the warrior Walter when he had requested the destruction of the monster. After hearing this information, most people also started hunting for him because they also wanted such a powerful warrior to come to their home. That's why Dennis's husband ran to the family intending to talk to him about something. His name was Joseph, and the man said that his wife and child were running to the center of the village, so he began to ask Joseph what was going on. It turned out that he was not just running here, but was trying to escape from a giant monster that was chasing him. However, soon Joseph was eaten by this giant mutated frog, and he did not have time to run anywhere to escape. Eventually, this monster stopped while it was trying to survive the body of its victim. A lot of villagers started to panic. Some were running away from fear like a magician, but this man decided that he would fight this monster even if he was alone. He could even swear that it was midnight and his wife was screaming at him to run away from here as well, and she said that she could not find her child anywhere. He said that the daughter might be in the house, and another archer joined the man to help. However, the main thing now was not to anger the monster, although he himself found it hard to believe what had happened to Joseph before his eyes. Perhaps Joseph had rushed to their nest to kill at least one of them, though this guy couldn't have thought that Joseph would really go there alone, and they were already working on sending a request to the Hunters Guild. After all, they had to be honest, so most likely no one would have accepted their request. It was so little reward, and it wasn't their first request, so if they wanted to come, they would have come a long time ago, which is why people were getting angry with the hunters. It seemed that they were just waiting for the moment when the villagers would fall on their knees before them, but the man's daughter finally found him and started calling for her father. Apparently, an ordinary person who is not a hunter can train endlessly but still have a level below 10th. For humans, the monsters that hunters can destroy so easily are a deadly danger that is almost impossible to deal with alone. However, the Order could not interfere in the management of the territories anyway, which is why they decided to cooperate with the hunters to help those who really need it. By doing so, they could raise their level of contribution and increase their chances of meeting the goddesses, and Adis said that in that case they agreed. But Hanbin put his hand on his shoulder and stopped the mage, saying that they would not do that. He told Emil to stop waking up, as if he was being very fair, because if all this was true, then why would he go to the dragon hunter and not to many others? And then the man finally confessed, saying that he was right and that the real goal of their order was Alejandro's base. In other words, they were interested in the dragon's nest, and if Adis was a dragon hunter, he must have heard of this place many times. He exclaimed, saying that it was impossible because in this case they would have already destroyed everyone, even if one nest existed, then the Order or Brotherhood itself should deal with it. And Emil said that their bodies were going to investigate absolutely everything. However, they also cannot accuse Alejandro of anything until they have enough evidence, and his actions cannot be considered a crime. Many refugees even went so far as to call him their hero and savior. In the end, the little girl was saved, but she started crying a lot when she saw what happened. But very suddenly, this monster was destroyed. The man stood puzzled and frightened, looking at the image of the person standing in front of him, and asked who this person was. It turned out that it was Alice, and Ether was flying behind her, and the girl managed to save the child and Joseph. And Ether also rescued him from the monster's jaws. The girl just smiled and said that they would be safe now and then, answered his question saying that they were from the dragon's nest. She also added that Alejandro sent them here and they were here on his orders. Some time ago, the man came to their room and said that he wanted Alice and Ether to help the refugee village to escape from the giant monsters that were there. Alejandro wanted them to think of it as a small help from him to those who really needed it and whatever needed to be done around the village. Mr. Handy was to handle the rest and said that he was very happy to get this opportunity from him, considering that he had joined Alejandro and his team only recently. Handy only added that he was doing his best not to disappoint his boss. But Alice did not understand why Alejandro was sending her and Ether to help refugees escape from the monsters. She really couldn't even guess what the man was up to. And then Alejandro added that he wanted Handy to take care of the wyvern from that day on. The man said that the last time she tried to escape, and then looked at Alice to confirm his words. Alice only said that she had constantly warned Ether about all this, and she realized that if she let Ether go, Alejandro would put the blame for the situation on Handy. The man added that up to this point, all their actions in the name of justice have been kept secret, but there may be a possibility that some refugees will want to move here. It was then that they would hear about the dragon's nest, and of course, the man was going to take them in, but only after an assessment. Alice still didn't know what Alejandro was talking about, because then she didn't understand why he would reduce the number of inhabitants of the nest in order to keep the place secret. She also didn't understand why her boss was suddenly so insistent on telling the world about the dragon's nest if he had kept it a secret for so long. The girl thought about it for a while, and at that moment, when she let her guard down, Ether saved her from a monster that was approaching her very quickly. The Ether was worried about her, and after rescuing her, she asked if the girl was okay and if she was hurt. She started to ask the girl if she was okay and if she was not being hurt, but Alice could not say anything at that moment. She just started to cry. She seemed to start remembering something that happened in her childhood when she was in a terrible situation when she got very dirty. Ether then began to help her again, trying to blow on her, but Alice said that perhaps that would be enough and thanked her. But the wyvern said that she needed to dry her beautiful hair completely, so the girl thanked her but said that there might be monsters there and they needed to help people. It turned out that Alice was going to completely destroy all the monsters, but then the girl replied that in this case they would quickly realize that there were people around, and the Ether said that maybe she could not be seen, but she had lived the life of a wild monster for a very long time. She also began to ask the girl if she had ever used the match without instructions, and Alice said a few more times that she had, because trusting only the instructions was not good, and she had already noticed that. Ether added that she had seen her movements many times before when she used the controls, but she also noticed that sometimes the pace became erratic, which is why she asked about it. Alice was curious and said that magic fencing and its controls were quite precise, but she wanted to learn the magic fencing she had seen as a child. She didn't know about the possibilities when she was a little girl, and her mother used to brush her long hair every morning. Her mother never showed this side of her. She wanted to protect her daughter. But when she was older, Alice learned that her mother was a sword mage. Before she found out, her mother hid it, and the girl thought that her mother was a dancer. Her early training sessions were just wonderful, and the girl loved watching her mom train, and that morning was just like any other. But no matter how long the girl waited for her mother, she never returned from that moment when she went hunting in the morning. A few days later, Alejandro came for her, despite the fact that she was eager to see her mother on the doorstep. Then the man took her to the dragon's nest and, despite her objections, forcibly implanted instructions into her body. Because of the side effects of these instructions, she lost her Z, and now every time she practices her mother's technique, she thinks of her. Alice is also well aware that she relies only on this control, and in fact she admitted that it scares her quite a bit because in this way, sooner or later, she may become Alejandro's puppet. Ether was silent for a while, thinking about what the girl had just told her, and then she exclaimed that in that case, she needed to run away from him very quickly. She suggested that Alice could jump on her back, and they would fly very far to the west, where no one would find them. But the girl just sighed. Of course, she was pleased to hear this and thanked for such words and support, but she could not do it because if she ran away, Alejandro would definitely want to kill someone. At the same time, Ether offered her to tell the Inquisitors about all this so that they could find out, but the girl again replied that it was impossible to do so. She also told them about the fact that when she was a child a long time ago, she asked a peasant for help, and the next day they found only his body. When she refused to train or take part in tests, Alejandro said that human life is absolutely worthless, and then forced her to obey him. In the end, there is only one way to get rid of him and any other aliens, and that is to make the dragon's nest recycle all life force and make it completely useless to others. Alice really wanted this badly because it would solve all these problems and she would no longer be a hostage to Alejandro, whom she really quietly hated. That's why she said that they needed to find the core of the dragon ether anyway, and then they could proceed because it would help a lot. Wyvern knew this very well, but she still didn't know how to recycle the life force, and it was a pity that she couldn't help the girl in this matter. Alice said that she didn't need to force herself and then called Ether a genius, so she was sure that she would soon understand how to do it and be able to. And when that happens, Ether will become a legendary wyvern with a dragon's core, and Ether asked if she could get the title in that case, and Alice said that it could be quite possible. After that, she exhaled, saying that they needed to hurry because otherwise another dragon would come, although Alice did not understand what Ether was talking about. Wyvern said that if they spread rumors about Ani from the dragons, other dragons would also learn about him and want to come. At that moment, the girl realized what she was talking about and understood what the Ether meant. It turned out that Alejandro was using the dragon's nest to lure a big dragon there, but Ether said that it made no sense because a man could not defeat such a big one anyway. But Alice knew very well that this man never took any risks, so he would definitely not do something he was not sure of, having many strategies in mind. She was sure that he already knew how to take the dragon core, so he just needed to find someone who would be a great dragon to take it. Emil, meanwhile, said that Otis would not have to leave this place alone, and he was a little confused because he did not want to leave it alone. Alejandro was looking for experienced magicians, so he would be happy to have him. So Emil added that they would give him all the information he needed to pass the test with the grades. They were also going to invite spies to infiltrate and help him. At this point, Han Bin said that he would also go there. Han Bin believed that going alone to the enemy's hideout could end very badly, and so he ordered Emil to make sure that he could go as well. But the man said that he would not be able to remain unnoticed, so Alejandro would definitely begin to suspect the warrior Walter. Then Han Bin Win said that in that case they had nothing to talk about, and that they would not accept this request. Otis understood his excitement, and although he wanted to actually do this, he realized that it would be very dangerous indeed. So Han Bin said that Emil should find someone else to play the role. But then a few more seconds passed, and Otis looked up saying that he was accepting the cooperation of the Order of Light, and said that they could rely on him. Of course, Han Bin was very surprised by Adis's decision because he did not think that he would decide to go this way, despite all the risks and the fact that he would be there alone. Then Otis turned to him saying that he was his personal bodyguard, but it was the master who decided whether to accept the request or not. Emil was very happy after these words, realizing that finally the request was accepted and they could start working with him. Then he got on the cart saying that they would be waiting for him near the eastern gate, and he was to be given documents and all the things that would be necessary for the inspection. When Emil left them, Kanbin started shouting, asking Otis how he could accept any request, not knowing anything about him, but the magician seemed very calm. Of course, he was not against the specific cooperation with the Order of Light, but Han Bin could not help if Adis went there alone, so he demanded that Adis go and tell them that he would not do it, and if not, he would say so himself. Otis said that Han Bin should not be so stupid because he had already accepted the request by swearing on his name, and that only his family could solve the problem. Han Bin was still not convinced. He was too angry to accept it, saying that everyone else just didn't want to take part in it. And even though Adis was a dragon, he said so himself. The Bannister family belonged to the human race, which meant that he shouldn't have anything to do with it, as Han Bin thought. Adis also started to cry, telling Han Bin to take it back immediately, but the young man insisted on telling him to cancel the request because he didn't even understand what was important about the name Bannister. Then the wizard said that he may be a dragon, but he has to give the soup to this family, and Han Bin seemed to want him to ignore the fact that the dragon's nest still exists after she sacrificed her life to destroy it. Otis said that the aliens who ended up here seem to have no idea what honor is or how this world works. But Kanbin said that honor would mean nothing if Adis didn't survive there and still didn't deviate from his words. The magician sighed and looked away from him, wondering if Han Bin really thought so. Finally, Han Bin stopped shouting so loudly and seemed to calm down, saying that Otis had become a little stronger after leveling up. So the magician went to the door and opened it, saying that now he didn't need to worry about it, and he would definitely survive this situation. Han Bin was left alone afterwards, hearing only the door closing, but his anxiety still did not leave him. He was worried that something might go wrong. However, Addis decided otherwise and was already at the location meeting with the right people where he was handed a disguise, along with his disguise and identity confirmation. Emil also said that they didn't give him an official document stating that his level was lower than it really was, so that they wouldn't follow him everywhere. And there was also a page that said about the condition of his body. But then Otis looked at him angrily, saying that he could read and let Emil finally stop talking because he couldn't concentrate. Emil only apologized in embarrassment, but he noticed that Otis was very angry, although he did not know it. But the magician still had not recovered from the quarrel with Han Bin. Emil had goosebumps, but then Otis turned to him again, saying that there was most likely a mistake. It said that the gender was female, but Emil said that it was not a mistake, but part of their disguise. Emil said that he needed to change Otis a little bit so that Alejandro would not suspect anything. Eventually, after some time, they arrived at the right place. There was a small camp with several tents and carriages, and many people were standing in line to enter this tent. They were hunters who were going to the raid. Then the man started to say goodbye to his family, but It was too hard for the child to accept it, and she even said that she didn't love her father anymore, because he was leaving her despite the fact that he promised a lot of sweets when he came back. The mother tried to calm this child down and wished her husband a good and happy journey, and he replied that she should not worry about him and let her take care of herself and the child. The line turned out to be quite long and we had to stand there for quite a while, but it was at that moment that Kalinora's name was called. There was Alice standing right next to the tent with Aoife hiding behind her, and a man came closer asking what brought her here. The girl replied that she was here to accompany people who do not practice in the dragon's nest, and she asked if the man was going to go as well. Kalinor said that physical work was all he was good at, so he was going to work as a construction worker and earn money. Then the girl asked if he was with her about not being able to return home until he finished his work, and then asked about his family. Kalinor said that he was very worried about the monsters, but Alice said that Alejandro was going to hire some hunters. There will be a very strict selection process. That's why he felt more confident and thought he would pass. Then the man looked at the other hunters who were competing with each other to pass the test, and one of them fell to the ground, abruptly hitting his head. The winner in this battle was number 57, and this guy just said defiantly that it was a natural selection, so there was nothing to be offended about. The man who registered them congratulated the guy, saying that he had won and could go to the dragon's nest. Of course, he was very happy, and then it was the turn of the last couple to duel, so he called number 56 and number 60 and told them to come forward. Of course, there's a lot of money to be made by slaying wild monsters, and that's cool. Most hunters probably think so. And Alice decided to check their levels and found that they were between 25 and 30, which was not as high as she expected. Aether said that it was easier to go to the dungeon for the high-leveled ones, so she asked the wyvern to carry her on its back, because she couldn't see the battle from here. Meanwhile, as they flew up to the roof, the man was calling for number 59, whom he could not find anywhere, but suddenly he appeared. Athos quickly approached them, passing through the other hunters holding a small suitcase with all the things they needed. He introduced himself as Arianastia, and her number was registered as 59. Emil, meanwhile, was standing behind the cart, making sure everything went perfectly. He told Addis to hurry up, but he didn't know what was coming because it was Emil who suddenly told him to change his clothes. The man said that if he could not put on the corset, he would help him, but Addis exclaimed that he was almost done and did not need to. Then the young man sighed and asked why the Order of Light had made this decision, and then asked what about the other 5 religious groups. Emil told him that the orders of water, fire, wind, and earth were not going to interfere when it did not concern them, and if they asked for help from the Church of the Night, their inquisitors would burn everything down to the last blade of grass. So that's why they wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, and then Addis finally got to him. Someone inside the wagon shouted that it was too light and told Addis to close the curtain, and he asked if he looked strange. Emil also said that his glasses would be perfect for this disguise, so he gave them to him. Then Addis also put on his glasses and did a different hairstyle and asked if he looked different now. Emil gave him his glasses, but Addis asked if the man would see anything if he took them away. But the man said that he had already seen everything he wanted to in his life. Addis's mission was to find out if there is a dragon's nest, but in order to get there, he needs to pass a qualifying round. In order to do this, he only needed to show the documents prepared by the Order of Light, and as soon as Addis stepped forward in his new form, the man asked for their documents. The young man sighed, thinking that it was not the first time he had to hide his identity, but in fact he had never been so nervous before, because now it seemed to him that everyone around him was just looking at him. The other hunters started talking about how she probably just failed the selection, so they said they could walk her home so that nothing else would happen. Some even said that she might not survive, and then Addis remembered the fight with Hanbin that still hurt him a little. He came closer, realizing that he would have to convince them that he could do all the tasks alone. Aether looked at the hunters and sighed, saying that there were idiots like that everywhere. But Alice was focused on something else entirely. She had been studying Addis for a long time and realized that something was definitely wrong with this man. Addis was checked and it was recorded in the documents that he was 30th level. But Alice, seeing that he was 45th, did not understand why a magician of this level would come here and hide his own level. After a while, the man examined his documents and gave them back, saying that she could pass because she was accepted into the dragon's nest. Alice was only more surprised to hear such words, but now she was sure that something was wrong with it all. The other hunters who saw that this girl had not even passed the test began to get angry, saying that it was unfair, but the man who registered them tried to calm the others down. He explained that they really needed mages because they must be present during the research, so their tests are different from those of ordinary hunters. But then Alice came forward saying that people might think that Alejandro was being unfair by allowing such special cases. She said that she was a 35th level huntress and they were going to test this girl, even though this man didn't want to let her in at first because it wasn't in their plans. But Alice said that was an order and said that everyone else had stepped aside because she realized that something strange was going on here and wanted to make sure that everything was okay. She didn't know exactly what was going on, but she was sure that she had to find out because she wanted to make sure that Alejandro's team didn't have any more powerful people joining them. Addis, of course, did not expect this, but he started fighting without leaving Alice the opportunity to use the sword in the first attack, and she realized that Arianastia was used to fighting, but applied for the research group. The girl said that she was just lucky, but Addis, I realized that he needed to be very careful not to use too advanced magic, because in this case he would be immediately exposed. So he decided that he would use ice magic, and that would be enough to prove his strength for the 30th level. When he did so, Alice threw one of her swords right into his ice shield, which which was very unexpected. However, it was a great chance for him because Alice was a sword mage, and such mages cannot compete with only one sword. But Alice was still not going to retreat and rushed into the attack holding only one sword in her hands. And it all ended much faster than they expected because one of the men standing next to them slammed his sword into the ground with all his might. It turned out to be some man who would be considered to have passed some kind of destroy them both. The other hunters knew him as the Freak Eater, or otherwise known as Polly the Mole, although you hadn't heard that no one was allowed out of the crater's mental hospital, so you didn't understand what this man was doing here. But Polly just smiled and said that it was really him, and his level was 45. Then he added that human meat didn't taste very good, so he was looking for something tasty and ended up in this city. Then he looked down at the place where he had hit with his shield and realized that he had accidentally hit the judge as well, although it was done by accident. After that, Polly Sventus looked at his weapon and saw that it was almost red-hot lava, and someone had set his weapon on fire. It was Athos, of course. He realized that it was a test, but it could be postponed, so this man really posed a threat to everyone here. Alice just looked around in surprise, not understanding what was going on, although it was probably safe to say that this time she was also just lucky. Addis said that it was exactly like that because using his weapon, Polysventus relies entirely on it and sees absolutely nothing else. Although in fact it was obvious that he himself was not light as a feather. Then this man came closer, saying that he was not interested in this meat anymore, so he ordered the others to hurry up and entertain him. He came here to have fun and was going to destroy everyone who got under his hand, and this person was Alice, who almost got right under a piece of huge meat. However, she was lucky this time because someone knocked this giant piece of meat out of Polysventus' hands, and the so-called weapon flew to the side. It was the judge, although the man was surprised that he was still alive, and he only jokingly thanked him for still being worried about him here. But then the judge said that they could not accept any more applications today, so he could not be allowed to come either. Polysventus seemed to understand absolutely nothing, and asked if this meant he had passed. The judge just sighed and said that he probably did not warn him in advance, and it was a mistake. But the corpse would definitely not be able to pass these qualifying tests, and then the judge swung at him, about to hit him. Although he was many times smaller than this giant, the blow was very strong and he managed to attack this idiot. The number of such incidents was actually a one-time thing, but the judge continued to fill in the forms and said that this man was weak, and it seemed that he was lying about his 45th level. Addis realized that this pig was definitely not weak, but the whole thing happened in a split second, and he could have sworn that he saw energy that was red like blood. He thought the man was using aura, but then the judge looked around at all the hunters who had passed and said it was time to go to the dragon's nest. Aura was the red-colored energy that a person begins to emit when he does not train his body and vitality to the maximum result. And once he has this ability, the power of this person will become much more powerful than that of any ordinary person. Hanbin continued to train at this point, trying to become stronger, and at some point he began to feel this aura as if he really had it. He knew that it might not be noticeable from the outside, but this energy seemed to start burning inside him, so he continued to train. But then the guy just sighed, realizing that he was probably just imagining it, and in fact he was still weak and couldn't reach a higher level. However, he could swear that he really felt something very hot, as if it was the very energy he was thinking about. But it was clearly not an aura, but Addis who accidentally did it and started apologizing and said that he would fix it now. Hanbin was very angry, saying that he could have had a good defense, but that was all that was hot. But Addis just didn't apologize, saying that he was just practicing a spell. It turned out that the scroll cost as much as a house, but he bought it anyway. But Addis thought it was worth it because it contained information about mana and how to control it more effectively. But it required a 45th level because it contained a magic spell written for teaching mages. Hanbin sighed again, saying that Addis was lucky to be a mage, and then asked if there were any ways to help him learn how to create an aura. But Addis laughed and said that there was no such thing. It doesn't matter whether it is aura mana or life force, they are all in a fixed state from the very beginning. And all these 4 energies are what helps to reveal a person's abilities. After that, a person learns and acquires various skills, gets a job that suits his or her abilities, and the life force is given to them from birth, and all other teachers of energies can be learned. However, unlike other energies, one can learn to create them only through intense training. And it is said that even training for 40 years can lead to nothing, because the ability to master Holla depends on each individual. Although people will not suspect Hanbin because it does not depend on his strength, the young man was sure that someday he would be suspected of something, and Addis confirmed this, saying that it was probably both good and bad for Hanbin because they were in the crater dungeon. High-level monsters live in dungeons and are almost impossible to destroy without using one of these 4 energies. So the inability to use aura will also raise suspicion, meaning that they have defeated many monsters like the Lich they have defeated and will likely face problems that cannot be solved by physical force alone. Hanbin was angry because he thought that if his instruction worked properly, he could easily use this aura now with the help of this instruction. Addis said that if they encountered an enemy that the young man could not handle, they would try to deal with it with magic. Although he himself also had a long way to go and a long and difficult journey ahead of him, Addis promised to try to improve his level so that he wouldn't have to worry about it. But Hanbin couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. He hated himself for being such a stubborn idiot, but he just couldn't accept the fact that Addis had gone there alone. But then he sighed, realizing that Addis had lived for so many years hiding his dragon nature, so he tried to convince himself that his disguise would be fine. However, despite all this, he was anxious and could not concentrate on anything else, Meanwhile, the judge announced that my Miss Estia was the last participant to pass. He said that she would be taken to the dragon's nest, but Addis ran to the giant asking if he was all right. Despite everything that had happened, Addis was with him in front of the judge because he had done it. Of course, he realized that he had only made a show during the trial, but it could not be reported as an accident if the man was still breathing. The judge really didn't expect this, but apparently his subcutaneous fat is thicker than he thought, and then added that he could just be left and he just wouldn't survive. Then Addis turned to Alice, who was standing next to the judge, and got some potions to save this giant. He asked her to help him save this man because they didn't have much time for that. Adiska told her to open his mouth to pour the potion in because he thought that they could not leave him like this, so it would be better to put him in a sack and take him to the dragon's nest. Meanwhile, there were already many people at the place they had arrived and were about to begin their research. The carriages didn't take long to get there, but the hunters were still tired after the trip, but they started working right away. They got out of the carriages and other people started checking whether all those who had registered were there. Ether, unlike them, could not work anymore. She was incredibly tired and was happy when she realized that they had finally arrived. Alice apologized to her, realizing that it was hard for the wyvern to carry that bag with that giant on it, but Ether said that she was not angry because she knew it was not her fault. After all, it was the request of the man who had saved that girl's life, so they couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, Addis was looking around the dragon's nest, although he actually thought that this place would look more naturally formed than this. But in fact, everything was completely different here, all these pipes and devices suggesting that somebody had built everything here. He sighed, realizing that a real dragon's nest should be filled with energy, but there was nothing here, so he thought that they had just occupied the ruins of a real nest. Then he thought that it would be worth testing something to check it out. But Alice came up to him asking what the girl was doing. Alice came up so unexpectedly that she scared Addis, but the girl just wanted to ask what she was looking at so intently and concentratedly. And the magician answered that there were just a lot of different pipes. Because he was so nervous, he thought that they had already begun to suspect him of something, so he asked if everything was okay. Alice just sighed, saying that she was grateful for saving her life, but in fact it was crazy, just like the man who was going to destroy everyone. But what Alice meant by that word was that Addis was trying to save that man, and then she said to look back. Alice pointed to the guy who beat the man, the judge, who was really there as a judge. In fact, his real job was as the head of security at the dragon's nest, and he was the kind of person Addis could easily humiliate. However, Addis still did not want to leave the man in this state. But Alice said that good people could not survive here. Those people from the outside think that this place is a hidden castle, but in fact it lacks some things, namely food, water, and space. To her, it did not resemble a dragon's nest at all, but rather a place like an isolated island with almost nothing. The rules of order here are the most important things on the stone walls are built every day without ceasing. Addis just sighed, saying that in this case they definitely have no choice. Addis pointed his wand somewhere right at the pipe, and then a fire appeared. Very quickly, this fire reached the giant guy, whom they were able to save after the impact. Alice, although she couldn't see what he was doing with her eyes, realized what was happening and grabbed her wand and ordered him to stop immediately. Meanwhile, Ether sat next to him and looked at the fire, and Alice tried to understand why Addis had started doing this in the first place. He only replied that the patients needed warmth, so he decided to light a fire here to make it at least a little warmer. Addis then just smiled at her, saying that such a reaction showed that people were important to him as well. Alice even felt a little embarrassed, realizing that it was just done on purpose. But they were interrupted by the judge, who came closer to them, seeing that the two of them had already started to communicate more and became closer. Alice said that she was explaining the local rules, and Addis said that this was his first experience of neighborhood life. But Alice said that the judge probably had a lot of problems with newcomers, so he asked what he was doing here. Then he turned to Stia and asked if she could leave her chopsticks and follow him, as Alejandro said he wanted to see her. Alice heard the whole conversation and was actually quite confused that Alejandro wanted to see Stia. However, Addis decided not to argue and followed the judge, trying to calm himself down by saying that he had been through one mountain after another so he could handle it. He also admitted that he had relaxed after easily sneaking in, but then they immediately wanted to introduce him to the leader, and he didn't have a weapon, so it confused him. The judge then asked him how he felt when he saw this place, and Addis replied that it was a wonderful, beautiful place, just like all the rumors about it said. But the judge didn't even turn around to say that he didn't really mean it. He wanted to ask if the nest was real or if it was a simple fake that was filled with people. He said that the priest Emil should have told him that there were other spies here, and then said that Attis could call him Handy, but the magician could not trust him so easily and said to prove it. Handy then pointed to his glasses, adding that Emil had given them to him, and that was the proof. But then Addis did not understand why he said to leave his wands if they were on the same side. Then the guy said that Alejandro would also be unarmed because he works as a swordsman, and Handy himself uses aura, so there was no need to worry, and added that he was only worried about Addis's behavior. He added that if he wants to finish as soon as possible, it's better not to do anything, like with that fat man. And they also need to remember that they both hide their real identities. Besides, Alice could easily suspect that something is wrong, so it is better to deal with it. But Addis thought that they could be the ones who are deliberately deceiving them. Handy said that if he wanted to stop such victims, it was better to try to get as much information as they could in the meantime, because now they needed to know whether it was a real nest or not. But Addis needed to make sure that he didn't do it too obviously so that they wouldn't become suspicious as well. Eventually, they entered Alejandro's office, and Handy immediately stopped talking and kept staring at one point right at the spot where the man was. Alejandro immediately caught his eye, and so did Handy, although Handy did not understand why he had decided to do so spontaneously. The man only said that a useful insect would be better than a harmful one, but he still hated any bugs. Addis watched Alejandro destroy the man for some time, while Handy could not fight back or even move away. Alejandro said that he knew from the very beginning that the 50th level, that is, the Order of Light, had come here and then laughed and thanked for the advertisement. The man had already been able to expose everything and realize what was happening here, and that the Order of Light was involved in all this. Then he looked at Stia, asking who she was and on whose side she was and why she was helping here. Ether, meanwhile, could not cope with the pain in her entire body because she had not flown for an incredibly long time and now everything hurt. So the Wyvern realized that she needed to rest now, and then they offered Alice a ride because they had to get to their room anyway. But then Ether noticed that something was wrong with her hand because she was looking at it all the time. But Alice said that everything was fine. She just had a strange feeling. Usually she feels something like an electric current in her hands, but now it was like something else. All of this allowed her to feel the person she was touching. But when she touched Stia, it was completely different and unlike anything she had ever felt before. Ether said that it could be because she was a high-level magician, but Alice sat on the wyvern's back and said that it was both strange and incredibly familiar. Then she touched it again and said that she understood this feeling because she felt it again. It was similar to the feeling she had when she touched Ether, although at first she didn't understand the connection, but then she realized what it could mean. Ether was a wyvern, which meant that Stia was also a dragon. Although Ether hadn't really believed the girl's theory at first, Alice, though she couldn't be 100% sure that it was true, was more inclined to think that they were just too late, and Alejandro would get what he wanted. Addis realized that he was in a terrible situation because he really had no weapons, and without the magic stones he would not be able to use magic properly, so if this continued, there was no telling how it would end. But now he understood why the Order of the Light was so interested in him, and in whether this was a real dragon's nest. The Order of Light needed a legitimate reason to act and fight this man, and in order to find that reason, they most likely sent experts to infiltrate the place. So Alejandro thought that Stia was one of those experts, but she said that it was most likely clear when he killed the priest of the order. Alejandro just laughed, although he was surprised that she thought that way. Then the man said that it was unlikely that it could be something important, because there would be no witnesses anyway, so no one would be able to prove anything. Alice and Ether were already rushing to the rescue, although she realized that the problems had already begun because they were already competing, which meant that Alejandro had found out that Stia was a dragon, although Ether did not know that the man could see the dragon's core. The girl said that it was true because he could not do it, but Alejandro could use the dragon's nest to create such a bait. Chris that Stia is a 45th level magician, and the man has only one way to find out if it is a dragon or not. Alejandro needed to stump her before finally destroying her, and thus he would force her to turn into a dragon and find out the truth. But if Stia doesn't turn out to be a dragon, then an ordinary person will be destroyed. But Alice said that Alejandro would not care about that. If they do nothing, it will be too late and she will have to destroy Stia with her own hands until she reveals her true nature as a dragon. Addis realized that since his magic was weakened, he would only have to fight off Alejandro's attacks, and then he asked why the man had created a nest of dragons. But Alejandro just laughed, saying that of course he would not tell her the truth just when she asked him, and said that she should apologize for such behavior before she wanted to destroy him. However, Alejandro said with a sneer in his voice that she was unlikely to live to see that moment. Addis was still trying to avoid the attack, but the man was going to attack him with physical blows. Realizing that he had little chance, Addis created a small shield of ice in front of him to protect himself. However, Alejandro's blows were so strong that he had to retreat even further to avoid getting hurt. The arrows he launched at him were very powerful and broke through the ice wall, continuing to pursue Addis further, despite the fact that he had already moved far enough away. He tried to dodge but was not successful, and eventually one of the arrows almost reached him. After that moment, the ice wall he had created was finally destroyed, and Alejandro just laughed. But then he sighed, thinking that it would be very uninteresting because it seemed to him that Stia was already dead after the hit. However, it turned out that Addis was attacking and he even managed to hit his opponent, although it didn't hurt him too much. Even though she was pretending, Alejandro thought that the girl was too weak or was actually human. However, eventually Addis fell to the ground, completely exhausted from the attacks, and Alejandro said that they would soon find out the truth. Meanwhile, Alice was trying to think of something to save Stia, but for some reason the ether flew in the other direction. She said that they should immediately fly towards Alejandro, but Ether said that they could not do anything there. Nova couldn't stand the thought that Alejandro would force Stia to take the form of a dragon when he got her into a dead end. But until that happened, she thought it would be better to do something else. She thought that it would be better to destroy it herself, because if they didn't leave it, everything here would fall apart and people would suffer greatly. After that, Ether could not stand it and screamed, saying that she was getting annoyed with everything here. She asked Alice why she was always so high-minded about people and why she needed to do this. Ether said that she knew she was a coward, and even if Stia didn't survive, she would just walk by pretending she didn't know about it, because she didn't even know this girl who most likely knew about all the risks of coming here. But Ether hated doing things for others she didn't even know. But what annoyed her even more was that Alice would get her hands dirty with blood for others, and that was something the Wyvern had a hard time forgetting. Then Alice sighed, wondering what Ether would want her to do in that case. The girl remembered what it was like to be just an observer when you can't do anything, and everything is decided for you by others who are stronger. Then she was scared and unable to do anything to go against Alejandro, and she doesn't want to be like that again, because it was a terrible feeling. But she really didn't know what to do if that was the only thing she could do now. Alice sighed, realizing that it would be very difficult and dangerous, but she said that this time she would deal with this problem. Alejandro had already tied Stia to the wall, saying that he was bored with the experience, so he tried to find out the real reasons why the girl came here. Otis was really exhausted and said that this place shouldn't exist and Alejandro wouldn't benefit from it. The man asked why she was of such a mind, and Otis quietly replied that only a dragon can control the dragon's nest. That is why it needs a dragon's core to be able to absorb life force, and then Alejandro said that she could be a dragon. Then Otis just said that this place was not yet perfect for a dragon's nest, and although he did not know what Alejandro's goal was, it would be very difficult for him to achieve it. Then the man lifted her up, saying that he was the only one who should worry about it and not anyone else. Alejandro said he was giving her one last chance because with a little more effort, he could easily break her neck. Or he could have let her go and let Stia fall because of the height. And then Alejandro said that this was her last chance to show her trump cards. Then he laughed, realizing that she wanted to use the dragon's nest to raise her level, and soon added that there was one problem and she would not be able to do it. She would not be able to raise her level. And then the vital energy appeared around him, and Alejandro was finally convinced that he was facing a great dragon. Otis didn't understand what this idiot was talking about, and with the last of his strength, said that he wasn't the one who was collecting life energy. He added that it was being done somewhere else, not here, but it was too late. However, at the last moment, Alejandro abruptly rejected Otis, thinking that if the energy is accumulated elsewhere, then the dragon is not Stia. Otis managed to escape only because of this, although he did not even think that there might be another dragon besides him. After all, his identity had not yet been revealed. Then he wondered if it was all planned to summon the dragon here, and if so, Alejandro was a cruel fraud who could come up with such a plan. But it was already too dangerous here, so Otis realized that he needed to escape from here and report everything to the Order of Light as soon as possible. But now he could do nothing. However, at that very moment, Alice came here to tell Alejandro something important about the dragon's nest. Then she noticed Stia alive and said she was glad to see her conscious. Then the girl quickly ran to Alejandro, saying that most likely the dragon had entered through the other side of the wall. The man was excited, saying that he thought the young lady was a dragon, but he was mistaken. So Alice offered to go and see what was going on, but Alejandro refused, adding that they would not recognize the dragon anyway because it would be in human form. But in the damaged dragon's nest, he would not be able to level up, and as soon as he did, all the monsters in the area would explode and he would not be able to leave the place in human form. Alice then realized why Alejandro had isolated this place from the very beginning, and then he looked back, saying that if that young lady was a dragon, he would have captured her already. But Alejandro realized that even if he went and caught the dragon right now, it would be problematic to continue building in this state. However, in any case, he said that he was able to carry out his experiment and was completely satisfied. Then he turned to Stia again, apologizing for giving her hope that he would let her live, because there are a few resources here and he doesn't want to waste them either. But Alice said that it was a great shame. She meant that she had no idea about the damage to the dragon's nest. She also added that from the very beginning she felt an imbalance and lack of harmony, so as soon as Stia appeared here, she immediately thought that she was a dragon, and maybe in that case she could even help them repair the place and restore it completely. Otis understood that Alice was trying to help him, but he didn't know how it would end, and Alejandro was a little surprised by the girl's suggestion that he could entrust such a job to a spy from the Order. But then the man thought about it and said that he liked the idea because Stia would not be able to escape anyway, so let her at least be useful, and added that Alice should keep an eye on her. He then went on to add that he was counting on her. When Alejandro finally left, Otis looked at Alice and addressed her again. The girl said that they would be working together for a while, so Stia should call her by her first name, and then added that it was already declassified anyway, so she could tell him her real name. And then Otis said what his real name was, although as soon as he said it, Alice got all weird. Then she took him on her back because Otis was injured, so she decided to carry him to a more comfortable place, saying that it would not be difficult for her because swordsmen use energy power, so it is almost effortless to carry him. Then Otis said that it would be better for him to walk beside her because he was not feeling so bad and still did not tell her that he was not really a girl. It was even hard for him to lie to her because Alice seemed like a good person, but soon they arrived at her room. When they were there, Otis said that he wanted to thank her for saving him because Alice had saved his life. However, Alice immediately said that there was no need to thank her for what she had done. Then the girl admitted that when she learned that Otis was a dragon, she wanted to go and destroy it herself. But Ada said that the dragon was in a completely different place, and Alice saw it herself, but thought that they were trying to deceive her again. After that, she added that it was not a very common method, so she began to guess about everything, although Otis did not understand how. Then Alice said that she felt a weak drain on her life energy, but she learned even more when they got here, and then Otis realized that before starting to work with her, he needed to know who was giving her orders. Alice also added that there was no one here and the walls were thick. She was 35th level and Otis was 45th, and as a swordsman, she needed a metal tool to use her powers, and without it, she was just a human. And she doesn't have a sword or metal things on her right now, so it's likely to be much easier for a mage without a wand to destroy them. However, she then said that even if Otis felt threatened, she could still somehow assure him that she would not do anything. Otis didn't even listen any further and started asking her about what Alejandro had told her to find out about the true nature. He began to yell, adding that the dragon's nest was an evil created by greedy dragons, and Alejandro was just deceiving her, although the girl was still trying to deny it. And then he couldn't stand it any longer and said that he was hiding his identity as a human while being a dragon. He said that instead of rescuing him or trying to keep it a secret, they had to do something. They have to fight Alejandro, but at that moment, Ether, who flew up to them, knocked him down. She saw him screaming at Alice, so she shouted at him to stop him from mocking her anymore. But Otis was only interested in the fact that he saw another dragon, so he assumed that it was her who had used the life energy recently. But then he looked at her limbs and realized that she was a wyvern and that Alice had told her to hide and not come out. But Ether could not listen to the girl being yelled at. Ether's words meant that she didn't care if rumors about her spread, and then turned to Addis saying that since they had the same goal, she would tell him something. Alice said that Ether was the one who pretended to be a dragon to save him, and that it was thanks to her that Alejandro stopped suspecting her. Then Ether said that she was a legendary wyvern who could speak and had a dragon's core. But it turned out that Addis knew about her and even her name. Although the wyvern was surprised by this, Addis had heard a lot about her. He knew that Ether had helped Hanbin to hide his identity, and even lent him 300 X's. Ether couldn't believe her own ears that Addis was talking about the alien she had once helped. But Hanbin was in a terrible place right now, even though he didn't understand where everything had gone wrong. He was struggling with something, but no matter how hard he tried, it didn't help. His eye was already starting to hurt, even though he just wanted to use the restroom, but like any object in this world, you had to have a certain level to use it. It had been 3 days since Otis had left for his mission, and Hanbin's stay in this house was simply unbearable. The faucet also had its own specific level to use, and absolutely everything was going wrong, as Hanbin wanted it to. Now he felt like a primitive man in this house and couldn't even get water from the tap. But he finally broke the refrigerator to get food. He couldn't cook even if he really wanted to because the stove was also minimally used. And he also lacked the level to open a higher class safe, so he couldn't even go to a restaurant or cafe to eat there. And since there was no other way out, Hanbin decided that he would go on a special mission to get the money. However, the guild refused him this mission because Hanbin was a guard, and they cannot receive missions without the approval of their masters. The girl understood his situation, and she really tried to find a job for him, but it was actually quite difficult, and she even thought that the dungeon appeared right below them, but it was all because of Hanbin. After that, the girl said that she would give him a job, just let him calm down, and let it be considered a personal favor, which is why the reward would be small, but the guy still agreed. The girl realized that she really shouldn't do something like that, but she could only help him by telling him not to tell anyone about it. And this incident happened a week ago. She told me that she had bought new things for herself to practice for the party, but then when she came home and put them in the closet, she couldn't find them for 4 days before the party. She tried to look absolutely everywhere and turned her whole room upside down to find these things, but it was all in vain. However, all she managed to find was a hair of the thief, although Hanbin looked at it and said that it would not help him much. The girl added that there was only one person who could come to her room and take all these things, and that was her older brother. Then the boy looked at the photos and realized that it was the priest Emil, although Hanbin was surprised. But the girl said that he had talked about some kind of disguise for the mission and took her makeup bag. The girl said that she needed to track him down and get her things back and then burn the bastard. And Hanbin said that he would do his best and was glad that he had at least gotten a mission. However, the problem was that he had no idea where this guy could be, and if he was undercover, it would be difficult to find him, and he needed at least some kind of clue to find him. But at that moment, a window appeared where he was asked if he wanted to use the skill of tracking using genetic information. This was actually the first time he had heard of something like this, and didn't know that he even had it. But he was at least glad that it was working at the moment. That's why he clicked on what he wanted to use, and after a while he went very far, incredibly far from the city where there was not a single soul. After that, he started tracking his target again, hoping that at least something would come of it. But in a few seconds, it was reported that the tracking was over and the wand fell down. It was said that the face was in motion, so the location may not be particularly accurate, and it would take 6 hours to recharge the skill. Then the young man thought that it would really be too hard and thought about going back home and waiting for Addis there, because it could be an easier task. After a while, he came to a certain place. It was a rather large cave in a high mountain. However, in this very place, there were already people in a very violent conflict. One man was beating the other, saying that he had told him where the thing that the spy had given him was, and the one who was the victim was Emil. He could hardly speak because he had little strength left after numerous beatings. But the priest repeated that he did not know where the thing was. The man continued to pump, confident that he was lying because it had already become known that Handy was also one of the spies, and Alejandro knew that they were with Emil. Then Emil sighed, saying that he realized one thing, because artificial leadership has very serious side effects that cannot be avoided. After that, the man, who was already a half animal, said that if he was talking there, it was his. But suddenly, a voice from the other side ordered him to stop. Emil and this creature also did not know who came here because they had chosen a place that was far away from all people. It was some crazy person who said that he had been in the depths of the dungeon dragons for a long time, conducting research, and then he found out that he was the one who created the artificial guidance and similar products. Emil was furious when he heard this, saying that this idiot had no right to turn the people created by the goddess Altea into such creatures. They were becoming unimaginably horrible creatures, but this researcher called them his products. However, this man called his statement very uncultured, because for him it was an incredible great value, and he also believed that great value lies in the appearance of people. Emil had the 45th level, and the researcher was sure that it was not easy to get it, so he asked why else he would raise the level if not to be recognized as a human being. The value of people lies in their level, and artificial leadership helps to reveal this value, and this process can even be called a blessing because it allows a person to take on a different, more stylish form, period. However, Emil believed that this idiot was talking nonsense, saying that if beings like this researcher became stronger, the number of victims could become enormous. And anyway, the world was no different now because the weak were also demoted, and besides, such an artificial leadership would eventually be ready to be used as a framework. Emil still had a lot of questions, but he took him by the scruff of the neck, saying that he had probably told him too little at the moment. The researcher said that he would like to try it on a living body with a high level of consciousness, but it was his skill that he called the ant nematode. It enters the body through the nose and begins to devour the brain. In this way, the host's willpower falls and it becomes incredibly easy to control. Emil already thought that this was the end of him, but he realized that he had to find a way to tell the Order of Light about it anyway. However, just as the man was losing faith in himself, a sharp blade struck the fly and it flew away. It turned out that it was Han Bin who was looking for Emil and was very happy when he saw some people, and even happier when he realized that this was the man he needed. The other beings did not know why this guy came here at all, but they recognized him as the warrior Walter, and the young man himself said that he was given the task of finding Emil. The priest thought that it was the Order that had given the order to start looking for him, and so he said that, as expected, the Order of Light had other spies besides him, but Han Bin said that he was wrong. Han Bin was worried because he thought it would be difficult to find Emil if he was disguised in his sister's clothes, but it turned out that the problem was different, because he had been badly beaten and his face was deformed. The young man said that it looked really horrible, but the other creatures started attacking him, although it was very easy to dodge them. They were in a state of shock for a while, but finally realized that they had to destroy first this giant that had come here and then Emil. Then an even bigger voice started, and they continued to fight it again, recognizing Walter. Han Bin, who was standing behind, did not realize who was hiding there because the monster was too far away, and because of the pile of dust, he could not see who was standing there. It turned out that it was a half-human, half-monster, and when the protagonist looked at his status, it showed the 56th level and the type of human. But instead of how many letters, there were question marks, and he recognized his broken manual, blaming it on a faulty instruction. He wasn't sure that it wasn't a human because the monsters didn't know who Walter was, so he didn't know what to do, because he had to behave according to his race, but on the other hand, he didn't want to try to talk to it. Another monster appeared, one level lower, but its race also had question marks, which made Han Bin doubt that it was a human, because it looked like a lizard. Although the young man knew that Ratna had many intelligent subspecies, he came to the conclusion that it was some kind of beastman, but the fact was that there were none on this continent, so the boy decided that it simply did not fit in with local life, but he did not want to be racist. However, he didn't know what to do if these creatures were so aggressive towards him and tried to destroy him by attacking him together. They tried to attack him together, but it didn't work out very well, and Han Bin always managed to dodge their attack. All this time, the guy was still thinking about what to do, but he started to notice something strange. These monsters thought that he was just walking around pretending to be Walter when he was only level 5. They stood over him, seeing that he was still alive, although they had to restrain their power to leave him in that state. Then the statues tried to bring him to his senses, asking him if he was going to tell them anything, because if he would stop entertaining them, they might let him live. Han Bin finally began to speak, saying that he didn't know if they would believe him, but he didn't have to say any more because these creatures noticed that the main character was perfectly fine. But to their surprise, the boy only apologized, saying that he would never have thought that that cave was their home, and he admitted that he would never have wanted to make such a big hole in their house. He understood why they were so angry, because some crazy man broke into their house and destroyed it, so it was logical that they would not forgive him for nothing. He also told them that he remembered how a huge hellhound had completely destroyed his house, and he knew exactly what it felt like to be left with nothing. Han Bin didn't know what their prisoner had done to them, but he was going to take him with him after he rebuilt their house. Emil, who came out of there, did not understand what was happening because Walter would never have continued to negotiate. Instead, he would have just joined the fight, although he thought that there might be exceptions. However, then the man noticed that the boy did not know the nature of the two creatures. That's why he started shouting at the boy that these two did not appear to be human, and added that he needed to take a closer look at them. It was at this moment that a strong explosion occurred near the two beings and the boy himself, and a pile of stones flew upwards, creating a curtain of dust. Han Bin flew up after hearing Emil's words that these creatures were not human. Then those creatures approached him again, saying that they did not know who this guy was, but they really wanted to eat him right now. This monster was already on the 62nd level, and in his window there were two races written, human and demon, but both words had question marks. But then it turned out that it was the same monster, just his name had changed, and at the same time another creature came up to him, saying that they could change not only their forms. They also felt that their weak human part was gradually disappearing, and they could call it a release. Han Bin heard that their human part was gradually disappearing, so he began to realize that these beings were not really human. After all these words, he began to realize what was really happening here and what Emil was talking about. The priest spoke again, saying that it was his fault because they were able to catch him, and the researcher who crawled out of the cave on his hands said that it would be too late. All of these foods would be indistinguishable from an alien when they went wild, and the artificially intelligent Rathnians would be incredibly angry after they destroyed another citizen. In fact, their level was as high as the boss monsters in the depths of the various dungeons. Hanbin realized at that moment that he needed to keep fighting because he wasn't going to give up and punch the ground again. Realizing who they were, he finally decided to fight in full force and not spare them. The protagonist thrust his sword forward, intending to defeat them, and although he had few skills, he began to use them to the fullest. He managed to cut off the tail of the lizard that was next to him and then proceeded to destroy the other monster. Emil watched in amazement what was happening around him, and the researcher said with a smile on his face that finally everything was over. Then the young man apologized by putting the medallion of the Order of Light in a flower with his photo next to the stone and said that this was all he could find. Hanbin realized that if he had been weaker, even just a little bit, everything would have been completely different. He barely made it through the ant tunnel, even though it was actually an incredibly difficult task. Eventually, the boy approached Emil, who thanked him profusely for saving his life, but Hanbin said with a sigh that he was just looking for him. Since the monsters were over, the young man suggested that they finally return to the city, but the priest was in no hurry and simply apologized to him. Emil blamed himself for the fact that Alejandro now knew everything and said that it was only his fault, and then he talked about Atis. So Hanbin didn't wait any longer and immediately asked where the dragon's nest was and where Atis had gone to. It also turned out that this artificial control can only absorb experience points and nothing else. All this is because life force consists of experience points and life energy, and Alejandro realized that if the life energy is too low, a person will not survive without having a grasshopper core. But the man said that it didn't really matter because they were only conducting tests to see if the dragon's nest would work properly, so his assistant increased the amount of life force. After a while, he was told that the operation had stopped, and the man realized that most likely it really wasn't working, because if they wanted to complete the creation of this artificial control, they needed to act differently. In this case, they would need a humanoid control and a dragon core, and of course a working dragon's nest to fill the core with a huge amount of life force. The restoration of the destroyed dragon's nest was finally completed, but the problem was that it started to be destroyed again after the recent launch. So Alejandro was sure that the problem was not that they had bad blueprints made by the ancient dragons. The man sighed and said that, as expected, another key was needed to make the dragon's nest work properly. Alejandro ordered the man to call the ant because he needed to discuss something with him, but the assistant said that he had left the place to find some samples and had not been in touch since leaving a few days ago. The man realized that he was talking about Emil, and the boy confirmed it, saying that the priest had left with 2 subjects of about level 60 with tracking skills. Alejandro realized that subjects of this level with certain skills could be equal in strength to the dungeon boss, so he was alarmed that the man had not returned yet. Coming to one conclusion, he thought that this was a case of inquisitors and thought that things were getting too complicated now. Then he was about to leave, ordering his assistant to gather the subjects and put them on guard on the deepest floor of the dungeon they had. Putting them on the deepest floor in this place meant draining their life force, which this guy was a little worried about. But he couldn't help but listen to his boss, so he just sighed and asked how many to send down there. Alejandro stopped for a moment and turned to him, telling him to send absolutely everyone they had. In the end, a whole week had passed since Atis left for the mission to the dragon's nest. All this time, he had been exploring the area with Alice, and being a dragon, he knew a lot about the dragon's nest, and it seemed like something that could make their task easier. But because Ether had a large body, she could not help them in any way. It was impossible, at least because she could not enter inside. That's why Ether hasn't been communicating much with Alice lately and has been spending time alone, which is why she was getting bored and lonely. She had so much free time that she decided to continue creating her dragon core. So she decided that when she finished this process, she would be able to make fun of Atis, and then Alice would look at her from a completely different perspective. But before that, she was going to ignore her completely. However, at that very moment, a hand appeared from the ground, and of course, Ether, who was going to ignore her, rushed there, very excited. Wyvern said that she had a wonderful feeling today, probably because her core was still developing. But Alice seemed to be interested only in Atis, because she was only worried about the wound. Atis replied that it was just a small scratch, and that it was nothing for the hunters, although Alice didn't understand why he kept comparing himself to the hunters. Ether didn't understand why this dragon was making a big deal out of it, and then sighed and asked if they had learned anything new today. Hearing that they hadn't found anything special today, Ether recalled that Miss Atis had said earlier that the dragon's nest was broken. He replied that he did think so, but he was wrong, and it was not broken. But most likely the reason why it was not working properly was still visible. Atis suggested that it might be because of the dragon core inside the Ether, as it is the key to the nest's operation. Wyvern herself had said earlier that she had managed to recharge herself with life force when she tried to escape, and that was when the nest remembered her core as its key. However, the problem was that this core was not yet complete, and although she could materialize the life force to absorb the Ether, she could not yet absorb it, which is why she was unable to absorb the life force and the dragon's nest seemed broken. Ether was excited on the one hand. Realizing that the Wyvern is the key to solving such a global problem means she has even more reasons to improve her bucket. But then Alice sighed and said that they had to abandon the plan. Of course, Ether didn't understand what was going on because they had just said that she was the key to solving the problems, and then Atis said that there was another way. It is the merging of the life force in the heart of the nest located on the lower floors, and their plan is that he will go there directly to absorb the life force and Alice will go with him. Ether was very angry and upset about this because she had worked so hard to develop her core, and now it was as if her efforts were in vain. However, just as they were talking about this, they heard a very strange sound, so they stopped talking. Together, they walked to the edge of the building to see what was going on and saw an incredible amount of people standing there. Alice couldn't be sure what was going on, but she realized that it was probably something very serious. If it was what she thought it was and the sound was coming from the laboratory underground, then their plan might fail. Eventually, the man whom Addis managed to save with the help of the potion woke up, but in a completely different form, and began to talk about being hungry and wanting meat. There was not even a scratch on his body, and his modification was very successful. It became clear that they were too far away, but Alejandro's plan became more clear to them, although Alice said that it was unlikely to be connected to him, judging by the way the man got out and was trying to escape. Addis just didn't ask if they had any hunters in reserve, and Alice said that even if they did, they were no higher than 40 Hyvnia, so it was just Addis and his level. The difference was 6 levels, and ranged attacks would definitely not work on this monster. Alice then turned to Ether, telling her that she needed her to lift her up in the air. But the wyvern didn't seem to be listening to her and only said that she could do the same. Not wanting to discuss it anymore, Ether wanted to prove that she was also much more capable, and so she took off flying forward. Alice stood in place trying to stop her and shouted after her that it was too dangerous, ordering her to go back. The other hunters began to run away, but Kalinor, who also saw all this horror, could not escape because his leg was pinned to the ground. The giant mouth of the monster opened right in front of him, and the man realized that this might not be the end of his life. But as soon as Ether flew up, he turned his attention to her because he thought she was a bird, and said that he wanted the meat of this bird. Ether was only angry at being called bird meat, and then thought that she wouldn't need Addis's fire spell if she attacked from the air. Even though this monster was still at level 51 and superior in strength, I could only think of eating this big bird. With the advantage of physical strength, this monster took a giant stone in his hands and was about to throw it into the air directly at the Ether. The wyvern realized that this creature was really very powerful, and in spite of its gigantic size, this man was quite fast. But Ether also realized that while she was in the air, he would not be able to hit her, because she could also fly quickly. Despite the fact that it was really very dangerous, she was going to finally deal with him, and prove to Alice that she could fight as well. After that, she began to use her magic from the air, intending to direct it directly at her opponent. But Ether made a big mistake. She accidentally flew too close to him, which is why this giant was able to catch her by the neck and never let go. Meanwhile, nearby in the All Was Calm building, a woman brought very valuable artifacts in an equally valuable box. Alejandro said that he was taking them because he didn't know what might happen, although it was the first time she had ever heard the man say anything like that. Alejandro said that the Inquisitors and other groups were interested in them, and they annoyed him, so he was going to deal with them, so that in the future they would not interfere with the work. The woman asked what to do if the dragon appeared in his absence, but Alejandro said that he would have to take care of that himself, and at that moment an assistant came through the door. He apologized for not even knocking, but the situation was an emergency. He reported that the subject had escaped. The man called the guy a stupid idiot and ordered him to go downstairs and check on the subjects, but the woman said that Alejandro should go down and check on the situation himself. He thought that it would be good if he had a double, because this situation also needed his attention. Alice was still trying to bring Ether back, saying that it was very dangerous, and ordered her to come down immediately. Addis stood next to her and noticed that the life force was forming again, and then he began to realize what was happening. Looking at what Ether was doing, he thought only that the wyvern wanted to use the dragon's nest in this way to defeat this giant. Alice had already told her that she was the key to the dragon's nest, so she believed in herself and that she could solve these problems herself. The girl tried everything to shout to her, but the Ether did not answer her, just silently did what was necessary. Only when she succeeded did she ask if Alice saw what she did, because the monster exploded and she was fine. Eventually, Ether came back and said happily that they didn't need to help Miss Addis anymore, but she only got a bream from Alice. Of course, Ether was very hurt by what she had done because she had expected praise, but Alice just said, "You're out of here now." The girl raised her voice and did not say to leave immediately, and then reached for her weapon. Eventually, Alejandro appeared there and said that he thought Alice was going to escape, and that she had just recently begged him to save the life of this werewolf. The man said that he did not expect this from her at all, because to see a wyvern with a dragon's core is something incredibly rare and almost impossible. He laughed and asked if she was going to absorb the life force of the dragon's nest using the dragon's core. Alejandro just smiled, reminding her of his words that she would never have a second chance. Addis, watching all this, began to use his fire magic and ordered Ether to flee from here as quickly as possible. Alejandro noticed that this lady, whom he had initially mistaken for a dragon, was also on their side, but he was only amused. Ellis, meanwhile, tried to attack him, and the man noticed that she was really very fast and able to move. However, when the girl started to attack him, he easily and quickly deflected her attack with one movement. The girl screamed that if Ether was caught, everything would be over, so she ordered him to run away from here immediately. Ether, realizing that she was guilty of showing her true nature, began to blame herself for what was happening, but having no other choice, the wyvern flew high into the air and began to run away. Hanbin, meanwhile, continued to fight the monsters, destroying one stone giant with one skillful swipe of his sword. Emil said that according to their information, the dragon's nest was in the Rocky Mountains, and that's why they had to travel an incredibly long way. But the problem was that all the mountains here looked exactly the same, so Emil told the boy to look for more details, and then asked if this place looked like his home. Hanbin started to get angry with him because Emil was a terrible spy who did not even know the location of the enemy. But the man only replied that he was a low-ranking priest, so if he went into enemy territory, he would have no one to report what happened. In addition, there's no need to expect much help from him because no one outside knows who he really is. And then the protagonist turned to the ant, asking if they were going in the right direction. Emil just sighed, saying that the ant did not understand their language because it had finally become a monster, so they would definitely not be able to find the dragon's nest. So Emil suggested returning to the Order of Light and taking more soldiers with them. But to his surprise, Hanbin was incredibly calm, as if he was feeding a cow and not a mutant who was originally human and then turned into this. So Emil did not understand how eating grass could help this creature remember his home, as the boy said. He sighed, saying that perhaps the ant hadn't really received the report that Otis had been destroyed, and then Emil reminded him of what he might be going through while Hanbin was sitting quietly. Of course, the man realized that he shouldn't say that because he was responsible for it, but Hanbin said that he didn't hold any grudges against him. The young man admitted that he had told Otis that he might die there and treated him like a weakling, but he considered himself to be in the wrong and also blamed himself for the fact that his words were confirmed. But if you look back, the guy was just looking for an excuse because it would be too hard for him without Otis. But then Emil just laughed after hearing him, even though Hanbin did not understand what was so funny. The priest explained that he thought that the Walters were a tribe of barbarians who were obsessed with blood and guts, and he certainly could not think that they could care for anyone. It turned out that all these rumors were not confirmed by what he was seeing, but then Hanbin exclaimed that blood and guts would be the best. They stood there for a while, continuing to talk, but everything was interrupted when they saw a giant lightning bolt in the sky. At least it looked like lightning, but in fact it was coming from the ground, and only a sword mage could do that. Emil missed that if the strike was visible from here, it could be Alejandro, so the man shouted out saying that they needed to return to the Order of Light and take the army immediately. But looking at the younger man, he noticed that he was not even going to retreat and wanted to go straight to the battlefield. Hanbin was only surprised by the words about the swordsman mage, and Emil himself began to recall what he had seen earlier, period. Otis, meanwhile, realized that they would not be able to retreat as soon as Alejandro found out that there was a dragon core in the ether, the only creature that could start a battle with him right now. And he knew that this creature could only be a real dragon because only it can match his strength. Alejandro had indeed begun to figure it all out, but he admitted that it actually took him a little longer than he had expected at first. But in the end, he now had a real and complete dragon core in his hands. He sat on top of the ether saying that they had all done a good job and was incredibly pleased with his work. This man started laughing at her, saying that she didn't need to pretend to be someone she didn't know. Just let her wake up that she never had this dragon core. And then he turned to the girls, saying that they didn't need to worry about what had just happened either. Otis was about to enter the battle, but there was a big problem because he needed to transform into a dragon to do so. But the transformation was not happening. Alice said that it looked like Alejandro had some kind of countermeasure against the dragon, and it looked like the man had planned everything after they found out Miss Otis's true identity. 2404, Alejandro's medallion was a truly unique thing. It was polymorphic and had the ability to turn a dragon into a human. It was because of it that all the dragons in the vicinity could not take their true form. Otis had just found out about it, but the worst part was that they had no other way to fight Alejandro. Alice was incredibly angry because of everything that had happened, and it seems that they were not going to give up so easily. So she took a sword in her hands and a wand, and were going to fight again. The girl said that now the only thing left to complete the artificial control was for her to tell absolutely everyone in the dragon's nest to leave. And if he doesn't, she promises to destroy all his plans and make sure they never come true. Ether lying helplessly on the ground only made Alice more worried, but there was little she could do now. Alejandro said that they had spent so much time together, and all this time he thought she had gotten to know him well enough. Then asked her why she thought he would spend so much time gathering so many Ratnians here and called her naive if she thought they were here to change this place. She would have thought it strange because she could not feel the life force that was gathered here. So he said that perhaps this life force could be contained in an object. Otis could only guess what he meant, although he knew that dragon nests were very unusual places. In fact, it is used to create a whole source of life force from people or any other living creatures. In other words, even if their plans were successful, Alejandro would have to come out on top in the end. After all the citizens of this city would not be able to survive, and then the man laughed out loud. Alice was very angry when she heard this, saying that he was also a human being, so she did not understand how he could do this to other people. Alejandro fought with her again, saying that maybe he was human, and then knocked the sword out of her hands. Then he approached her, saying that all these people are mobs. After that, he stuck the weapon directly into her, which made Alice scream loudly. Even though she was exhausted, she could not watch this. So she screamed and ordered the man to stop this abuse immediately. It was very painful for her to realize that all this happened because of her, because she showed her true colors and now her friend is suffering so much. Alejandro started laughing harder, saying that it was funny because he had used a restorative potion on the test subject. The man admitted that he would never have thought that they would use it on Alice, but if it happened, she should be grateful to him for the rest of her life. In the end, he became the one who helped her meet and a calm mother, although the girl did not understand what was going on. Alejandro explained that in order to minimize the side effects of artificial control, they needed genetic data that was similar to the object itself. It was very difficult for Ratney to understand all this, although it did have some significance. The fact that she and the other citizens did not know this could have helped them leave this world peacefully and perhaps less painfully. Adis, meanwhile, although unable to turn into a dragon, was about to use his fire magic and then ordered Alice to take this chance while she still had it. However, at that very moment, Alejandro's other wards approached and one of them pushed Alice hard. Ether, who seemed completely powerless, flew to Alice as she began to fall into the abyss, and the wyverns tried to catch her. Adis was still trying to do something, but he could see all his plans falling into the same abyss with them. He couldn't be sure that the two of them would be okay down there, but then he thought that now was not the time to worry about them. Adis was going to assume that they would be fine and instead do everything in his power to improve the situation. He wanted to do his best to complete their mission together and destroy Alejandro and all his plans. Gathering all his power and mana in one place, Adis released it directly at the man, creating a giant fire vortex. But again, something went wrong as he began to notice that something was definitely wrong with these magical stones. At this point, Alejandro said that he had spared the girl's life because he thought she was a pretty strong mage, but she had obviously chosen the wrong opponent. Then the man became even more angry and said that if she wanted to leave this world so badly, he would do her one small favor and fry her to a crisp. At this point, Adis began to think that this was definitely the end, and if Alice and Ether were alive, they would most likely destroy the life-gathering machine that was underground, and eventually that would put an end to Alejandro's plans. However, Adis now didn't know if he was a good head for the Bannister family, and then he thought of Han Bin, thinking that without him, the boy would be in big trouble. Alejandro looked around and saw that something huge had fallen straight from the sky, so he thought it was some kind of bomb and wondered if the ether could break something. Adis was very surprised to open his eyes and see what was happening right in front of him. He didn't even know what Han Bin was doing here, but he just apologized for disturbing the work. But he was happy that Adis was alive and Emil was wrong to be so afraid. But then he looked at Adis more closely, not understanding why he looked so tired now. He was in a terrible state and could not even guess what had happened to make Adis so exhausted. Adis just smiled, but sadly saying that apparently he could not do anything alone, although he really tried his best. He now began to think of himself as a mediocrity and could barely hold back his tears behind his sad smile, but Han Bin only came closer. But now they had no time to talk calmly because Alejandro was still alive and was only coming closer, and they had not yet finished the battle. Han Bin only ordered him to get out of the way and not to interfere, but then Alejandro really stopped, not understanding how a 5-level changeling could get in here and create such chaos, so he said that the guy had 3 seconds. The protagonist only came closer, hitting him in the face again, and ordering him to get out of here. Han Bin then called him an old pervert and hit the man in the face again with all his might. Adis just remembered that Han Bin doesn't know yet that Adis disguised himself as a disguise, and that was only part of the plan. But since Han Bin didn't know that, he was overwhelmed with anger at what he had done to Adis. The magician only later said that Han Bin had misunderstood something, but now he was more interested in whether Han Bin had destroyed Alejandro, who was a high level and, as the main character realized, was a leader. Han Bin said that Alejandro was most likely still alive because people like him can have their bones completely broken, but they will still be alive despite the fact that it should have led to their end. Adis just sighed, realizing that he would not have survived without Han Bin's help, so he said that if the boy thought he was useless, he would not protest. However, Han Bin did not think so and said that Adis should not say something like that just because of idiots like Alejandro. Then he looked back at the man lying on the ground and thought that perhaps one punch was still not enough for him. Adis just stopped the guy saying that it wasn't about that and told him that Alejandro had the ability to absorb life force. In the end, they stayed upstairs while Ether and Alice were lying somewhere on the lower floors of this deep dungeon. Ether was very frightened when she got closer to Alice and listened to her heart and realized that it was not beating. The Wyvern could not hold back her tears and leaned over the girl's body, saying that it was her fault that everything turned out this way. She continued to cry over her, looking at Alice's body, which was no longer moving at all. Meanwhile, Adis was with Han Bin, and they were thinking that Alejandro might have placed a dragon core inside himself to be able to absorb life force. Han Bin was scared, thinking that he had taken it from Adis, but Adis assured him that he was a dragon and would be fine. Adis also added that usually the forces in a captured dragon core will be quite small, and therefore it will be very difficult to do anything with it. However, Alejandro still got to his feet, saying that if you use the dragon's core in the nest, everything can be possible because there is a large amount of life energy that can be absorbed. But the man was really surprised that this guy, who was only level 5 and had gotten here without any artifacts, had such great power. For Alejandro, it remained a big mystery where Han Bin got his power from with such a low level. Then Han Bin decided to continue playing the role of the warrior Walter, although it seemed to Adis that it was all unnecessary now. But the young man did not stop, saying that as a true Walterian, he could not forgive Alejandro for such terrible behavior, but if he sincerely apologized, he might allow him to leave this place alive. Adis thought that Han Bin would beat Alejandro harder, but the young man thought that they could just wait until Emil reported to the Order of Light to avoid getting involved in this case, but the mage said that it would not work that way. He again mentioned the Great Land, the same group that had destroyed the goddesses some time ago. Then Alejandro came out to them saying that he didn't care that this guy didn't want to reveal his identity. However, he added that if he puts a spoke in his wheel, he will surely find out quickly and will be the winner. When the swordsman covers himself with his magical energy, the surrounding energy rises from the ground and hangs in the air. He then began to use the swordsman's lightning path and then quickly rushed forward toward Hanbin. The opponent can also only see the trail of sparks left on the ground when using this technique, so the second name of this ability was Lightning Traces. Alejandro quickly approached them, intending to see what level this stranger who called himself Walter's representative actually had. He started fighting with the main character, calling him a lying imposter. Otis noticed that he was so fast that he could barely see how Alejandro was moving, so he thought that he was not fighting him at his full strength. Hanbin only realized that Alejandro was not even going to call out the fact that he was an alien, but the man said that if Hanbin was at least at the 50th level, his head would have already flown off. But when Alejandro saw the expression on his face when he heard about the other world, he changed his mind. He wanted to see if this guy had actually reached the 60th level or was still weak. Hanbin actually hated creatures with regenerative abilities because they got boring quickly, but if he wanted to learn more about the Great Land, he would have to fight this bastard very close. Then Alejandro talked about what he would have been better off doing now, not just dodging. The man pointed out that if Hanbin wanted the man behind him to stay alive, he really shouldn't do that. The movements of Alejandro's swords made the energy around him spin at high speed, which multiplied and uncontrollably increased the power of his attacks. The man laughed, saying that he would be interested to see how many pieces his opponent would turn into after such a blow. But just as he was about to strike Hanbin, the man suddenly approached him and struck him with his sword, forcing the man to defend himself with his own weapon. The protagonist said that it would be a good idea not to dodge this attack if Alejandro doesn't want to get hurt after his strength runs out. After that, the guy started asking him how the man thinks what level he really has, and Alejandro did not know the exact answer, but he felt an incredible powerful force in the hands of his opponent. However, at this very moment when Hanbin was ready to destroy his enemy and turn him into dust, Otis told him to wait. In addition, Otis's voice was not spoken aloud, it just sounded in the guy's head. It was called one-way telepathy. That's why he could hear his thoughts, and Otis said there was something the boy needed to know right now. Alejandro was the only creature that currently ruled the dragon's nest, which meant that if he was able to absorb life energy, he could heal himself. However, if it is destroyed, it will lead to a huge explosion of energy, which will lead to a huge loss of strength and the destruction of people who do not have a sufficient level. The mage said that the only way to avoid this is to destroy the source of the energy itself, so it would end badly if Hanbin did not control his power in the fight against this man. However, Otis also said that they would have to destroy Alejandro anyway. The boy said that if Hanbin hadn't come, he wouldn't have survived, but Otis emphasized that he would have done everything possible to destroy Alejandro himself. Therefore, even if the boy succeeds in destroying their rival, the people who do not survive will not be Hanbin's fault. If Otis had gone to look for the source, he could not guarantee that he would have found it, and Hanbin was in that place only because of Otis's stubbornness. And most likely he just didn't want to be a burden to him, which is what Otis was about to tell him. But Hanbin abruptly approached him and brought him to his senses. Otis finally stopped talking this nonsense, and Hanbin said that he was taking too long and boring to explain, so he had to do it. Then the guy said that Otis should go and break the energy thing, and then Hanbin would try not to kill the freak while he was holding him back. Otis replied that Hanbin was strong, but it would be too dangerous to miss Alejandro's attacks, and he had already said that he was tired of the guy constantly correcting his mistakes. But Hanbin wrote back with a smile and said that he believed in him, but Otis should hurry up and then they would finally go home. Eventually, after such words of motivation, the magician left to fulfill his task, saying that he would return soon. Hanbin looked back and thought with a smile that the guy he had sworn to was too delicate for the dragon. Then he said that he thought the man would run after her, but now it seemed that Alejandro was in no hurry at all. Alejandro said that there was, and he would have hurried if he hadn't thought that some stupid, low-level mob might be trying to hurt him. Of course, the man agreed that his plan could be thwarted, but this scenario could not harm him, because this guy had not been able to leave even a scratch on him so far. Hanbin only thinks that he will simply mock this man until Otis returns, but he cannot destroy him completely either, period. Meanwhile, Ether was trying to find a way out of these ruins. Although it was difficult for her because she did not fully remember what she was doing, she was just going by her gut. Alice was more or less fine now and said that the vital energy felt much stronger as they approached the source. And then the wyvern asked if she was not uncomfortable without control. Alice replied that the disappearance of the control did not mean that her powers had disappeared with it, and Alejandro could have placed his wards here. The fact that they had foiled his plans didn't mean they could get out of here safely. Although she had never thought it would be this difficult, and Alice apologized to Ether, the wyvern said that it was actually her own fault. She wanted to see the source and Alejandro, who would see that they had destroyed everything here. In addition, Ether was not going to stay here for the rest of her life and promised to do absolutely everything to get out of this place with Alice. The girl noted that when Ether caught and used Alejandro, she was put on the wanted list, but then Ether said that they could ask Ms. Adis to take care of the case. She also believed that they both failed a bit and were wrong in this situation. But at that moment, the girl seemed to start bleeding and Ether began to worry about her, not knowing what was happening. Alice calmed her down, saying that it was just a wound, and then added that they should hurry because Otis was most likely competing now. The girl had long felt that her vital energy was simply leaving her body, and she thought that it could be either from her wound or from the source itself. After that, Alice again told Ether to fly faster to get out and help in the fight against their common opponent. However, when they got there, they were not sure that they had come to the right place. Alice asked if everything was okay, but then, without waiting for an answer, she said said that she could feel an incredibly strong flow coming from there, so she was sure that the source of life force was there. Ether just asked in surprise if the girl could not feel them, and then it became clear what it was all about. They walked a little further, seeing what was happening at the bottom of the dungeon, and Ether realized that something had definitely happened here, and then took off into the air. Then Alice began to ask what the wyvern was talking about because she hadn't felt anything. When they heard something again, Alice said that it was most likely another one of Alejandro's wards, and they should deal with it as soon as possible. They got closer to this man who was talking to someone about how someone was not answering his many prayers. He appealed to the goddess of light and then added that he had to fulfill his sacred god before her. They both flew closer and were very frightened when they realized that it was Handy who had already become a deformed mutant. The man was already out of his mind, so he would have been ready to start fighting, thinking they were enemies. But suddenly a fiery attack began. Handy was very angry, saying that no one had the right to interrupt his sacred mission. But Otis said that the worst thing that could happen was that Handy's priest, or level, was higher than 50th, and he became a test subject of their rival. Otis said that they were not his enemies because they had just come to destroy the place, but the man kept saying the same thing, that it was his duty to the goddess. And then Handy added that anyone who interfered with him would be destroyed by him in the city. He did not retreat from his words, so he immediately rushed forward right at Addis, intending to finish him off. Meanwhile, Hanbin was fighting with Alejandro, and the man said that he was sure that there were many flaws in this guy's style, but in fact he managed to correct them with his strength and speed. In fact, the protagonist could pose quite a big threat to him if he could blow his head off right now. Alejandro said that there is no strike that can destroy him, and even if there is, he will not allow it to happen. The man added that Hanbin had hardly ever met an opponent who controlled lightning. His technique appeared to be perfect, so it worked much better than Han Bin's powerful force. And then Alejandro attacked him again, saying that he was actually an expert in duels. The man was already very close and used a discharge, which was a special technique of a swordsman. Alejandro added that if the guy fell from such a height, it would be easier to finish him off. While the protagonist was high in the air, his opponent used a lightning bolt with 8 ends, and this spell was called the 8-pointed star. Alejandro didn't stop there and crossed his 2 daggers, intending to strengthen his current strike. The opponent added that it was at this moment that Han Bin's entire defense was hit by this giant sword, making him defenseless for a split second. After that, their enemy used the lightning spear of the sword mage, and Han Bin realized that he was dealing with a pretty strong opponent. Alejandro, with the same smile, just said that the boy did not have to worry about his friends because the monster, who was now at the 68th level, would take care of them. Of course, he was curious to know how strong this guy was, since he thought he was so powerful and daring all this time. But then Alejandro's confidence was shaken when he saw Hanbin, who was only level 5, break his spear with his bare hands. It seemed impossible to him because he was sure that a level 5 exactly wounded was just pretending to be fine. But now it seemed that Hanbin was completely fine. Alejandro was already thinking that this guy had a trick up his sleeve, but the protagonist only said that Otis was a 67th level dragon. The man just laughed when he heard that he was called a dragon and could not stop laughing. Han Bing-woo did not understand what he was laughing about at that moment, and his expression immediately turned serious. Alejandro was just laughing because his trump card was a dragon, but he actually found it very awkward. And then he added that even if his girlfriend was a dragon, she would not be able to turn into one now. The opponent said that at least while he had one interesting thing in his hands, she would not be able to turn into a dragon. But then he realized that something was wrong and he no longer had this interesting thing. So he remembered Alice, who had approached him at the last moment. Indeed, the girl managed to take the medallion at the last moment, and now Alejandro was completely powerless and had no trump card either. Because of this, Addis was able to successfully transform into a dragon, and they all saw his true form. He could not even imagine that the priest Handy would be in such a terrible state in front of them now, and Addis did not want to destroy him. For a while, the boy just tried to reach him in the form of a dragon, hoping that he had at least some common sense left after the transformation. Then Ether and Alice flew closer to Addis, intending to help him. The girl asked what had happened to Alejandro and who was up there and if anyone was competing with him. Addis replied that his partner was fighting with the man and trying to keep him down, but in order to defeat Alejandro, they needed to break his connection to the source of life force. They need to avoid the explosion of this thing, so Addis said that he would take care of Handy himself. Addis also said that they should hurry up and go help him. Ether then asked Alice if it was possible to make Handy destroy everything here himself, and they would get out and be fine. The girl replied that they could not do that, because if they destroyed this device, it would explode and they would not be able to survive. So there must be some channel that could transfer this energy. Alice thought about it for a while and said that if they cut off that tube, they might be able to do something. However, as soon as they got a little closer, a creature appeared right in front of them and seemed to be hostile. They got hit pretty hard, especially Ether, so Alice asked her if she was sure she was okay. The wyvern only replied that if this was the price for Alejandro's revenge, then she was definitely fine. Then Ether flew down a little bit to make it easier for Alice to jump off her, and then the girl attacked. While they were fighting each other on the other floors of Hanbin, all I could do was try my best to hold back their main criminal and not finish him off completely. The man was very angry at what had happened, but now he began to realize who the real dragon was, and then he wondered if a level 67 dragon could wipe a lich into dust. But then he wondered how this guy could even know the level of that dragon. Knowing that only aliens have the ability to see levels and race, Alejandro assumed that Han Bin was also from Earth. Then the man calmly said that everyone knows that experience points are not given for destroying an alien, but he really could not believe that he destroyed that lich. The protagonist firmly stated that it was really him, and then asked if the man was going to avenge his friend after that. Alejandro said that he was only glad because he didn't like the man in front of him, but he also wanted to destroy the man who had destroyed the Lich. Later, they started talking about the demon god Omplas, and the man laughed, saying that he was actually talking about someone with much more influence than this demon god. Alejandro said that there was no place in Racht where their hand could not reach, and to fight them was to enemy the entire continent. However, the man also said that there is one way out, because others like him think that the dragon is to blame for the destruction of the Lich, and when he took possession of the dragon's core, he immediately reported that he had destroyed the dragon. So the man offered this guy and his dragon to leave quietly. He, in turn, would receive all the rewards, and Han Bin and his beast would be able to continue walking because there was no point in fighting him. So he offered to leave peacefully, which sounded great to him. But Han Bin didn't care about what he was saying at all, and then he kicked the man in the leg, thinking that he no longer healed it. Alejandro immediately fell to the ground and started screaming in pain, and Han Bin said that his proposal really sounded quite good. But Addis would definitely not accept it. He may make strange decisions sometimes, but he definitely hates such horrible people. Despite the fact that his leg continued to hurt, the man stood up and tried to swing his sword, thinking that Han Bin was just hoping for his alien status. Alejandro added that he were nothing compared to them. But it was at that moment that the man noticed something strange. It was an artificial control, and the man said that they had commissioned him to develop this weapon, which he was supposed to present. But if it helped to destroy Han Bin, then perhaps these creatures would forgive him. Han Bin didn't know exactly how it worked, but he thought that it could also be some kind of side effect of the thing. Although now it reminded him more of something else, like the feeling that had overwhelmed him at the moment he was transported from Earth. Eventually, his opponent was finally transformed by the Khan of the Run, now unable to see his race but leveling up to 72nd. Of course, it was still unstable, but he had the blessing of Oplas that was 9% complete. It was an incomplete blessing of the demon god that also caused insufficient life force. Han Bin was in shock all this time, not knowing what was happening, but Alejandro said goodbye to him and said that it was time for him to go to the source. Meanwhile, Addis was in the dungeon fighting with Handy and managed to defeat this guy who became a mutant, after which the magician apologized. Alice just said that Alejandro would definitely not be able to use life force and energy from here anymore. But at that very moment, the same woman who was also Alejandro's ward came into the place and saw Alice. The girl asked how she came to be here and then immediately added that it was too dangerous, so she should leave. However, the woman began to say that Alice did not dare to do this to Alejandro, and said that she did not seem to realize how much this man had done for them all. It was very painful for Alice to hear all this, and the woman hit her hard and then started walking sharply in the other direction. She was standing next to her, but Alice was no longer able to stand, so she just fell to the ground in front of the wyvern. After that, this woman approached the place to activate something and put her hands to the source of the energy. Addis was still next to Handy, but he noticed that something was wrong, although it was hard for him to believe that the source began to detonate. He started to absorb some of the energy, but realized that it would be a waste of time. Then Ether immediately flew to Addis to tell him about everything that had happened. Addis replied that his core was stabilizing the source a bit, but it was only a temporary solution, and the only way to restore power to the people was to destroy this giant blob of energy. Physical attacks won't work for sure, but if we use some other powers, the source should dissipate. For example, Alice's sword skills are one of the only ways to realize their plan. But Ether said with tears in her eyes that Alice is not only wounded, she has already lost consciousness, her life force is leaving her, so if they stay here, she will not survive. Alejandro said that now he was beginning to understand why they wanted to get Omplas' blessing, and was sure that the boy understood all the advantages because he also had this instruction. Han Bin could also see the levels of his opponents, recognize their species, and even gain experience for destroying them. And creatures with instructions could work for those who could measure life energy, but the man also noticed that there were some differences between the blessing and the instructions. In addition, the infinite supply of life energy will help him to restore his body constantly, and just like a person, he cannot be destroyed by the four powers, which is the same as calling him immortal. Also, the man could tell what was happening around him by measuring his life energy, although in fact he was initially afraid that the necessary energy would be destroyed. But Alice is not at the end of her life now, and the dragon will not do anything. And the last thing Alejandro needed to do was absorb the necessary amount of life energy, and Han Bin could not do anything about it now. The fact that he would do nothing would simply destroy his dragon friend, and it would be Alejandro's absolute victory over him. Ether was now next to Addis, who, like Alice, was also not feeling well, because he had given some of his power to support the source. He apologized to her, saying that this was all he could do, and that it was most likely the end, but he wanted at least Ether to be able to escape. Wyvern looked at Alice again, still crying, and of course she didn't want to leave this place without them. Ether realized that if she did nothing, no one would survive here, but she didn't know what to do. Despite this, Ether began to release her magic because she realized that she didn't have time to just stand there and wait and think about something. Alice then only said quietly and almost without strength that she would like to ask for something else, and the Wyvern that was trying to do at least something that her powers were absolutely useless. She was incredibly angry and primarily at herself for what had happened, but right now Ether didn't want to be alone. Alice walked over to the Wyvern saying that she didn't want to be alone either. The Wyvern asked the girl not to waste her strength, but Alice only apologized to her and then told her that she had been alone here all the time. She also forbade Ether to take on any dangerous tasks because she didn't want to lose her, but the Wyvern was always braver than she thought, and Ether blamed herself for not being able to fight like Alice or help the girl in any way. However, Alice showed her the locket saying that Ether was a brilliant wyvern and she should never forget it. The girl added that it was a unique item that helped dragons imitate other species. Addis also said that Ether is a very intelligent wyvern and that this artifact can only be used by a dragon, and there has never been a case of a wyvern taking on a human form, so you should take into account all the risks. But Ether, despite what might happen, was not going to back down, and she and Alice said she could do it. The girl only apologized to Ether, saying that she could only believe in her now. Ether thanked her, and tears did not leave her eyes, but the wyvern added that her sister could definitely trust her. Alejandro just kept laughing, saying that he was tired of repeating that he was immortal and that no one could destroy him. Despite this, the protagonist tried to do it, and perhaps his opponent was thoughtful. But he did not think that this man could appear directly immortal because he at least feels pain. And if you can't destroy him, you can make him suffer incredibly much, so Han Bin was going to tear him to pieces. Absolutely everyone said that there was no such healthy thinking person who would live a very long life. But Alejandro was sure that this guy was definitely a beast and he was clearly an expert in hunting skills. However, all this could only mean that he hunted standard monsters, which is why the man was simply going to conquer the body with armor that can be compared to the strength of dinosaur armor card. But despite all these words, Alejandro lost consciousness at the moment of the explosion. But the life energy that penetrated through the blessing of Omplus began to restore his body. Eventually, every part of his body was fully restored in less than half a second, after which Alejandro regained consciousness. However, in reality, the sensations that his body had experienced during the explosion were still reaching his brain, and if not for the other situation, he would have simply not survived the painful shock. But while the opponent was going to his room and trying to somehow cope with this pain and overcome it, Han Bin wasted no time and struck the next blow. Somehow the guy wanted to create a loop that would constantly repeat itself, and Alejandro lost consciousness again after this blow. Han Bin continued to hit him further in order not to stop the circle they had started. The blessing of Omplus could still work on the man for some time, but the protagonist thought that the effect had already stopped. Alejandro realized that if he continued to do so, he would have to absorb all the life force that was available and wondered if the dragon near the source was still alive. Ether finally used the medallion and turned into a human, asking if she looked strange. Alice smiled at her and said that she didn't look strange at all. Everyone would even be able to confirm that she was her sister because they really looked very much alike. Ether now thought only about how to get her back on her feet and remembered how those people she hadn't seen did it. But it is clear that as long as we take rhythms into account, we need to add gravity to the center. Ether didn't really know where to start and whether she should move her arm first. And then she remembered that maybe people can walk without using their arm. Because humans have a higher center of gravity, they don't have a tail to keep their balance and can fall more easily, but she managed to take the first few steps. When they start to fall, they simply step forward with the other foot and now again to avoid falling, period. Later, although Ether had never walked on two legs in human form before, she was able to walk without falling. Addis noticed that she was very talented when it came to movement, and seeing her walk during the first transformation was very strange and hard for him to believe, despite the fact that he saw it with his own eyes. Even a dragon using instinctive magic takes days to learn to walk, and even though Ether had lived with humans for a long time, that was no excuse. Alice just said quietly but confidently that she believed in Ether and she really was everything. Then the girl came closer to the source, intending to fulfill the purpose for which she had come here. Alejandro, meanwhile, had already managed to come to his senses again, and another battle began between him and the protagonist. The man began to say that he had no right to stand in his way and began to call him a monster and a freak. Although it was strange for the guy to hear this from him, Alejandro should have looked at himself in the mirror first. Addis, meanwhile, noticed what was happening to Han Bin and sharply told him to look down. Ether, who had just started walking, suddenly froze looking up. Despite what Addis said, Han Bin could not look down because the battle with the monster was still going on. It was hard again, but despite this, Ether continued to run, trying not to get hit. Han Bin quickly ran after her and grabbed her away from the blows, and although it was close, they managed to escape. Ether breathed heavily, realizing that it had taken her forever to get to that place. And now she was just picked up and dragged somewhere, so she started to bite the main character. Because of this, the guy left her and thought that this child also suffered from the side effects of artificial control. Alice tried to calm Ether down, and then Han Bin suggested that Ether was a caveman. But Ether thought he was a caveman because the way he walked was more like it. Han Bin said that he didn't really want to walk like that himself, but he had to, and then he tried to figure out what was going on. Ether was a little worried despite knowing that this guy was a friend of Miss Addis, but still he arrived curiously. Alice was also worried about it, but now she saw that it was okay because he was probably a good guy. Alejandro, meanwhile, was shouting at them to shut up, because he was the only one who had the right to make decisions. Then a warning appeared in front of him that this body was not suitable as a carrier of the blessing power, and he was recommended to transfer to another body in order to survive. The life force could save him, so the man tried his best to get to its source. In the end, the protagonist didn't quite understand everything, but one thing was clear. He needed to do something with the guy, and Addis added that everything would be useless if Alejandro managed to absorb the life force, so it was better to keep him away from it. The protagonist said that he would be a little busy and wouldn't be able to ride her on his back like a small child, so he should let her handle it herself. Ether was angry and finally said that he didn't even know how hard it is for a wyvern to walk on two legs. And then she turned around and told Alice to trust her because she needed to make sure it was over as soon as possible. Alice couldn't get into a fight because of her injury and told her to wait here. Addis was still surprised that Ether was running before she learned to walk, and it really seemed impressive. She even thought that she might know how to use the abilities of a magical swordsman, but then Addis said that Ether has perseverance and she is very attentive and smart. But Alice admitted that this was the reason why she was so worried about her. Alejandro, meanwhile, had almost managed to get to the source of the life force, but Han Bin and his sword prevented him from doing so. The man laughed and said that he had already been cut to pieces a huge number of times, so it would not stop him. Besides, now he is more like a deity that no one can destroy. But Han Bin said that, so he decided to deal with this man who was annoying him so much and kicked him in the stomach as hard as he could. The protagonist has already realized the fact that this monster can be fought endlessly. He needed to find some way out to deal with him faster and not spend so much time on it. At that moment, Ether didn't even know what to do because she wasn't sure if she could block Alejandro's attack. However, there was no time to think and she started acting when everything started falling on top of her. But the girl was not afraid. On the contrary, she began to encourage herself that she remembered everything and she would succeed. Of course, the monster was angry at what he saw and thought it was impossible because they were still miserable mobs to him. Han Bin just laughed as he heard him screaming because he was so angry. Han Bin had been on the edge of his seat many times at the 5th level because of the Hellhounds, and he knew how scary mobs could be. Ether, meanwhile, was approaching the spring with her swords and was about to complete her mission. Emil had already managed to gather a large army by the time he went to the Order of Light, but in fact, the victory that day was like a miracle. It turned out that there were an infinite number of experiments on humans that were planned by the Great Land, and people who were below the 10th level and whose life force had left their bodies were revived. But because their life force miraculously returned to them after resting, they were able to return to their normal lives. However, there were also victims. 36 in all, most of whom were those who had been artificially controlled. Despite what happened, this victory completely destroyed the plans of the Big Earth. Those who defeated Alejandro were then considered real heroes who saved the world. But even though it was a huge event, their grand victory was not celebrated in any way. It started to rain and most people were still happy that it was over, but Ether sat next to Alice with tears in her eyes, hugging her. There was dead silence down there and no one dared to break it at that moment. All of them, including Ether, received protection from the Order of Light, and 3 days passed since then when the group came to the Crater Temple. Emil said that it would be announced that the cause of this incident was an unknown magical disaster, so he was forced to apologize for the fact that the Order of Light could not provide any official reward for this incident, but the unofficial reward would also be considerable for them, and of course they all understood that this incident was connected to the Big Land and the aliens. And then Han Bin drew his attention to him, saying that something so large-scale should be told to the whole world, because you never know what these bastards will do next. Emil said that even if this guy was Walter, he must have heard about the attack on the goddess 20 years ago, and that was when the Big Earth tried to destroy her, along with the 4 great heroes. The man replied that it was true, and after this incident, aliens were hunted, and Han Bin, to get into the role, also said that this hunt was the right decision. But also among those who were caught, only about 30% were real aliens and the rest were ordinary people. The nobility used the so-called alien hunt as an excuse to kill large numbers of people, allegedly in the glory of cleansing the world of the influence of a demonic god. And even then, the Order realized its mistakes and did everything possible to stop this situation. Although there was not enough evidence, and Emil did not think that 20 years was too long. Also, the hostility that the Order of the Light has towards the aliens has not disappeared. Later, they entered a room that looked like a prison, and Emil told them that this child would go to an audition in 10 days and then be sent to the crater camp. There was a lot of evidence against her that indicated that she had worked with Alice, who had been subordinate to Alejandro. And if she was indeed Alice's twin, they would decide that Ether had also received the blessing of the demon god. Han Bin at that moment turned down the mask that covered the level of these people, and something similar was with the Inquisitors. And the boy realized that here Ether was treated as a full-fledged criminal and not protected. Emil said that the audition should be just a formality, which was unnecessary. Otis began to shout that if it wasn't for Ether and Alice, all the people inside would not have been able to leave, and that this child is important to them, because it has been a long time since they lost their family. But despite the fact that he tried to get her out of there, Ifir said that she had no family. The girl said that Alice just looked exactly like her and they were not even close, they had only recently met. Otis asked in surprise what she was talking about, and Emil said that he had already talked to the child about it and knew it was wrong, but there was only one way. If Ether didn't have too much in common with Alice, the judges would find that only Alice was Alejandro's accomplice. They simply couldn't let the alien's assistant live. Then Otis approached Ether asking if she was sure she was okay. And then he added that they would definitely find another way to help her. But as soon as he did, a guard came over and started speaking in his language. It was a long sentence, but it meant that you can't cross the line and you should stay away from the cell. Han Bin just looked at Emil, saying that he would leave the rest to him. The man just looked at him in surprise, not believing what he had just thought. Han Bin really rushed forward very sharply to break the bars. The guard immediately started yelling at him for what he had done when he was unhappy, but Han Bin said that he had only leaned on the door slightly, but apparently suffered fractures when it broke. They thought it might be the effects of the fight, and because he was Walter, he just didn't show the pain he was in, even though Emil couldn't heal him now with his powers. Chaos broke out and Emil ordered the guard to help him carry Han Bin out of the room, while Adis was to guard Ether. Emil just looked around saying that they would be back in 5 minutes. Adis just sighed heavily, saying that Han Bin was just too reckless. Ether replied that Adis and Han Bin were very good people, and they were trying to help her, even though they had only known her for a short time. She understood that Adis was worried, but said that she shouldn't worry because she didn't feel so bad. In fact, Ether thought about it for a long time before it happened, and she realized that she hadn't known Alice for that long. Of course, they had been through a lot together, and Ether couldn't help but worry about her all this time. Besides, they had to be incredibly careful all these days and just hope that no one would find out anything unnecessary. Though in reality, Ether never understood why they had to worry about the lives of others when she was fighting alongside Alice. But she had heard from Alejandro that Alice was trying to save the life of a wyvern she had just met. Ether kept thinking about this moment and thought that Alice's actions were very strange indeed. She called Alice an idiot because the girl could have just run away instead of saving her, and then she would have lived a happy life. Adis then said that a transformed dragon cannot get another form that is different from the original one, and sometimes it is like a curse. But in other cases, this form can remind us of what Ether wanted most in her life, and about the one she loved the most. Then in any case, she cannot change it. Hanbin and Emil were already outside, and the boy was already fine. The young man just sighed, saying that an old man like Emil could not be of any use now. Emil said that he may not be old, but he could not deny that he was useless. But he is still a highly qualified clergyman, so Han Bin thought that Emil could change something. But he said that the order was not conducting the wiretaps, and that he could not help Ether directly. Emil said he would leave Han Bin and Atis with the guards, and the young man thought about just running away to help Afir. But Emil, as if reading minds, said that if she ran away, he and Atis would already be at the hearing. In that case, they would need to earn an indulgence. Emil added that they had no ties to the girl and that since they had received many awards, they would be able to get an indulgence if they completed one mission. The Order of Light now seemed to be a place where people were used. And then Han Bin asked if Emil knew of a mission that would bring him a lot of money. He replied that a spiritualist like him should join them, but that he could not go anywhere yet, so everything should go well. Emil added that it should be easy for them both to defeat the few ghosts they would meet on the way. Despite the fact that Ampla's blessing was very strong, it was still unstable and could be easily absorbed by someone of level 70. Richard said that Alejandro was too greedy, but Leslie asked if he had anything else he wanted to tell her about it. But Richard said that Leslie had done a very good job and that the Order of Light may have explored the dragon's nest. But she had gotten the core because the Rathnians must have thought it was a modified orb and didn't move it. The blessing of Amplas must have been very valuable to them if they waited 10 years for it, and that's why it will be possible to drown out their anger over the lost nest. But the problem is that the Order of Light might suspect something. In addition, they had very good assistants who began to dig very actively under the Big Earth. Although perhaps they were lucky that the Order of Light was doing this, because if it were the Inquisitors, they would have already been taken. In addition, the Ratnians used to be afraid to even talk about the Great Land once again, but now they are constantly talking about it, and they are now like the tail of a lizard that has fallen off. So Leslie didn't want to be that tail because they have so much power when they have such a powerful thing in their hands. Richard didn't want Leslie to take it the wrong way, but there are so many different aliens who could have replaced them. They were just lucky enough to be chosen because they could control their thirst and destroy everyone. Of course, it would be better to clean up this place quickly. Before that, it was like an order, that is, Richard was planning to just run away because he didn't want to be beaten by that dog. Leslie said that they could pull out his teeth so he wouldn't bite them, and if they needed to propose a mission that would gather all these teams so that they could deal with them simultaneously and not waste too much time. So the girl smiled and said that she was leaving the guest to her. After that, a girl appeared right out of the wall who was 35 levels and was also half human. Eventually, they ended up in an abandoned building that was sold by a family who needed money. This house was located far from the village and was famous for its ghosts. However, in reality, the Great Land conducted its experiments here, and this place hid many secrets. And in order to keep it secret, many traps were set in the house. All these traps were hidden in every corner of this mansion as hidden masterpieces of art that could be destroyed. The only regret was that the world would never see these masterpieces because if someone did see them, they would not survive. This girl started to paint the walls with red paint and she thought that it was not suitable for an artist like her to fight her enemies alone. But she realized that Leslie knew better than anyone else. Fear is art and despair had driven her all this time, and she couldn't even sleep thinking about how the victims would cower in fear. 4 days had passed, but no one had gone to the mansion, so she thought that something had gone wrong during the preparation of the mission, and decided to check the location again. But now she couldn't even tell what was blood and what was wallpaper because the guests were late, and it really hurt her pride. So she decided to repaint everything. She could not believe that this place was so far away and so hard to find. But on the other hand, that could be the whole idea, because there were so many trees around the mansion, and it was not visible behind them. However, the girl said that external changes are just as important as internal ones, so she decided to prepare the outer gate as well. Again, 2 days passed and finally they arrived here, although they were late because Hanben insisted on destroying all the monsters on the way here. However, in fact, it helped Ether to raise his level and restore the dragon's core, so it wasn't so bad because a high level would help if he got into prison. The young man said that it was she who was buying all the clothes and equipment without stopping, but she said that the next day they were late because of him. In the end, this girl who had been waiting for them for so long was very happy to see that the victims had finally come here, although she was very angry that they had made her wait so long. The team went inside and saw this gate, although it seemed rather strange to them. Adis did not like the gate and said that it was a very nice sign, but Ether said that the person who created it was stupid. The girl thought that it was too rude because she had put a lot of effort into it, but she was expecting her guests to see the inside of the mansion. She already knew that she would destroy them as soon as the team entered the house. She also thought that she would take the body of this girl first and destroy her at the very moment when she was running away from the fear sphere. They thought that it is very good to have a spiritualist in the team when dealing with ghosts. Otis said that they have a skill that attracts intangible monsters, but since they don't have it, they will have to find the ghosts themselves and deal with them. Ether suggested that they split up because they didn't have much time, and Addis thought it was a good idea. But Hanbin said that perhaps they had never watched a horror movie, so they didn't know that it was a standard cliche when the heroes split up and then gradually get killed. Addis said that it was only a ghost and nothing would happen to them anyway, but then he remembered that physical attacks on ghosts would not work. They looked around and realized that it hardly looked normal, so Hanbin was surprised to see them so calm, and thought that there was a hidden camera somewhere and it was all a prank. Of course he can't use any of those 4 powers, he'll just have to wait outside, and if they scream when they find the ghosts, they'll be sure to say hello from him. Addis wondered if the ghosts were different from them, and Ether thought that Hanbin was scared, although he tried his best to deny it. In the end, Addis just sighed and walked in the other direction, saying that he would go that way and let them go the other way. He also said that Ether would tell him about the ghosts, but Hanbin did not really want Addis to leave him here. Eventually, after a while, the first ghost appeared and began to ask why these people had come to her house. Voices began to sound that they had come to find flowers, and she asked what kind of flowers they were going to find. They replied that they were going to find roses, and Hanbin begged her to stop and stop singing that song. Although she was just trying to lighten the mood, she had seen quite a few ghosts when she was a wyvern. Then he said that she should tell him more about them instead of singing. And Ether said that they are low-ranked monsters that take away the health of their victims, and are quite annoying because of their ability to fly. They usually stay near the remains of monsters or in humid places, so in summer, they are most active, and people who cannot use the 4 powers buy holy water from the Order of Light to drive out ghosts. Hanbin only got funnier from this story, and he also said that where he comes from every summer, he used to use a whole bottle of the same solution early in the morning to kill vermin and called it a chemical version of her holy water. In any case, since they are already on the battlefield, they need to be more careful not to be caught by the enemy. But it was at this moment that a level 7 ghost appeared. This girl was very happy that the victims were trapped, and then added that there would be a lot of ghosts waiting for them. However, in reality, these ghosts are just a decoy to lure them deeper into the mansion. At this very moment, when they take a step forward to get rid of the ghosts, the belts that are placed here will destroy them. And right now, it's time for them to finally activate her masterpieces that were placed here. But Ether, who was standing behind him, shouted at the boy to stop because she saw that there might be traps. However, it was too late now, so the main character began to run forward with all his might, destroying everything that met him on the way. And he managed to run and stay alive while demolishing a large number of these traps. The airwaves ran after him, saying that if he continues to run like this, he will activate absolutely all the traps. And in addition, by doing so, he will scare her. However, Hanbin was not afraid at all, or at least he wanted to believe it. But despite this, he started sweating very much. The guy said that it was because of those ghosts, and then suggested that we go back because he was worried about Addis. And even though Ether said that he could easily deal with all these ghosts, Hanbin said that Addis could get hurt because of all these traps. Ether still believed that Addis would not fall into any of them because they are very visible. In addition, all these traps are disposable and the place can be cleared quite quickly. And all this means that the only one who fell into the traps is Hanbin. However, the guy told her to shut up, finally adding that she should apologize to the hunter. The air was really funny for a while, but suddenly she stopped laughing and someone's silhouette appeared behind her. This girl, who looked like a typical horror movie, screamed with all her might that Hanbin had destroyed all her masterpieces. Ether still didn't understand anything because she hadn't been noticed, but she saw Hanbin continue to stare at one spot and keep his eyes on it. Then he suddenly started doing something and did not explain anything to Ether. Hanbin was really starting to feel uneasy, and on top of that, his sword got stuck while he was trying to break out the boarded-up windows. All Ether wanted to believe was that Addis was just playing a joke on them, and she asked him not to do it again. But then she looked back and saw Hanbin in front of her and the mirror behind him. She didn't understand what was happening, but there were still 4 days left before Aoife's trial. It turned out that the corridor they were walking along was endless, as was the ceiling and floor, so Hanbin thought they were in some kind of abyss. Later, they came across a fake ghost, and Ether decided to ask if the mage from their team was okay. But this ghost said that they were not playing. Someone like that could be in this place, and Ether thought that this girl was also stuck here. But she said that she could come in anytime if she wanted. But they, unlike her, were trapped and had no choice but to do what she said, period. Hanbin was a little relieved that Addis was okay. Although it was the first time he had ever heard of a house turning into a dungeon, Ether said it was very similar to the process of creating one, which meant that even if there was no clearly marked exit, there would still be one somewhere. You just have to find the source of the dungeon, that is, the artifact, and you can clear it all at once. And accordingly, the people inside will be instantly moved outside, so they won't have to look for a way out. This girl started laughing, saying that the rules are very simple and the tests are waiting in each room. All they need to do is complete them gradually and go to the next room. Somewhere there must be a key that can open the door on the other side of the room, and there were also hidden clues around, so she wished these losers good luck. Hanbin thought that it was something like a quest, and Ether was glad that they would be able to search for treasures because now she felt like a real hunter. Although the guy did not understand what was so special about it, because in his homeland, it could be arranged even on a regular date. And then a small quarrel started between them, and Hanbin said that the Ether would end if he was the first to find this key. This girl who created all this was very happy to see how much trouble they would have if they thought they would only have to find the key, because every wrong place to search would activate a death trap, so she was looking forward to it. She thought that the hunters would most likely have a hard time with it all because they would have to use their brains. But later on, Ether said that she found the key, although Hanbin didn't know how she did it, but she said that she could use her power to look for metal objects. The ghost said that it was cheating, but she didn't actually emphasize that it was not allowed, and was very angry that they went against the rules. But then they calmed down, realizing that the next test would be much harder, and if they wanted a hint, they could look at the clock. However, this time, Hanbin was able to open the door and didn't even have to look for a key, he just tore it out of the hinges. Here, the Ether and the ghost were both against him doing so. The percentage of mages from hunters is less than 10, and those who exceed the 40th level are only less than 2. Most of them are hired to make it possible to study and join the Guild of Mages Thinkers. This is the guild that is the highest level organization for magical research, and they recruit talented mages who specialize in magical science, regardless of their ability or level. If they become a part of the guild, they get the opportunity to move to the Kingdom of Mages and also get access to all the following magical theories. Otis was confident in his knowledge, so when he saw magic that could close a dimension, he was very surprised because it was the first time he had seen it. He didn't even know who created it and why they needed to put this magic in this abandoned mansion, so he wondered if they were separating the rooms and moving them to different dimensions. This theory seemed to be perfect as long as there was a working tool, because then the magic would continue to work, even if the mage who cast the spell was not around. Just like a dungeon. If that was the case, then nothing and no one could be released from here while the magic was working. However, Otis noticed that it was very unstable, and he was surprised that a magician could make such a mistake. But after a while, he realized that it was not a mistake. Everything was clearly calculated, because it would activate as soon as the intruder tried to leave the place. Eventually, the guy came out realizing that he had been guessing about this for a long time. It turned out that it was true, and this is the mansion that will soon cease to exist at all. Later on, the others sat down next to the fire, and the ghost began to tell them that no one wanted to adopt an orphan with such a face, that those people were the only ones who accepted her, while others kicked her out of absolutely everywhere, that they were the only ones who bothered her, so she didn't care who they were. She could finally live like a human after she had given up hope for that, and Ether, who had already started to cry, said that she didn't need to be human to live like humans. They sat next to that fire and were about to eat a part of a giant snake they had caught. However, she didn't understand the atmosphere of the camping trip, and Hanbin said that they were probably almost done with their quest and they were hungry, even though she said they hadn't faced the boss yet. Besides, she didn't know how they could stay so calm when she was trying to kill them. Hanbin replied that all these traps were quite weak for someone trying to kill them, and there was no poison on them, so there could not be any fatal injuries. The girl said that they should stop kidding themselves because she was level 35, and even if he was very strong, Hanbin was only level 5, and the only reason they were still alive was because she just wanted to have fun. But the guy just laughed, saying that he was curious how long she would last, probably until she started to feel lonely. After all, she is not a ghost but a normal person, so she is sad when she is alone and wants to be recognized by others for her hard work. So as long as she has an artificial guide, and if she had destroyed before, she would not have been able to resist the urge to attack them in the open. But those idiots from the Big Earth are completely different, and for them, human life is worth absolutely nothing. Ether tried to lure her to their side and told her that it was still not too late to change her mind. The girl offered to go with them and said that they would be able to get her out of this mansion and take her away. But then she started crying, and Hanbin did not understand what was happening to her. Then something strange started to happen, and Ether was asked if the dungeon could close like that, and the guy said that it felt completely different and he thought something was wrong. Finally, they were joined by Otis, who was running as fast as he could to tell them something. The magician told them that this place was a trap because they were waiting for them, and had prepared absolutely everything for them. In order to stop the destruction, they needed to find a working tool and then destroy the source itself. But then Hanbin did not understand why Otis went inside in this case. He replied that he was disappointed watching them from the outside, so he also decided to go in, although he was surprised that they hadn't found the source in 2 rooms. But Hanbin replied that they had gone through much more than 2 rooms. Otis began to tell him that they had moved from one room to another, moving with the source. Hanbin said that if there was an artifact here, they would have closed the dungeon long ago, but Otis claimed that he had received some kind of signal, and Ether said that he was right because it was here. The only thing that had been moving with them all this time was the same person. This girl started laughing hysterically, thinking that these people were going to get rid of her too, and Richard and Leslie had abandoned her. She was in unspeakable pain that this could happen, but she wanted to believe that it was all a lie. The next moment, Hanbin threw Otis and Ether off the platform where he was left alone, as mountains of rocks flew towards him. He apologized for doing so, but it was for their own safety. The two of them managed to land quite easily, but dozens of huge stones had just hit the place where Hanbin was standing. Ether began to worry very much, but Otis already knew that this guy would not even be scratched, and now the most important thing was to destroy the source. So first of all, they had to follow that girl and not let her escape. Meanwhile, Ether ran to him, seeing that he was indeed okay. and then they began to ask what they should do next, and whether there was another way out. It seemed that Han Bin had already lost all control of himself and began to use a vertical kick. Ether, who was standing in front of him, froze in place, not understanding why he was going to hit her. Everything around him exploded, and it turned out that this magic really belonged to the Big Earth. As long as they can create something like a guideline, they don't think about turning the subject of an artificial guideline into a working tool. So he realized that they needed to find her as soon as possible, because this girl was trying to stall for time to hide in a safe place. But at that moment, he thought he knew where that safe place might be, even though he didn't want to believe it. Later, Addis was rescued by Ether. Although she said that she was fine because her mail was thrown away by the blast wave, she did not understand what was happening. The magician said that he had customized an artifact that Han Bin had in the past, and that it had only a few uses, but it was better than nothing. But now Han Bin has just become possessed, even though the Ether believed that only children can become possessed. Addis replied that this is usually the case because only children do not possess any of the 4 powers, and their enemy is not an ordinary ghost but a subject with consciousness. That's why it might not be an ordinary possession, but it seemed like she was trying to take over his body and completely take over his soul. At the same time, Ether asked Madeline why she was doing all this, because then they wouldn't be able to get out. And she asked the girl to let her help her, because in this case, they would be able to get out and live normally. However, Madeline, who was already in the body of the protagonist, ordered her to shut up because if Ether wants to live, she will have to destroy her along with this guy. At the same moment, Han Bin hit himself in the face. Ether and Addis didn't understand what was happening because it all looked so strange. It turned out that Han Bin was partially still conscious and thus tried to destroy the so-called visionary who had possessed him. When the boy fell, they went to him, and Ada said that even a well-trained physical body can actually neutralize the magic inside of it. But Ether thought that it was the muscles that would have taken his brain by the throat. But they couldn't give up now because Han Bin was still struggling at the moment, but it looked like he was about to give up. Then everything moved to the world in the protagonist's head, namely the Library of Memories. He was there, and this girl began to call him the one who is redder than blood and the demon of darkness, and then added that he needed to swear to her on blood. This battle continued in the protagonist's head, and despite the fact that he begged to stop, Maiden continued to read, and thus they shared their memories with each other. She said that he should now fall into a deep sleep in this fictional world inside his mind. Even Han Bin had his own dark history, and thus he might not even survive. In fact, this past had caused him a lot of pain, and all the injuries on his body increased when the power over his body passed to Maiden. In addition, he spent 22 years alone in the Rocky Mountains, so he understands that this period could not do without a dark story. Soon the girl closed the book and exhaled calmly, realizing that she was done. But then she heard a voice asking where she was looking, and it turned out that it all worked in Madeline's direction as well. For a dark personality like her, being locked in a mansion could be the darkest story of her life. And he began to dig into her memories of how she had written that she always had tears in her eyes when she thought of someone on a starry night. The girl begged him to stop, but the protagonist continued to torture her just as she did to him. Han Bin wasn't going to give up because it was probably the only way to destroy her and get Madeline out of his own body by returning back. In her memories, he found a love letter that Madeline had written to an imaginary lover some time ago. Most likely, he should have realized that a high-level attack would have an incredibly strong recoil, but it was worth it. Maiden decided to take revenge after that and opened the memories of Han Bin's set of weapons. But he also kept up with her, taking out of her memories Madeline's gay fanfiction about the 4 great heroes. Ether, meanwhile, tried to understand how serious a battle was going on inside Han Bin's head. She then turned to Addis, asking how long this device they had collected from the trash would last, and the mage replied that since the Great Earth used it to create this city, it would most likely last a long time. But there was another problem. The problem was that they were using magic from another universe with the help of a guiding line, and, accordingly, the basic principles were known only to these people, so no one else would be able to create it on their own. But Adis was sure that there was a spy of the Great Land in the Thinkers. Leslie, meanwhile, got the Mirrors of Entanglement. It was a magical device that was made of 2 parts. If one broke, the same thing would happen to the other, and she decided that they could finish what they started, because the other side had taken the bait. Richard said that they shouldn't leave any evidence that they had been there, although after all they had a lot of useful magic equipment. So it was a shame that they had lost everything, although Richard didn't think they should worry about it. They were in the Holy Land of magic tools called the Magic Kingdom of Rune. Leslie said that they could go shopping now because they hadn't done it for a long time, but Richard said that they could go shopping after the task was completed. Although she did not like the fact that they would have to look like this when they were just going to report on the creation of Omlas's blessing, it was really necessary to avoid prying eyes. After that, they started to climb higher and higher in the wall, trying to be really invisible. After a while, they ended up in the Thinkers Guild of Mages, and this is where the first division was, and the Mage Symposium usually started with a normal lecture. But as soon as noblemen started collecting magic tools created by the Thinkers and considered them as luxury items, the Thinkers began to become popular, and the symposium also aroused their interest, so it became a place where new magic tools were shown. It was there that the nobility went to socialize and show off what they had bought recently. Later on, Leslie and Richard found themselves on the roof of this building and tried to be as quiet as possible after entering through the window. At that moment, the guards heard something but blamed it on the fact that it was a party, and most likely the noise was coming from somewhere else. Leslie said that they should have destroyed the gate right away, but Richard didn't say that they shouldn't leave any traces, so they went on. After a while, the two of them found themselves in the next room, and Leslie couldn't take her eyes off it. Richard, who entered it first, was directly confronted by a giant robot standing in front of him, although neither of them could even guess what it was. Of course, they did not expect that there would be any additional protection, but this machine began to sound the alarm and was going to destroy it. Richard blocked the robot's attack, thinking that it was most likely a golem. Now they needed to destroy it and do it as quietly as possible, so they started to use a diagonal strike along with Aura's dagger. Leslie said that there can't be any monster here, and it is obvious that this one is artificial, so she didn't understand why Richard destroyed his sword, knowing that. But after a while, another woman came in and said that they had destroyed the product they were going to show at the symposium. She also remembered that these two had destroyed her lab in the past. Leslie and Richard immediately bowed and started to apologize to her, but the woman said that it didn't matter now. In front of them, they saw a very beautiful girl who was the archmage of the four heroes named Zenobia, and she said that if what they wanted to tell was worth what they had done, she would forgive them, period. Meanwhile, Madeline came to her senses, though she didn't realize where she was because she was fighting a second ago. For a moment, she even thought she was in another world and had been destroyed, but then hell seemed too strange to her. Although she thought that maybe it was supposed to look like that, in the end she was just used as a tool and lived a completely meaningless life. Given that she was already dead, it was likely that those people were able to get out of the mansion. But she would have felt sorry for herself if they hadn't, and if she had lived on, they would have continued to hunt her down. And yet Madeline was happy that she had had some fun at the end before she died. But right after that, she saw a dog in front of her, which surprised her. It was also a bit strange because this dog could talk and looked around and told her to stop whining about being dead like a child. He added that it would be over as soon as she stopped moving forward, and at that moment, a big monster appeared behind her. She didn't even want to believe that she was not in hell and was still in that guy's mind. It was true, and that monster was Hanbin, although she saw him a little differently now. In fact, it all happened for only a second, but she was almost dragged down, so she realized that this guy was really dangerous. However, Hanbin was still lying in the middle of the magic circle, unmoving, and Madeline was sitting behind him. Ether immediately started screaming as soon as she saw that this girl had left Hanbin's body, and she and Adis had to take action. The mage already had a plan, so as soon as he saw Madeline, he immediately began to activate the operation. Immediately afterwards, a giant dome appeared over the mansion, covering the building. Hanbin began to breathe very hard, but he was still alive and shielded the other two from the stones, and everything that was flying from above. The guy started looking around, asking what happened to the mansion and the space, and Adis replied that it must have worked despite the fact that they lost consciousness. But he was surprised that it was morning because it had been hard and everything would have been fine, but they needed to be on time for court. Ether just laughed, saying that most likely the last step was still up to her. Madeline was also here with them, but she looked like a completely normal person, but she didn't even remember who she was. Adis explained that he had managed to reset her role as a working tool through a spatial trap, and all her skills and abilities had disappeared, so now she was an ordinary person. Madeline started to ask why they didn't destroy her, and thought that those people were going to hand her over to the Order of Light, and Adis said that he would have destroyed her if she had completely taken over Hanbin's body, and the fact that she tried to do that increases his desire to hand Madeline over to the Order of Light. And also because of her fault, Ether would not have time to go to her own trial because they would have to go all the way back to the Crater prison camp, and she still wanted to save her and kept asking Adis to wait until Madeline was out. The girl thought that Ether was crazy if she thought that someone like her would be grateful for the rescue, and said that no one needed pity. Hanbin pointed out that it all sounded too harsh, and Ether said that her sister was used by the Big Earth just like her, and that was why she was sentenced to trial. That's how Ether decided to fight them, even saying that even if she went to prison, she would still do everything to survive and get out. For her, staying alive was a gift because then she would be able to win more and more battles. Adis said that they would never let Ether go to prison, and Hanbin said that they thought Romania was such a bad place. But then Madeline spoke again, saying that in fact they all still had a way out. Then a carriage appeared in front of them, moving with the help of a magic engine. Due to the lack of mechanical parts and power, the engine uses magical power with the help of mana stones, although the mechanism does not use a mechanical horse. It seemed that those who created it were very focused on the appearance and wanted everything to look aesthetically pleasing. And Adis was very surprised by what he saw, as he had only seen it in books before. He leaned against the carriage, thinking that he could never see it in real life, although Madeline didn't know why he was acting like that either. But the owner of the mansion had used it for a long time, and it was just stored here. Ether was happy in any case because they would get there in time for the trial, but Adis now began to look worried, and Hanbin wondered what had happened to him. Actually, it was true that there was nothing faster than a tarpon, and for the same reason they didn't need a high-ranked mana stone to charge it, but he just couldn't do it. Adis sighed again, saying that he knew that the Great Land could not have left such a wonderful device behind for no reason, and Hanbin was not sure that he understood everything completely, but all they needed was a strong mana stone. After that, he held out a fragment of the unfinished Omplus blessing and asked if it would be suitable. Without a word, Adis grabbed it in his hands, and the very next moment they were running forward on this Krita with all their might. Maiden asked why she was brought along, but she still had nowhere to go, and Ether asked Adis not to go so fast, but he seemed to be indifferent, just wanting to go as fast as possible. Only the mage said that if only one fragment was so strong, and it was connected to the Thinkers, they could not put it aside. But Hanbin remembered that Adis was part of their group, so he suggested that they just report everything to the leader. However, he said that this was impossible because the leader of the group is one of the 4 heroes named Zenobia, who is an archmage and the most powerful among the Ratna mages. She saved the world by stopping the attack on the goddesses. And she is also the queen of the belly kingdom of Rune with all these aristocrats who want to marry her because of her incredible beauty, so they are unlikely to get close to her. But that was 20 years ago when she was on the 100th level, when she encountered people from other worlds, and Adis told her that the 4 heroes were recognized by the goddesses for their deeds and were blessed so that their bodies would never age, which is why they are known as the Blessed One. Hanbin thought that these 4 were like living legends, and he had heard from Ether about them, although it was already a well-known fact, so Adis said he would tell him more about it. The strongest swordsman of the continent was Beralt, the King of Sword. He is the strongest of all 4 heroes and is a Valterian warrior thanks to him. The current situation of his race remains the same as before, but no one has seen him for the last few years. Among them was a spiritualist named Halion, who is a transcendentalist of life and the afterlife, and is the beauty of the spiritual species and was the strongest nymph. However, she is now the Queen of Elendia, the Spirit Kingdom, and her current actions are aimed at maintaining this role. However, one of these 4 is still active in his activities. He is the one who has caught the most otherworldly than anyone else, and his name was Ugent, the monarch of Calduria for thousands of years and the best magical swordsman, who was also called Garhan the Terrible. So all these old people were on the same team, and Hanbin thinks that if they create an alumni club, it will be something fun, although he is not sure about the Sword King. But if everyone else comes together as representatives of each kingdom, it will be really interesting. Most likely people watching would not be able to say a word. That is why it is either a place where there is always war, or a place where something very special is happening. Zenobia stood on the balcony looking down and thinking that today these aristocrats who were always trying to look at her could not do anything. And thanks to Gerhan, her new invention was sold, although he had intended to use the authority of military force, but the girl hadn't expected anything else. But he knew that Zenobia had hardly called him just to sell her golems, and another girl said that Lady Halion had thought about it and said she would agree with any decision he made because so long a life had made her lazy. Then Garhan began to realize that this thing was now right in her hands. He was referring to the blessing of Omplos that they had been talking about for so long. And Zenobia said that since they didn't have much time left, they should start right away. Then someone asked if he knew that darkness is emptiness, and emptiness is the end and the end is the beginning. If he knew this, he must have realized that the only goddess who could control the darkness was Siriel. That's why, swearing by her name, the girl began to ask who the person she was talking to was. She was the embodiment of darkness and the one who spoke for Siriel. And this girl's name was Kivier, and she had to fulfill her promise in the name of the goddess. She began to call the children who heard her call. She needed them to meet at the altar and fulfill all her orders. Zenobia and Garhan knelt before Kivier, and she began to ask them who was the embodiment of darkness and who spoke for the goddess Kivriel. After that, the girls said their names and asked if they were really the ones who had received the blessing of the goddess of darkness, Kivriel. Garhan seemed not very happy with what was happening, but then they told Kivier that she hadn't come here just for answers. So she asked what the 2 of them were doing here. Then they told her that 20 years ago they had fought against aliens who were on the side of the demon god Omplos. At that time, they were old and sacrificed their own bodies to fight for the goddesses and save them at any cost. Perhaps not for long, but they still managed to win and believed that they had given absolutely everything to save the world. They regained their young bodies, rebuilt the cities that had been damaged, and even gained the wisdom of truth, and were given the opportunity to gain an even higher level of status in society, which they then used to end the war. But the ironic thing was that they were told how much time they had left to live, and they should have known the feeling when every second of your life is a countdown to its end. They all believed that they were the ones who were given the highest position possible, but no one thought that they would start to crave immortality so much. So the goddesses decided that they had been treating them too well all this time. Mistakes and disappointments were meant for those who enjoyed life, so the Kiwis told them to get out of here if they had their questions answered. But Garhan stood up saying that his disappointment was not that his life would be over. Kivier continued to attack him, and the man said that they had done too many bad things despite the fact that their children had sacrificed themselves in the past for the goddesses. It was unfair because they wanted to move on with their lives, but the goddesses had only given their blessings and watched the chaos in the world. Therefore, Garhan's main disappointment was that they were the goddesses who neglected the lives of others. However, Kivier was sure that a person who has a limited time to live cannot understand everything, and she added that her young child Chaos could really be right in front of his eyes. But Garhan had to see the truth no matter what was happening. This world does not need goddesses who just watch. It needs heroes who will punish evil and uphold justice. That is why they have no choice but to become the very pillars of immortality to uphold justice. Garin said that they must grant them this immortality, and then this world can be saved. Zenobia stood behind him and remained silent, very surprised. But then Gerhan Akivier stopped talking and said that she would not consider the search for eternal life a sin, but the end of life that she gives them will not be a punishment as they think. There is no other way now to avoid the fear and pain of realizing the end of life, so Kivier could give them this end without pain and suffering, and their names as heroes would live on forever. However, Garhan was categorically against accepting this and believed that they had given them the opportunity to continue to rule this world by betraying the heroes who had defended them. The conflict between them continued while the team had barely made it to the courtroom. Hanbin asked what could happen to Ether, and Ada said that they had already done everything possible to exonerate her completely. Then the young man asked if the magician had told Emil about the Great Land, and Addis replied that he had only told Emil about Maiden and agreed to protect her because she had been a victim of those who had turned her into a ghost. If they had told the priest about the Great Land, he would have become suspicious not only of Ether and Maiden, but also of themselves and their involvement in the Great Land. Bin agreed and began to eat what Addis brought him, saying that the incident with the lychee was an accident, but that if they knew what had happened to Alejandro and the mansion, the Order of Light would have a hard time believing them. However, judging by the fact that they managed to destroy one of the bases, it seemed that those people only had them to annoy people and stay alive. So we can assume that those criminals still don't know anything about the heroes. Addis said that if it became known that they possessed a fragment of Amplas's blessing, these bastards would definitely come after them. So the mage suggested not telling the Order about it for now, and keeping it to themselves. Addis also said that this was just a guess, but perhaps the Ratnians could use the thing as a guide, and Hanbin thought that if he had a working one, he could use magic, although Addis denied this, saying that the blessing of the demon god was different. It could be said that it was a more specialized thing and that new skills or magic spells could be added to it, and Hanbin asked if the mage could use it himself with something compatible. However, it turned out that this compatibility is not necessary, because Hanbin is a high-level swordsman, and both can use magic that can read the level of the opponent, and it is very similar to how a dragon absorbs experience. And with this thing, a person can go far beyond his or her limits of magic. It turns out that humans are like computers with low characteristics, and advanced magic is like a high specification program. So the only way a computer can use the program is either with the guidance or blessing of Amplas. But still, they were very lucky to be able to get out of that mansion, and only managed to stop this magic because Madeline was stuck inside with them. And because it was only a fragment of Ampla's blessing, the magic was stopped quite easily, but it would have been different if there had been more. Most likely in this case, the heroes would not have been able to get out of this trap. Addis would not have been able to do anything either, but while the magician was talking and was very thoughtful, Hanbin leaned over and grabbed his hand and bit off half of his burrito. Addis was almost crying, saying that this was his only normal meal in a long time, but Hanbin only replied that it was not his fault that Addis was so focused on something other than food, and if he had been in that state in the Rocky Mountains, he would have become dinner himself. Then the guy wondered how he would have lived without being here, and probably would have just lived for 5 years in the Rocky Mountains out of fear. Although now it's ridiculous to think about it. You keep going forward, and the only thing that matters is that he was there at the right time. And it's also important that they were able to stay alive until now, which Addis agreed with. Meanwhile, Maiden and Ether had already left the room and were about to go to them to tell them everything. After all, thanks to Madeline's words, Ether and Ether were cleared of suspicion almost immediately, but when they saw Hanbin and Addis very close to each other, they decided not to interrupt them by watching them from afar. When they asked him questions, Addis just sighed and looked at his burrito, saying that the guy had eaten his food without permission. Ether then began to beat Hanbin, although he did not understand why she was so angry. Goddesses, unlike other people, are higher beings who are capable of more, and this also makes it clear that the dimension in which they live is significantly different from the human one, and no one would be able to understand those who live in the four-dimensional universe. However, it also works in the other direction, just as they see them as just figures drawn on a plane. Eternity, which people are trying so hard to reach, is just another dimension for them, and that's why they just can't attack the goddesses. This is exactly how it has been for a long time until now, and the level of the goddesses is impossible to determine. Garhan couldn't really even think that such a being would be closed in the field of the lower universe, and it seemed to him that he and Kyriel had switched roles, and until he understood its nature, the future of the goddess would repeat itself in a cycle in this space. Then he asked Zenobia if Cyriel could understand their plans while she was in this space. The girl replied that she did not know, but perhaps if they forced themselves to enter this space, the goddess of this space would call them herself. And it was at this moment that their magic began to be destroyed. And when Garhan beheaded her, the goddess was completely trapped in their magic. And by then it was too late, because they had already absorbed half of her power of darkness. And this was true because after that, Cyriel could not recognize the blessing of Amplas. But there was one problem, because they would not be able to achieve immortality with that alone. And although it was strange, the blessing of Amplas was incomplete, so Garhan did not know if they would be able to absorb all the goddesses when they created it completely. Zenobia asked him how he was going to create it, because they couldn't even leave the space to keep the goddesses inside. And since there is no time in this space, their lifespan will not be reduced, and they will be able to absorb their power as long as they need. Then only they heard the voice of the goddess, although they didn't think it was possible, and Garhan smiled, saying that if it surprised the Archmage, it was definitely worth it. It turned out that Garhan had just used some of the absorbed power and they could communicate with the other world. But Zenobia reminded them that the Order of Light was still watching them closely. And then Garhan said that's why they would pit one religion against another. They just need to give her a command in the name of Kyriel to the Dark Brotherhood. After that, someone took out a card with a single sword on it. It turned out to be Addis and Ether joyfully exclaimed that she never thought she would ever want to create her own team with him. Although the guild did not think that he would include a 5th level newcomer in his team, Otis said that he had his reasons. When he wanted to pay for it, the girl said that her brother and herself were in debt to Otis's friend, so she would do it for free. But it turned out that Han Bin did not return the girl's things and burned the Temple of Amelia. Then she asked if Otis wanted to register a new guild card, as it was free for those who cooperate with the order. After that, they heard the voice of a man who wanted to become a hunter, asking if he could do it here, and Zanbin thought that he had just come from the village because he was one when he came here. Judging by the equipment, he had just bought it because it was clean and the man was a level 20 person. Hanbin was surprised that he was so eager to join the guild, but the girl asked him his name and place of birth. Then the man sighed and smiled, saying that he had come here from Shanghai, and after that he told her his name too, Sana Warrior. Meanwhile, on the 1,000-year-old snowy mountain to the northeast in the kingdom of Qualdry, something was happening. People began to scream and chaos broke out among them, and they all said that invaders had come. They hated this cold and did not understand why dragons build their nests. It was in places like this. But despite the fact that it was difficult, they continued to run because the danger was already very close. It turned out that right behind them were representatives of the Dark Brotherhood, calmly and confidently walking. The people almost succeeded, but then they received a fragment of Umpla's blessing. But this man didn't know how one of the Inquisitors found out about all this, and even if he guessed, he didn't understand why these Inquisitors were here. But instead of thinking, they had to run as fast as possible, so they continued to run. But in a moment, this man fell on a mountain of snow, and the Inquisitor was behind him, asking where he was going in such a hurry. The man only said that they had nowhere to go, so they lived here, although he was afraid that these Inquisitors were moving so fast. So the next moment, he fell to his knees and begged to be let go alive. And then they would go elsewhere, and the Inquisitor just laughed, knowing that they had bad rumors about them. But these people should know that the Dark Brotherhood of Refugees does not move. So he came closer and asked them if they were members of the Great Land. And it was at that moment that this man who had just begged for mercy grabbed his gun and said that he would have to kill the Inquisitor because he had guessed. He even wondered if the latter would be as brave at the point of his gun. However, it turned out that this man was new to this world because he hardly knew how to shoot. The Inquisitor said that everything has its own reason, and that is why this man's allies did not use weapons as well. And the fact that this man is still alive also has its own reason. The Inquisitor said that the man should give him the blessing of Umplas, and that would be the end of it. However, looking at the box where the part of this blessing was, he said that everything was too complicated. Immediately after he stopped talking, something started to happen somewhere on the top, and a light came on. Only later it turned out that it was the very power they wanted so badly to take away. And since he could not see the level, this giant agreed to tell everything. And now, not only the indicators, but also the level itself has increased and is probably already above the 80th. This giant didn't even know how Alejandro could lose the battle with such power. However, it was a pity that the first opponents of such power were only a magician and a healer. And then this monster asked how they knew that the blessing of Oplas was here. But the Inquisitor only warned that it was better not to touch the mask at all. However, he disobeyed and did so and then realized how high the level of this creature was. Then the Inquisitor began to struggle and grabbed the monster with his hands. He was going to destroy it, saying that there is a reason for everything, as he had said before. While they continued the battle in the Crater Gorge, it was also turbulent, and a heavy battle was going on. The hunters were trying to fight and keep the monsters out of the dungeon, so that they wouldn't start attacking the locals. But it was quite difficult to do so, no matter how hard they tried. The monsters they encountered in this place were too powerful, and it was very difficult to block even their attacks. However, despite all these problems, the team did not give up, and they continued to fight to clear the dungeon. One of these hunters was a level 50 warrior, and he was sure that he would deal with this insect very quickly and easily. However, this giant caterpillar had level 61 and was a very strong opponent. It seemed that the monster wanted to get to the village and destroy the people there, and the hunters could not stop it. But then they saw something falling from above, and it turned out to be a person. It turned out that it was Ether, and she was going to destroy this giant creature by swinging her swords. She successfully managed to do so and hit the caterpillar right in its torso. They recognized a new huntress, Ether, who had spontaneously appeared 2 months ago and was leveling up at a rapid rate. And although she uses basic magic sword techniques, due to her strength, a single attack can deal a heavy blow. There were rumors that she lost her sister in a mission with the Dragon's Nest, but now she helps people and some people thought it was too hypocritical. And then she was joined by Otis, who also approached the monster using his magic. The other hunters recognized this unique magic almost immediately, although they could not believe that it was really happening. And soon they actually saw Otis attacking the monster and began to praise him, saying that he was the best mage for any team and that he had great attack and support. In addition, he uses the magical equipment that he made in time and uses powerful magic of the highest level. He is also getting better every time, and the team leader was watching him with admiration. Another hunter said that he had read about the magician Otis in the newspaper and remembered seeing a picture of him recently. It was the Sword King's clan, and the Valterian warrior was there too, so Han Bin approached and said that he would do the rest. Martin just smiled awkwardly, saying that the other two had destroyed the monster and he was embarrassed, but Brad said that it didn't matter because they were a team. While Brad went ahead and tried to fight the monster, the other hunters started talking about something. It turned out that 2 months ago something happened in the guild and the consequences of the event were not what they wanted. They continued to talk about it until the monster was finally destroyed by another group of the Sword King. Later, in a completely different place, someone began to resent the fact that all hunters seemed to have no sense of beauty. This was the building where the aliens assassins and criminals had been living. But another man said that the building and its technology had been changed and became better after the people from the other world came here. Emil then asked why the Hunters Guild was here, and the man said that he just couldn't stop thinking about that girl with white hair and the name Ether, because she was always in his mind. He emphasized that she was very beautiful, and it was a pity that she was engaged in the requested hunting, and worried about which team Ether was on. He decided to come and check. Emil was unpleasant to hear all this, but he realized that he had to endure it because he was a local nobleman who had also donated a large sum to the order. Only then did he ask if the guild always had so much noise and so many people around. Emil explained that conflicts between hunters are a constant affair, and they always have weapons with them, so even small quarrels can cost someone their life. Because of this, it was decided to ban the use of weapons in the guild's premises, and those who violate this rule can lose their status as hunters. However, there was still one exception to this rule, and that was when a foreigner with level 20 or higher tried to register as a hunter. And the conflict begins when this alien is suspected of being an alien and the weapon comes into play. This man named Sana was surprised to be attacked and pushed around. Otis was not sure that this was a person from another world. And then Hanbin asked if the others knew about Shanghai or Chengrushun, and it turned out that they did not. Ether thought that it was some kind of food, and Addis, who had never heard of it, assumed that it was another region. Only then the magician answered that these words are used on Earth, so Hanbin can be sure of his identity. But for them it is only an unknown word, and the other hunters only suspect until they guess. In addition, being a Waltherian warrior, he attacks first and blocks the other hunters. Hanbin only said that he had heard about Shanghai spas somewhere, but 22 years in the Rocky Mountains were too long for him to remember absolutely everything about the Earth. However, in any case, the fact was that this man was a newcomer who had recently come from Earth, and in that case, the instructions would have said that he needed to hide his identity, so the best option would be to disperse and intimidate them. Sana thought that in order to become a warrior, he needed to demonstrate his abilities, and this was also a difficult test for him. However, if it was fate, Sana agreed to fight and said that he would not run away from them. But if fighting helpless people is against the behavior of warriors, he was forced to ask the others to step back and give him away. Then this man saw a muscular warrior of the 5th level in front of him, and Han Ying began to talk about something. However, the very next moment, he just rushed at the man, intending to hit him, which he did, charging at his face. The man said that there was no point in telling everyone about his level, because if he wanted to die here, he should do it alone. Of course, when the other hunters heard about the 5th level of the Valterian warrior, they were shocked and did not even believe it. Hanbin started begging Addis to do something, even though he didn't know what to do in such a situation. This made a lot of noise because no one could believe that a Valterian warrior would have such a level. But these people said that if they had seen this guy fight, they would definitely not believe it. A 5th level would not be able to destroy a 70th level dungeon boss, and they called this foreigner an idiot who would run away knowing Hanbin's true level. The guy was grateful to them for covering him, even though he didn't even know who Sana was. Then one of the guards ordered the others to put down their weapons and surrender, which only made more noise among them. Emil was also among them, and Hanbin told him to stop those people, although he said they were not from the order. It turned out that they were judges and soldiers who had already beaten many of the people standing there. From the very beginning, this prison was a place where aliens from other worlds were thrown, and after the execution of the prisoners, this place turned into a cluster of garbage like these people. It was built by the terrible Garhan, who may have known about people like them, and this dungeon, located on both sides of the valley, was used as a prison for aliens, built vertically. Even if someone wanted to get out, they would face a cliff and fly away, because the steel walls are 15 meters thick and the deepest part reaches 48. As a result of the experiment, the 48-meter steel wall could not be destroyed even by the strongest king of the sword Beothold, meaning that even a Waltherian could not escape from prison. One of those men approached Hanbin saying that he was no longer even a Waltherian, and in addition, an order was issued that he should be imprisoned for 100 years. Although in fact it seemed very strange because 100 years is really a very long time. Hanbin tried to find out why 100 years because it was just an accident, and that strange man was the first to be affected. However, the other judges are also from the same group, so an appeal won't help. And even though Emil also asked for an indulgence for him, they are not interested in an indulgence, and the owner of the prison is the chief judge. So if they riot, the sentence will be even longer. But Afir said that the judge loves money, so there had to be a way to solve something. And Adis told Hanbin to wait a little longer so they could find the money and get him out. Hanbin just sighed, realizing that even if he got out of here, he would have to hide all the time. Then his plan to get the blessing of the goddesses through a donation to the order will fail and make no sense. After that, he would no longer be able to ask the goddess to send him to Earth and would only have to trust Addis and Ether and sit quietly. Then the guy noticed that 2 prisoners next to him had already started fighting, and a conflict broke out between them. One of them was shouting very loudly that he was not ashamed of his actions that brought him to this place. His crime was to strike a nobleman, and he tried to kill him. And the peculiarity of this detainee was that he was in custody on the day of the court case because of an unknown personality and had to sit here for 100 years. And Hanbin threw an unknown person at a nobleman and was also accused of attempted murder, so he had to stay here for a century. Then this guy said hello to Hanbin, but he was only annoyed and thought it would be better to hit him on the head instead of the cheek. The young man stood up saying that he did not know the guy, and he was not his friend as Sana called him for some reason. Sana just continued saying that he was also confused until he got a slap from Hanbin because he couldn't even believe that this guy was a 5th level. Then the protagonist grabbed him by the neck while Sana tried to find out what skill Han Bin used, but he just told him to shut up. He already knew that things were already going wrong, and if this idiot continued, Han Bin could be exposed. And in this case, something could happen to Addis and Ether as well, because they would be accused of involvement in it. Therefore, the protagonist decided that it would be better to take this man's life so that he would not interfere. He continued to squeeze his neck while he continued to say that he was uncomfortable being in a new place. So he was happy to meet him, and Sana asked him his name, intending to become friends. The protagonist already rejected this idea and introduced himself as Phalod, after which this guy also introduced himself saying that he can be called Changrushin. Then Hanbin just asked how it happened that he was still alive, because he talks about coming from another world and they catch them here. Changrushin just said that he tells everyone that Han is a 5th level, and everyone looks at him as if he is crazy, and he really is an alien from another world. Hanbin thought that he should teach this guy how to distinguish between aliens and Ratnians, but Changrushin said that he had a small gift for his help. It was a mana crystal he got when he destroyed one of the monsters on the way here. Hanbin was surprised that he had managed to destroy a monster here, and Changrushin added that those guys had tried to take the crystals from him. The young man thought that it would be possible to try to get into the dungeon, because the prison was built in a gorge, and as for the crystals, those guys could not sell them here anyway. Only then did Changrushin realize that Hanbin knew nothing, because if he gave the crystal to the warden, something might change. It turns out that by giving it to him, the man can reduce his prison sentence. Hanbin could not even believe his ears and then shouted that he should have told him about it right away. Meanwhile, the nobleman was thinking that if a foreigner kills a warrior, he will never forget the taste of blood, and the higher the level, the greater the pleasure of killing. He even envied them because he himself was tired of everything in this place. Then he added that this Valterian warrior was his next prey, and the nobleman was even stabbed when he imagined how his proud face would be torn apart. People on Earth are small and weak, and one of the reasons for this is that they have started to move less in the development of civilization, so they have weakened. But the Ratnians who hunted ancient monsters are not much different from Earthlings, although they're a little more athletic because they have to move a lot, although they are essentially the same as humans, despite the fact that the Ratnians train a lot to catch these monsters on the hunt, and they also understand their levels. By training their bodies, the human body can reach a maximum of the 15th level. However, monsters are different, and depending on this, the level can grow greatly, so the 15th level that people reach is not a powerful indicator. However, at the same time, Rana has the so-called 4 main powers for all of them to use. The spirit of magic and energy, mana, the spirit of lightning and human power is one of them. The spirit of rebirth and protection prana, and they all have different characteristics and are called the 4 main powers. Therefore, hunters train for a long time and develop these powers to raise their level. And then, when they reach a certain level, they can start hunting for stronger monsters. However, sometimes a hunter is not able to use these powers because there are even special devices that can block the effect of these 4 powers. A monster may be 36th level and a hunter 45th, but these are just numbers that mean little. People who can't use these 4 powers may have high levels, but it won't save them. No matter what level they can reach, it simply won't save them from monsters and they will become their food. And this is the rule, there are no exceptions because there is no way to escape. This giant bee was like a cannonball and it was ready to do anything to destroy its prey. Then the hunter, who had lost all hope of survival, accidentally noticed a kitchen knife next to him. It was just an ordinary kitchen knife, and besides, with these handcuffs he would not be able to use his aura. He didn't know what to do in this situation, but then the question flashed through his mind whether a Valterian could do this to a monster. And eventually Hanbin succeeded. He had been sitting here for 5 weeks and he got bored just sitting there. Of course his sword was taken away from him, but the knife was also suitable, and if you put in the effort and control the power, you can destroy your enemies. It would also help to raise his level, just like Changrushin, who managed to destroy the bee and get experience points. He was a 35th level warrior, and Changrushin exhaled a sigh of relief when he realized it was over. They then went to return the mana crystals and were told that they would each be reduced by a month, although some said that 1 day was enough for them. Hanbin then said that he would be exchanged for 8 kitchen knives, despite the fact that Changrushin had suggested that he take more effective weapons. However, the young man said it was better to take the cheaper ones because they break quickly, but Changrushin was uncomfortable because he actually had a much more powerful weapon. Over the past 5 weeks, Hanbin has been gradually collecting crystals and has managed to find many high-level monsters. However, the protagonist couldn't leave this guy behind and he also needed to raise his level. And besides, Changrushin has a good reference point. Maybe he will have some useful information for meeting the goddesses, so Hanbin wanted to leave here with him. But the guy said that instead of a shorter sentence, he would rather have 100 loaves of bread. The other people sitting here thanked him because Changrushin had used mana crystals to give them bread, and these prisoners were mostly those who could not overcome the bullies from above. The young man laughed, saying that the monsters would come back anyway, and it was not a sumptuous meal, so he did not think he had done anything special. Hanbin then turned to him, saying that if he didn't want to rot in a prison cell, he shouldn't be so kind. Changrushin replied that he could not turn his back on those who wanted to become heroes, even sinners. Then Hanbin let him go and looked to the side to see the gate open and someone enter. It was the same nobleman and judge who sighed at what was happening. The prisoners rushed to him, begging him to see their family at least once, but he was stopped by the guards before he reached the judge. 5 years ago, this man was detained for 15 years for non-payment of a debt, and he has no experience as a hunter and his family pays for him. But the judge only said that if he wants to meet his family, he has to destroy monsters. Also, this man lost his leg to a monster and therefore cannot hunt anymore, so they wanted to give him another chance. However, the judge only said that he should be sent back to the dungeon to show what he could do. The man still tried to shout and stop the judge, but the nobleman had already stated that it was necessary to get rid of the lower ones who would be useless, and then the judge said that he was looking for one prisoner. The man without a leg begged Charlie to help him, but no one would even look at him. Only then they heard someone's voice saying that it was hard enough for all of them here, so there was no need for chaos, and it was good that at least they didn't have to kill with their own hands. They turned their attention to the Valterian standing farther away and called him inadequate because of these words. The guards were about to punish him for such rash words. The guy just replied that they were also going to the dungeon, and a monster had just appeared on the other side, so they would have to go in together. The guards were still not going to believe them and stood alert, but did not come closer to them. They seemed to be waiting for the two to enter the dungeon as they said they would, but Han Bin and Chung Rushin still stood there without moving. The protagonist only then turned to them, asking if he could teach them a lesson once, period. Meanwhile, in the northeastern part of the Millennium Kingdom, there was the same restless mountain where the dragon's lair was located. They were measuring the level of those who had been evacuated, and it was all over. There were no foreigners from another world among them, and this was the 6th dragon's nest they had managed to capture. This masked man approached the chief asking what was wrong with him, because he had no face, but the general seemed to feel that something was wrong, and we were just actively looking for information. In the end, they didn't hope for anything, because nothing good could come from looking like that, but they were still sure that something was bothering the general. Then they tried to find the general, but it turned out that he said he had to pass something to the Brotherhood, so he went to the headquarters. Later on, the general was there right at the Dark Brotherhood headquarters about to give them this thing. He went inside and went further and further and then found himself in the Chapel of the Saints going to the right people. The Inquisitor named Ethan had done a great job for their campaign. And this time, according to the oracle he received, there was an alien laboratory, and he was able to get the blessing of the demon god back. Although it was strange that such a small piece could contain so much sinister energy, if not for the oracle of the goddess, it would have raised a lot of questions in the world. Leonhardt soon found himself in front of them, and the others said that the goddess of darkness, Siriel, also deserved to be recognized by them. It was obvious that something was definitely wrong with him, so the one sitting behind the curtain asked what was going on. But Leonhardt just said that it was all too strange. Historically, the goddess has sent prophets to observe the earth and give them enlightenment, but she has never been directly involved in matters on earth. Kivier said that this could mean that such a terrible attitude of people had touched the heavens themselves, but Leonhardt replied that by the time they received the oracle and arrived at the site, the death toll had already exceeded 100 people. If the goddess had known where they were, they could have gotten there much faster and prevented these victims. Then an old woman said that she had been a saint for 70 years, but that she had rarely received this oracle. The goddess was very worried about the chaos in this world and sent the oracles, but there was only dissatisfaction. No matter how much they said that Leonhardt was blessed or chosen, this guy was too rude. Leonhardt only apologized afterwards, and then the woman said that he did not age and had young blood in him. But the boy no longer appeared to be a child who could afford to be capricious, so he should watch his words. She sat down again in her favorite place and told Leonhardt to remember to take off his mask next time, and he only apologized, saying that he would wait for the next oracle. The woman said that she was offering this blessing to the demon god, the goddess Kivriel, who rules over darkness. Leonhardt just realized that such a detailed oracle had never been seen before, and thanks to it, he was able to get Ompla's blessing back. But even if he asks the goddess what it is, she says that it cannot be told to any other orders. However, it was at this moment that something strange began to happen behind his back, and the boy stopped again. He did not fully understand what was happening, but for a moment he thought that he had just received the blessing of Omplas. He just sighed and squeezed his hand, saying that the Dark Brotherhood could definitely be trusted after such actions. Zenobia asked how much the blessing of the demon god she had left in the dragon's nest had increased, and he only replied that it was only 3%, because there were too few refugees. The girl replied that it was possible to miss that the incomplete blessing of the demon god had been delivered to the dragon's nest with Richard's help, but she did not think that it would be possible to recover the fragment with the help of the Order, and at the same time they were easily able to get rid of the Great Land, which had already lost its value. It turns out that it's not bad to be a regent and participate in political life, and Garhan agreed, saying that his body was not aging, but his mind was tired. In addition, the great Earth they had created was too easily destroyed, so the girl was a little disappointed, although Garhan could not say that she was too weak, and the Dark Brotherhood Inquisitors were not that strong. Perhaps they gave them too much information through this oracle. And then it turned out that only one person could be involved, and they both knew it. In the Dark Brotherhood, there is one wielder of the goddess's blessing named Leonhardt, and he was the one who would become the hero of the next generation. This seemed like a good idea. He had received the blessing anyway, and most likely knew how long he would live, so it was suggested that he be drawn to their side, but it would be difficult to do so. Despite the goddess's blessing, he gave up his career and remained in the Brotherhood, and their faith was still different from others, so he would destroy them if he found out that they had made such a move. Then it was suggested to simply destroy him, because a capable Inquisitor can also be useful, although the level is too high and now they simply will not be able to resist him with only the Great Land in reserve. Still, the goal of the Inquisitor is to take the aliens alive and get as much information from them as possible, and he is the perfect figure for this, because he is the only one who specializes in hand-to-hand combat and healing. So all these people from the Big Land can attack at any time, and these idiots will try to do everything to survive. They most likely don't even realize that they won't be able to do any harm to them. As soon as they try to reveal the secret of the 4 heroes, a forbidden magic effect will be activated, and their whole body will be in terrible pain. And after that, they simply won't be able to survive. This should work because healing magic does not work on bodies that are already lifeless, and then it will be very easy to complete the mission. Like the other aliens who didn't survive, they would just turn to dust and disappear forever. Garhan said that it was Zenobia who invented this magic, although the girl replied that she was an archmage, so she always creates magic, but she might not remember some of it. Besides, she was too busy unraveling the goddess's powers, and when the blessing of Omplos is fully formed, they will be able to absorb all the goddess's power. There is only one fragment of the demon god left to be found, but Garhan said that the people they sacrificed are not only in the dragon's nest. There is also a foreigner in Crater, and Garhan has already managed to pass on all the information about him. And now they just have to wait for Leslie to get inside. Recently, members of the Great Land have started to disappear because of the Inquisitors, and it is obvious that Zenobia and Garhan are trying to cover their tracks. So Leslie knew that if she did not find the alien, she would be the victim. The girl decided to find the alien as soon as possible and take the blessing of Omplos and leave. They started talking about the Valtrian warrior, although she thought he hadn't survived the mansion, and others said that the guy standing next to him had come here voluntarily to find out what evil was going on. Leslie knew for sure that the man in the red scarf was definitely the alien she needed, but he was a low-level alien and had been in prison recently. But the problem is that Leslie had reported to Garhan that she had killed everyone who was helping the Order of Light. But seeing that he was level 5, she thought that Hanbin was a criminal who was only pretending to be a Voltarian. The other guards started yelling at him and Changrushin to stand still and not move. Changrushin offered to fight with them and free the prisoners, but Hanbin was against it because he already has 2 dragons around his neck for which he is responsible. It is clear that it is better not to mess with that man, but he wanted to reduce the time in the dungeon and he still walks here. Hanbin was annoyed that he was just standing there looking at something. At the same time, the guards began to feel a very powerful aura and realized that it was coming from that Valtarian. Only then did Chanrushin, who was standing nearby, smile, realizing what it all meant. He exclaimed that they could no longer just stand there because nothing would change if everyone just waited for salvation. And if someone was punished unfairly, they should rebel, even though the guards began to think he was crazy. However, in fact, it was not he who went crazy, but the prison itself, which had no rules. One of the prisoners who wanted to see his family rushed forward, saying that although they were prisoners, they did not want to stay here for the rest of their lives. Someone was supposed to be here for only 2 years, but he has been here for 7, and after these words, most of the prisoners began to rebel. They began to talk and gulp about being released at last and repeated only words about freedom. Leslie, who was standing in the middle of the room, did not understand what was happening, and also thought that something was clearly wrong with these people. The nobleman was going to be taken out of here, saying that it was not safe for him here, although he was against leaving the place because of such idiots. He said that the only thing left was to go to extreme measures, so he pointed his finger at one of the prisoners and ordered him to bring him to him. That thief thought that a warrior should be responsible for saving the weak, but a true hero would not save but command his forces and rebel together. Khan knew not only martial arts, but also had such a wonderful character that Changrushin was going to follow him for the rest of his life. The boy shouted that they would all follow the Valtarian hero, and all the prisoners started shouting the same words. However, at one point they heard something move nearby, someone with large shackles on his hands. This man, who was a foreigner, walked into the middle of the room and directly towards Hanbin and Changrushin. The young man was surprised that there was indeed a foreigner here, and Changrushin was really shocked to see him coming toward them. Leslie also realized that this was the man Garhan had been telling her about, and the man was a 61st level mage. The nobleman was glad that the others had finally stopped talking, and then added that this horror would be a great lesson for trash like them. As soon as this guy's shackles are off, it won't be 5 minutes before he'll be pulverizing everyone, and Leslie thought that even though she was a higher level, she had a 4th level seal, so she thought it best to run. Then the nobleman said that he was merciful and added that he would add 50 years of imprisonment to everyone for participating in the rebellion, and for the defender of the rebellion, an additional 100, although Changrushin said that it all started with Hanbin, not him. The nobleman only said that they were both difficult, and it was not enough for them to just attack him, so they also staged a rebellion. So he offered a merciful, equal wager that could not be refused, and the lives of all the prisoners would depend on it. He said that a full sword fight with this foreigner should be arranged, and that everything and everyone should be slaughtered. The nobleman wanted complete chaos, and if they won, he would make it easier for these two and all the others to be punished, but someone refused immediately. It was Hanbin who realized that this foreigner would see his level as soon as the competition began, so it was better to run away. 200 years he would be able to close in 2 or 3 months of hunting monsters, although the nobleman said that the term for the crime could not be cancelled just like that. Eventually the Khan was about to leave, but at that moment someone shouted out the name he had invented earlier, Eric. This stopped the boy and he looked around asking who it was. The masked man just said that his scars still hurt, but he wanted to compete with Eric. Chanrushin was really surprised by what he heard because after that he began to understand absolutely everything. The manager was only happy to realize that there was some kind of conflict between the two, and then asked if it could be taken into account as the guy's participation in the bet. But he was not interested in the victory of 2 against 1, so he asked if there were any others who wanted to fight with the foreigner. Regardless of the outcome, the prisoners would be freed, and some even believed it, but others were inclined to believe it was a lie. Only the crazy would want to fight a Valterian, and freedom or not, everything will have meaning as long as you live. After that, Leslie stood up and made herself known by offering her candidacy for the role. The girl thought that everything turned out to be even better for her. The stranger in the depths of the prison came out on his own, and she could just give him the blessing of the Demon King. And the charlatan will sacrifice her to him, and then her words to Garhan about the Valterian who did not survive will not be a lie. The leader laughed, saying that it had been a long time since there had been such a fun fight here. They started their fight, and in another place near the cave, a small portal suddenly opened. Otis and Ether fell out of it, and Ether screamed, not knowing how she could land in this place. Otis congratulated her on the closure of the first dungeon, while she fell to the ground and then asked how he could stand these regular raids. Regular raids were a method developed by Han Bin to raise Atis's low level, and Han had to bring the monsters to almost destruction and then leave Atis. And the mage, who has a low level, turns into a dragon and destroys all the monsters at once, thereby increasing the level by absorbing more energy with the help of the dragon's core. This time, Atis with his high level played the role of Han Bin for Ether in these raids. It was certainly useful to level up so quickly, but it took her a lot of effort, but Otis just laughed, saying that it was hard for him at first too. Nevertheless, she quickly managed to stabilize the dragon's core and absorb the energy, which was impossible for an ordinary wyvern, so Ether is stronger than she thinks. The level increases if you digest all the absorbed energy, but now she needs to relax and learn how to process it. Otis added that he had already gotten an artifact at the end of the dungeon and needed to test it. He was sad, realizing that if Han Bin had been with them, he would have told them how to use the artifact with a guide. Ether reassured him that Han Bin was only in prison, but he was alive. But Otis was still very worried about him, not knowing if Han Bin was okay. One wrong move and Han Bin himself would be the one to kill the others, and that would make his situation worse, so Otis was worried while Ether continued to reassure him. Then the girl asked how they would get home, but in the end, Air just turned into a wyvern and they flew away. 20 years ago, after the attack of the goddess of the Great Land, the aliens became enemies for the Ratnians. Garhan, one of the 4 heroes, agreed with the others to create the Crater Dungeon, which was not yet fully explored, and they kept the aliens there, and as a result discovered some of their peculiarities. These aliens cannot check who is who, and if they destroy each other, they will not be able to get experience points. And if an alien destroys a Ratnian, he will receive experience points. And if vice versa, there will be no points. If you level up, you can automatically gain skills, and if the alien suffers too much, he can take the opportunity to shorten his life, and the monsters in the dungeon do not distinguish between Ratnians and aliens. And if the alien does not survive, he will disappear from this world forever. However, due to the obsession with destruction that began to manifest itself in the strangers, and also because of this, they began to continue experimenting with monsters and leveling up became almost impossible. This place was transferred to the local aristocrats and began to be used as a prison for the Ratnians. However, the devices for experimenting on aliens remained in the same form, and now they are secretly used as an arena for duels of various types. The people of Ratna have been waiting for this for a very long time. And as usual, today's competition will be held with simple rules. The dungeon around the stadium is filled with monsters, and the winner is the one who destroys the most monsters and gets the most crystal. The time was not limited, and they could also take trophies from other players. And if something unexpected happened, a fair judge would not judge them for what they had done. In the blue corner of the immortality embodiment is the one who did not receive any injuries during numerous battles, the devil from the other world, sent by Omplus himself. He was the king of darkness, and this guy was finally standing in front of them preparing for battle. His power of darkness had already begun to bubble in his veins, but the man said that now the real chaos would begin. The others started to talk negatively about him, but he just said that no one would understand the dark abyss that was hiding inside him, and Leslie was unhappy that she had to wear this stupid costume. Leslie thought that it would be enough to inject him during the battle while he was talking. His name was Raud Astelia, but he gave up the name after he was mistaken for a foreigner and imprisoned because he could never forget the suffering. That's why he recognized Han Bin immediately in the corner of the red color was the fearless wild fighter Ratna, and the man thought that Eric also recognized him. It was Eric Karun, but others knew him by his third name, Felad, who was a Valterian warrior. Khan did not know who the stranger was, but he realized that he should be careful, because this man knew his name. We can assume that his identity has been revealed, and if the stranger is from the Great Land, then most likely others will also know about him. But knowing who Han Bin really is, he could have cornered him, and Han Bin didn't know what he was up to. But if the stranger knows him, he could start hunting Otis and Ether. So it would be better to destroy it right away and get out of here as soon as possible. Chan Rushin was there, but there was something wrong with the boy, and he only said that he respected his elder's strength and personality. But he was afraid that Han Bin was going to kill that foreigner because he didn't think it was necessary to fight if he could just talk. Han Bin understood why he felt this way because Chang Rushin did not know about the Great Land. But it was already too late as the judge announced the start of the fight, calling for them to begin the competition. There was nowhere to run because the dungeon monsters were lurking on all sides of the arena. And there was also a very powerful barricade on top, created and maintained by about 20 people. Hanbin said that they would talk about all this later because now they needed to focus on the battle itself. After a large number of monsters were released, the judge finally announced the start of the competition. The audience paid attention to the Valkyrian warrior's well-defined muscular abs and strong back. His pectoral muscles also shuddered after each swing of his sword, and these muscles looked more like painted ones. One of the girls was sure that it was unfair to give such a body to such a barbarian, and the other one noticed that she took a liking to this Valkyrian warrior. They even thought that in exchange for a promise to release him from prison, they could hire him as a laborer, and she needed one. Meanwhile, a man came in and said that it would be difficult for a Valkyrian warrior to work in the castle because he did not use magic. It was Lord Felix, and he was honored to be recognized, even though he was not a well-known merchant. Then Felix asked if he could take a photo with them, because it was a novelty of the order called an image recorder. The girls thought that he must be a high level to use it, but Felix said that his status was not high and that he had worked as a hunter with his brother in his youth, although he was not proud of it. At first, he said that he should make sure that the thing would work properly. Meanwhile, the battle had already begun, and Leslie wondered if it was really the same stranger, although she couldn't be sure because his face was covered. While these girls were talking to Felix, Count Elkhauer approached them. He said that it would be better for Felix to refrain from trading here, although he added that for a commoner like him, this ticket would have to be quite expensive. But Felix just laughed, saying that he didn't trade, but was glad that Elkhauer was concerned about his finances. Then the man just said that the Marquis had sold the ticket at a very good price. Elkhauer was very angry because he believed that his competition had no right to lower prices even a little. At the same time, the Count offered a bet on who would win, since Felix still had money left over. Elkhauer bet on the alien and Felix most likely on the Valkyrian. It was strange to see that the bet was so big, but one of the girls switched to the arena, seeing that monsters were coming from all sides. Then Felix looked around and his expression changed, not understanding what was happening. The warrior was slashing the monsters one by one as if it didn't cost him anything. He was able to do it easily without too much effort, and it surprised not only Felix but also others in the stands. It was hard to believe that he had such power because it requires items of about the 4th level. Hanbin realized that the monsters were easy, but they didn't get smaller no matter how many he destroyed, and new ones appeared. It was strange because all the monsters in the dungeon seemed to be tuned to him alone. But despite this, Hanbin did not give up and continued to fight, attacking and destroying them further. The monsters just flew away from him even though Hanbin was sure he was still in control. Meanwhile, Changrishan tried to deal with at least one but could not do it. Leslie also saw one pass by but didn't pay attention because the monsters only hunted special ones, although she thought they were just creatures with low intelligence. Raud, meanwhile, attacked while Leslie tried to find out who he really was because he seemed very capable. In the past, Raud had been turned into a monster by a dungeon boss and obeyed him. Usually, such a transformation cannot be stopped, and the transformed person stays that way forever. But in Raud's case, due to dehydration and starvation, the monster's cells stopped multiplying, and only his left hand restrained the ability of these tentacles. This skill of tentacle control allowed him to interact with monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers. He didn't remember what happened in the dungeon, but because of the curse, everyone thought he was a foreigner, and he was locked in this prison, forced to fight with the prisoners. And ironically, the battle with the one who took everything from him will be an opportunity to get out of here and gain freedom. But then Eric, as he knew him, was only level 5, so now he had to be about level 20. So Raud shouted that if he pleaded guilty, he would spare him. Raud called out Eric's name again as if hoping that he would actually consider the offer, but then he realized that he might just be remembering this guy wrong and simply mistook him for someone else. Hanbin threw the other monsters aside and approached Changrishan and asked him if he was okay. He replied that he had just been knocked back by Hanbin's attack, but that he was fine. Changrishan also noticed that the monsters only hunted the eldest, and the protagonist also noticed this. It was hard to understand why Hanbin would want to hunt the guy who was also hunting him like the monsters, but there were many assumptions. However, Hanbin knew that the idiot who was hunting him now had to be destroyed as soon as possible. An artifact was a source of energy in the dungeon and a powerful tool that could be obtained after clearing. In other words, artifacts are a symbol of quality for hunters who clear dungeons, but for those who have a low level and little knowledge, the artifact is nothing more than a decoration. Therefore, hunters come to the examination to find out the power and value of their artifacts, which took place in the examination building next to the guild. One of the artifacts was limited to the 30th level and could be used only 10 times per day, although the total number was not limited. There were also functions that helped to change clothes at a convenient time, and it could be sold for as much as 5,000 X's. Ether rushed over and hugged Madeline, for she was now working as an appraiser because of the extensive experience she had gained in the Great Land, seeing many magical items. They needed money to get Phaelad out of jail, and it turned out that Otis had even sold his spellbooks, which he treasured. Otis only said that he could do without them, and kept his precious spells in his wand. Madeline added that this artifact, which Otis had created himself, would be worth 10 times more than any other, but then laughed, saying that she was just kidding, because Amplas's blessing was a secret and she hadn't told the Order about it. She thought it would be better to use the artifact herself, and when she had to urgently return to her previous account, she would have to throw the clothes away, and this was a problem. And although Athos is a dragon like Ether in the form of a human, she still felt somehow uncomfortable seeing him naked. Hearing this, they stopped for a moment as if not knowing how to continue the conversation. However, it was not what they heard, but the fact that Madeline knew who they were. And the girl explained that when she moved into Felad, she saw his memories. Addis realized that if she saw his memories, she knew exactly who the boy was and that his name was not Falad. Madeline said that she did, but although she didn't want to hide it, she didn't know how to tell him that she knew the truth. Addis said that as a descendant of dragons, he could vouch for Hanbin. And Ether added that he had seen her as a wyvern and had not tried to harm her. But Madeline was silent for a moment and then exclaimed that this was not the case. She said that she also thought Hanbin was a good man, but that Addis and Ether didn't know what was inside him. For 22 years, Hanbin has been in the Rocky Mountains, which has had a profound effect on him. Madeline explained that Hanbin may appear normal on the outside, but he may not be. In fact, he was much more dangerous than they had previously thought. Meanwhile, Hanbin fought monsters that only got bigger, but he kept destroying them all. More and more creatures from the dungeon surrounded him, but he fought back against each of them. Finally, only after some time, the protagonist raised his sword to show that he was finished, and then Raud and Lassie looked at him again. Raud was really surprised because he did not think that his monsters would be so weak. But Leslie realized that it wasn't a matter of weakness because they were at level 30, and there was a dungeon boss. And Hanbin was definitely level 5, so it was a mystery how he defeated them all so easily and quickly. The main character again came forward seeing that there were no more monsters left. Elhauer was incredibly angry at what he saw, and did not even believe that this was possible. These monsters could have destroyed the entire city, but even they could not resist the power of this warrior. The screams of the prisoners had long since faded away, and those who had tasted reality had long since felt the power of the Valterian on their skin. It seemed that the fear of him could easily destroy the entire arena with prisoners and spectators. Hanbin thought it was over, but then he thought that Raud might still be hiding something, so he remained vigilant. This time he decided that he would destroy everyone and everything, and Raud was partially frightened by this, but he did not give up either. He exclaimed that someone like Hanbin could not be forgiven for what he had done and said. He used his subconscious mind control skills and used the explosion. The bodies of the monsters were still lying around them in the arena, but after the explosion, everything was completely quiet again. But that was not the end, because at that very moment the ground began to part and someone started to appear. Raud was very happy to realize that he finally managed to do it, and Leslie, on the other hand, was scared and moved away. It was a level 31 dungeon boss, and Antonina was the monster that lived deepest in the gorge of Crater City, and she was level 80. There was only a loud buzz and noise in her head, but they were annoyed that they dared to use this pathetic skill against her. But then she abruptly interrupted her conversation because she saw what had happened to the other monsters who were her children. Antonina was ready to destroy the person who did it and looked at Hanbin, who immediately admitted that it was him. He also added that she had caused the sword to split, and that it was probably too much stress for the weapon. However, it was at this point that Antonina could not stand it and began to attack Hanbin, intending to destroy him. Felix said that we should evacuate all the prisoners from here, but Elhauer just laughed and called him a coward. He added that they should let the prisoners see what was going on, and that there were 20 level 60 soldiers guarding the place, and they could block at least 5 bosses. Felix just called him an asshole because it wasn't the bosses that needed to be blocked. The Valterian warrior, unlike the dungeon boss, was much more dangerous, and it was necessary to escape. Hanbin was still fighting even though his sword was now lying broken. But he really did not give up, saying that now he would have to borrow the arm of this monster to fight on. After that, their battle only became more intense, but it didn't last long because Hanbin smashed it quickly. Now Queen Antonina was destroyed, and he managed to get more than 101 million experience points. The main reason why aliens were feared was that they had an impulsive desire to destroy. The reason for such bloody impulses is the instruction that all aliens have, because there was a hidden quest and a system reward. The reward for the destruction of a Ratnian is a thing that can get directly into the brain, and it gives the user a strong pleasure that arouses suspicion in him. Accordingly, for aliens, the destruction of the Ratnians has an effect and is addictive like a strong drug. That's why aliens who have destroyed at least one Ratnian can't stop. And Madeline was a subordinate in the Big Land, and few people know about it, but it's a fact. Ether said that Hanbin had never done such a thing, and Addis confirmed that he had never had any manifestations of this syndrome. Madeline said that this was because Hanbin hadn't killed a single Ratnian yet. Since all those he had killed were aliens, he had never suffered from this addiction, because killing an alien would not bring satisfaction. However, no one could say for sure how long this luck would be on his side, and how long Hanbin would last. In the end, everyone fell silent as the queen was destroyed, and Hanbin stood silently in the middle of the arena. The monsters that had been constantly haunting him for 22 years, he could not get rid of them all the time, and in complete solitude he had to fight to survive. What is absolutely normal for him is not really normal at all. He passed Rotna physically, but in reality Hanbin was still on that mountain. If he was being pursued by the enemy, his repressed instincts could come out at any moment, and it would not be difficult for a man like him to start killing. Then Madeline said that Addis should have felt this desire to destroy at least once. Addis said that it was their first meeting and he had misunderstood, but that misunderstanding was cleared up, and then they fought together against the Lich. He said that Hanbin, even if he was going to destroy, would not do it just like anyone else. Meanwhile, chaos had already begun in the arena, although there were no human casualties, as if the Valterian could control his power. But Felix thought that they might just be lucky that there were no casualties. Ether said that it was better to stop talking about such things, because it would not be a big deal if Hanbin started killing everyone even without thinking. Raud just yelled at him not to come any closer, realizing that the monsters were gone. Madeline then said that maybe there was a reason for Hanbin's destruction. Meanwhile, Raud started to panic more and tore off his stupid mask. Then Madeline said that Hanbin's identity could be revealed, and that was the reason. And the lives of those with whom he had established a connection for the first time in 22 years were at risk. He didn't hesitate, and once he destroyed the Ratnian, he would become addicted to it. Hanbin had already reached out to destroy him, but Changrushin stood in front of Rao to protect him. The boy was very surprised that Changrushin prevented him from doing so, but stopped because of this shock. Changrushin laughed, saying that he thought he could block the punch, and then added that people should solve problems with words. Once he did that, everything would go wrong and there would be no going back. At the same time, someone else came to Otis and Ether on a giant centipede, and 2 weeks passed since that day. It turned out to be Brad, and he took a large crystal out of the monster's large body, which surprised him. It was the jackpot, and he was very happy and started shouting about it even louder. Such a large crystal must be worth at least 500 X's, and Addis and Ether were surprised when Brad let them have it. Martin said that they still owed the Valtirian a favor, so they wanted to help. And they had received a valuable artifact from them, so that help alone would not be enough. However, Brad knew that he was doing it all for Ether, but he couldn't say it out loud because it was too embarrassing. Ether just thanked him for it, saying it was very nice of him. Then Brad tried to ask if she could meet him if she had time, but she just looked up. The two healer sisters who were standing upstairs called out Addis, and Ether recognized them as well. They started shouting that there was a trouble and asked her to come down here immediately. Ether then jumped up saying that she could not hear well, so she was going down there. She just flew over the chasm, and Brad was surprised that she was not afraid at all. And those girls said they would wait for them at the Hunters Guild. Othis said that their party was helping them raise money, but Madeline's words were also very important. The young man sighed, realizing that if they were there, it would be easier for Hanbin to avoid unnecessary quarrels. But to do so, they also needed to become stronger. Then Ether, who was already elsewhere, started talking to the girls and was a little scared. Martin and Brad thought something had happened, but they couldn't hear anything because Ether and the other two were far away. Otis also could not hear anything, but he started to worry a lot, thinking that something happened to Hanbin. Only then was an envelope with information about the aliens from Crater Prison handed to someone. Felix took a big risk by doing this, but the man did not even offer tea, saying that there was water behind him, and he could take it himself. He laughed, saying that this kind of research would be faster with the Dark Brotherhood, so there was no point in him doing the dirty work. According to the Baron, it was clear that this foreigner was the prisoner of the Crater Prison, but he also added that Raud was not a foreigner because he had personally checked it. But Felix said that when he checked, he did not find any information about his place of birth. Elhauer most likely wanted to put him in the spotlight in the arena and destroyed all the records presenting him as a foreigner. But the man thought that maybe he had rushed into things trying to control the situation before it got out of hand. Then he sighed and took the next photos that showed Hanbin. His opponent in the competition was a Valtirian warrior, and he was rumored to have killed the head of the enemy when the Order attacked the Dragon's Nest. Felix said with admiration that he destroyed monsters with just one sword stroke, and although it was impossible to calculate the level of the Valtirian, he had a guess. However, the man stopped him, saying that this year he had taken too much time and money from Felix. He had arrested the wrong guy and had to pay compensation, and Felix thought that he was going to give the money back right now, but he didn't. He just said that he would have to catch the person who was on the 5th level. The withdrawal syndrome looks really very serious in person, and judging by the behavior of those people, they were not in their right minds, and it was not even interesting because their reactions were not what they thought. Holian asked Zenobia not to laugh at her, because she had only seen more dirt since she became queen, although the others behaved quite modestly, and then they remembered the girl sitting in the corner. They didn't remember much, but it seemed that her name was Leslie and she was very quiet, unlike the others. There are cases when foreigners, on the contrary, harm themselves because of this syndrome and as a result destroy themselves, although there is no sense in doing so. They have only two options, either to destroy themselves or to destroy someone else. But they fight against this desire because they want to live and do not want to destroy. And then at some point, one of them approached Leslie and said that her subordinate had recently committed suicide. Holian asked Leslie if she wanted to go with her right now. She hated those 4 heroes who had locked her in this place and wanted to destroy the soldier in front of her. But for some reason, Leslie could not resist her offer, and the girl realized it by Holian's elegant behavior and her voice. For them, someone like Leslie is just a toy they can get rid of at any time. Restraint was her condition for release from the cell, and they managed to suppress their craving for destruction with this. They also took over the dirty work of the 4 heroes, as if they had become a fake Big Earth. The containment was created by Leslie's fear of them, and the fear is enough to swear allegiance to those she hates. Leslie thought she would never feel this fear again, but the rebellion would have been unnecessary. When she saw this power, any level of rebellion, high or low, was useless. Eventually, Hanbin broke the handcuffs on himself and rushed at Leslie asking if she was a spiritualist. He did not wait for an answer and simply asked her to save the guy behind him. Hanbin did not say anything else and did not attack her, but he asked her again for help. Leslie told the Khan to stop the bleeding on Changrushin's arm and give him the bandages he had. But Elhauer, who was nearby, wouldn't let them do it, and said that he was the bastard who had ruined the competition, so he ordered them all executed. They looked around and saw that the same gate from which the monsters had come was opening again. Hanbin was really angry at them all because here was a man who might not have survived and they were acting like this. Then Leslie began to bring Changrushin to consciousness, and eventually she began to succeed. However, they couldn't stop because they hadn't even finished administering first aid, so he would just bleed out if they stopped. Meanwhile, the Valtirian was once again called a simple monster, so they were already preparing to fight him. After a few minutes, the fire started and these people started shooting at him. They managed to hit him almost exactly, but at the last moment, Raud was able to quickly jump away. In this way, he managed to save them all, although Hanbin was surprised by what this guy did. But Rao just shouted at him not to waste time, because he couldn't let the guy who saved his life bleed out like that. What he did was to create a pit, and Rao ordered everyone to jump in, and Hanbin began to wonder who he really was. He only said that Hanbin was to be destroyed by his hands, so he told him to survive until then. The young man just apologized, but then they ran together into the pit while Rao stayed outside. He seemed obsessed with looking cool, so he praised himself for what he had just done. He was sure that no one would destroy him because Raud was a secret weapon of the nobility, but it seems he was wrong. Leslie had already been able to stop the bleeding, but all she could do now was to slightly increase his normal healing rate. Hanbin then asked about Changrushin's arm, half of which was already missing. The girl only said that she was surprised because, given that Hanbin had struck him, his body could have been split apart, but it would be too difficult for her to glue it back together. And Leslie said that she really wasn't lying because she was too low level for such tricks. Then Hanbin thanked her and left, telling her to rest now. Hanbin said that when Changrushin gets better, they should break out of the prison, and since Raud had lured the boss out, they just have to find that room. He added that he would just look around the neighborhood and come back, and told Leslie to wait here. She also mentioned that she hadn't had time to give Amplace's blessing because of all this, but it wasn't that important now. If the Valterian changed his mind, she would be finished, so Leslie realized that she just had to run. However, the girl did not have time to go far and was met by a level 70 monster that blocked her way. Meanwhile, many announcements were posted on many streets of the city that Falad Bean was wanted. It was discovered that he had escaped from prison, and of course this caused so much chaos among the people. Meanwhile, Addis took a giant suitcase with a lot of mana stones, and then he put another one in it. The boy realized that with so much money and crystals, they could last for some time, and Ada said that they should take Falad and flee from this village as soon as possible. Judging by the information he had gotten, Falad was running away in nothing but a dungeon connected to the outside world. If they moved quickly, they would be the first to find it, and the more monsters there were, the better for them. Ether thought that the fact that no one had found him yet meant that the boy was hiding, and that the dungeon was a very confusing place in which he would not be able to find him quickly. However, Martin and Brad decided to join them, saying that they would help in the search because they still felt a debt to them. Addis and Ether thanked them, not knowing how to repay them for their support. Martin said that they would get ready and wait for them at the 24th lift, and Ether was to do the crystal exchange, while Addis bought 2 dungeon maps in the meantime. If they continue to move so slowly, external organizations will be able to search for him, and if this happens, even Hanbin will not be able to avoid this destruction. Because of these experiences, Addis realized that they needed to find him as soon as possible before the battle began. However, as soon as he opened the door, the magician was surprised by the person inside and said that he did not expect to see Addis here. Foreigners do not have real friends or other people close to them, because for them partners can be more dangerous than enemies, because they need to hide their identity. That is why they are lonely and in hiding all their lives until they meet a monster that is stronger than them and will destroy them. Normally, meeting such a monster would be the end for any outsider here. Leslie also saw this giant and thought that she would not be able to get out of here alive, and this was the end for her. But at the last moment, Changrushin threw her away. He told her to run away as fast as possible because this monster had an incredibly high level. Leslie didn't even know what to think or do, and Changrushin fell to the ground right in front of this monster who was about to attack. He was ready to attack the guy who was lying helplessly in front of him, but at one point he was protected. Leslie was unable to escape, however, and began to use her magic to create a barrier in front of the changeling. After that, the girl managed to attack the monster, thus preventing it from hitting them both. And then Hanbin joined them, standing in front of them and preparing for his next attack. Although he still had only a few skills that he had learned in the Rocky Mountains, he used his spear skill to strike the giant stone with all his might. Eventually, he managed to destroy the monster, and the shackles on his hands fell to pieces. Hanbin was even a little disappointed because he could not use this monster even as a bait to escape, and he ordered Changrushin and Leslie to run back in and apologize, and also told them to add that the Valterian threatened them, and then they would have a chance to survive. Then the protagonist added that if they understood him, then let them get out of his sight quickly before he destroyed them himself. Changrushin laughed and said that this would hardly help them, and in the end they would not go away just like that. Anyone who wants to become a real warrior is probably not able to turn away from someone who is suffering. Hanbin was furious, saying that if they wanted to live, they had to run away, and that it was enough for Changrushin that he lost his arm because of him. But the guy said that one arm was a small price to pay compared to Hanbin's help every time there was danger because someone might find out that Changrushin was actually a foreigner. Leslie was actually surprised to hear that he was a foreigner, but Changrushin said that thanks to his elder, he had heard a lot about what the foreigners had done in Ratna. Hanbin said that it was very dangerous to reveal one's identity because it would not lead to anything good. Although despite this, Changrushin allegedly wanted to tell everything about himself anyway and not survive. But the guy replied that it was the opposite because he wanted to help the people of Ratniye, who had been brought so many problems by the strangers. He just wanted to tell them that not everyone is so bad and maybe someday they will all be able to live in peace. Of course, for this to happen, he might have to fight the evildoers, and he needed a partner for these fights. So Changrushin bowed before the elder and asked him to help him in this matter. It seemed to Leslie that this guy was definitely crazy because she did not think that there could be such a world where they could live peacefully together. It seemed to her that this was utopia and that this could never happen in reality. The protagonist said that it might seem easy in words, and then asked if Changrushin could destroy an earthling if he had to do it in such a battle. The guy said that this was unacceptable for him, but he was ready to destroy someone who no longer looked like a human. However, he still believed that first you need to solve problems with words, and if that doesn't work, then move on to actions. Han Bin finally sighed, and then they shook hands as a sign of agreement, and that they would now help each other in this battle. Leslie, despite all this, thought that it was impossible and that what these two were doing would lead them to a dead end. It seemed to her that these were just stupid illusions of an Earthling who had recently arrived here. But Han Bin asked if the boy had a plan, and you replied that he needed to think about it. But first, they needed to get out of here, and Leslie, who had been working for the Big Earth for 10 years, finally faced reality. However, because of the one person standing in front of her, this problem no longer seemed so impossible to solve. The wound seemed deeper, and it turned out that it was on the inside of her hand. Still, she should not have repeated fencing techniques with her bare hands. But the aura that protects the body remained, and it helped. The girl replied that aura, when not used, can protect the body, and healers mostly specialize in defense. So it was not surprising to use this power in the same way. It's not like in the game where you level up and your abilities increase, but the thing is that he had a lot of unused aura in his body, so his abilities increased, but he didn't understand why he could only use physical attacks. Leslie started talking again, recalling what Han Bin had said earlier. She asked if she could join them, and then it became clear what she was talking about. Han Bin added that if someone found out that she had helped a foreigner, she would not be safe. And then he added that if she was caught, she should just say that he threatened her, and then she would have a chance to survive. Leslie replied that she would say that he caught her and made her heal, and then they decided to sleep before clearing the dungeon. In the end, there was complete silence between the three of them, because Chang Rushin had already fallen asleep. Elhauer was furious because despite the fact that he offered a high reward, there was still no news. It turned out that the dungeon was too far gone and hadn't been reached yet, and the hunters demanded a reward of rank C or higher. The man was furious because if Han Bin came out and started saying that the foreigner was not real, it would come to the court and the order. It wasn't even about the money, but at that moment it was reported that someone was asking for an audience with the Count. But Elhauer just exclaimed that the situation was too dire for them right now. He told the man to leave immediately, even though the guard told him that the Count was not receiving anyone. Elhauer only said that if he did not understand the words, let him be put in a cell. But it was too late because the men went inside and apologized for disturbing him when the Count was busy. Elhauer was very frightened when he saw who came in and asked for help in this investigation. It turned out that it was an Inquisitor from the Dark Brotherhood, along with Addis and Ether, and he said that they were in a hurry so they didn't have a warrant. The Inquisitor was silent for a moment and then stopped, saying that it probably didn't matter anymore. Of course, he had hoped that it was just his guess, but then he met Lord Addis. Now he was right in realizing who the wanted man was, and Addis was finally convinced that he was looking for Falad. The Inquisitor only replied that he did not care which side they were on, whether they supported Eric or the warrior Falad, because it did not concern him. The most important thing for him was his attitude towards foreigners, and the Inquisitor thought that there was already one foreigner in this place. Addis just asked if the Inquisitor had any proof of what he had just told them, but it turned out that the man had no evidence. It was just his intuition, and as for the evidence, he wanted to get it personally from him. The Inquisitor said that perhaps the three of them had the same goal, so he invited Addis and Ether to move on with him. In the end, it turned out that the three of them entered the Count's house together to learn more about Falad. Elhauer began to worry even more because he thought that the Inquisitor had found out that he was keeping a fake alien here. But the Inquisitor only asked for help in the investigation, and then began to ask where the prisoners who had escaped had gone. Later, in the same office, the window was broken and other things were overturned and broken. Elhauer thought he was trapped, but realized that he needed to find that fake alien as soon as possible. Ether jumped in with him and started asking him who he was talking about, and when the Count saw her, he got even more scared. Finally, the man landed next to the guards and did not tell them to close all the entrances and exits, saying that they were captured. However, no one understood why the hunters appeared here with the Inquisitor. But it was too late because Addis had caught up with them using his fire magic. The magician turned to the Count again and ordered him to immediately tell everything he had done to Falad. And then he asked where the boy was right now, but Elhauer was too scared to do so and jumped down to escape. The Count fell into one of the trolleys on the track, but he could not run any further. So Addis came closer and ordered him to stand still. However, two guards suddenly appeared and began to advance on him, and this slightly disturbed Addis. But for the Count himself, it looked like the last chance for salvation. So he ordered the guards to stop the three. Addis was annoyed that they were interfering with him, so he was going to attack again, and Ether, who was already nearby, began to help him. The girl quickly used her magic to paralyze the two guards and succeeded in doing so, and they stopped in their tracks. Ether apologized, saying that they should be glad that they were still alive, because it is usually impossible to survive after Addis's tricks. Then the magician asked her where the Inquisitor was, and Ether just said that she hadn't seen him follow them. Then the two of us jumped down, thinking that we had missed the Inquisitor, but there are guards everywhere, so it might be even better. And they decided to follow the Count in the trolley. Elhauer, in their opinion, should know where Han Bin ran to, and perhaps they will be able to find him faster than the Inquisitor. If the Inquisitor found Han Bin first, it would probably be the worst situation, because they would have to fight. But Addis realized that no matter what happened, they needed to prevent Han Bin from destroying the Ratnian, because if that happened, it would be the end. Addis realized that in this case, he would have to do something terrible, even if it cost him his own life. And it would take some time to get down into the dungeon, but they didn't have that time at all. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor was already there, although he didn't really think that the Count would be able to escape so quickly. There was a large city here where he had gone on the trail of a lich from the Great Land, and it turned out to be a city called Onpros. But later on, the traces of this lich disappeared, and the Inquisitor thought that most likely he simply could not survive. After that, Alejandro's dragon nest was destroyed, but all the blessings of the Demon King that were obtained with the help of the goddess's oracles were still there. This meant that there was a high probability that Alejandro had made this blessing to Omplas. But the fact is that most likely another person was involved, and the Inquisitor thought of Felad. However, knowing his level, he realized that this person had to be definitely higher than the 5th. However, his allies were not ordinary people either, for the Inquisitor noticed that they had something special, something that connected them to the aliens. But at that very moment, the guards began to prepare ballistae on the orders of their count. The Inquisitor behaved very calmly despite what was happening around him, and thought that the oracle of the goddess had not yet been found. All of this was just his guesswork, and even so, aliens are still the backbone of Oplus military power. He knew that all this was not necessary and very easily stopped absolutely all the arrows that were flying at him. The Inquisitor threw them away, saying that there was no point in forgiveness or mercy. Addis and Ether, meanwhile, arrived at the place with the help of his magic, and were very surprised to see what was happening outside the door. It turned out that it was the same arena where the battles in which Hanbin had recently participated had taken place. Most likely, huge monsters had to fight here, and neither of them knew whether Hanbin had also participated in it, but they were sure that he had. Then they heard the words of the Count, who began to shout that they were dirty hunters who had no right to destroy him, especially with the Inquisitor. At that moment, the Count was holding something in his hand, and next to him was a tied-up guy whom Elhauer took for the man the two were looking for. Addis recognized Raud, although he didn't understand what he was doing here, and Ether didn't even know who the guy was. After that, the Count just shouted, saying that he was a god and a king here, so they had no right to speak without his permission. Elhauer thought they were taking him for an idiot and started to tase Raud, who was already half dead. Perhaps this time, the strongest monster in the dungeon would finally be able to deal with them. But there was also one that was defeated by a Valterian, although this Queen Antonina was just a queen, and not the strongest boss of the dungeon. After that, the players summoned the king of the Crater Dungeon, although Addis and Ether had never heard of him before. The mage had only heard rumors about the queen in the Eastern Gorge and talked about the introduction of King Antonino in the Western Gorge, but he was much stronger than her. And in the end, it turned out that these were not just rumors, but the truth, because soon the wall broke down and a huge monster stood in front of them. It was the very king of this dungeon, who seemed ready to destroy everyone who came across him. At first, they could not believe their eyes that they saw such a powerful boss monster, but the Inquisitor was already very close. He was incredibly angry at the Count who dared to do this, and was ready to attack him, saying that Elhauer would not be able to escape. The hero of the next generation, chosen by the goddess herself, also had her blessing. And it was at that moment that Addis suddenly realized that it didn't matter how much he risked his own life, and he thought that there was no point in it if he did nothing else. Then one of the guards, who had been hit hard and was already bleeding, started saying something about the Eastern Gorge in the boss's room. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and finally fell down, still bleeding out, and said that the one they were looking for was there. But getting there would be really hard now because they were facing a giant and powerful enemy. There were also other hunters who were looking for the fugitives and were told that there were no monsters here. But 2 weeks after the competition, new creatures appeared, although these hunters thought that the monsters had come to the artifact. They had already spent so much effort, so they were going to keep going and take the reward, although they didn't think it would turn out this way. It turned out that they had brought the same giant sword of a Valterian warrior with them to fight back. But despite the fact that they kept waving it and fending off monsters, they realized that it was not even sharp, only very heavy. Despite this, the hunters tried to avoid the monster's blows, although they were only coming faster. Then the hunter who was holding the sword suddenly dropped it, as several monsters began to pull him and his partner away. One of them looked at his artifact ring on his finger and thought that it was the magic for such an attack. They began to use the fire sphere and the thunderbolt, but they did not know how to use it at all, because they were not foreigners, so they did not understand it. The very next moment, the hunters thought that this was their end and simply covered their faces with their hands, trying to somehow avoid the monster's attack. However, quite unexpectedly, the same warrior appeared here, grabbed his sword, and destroyed the monster that was approaching them. Hanbin happily said that the sword apparently obeys only him, and then asked the hunters if they were sent here by the Baron to catch them. Then he looked at the others who had been brought here by Chanrushin's cart, and said that these hunters had come here for the same reason. But it seemed that now they had already changed their minds, and began to attack the monsters on Chanrushin's orders. The prisoners were promised that if they found Hanbin, Chanrushin, and Leslie, they would be released from prison, which is why they entered the dungeon. But Chanrushin quickly managed to lure them to his side. By tomorrow, they would be able to clear the dungeon and be free, and all the prisoners thought that it would be better because they would be fed to the monsters anyway, so they had better at least try to escape, period. But Chanrushin said that they would not escape, because they needed to tell the citizens of this city what was really happening in that prison, and about all the crimes that were going on there. They wanted to accuse the prison warden of illegal actions and get him fired, and then get their freedom. Of course, there were many prisoners who believed that it would be more profitable to unite with the Valterian warrior than to fight him, but not everyone thought so, and Hanbin himself said that the best way to solve everything was peacefully. One of the hunters asked if they wanted to condemn the Baron, because he already suspected that they were not all at home, and it turned out that the prisoners had really gone crazy. This hunter said that no one would believe the words of the prisoners, and it was better to start chaos and altogether escape from this city. But what to do then? Because they will have no home and nothing else, because the Baron only wants them to start fighting. If their hands get stained with blood, no one will listen to them at all. If that happens, none of them will be able to live a normal life anymore. Allegedly, the problem was pride, because some of them had wives and children in this place, and if they wanted to go back to prison, the prisoners told them to go back alone without them. This hunter said that they had been sitting in silence in prison, afraid to say anything, and now they started to contradict themselves. Some of them didn't care whether to rot in jail or hide all the time, but others thought it was better to at least teach this Baron a lesson. Moreover, they had a warrior with them and thought that no one would be able to touch them. So most of the prisoners decided that they would follow Chanrushin. In the end, this hunter was left alone because he was the only one who decided to just surrender and not oppose the count. Chanrushin even felt a little bit lonely when others started shouting his name and saying they supported him. Hanbin saw how he was very nervous at first, but now he was able to gather a whole army and now they just had to get out of here. Also, Leslie hadn't looked well lately, so Hanbin asked her if she was in any pain. But Leslie replied that she was fine, just not feeling well right now. She said that it smelled very sweaty in here and she even had a headache, so she decided to go rest and told him not to disturb her. Hanbin then jumped down to Changrushin, who was awake, and asked the same thing of the older man. The young man replied that tomorrow he would finally hear from those he had not seen for a long time, and who were waiting for him outside, and these thoughts kept him awake. These people looked as noble as he was, and Changrushin said that there were very good people in the Elder's team, and then Hanbin mentioned Atis. Changrushin felt a little sad when he heard about the team because he was always lonely on Earth. He was the one who always sat alone and didn't talk to anyone, even though he really wanted to. Chanrushin looked at books more often than at people, and the characters in the books told him things that no one could ever tell him. It was even funny to him, but because he was always looking at books, he once said goodbye to his life. Hanbin began to realize that he had lost his past life and was now in this world. Changrushin told us that at first he wanted to commit suicide, but then he gradually reached the 5th level and met people who had the same story as him. They were all from different countries, and it was the first time he had seen them, but these harsh conditions made them real friends. Perhaps they were even his first friends, and he was very happy because he was finally not alone and even lost the sense of time for a while. They were together all the time and thus reached the 20th level, but when Chanrushin got to Ratna, he was alone again. But he did not want to wear a mask and used his real name because he hoped to become a famous warrior so that his name would become known and he could find his comrades. He wanted the foreigners and the Ratnians to live peacefully and pretended that it was all for the sake of justice and tried to help all these people in prison, but it turned out to be just the fruits of his ego. But Hanbin still didn't understand what was so bad about it. After all, he could have money, fame, and peace of mind. And then the protagonist added that everyone has the right to any dream. The person who says that he did not seek his own benefit is either an idiot or definitely hiding something. And the only difference is whether he was looking for his own benefit or whether he was trying to do the same for the benefit of other people. Everyone who is here at least owes their lives to his egoism. So his dream of creating a world where everyone understands each other can be called a manifestation of justice. Although Hanbin himself did not expect such a big and sincere speech from himself, so he was even embarrassed by his own words. Although he was actually in his 40s if we take into account the years in the Rocky Mountains, so he could definitely speak the truth about such things. But Changrushin only thanked his elder for such words, although Hanbin already thought that he would have an unbearable expression on his face and would not like such attempts to teach him to live. The protagonist thought that he had said something unnecessary, but Changrushin was really touched by these words and it surprised him a lot. Changrushin even said that he would write a book about him so that descendants would know about such a hero, but Hanbin just called him a jerk and told him to stop. Hanbin was already thinking that he should have said something else so that Changrushin would not think about such nonsense and just think about how to stay alive. Leslie, meanwhile, tried to move as far away as possible, but it was very difficult for her and eventually she just fell to the ground. She thought about Zenobia, from whom she hadn't heard any news, which is why she immediately relaxed the ban. She thought about the fact that Leslie was going to leave her, as if she had gone crazy thinking that her guesses were true. Leslie still knew that she could not survive here, so she thought about how best to say goodbye to her life. But one hunter who had previously opposed the rebellion finally found her because he noticed that Leslie was missing, and was actually surprised that she had come so far. Despite her words, he continued to come closer and put his hand on her shoulder, saying that she had done the right thing not to stay with those crazy people. The hunter added that he had arranged to meet with the military here. As it turned out, they were offering a good reward. But instead of saying anything, Leslie used her knife and soon blood was spilled, although the hunter was not expecting it. A crazy smile appeared on her face while he began to breathe and cough nervously, and then Leslie asked him what he was up to. After all, no matter how hard they tried, he would never get out of here because anyone is just a toy in their hands. In the end, she destroyed the Ratnian, which earned her a lot of experience points, and an additional reward of a good impression Amplas measuring 54 milligrams. Then these soldiers who met her remembered that this girl was one of those who escaped from prison. Leslie was already out of it and thought only that she would like to destroy absolutely everyone here. But despite the fact that Leslie had gone so far, they managed to catch her, and Hanbin suspected that she might do something bad. However, when the Valterian and Chanrushin went to look for Leslie, it was too late. The fugitive and the guards were no longer alive, and the problem was was that the guard had been killed by the one in custody. It seemed that Leslie had tried to commit suicide, but it turned out that the girl was still alive and Chung Rushin was trying his best to bring her back to life. Han Bin examined the guards and noticed that they were equipped from head to toe, but he was killed with a knife, and judging by the level, it could only have been Leslie. But he was surprised that the guard was here alone. Then the protagonist began to guess something and looked around as if trying to find someone. Then Han Bin noticed a spear lying nearby and a puddle of blood below. Chung Rushin saw that Leslie might not be able to be saved, but he wished she had told them about it earlier. Suddenly, Han Bin ordered him to wake up all the prisoners and head to the boss's room, and then added that Leslie could heal herself with prana, but they needed a potion from the surface to finally give her the opportunity to live on. The protagonist looked at his bleeding hand and thought that one of the guards might still be alive. Soon help was going to arrive, but Chung Rushin knew what the guy was going to do until then. The protagonist was going to try to stop them, because this guard went in the opposite direction to the boss's room, so he could block their way. Han Bin said that they would meet in the eastern part of the gorge after clearing the dungeon, and asked how Chung Rushin would do. However, without waiting for an answer, the protagonist went down this dungeon corridor as far as possible to intercept the enemies. Han Bin was actually very anxious because he had a pretty bad feeling all along. He thought that he needed to go back and realize that everything would be different if he did just that. In this case, he at least managed to avoid something of the worst in the situation. After all, at some point he fell to the earth because something intercepted him and pushed him. Han Bin could not even understand what it was, but it made him freeze for a while. It turned out to be the Inquisitor, and he only said that thanks to the boy, he didn't have to look for him, and called him Eric, but then added that now the boy is called the Valterian warrior Felad. The young man didn't really know what to think, but it would be hard for him to believe that this was not a coincidence. The Inquisitor immediately confirmed his words and said that he was really here on business. The prisoners realized that the plans had changed because Chung Rushin had told them Han Bin's words that they had to get ready, but they wanted to know where the warrior himself was now. The guy said that there was no need to worry about him because he wanted to distract the guards so that they could get out of here unnoticed. So he went in the opposite direction, and then they were to meet him outside after clearing the dungeon. The prisoners began to shout joyfully, realizing how shocked the guards would be when they realized that they had released the prisoners, because once they got out, the guards would be unable to do anything. Chung Rushin felt sorry for the guards who were hurt, but he was sure that Leslie had her own reason. He knew he couldn't hesitate, at least because of those who believed him, and he would be responsible when it was all over. No matter how much times change, heroic behavior has always worked on people. Perhaps it's because such behavior was not realistic. This world is not so friendly to allow heroes to stay alive, and he was very surprised when he got here. After meeting with his comrades and the warrior, Chung Rushin thought that everything would get better. Although he could not become the main character without them, he played an important role. But it was at this moment that he shouted for everyone to take cover. The guy continued to blame himself, saying that it was his fault for what was happening now, as if he was a helpless crowd trying to get at least some justice and fairness. And it was on this note that this story of the prisoners and Chung Rushin ended. In fact, it could have been quite an intriguing and also quite a cheap scenario. As a result, everything ended without any sense, and there was no reason for all these actions. Someone who read the book said that the ending was actually quite unpredictable, but Leslie also added that she still had something to say after reading it. The girl said that the ending he really wants to see will never happen because he simply will not be able to become a hero. It will turn out that he will still have to give up the truth and the dream he has been working so hard for. And in any case, he will blame her and curse her for what happened. But in the end, he will not be able to survive. In the end, he just lay there exhausted, and Leslie kept talking to him. Meanwhile, the guards were trying to find the warrior because if there was no evidence that he did not survive, they would have waited a whole week for them to clear the dungeon. Later on, someone shouted that there was a survivor, and then it turned out that the perpetrator had an artifact. This guy started begging to be spared, but the guards said that it would not work because their master ordered them to make it look like all the prisoners did not survive in this dungeon. But if the guards said that if he told them where this warrior was hiding, they would rescue him secretly from his master, so they ordered him to tell them everything he knew. However, this prisoner continued to say only one word to be rescued, although the guard did not understand why he kept asking to be rescued. Only when he turned around did he see something very strange happening behind him. In the end, it did not surprise him as much as it could have because he thought that the Inquisitor would be able to intervene in this matter. Han Bin only said that the Baron had a lot of such cases, and for no reason he was simply extending the sentences and killing prisoners in his prison. The Inquisitor said that the Baron would receive the punishment he deserved, but that it was only because he had passed off a Ratna man as a foreigner. A priest is a shepherd who leads sheep on behalf of the 6 goddesses, and they are not supposed to judge whether these sheep are good or not, because they are not particularly concerned with such matters. The task of the Inquisitor is to find the wolf in sheep's clothing, who is causing chaos in the whole flock. Then Han Bin asked if they didn't care that he was pretending to be a Valterian, because he thought that the Inquisitor had seen his level before and knew that he was not a stranger. And then he added that he had a lot of things to do, so he would leave. But the Inquisitor took it as an attempt to escape. Then he said that he would have to ask Adis and Ether about the blessing of Omplus. But at the same moment, Han Bin put out his sword, stopping its blade right in front of the Inquisitor's neck. Han Bin knew that the Inquisitor most likely knew about Adis, but it was strange that he also knew about Ether, where he had sought Omplus' blessing, and so the young man asked what the man had done with them. The Inquisitor replied that they wanted to find the boy first, but he had beaten them to it, but added that he hadn't done anything to them yet. He added that he wanted to know more about Han Bin first. The Inquisitor was calm and said that the boy did not have to answer him right now. After all, Han Bin would not tell the truth anyway, and he would not believe him, so there was no point in continuing this conversation. And then Han Bin began to fight him and did not stop or restrain himself in this fight. However, this masked man was good at dodging, and so far the protagonist has not been able to hit him with a sword. The Inquisitor noted that Han Bin had a powerful strength, but that was all that mattered. Han Bin said that the man was the first to start this battle, but he was too safe. But the Inquisitor replied that he was giving it his all, so he was not too careless. Han Bin tried his best and fought with all his might, but right now his sword was stuck in the wall. 3869. It was at this point that the Inquisitor decided to use this chance and attack him with his fist in the stomach. He punched him with all his might, saying that Han Bin must not be giving his best and that he could do more. Foreigners only rely on orientation skills in battles, but this is not a technique that has been learned through training. So he said that Han Bin simply had no right to fight them at half strength, because after all, habits don't lie. After that, although Han Bin was chained to the wall by his sword, he was able to kick the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor was not very badly hurt, but he realized that this did not look like a skill. Han Bin was finally able to pull the sword out of the wall and only briefly said that the rally had heard. The young man exclaimed that he had never studied anything like this before and was really only relying on his instincts. It turned out that Han Bin, who had pulled the sword out of the wall, did not fully release the weapon and tore off a part of the stone wall, which hit the Inquisitor. But he was not weak, so he immediately used magic to smash the stone that almost covered him completely. The Inquisitor said that even if Han Bin was not a foreigner, he needed to explain how a guy of 5th level could have so much strength. The young man replied with a smile that he had only slightly beaten the dogs that attacked him, and that was all. The Inquisitor continued to attack him, thinking that this guy was out of his mind and did not realize what he was doing. But the young man said that he could not say otherwise because the Inquisitor mistook a 5th level person for a foreigner. Eventually, they faced off again in this battle, but their strengths were still equal here. The Inquisitor said that it was not surprising that an alien would be of the 5th level. In this world created by the 6 goddesses, an outsider is not an ordinary being. And then Han Bin noticed how this man was treating a broken arm and said that he was not ordinary either. But at that moment, the Inquisitor pushed him away with all the strength he had left. However, Han Bin did not retreat, saying that there could be good foreigners, and he already knew about it. After all, he himself knew very well who was a criminal and who was not. The Inquisitor still did not retreat, but he picked up on the Khan's conversation about criminals and good foreigners. Only those who possess real power could think about this, in his opinion, and the sheep in the flock tremble because they know about the existence of the wolf. After these words, the Inquisitor struck his jaw hard, causing Han Bin to lose his balance. He was heavier than the protagonist thought, but he knew that this man was one of those who specialized in single combat. He did not benefit from a long one-on-one battle, unlike the Inquisitor, so Han Bin began to think about what to do. And finally, he came up with the idea that he could only use his strength and push even harder. This is exactly what he did and continued to strike with his sword, knowing that this was the only way out. But then the Inquisitor replied that Han Bin was already too late when he discovered that the man was a spiritualist and had the blessing of the goddess and was 120th level, but with a sign. Han Bin didn't know what the plus alpha sign meant, but it was obvious that the man was strong. He swung his sword hard, but something suddenly happened to his hand. The very next moment, the spiritualist ran right at him, intending to finish him off. Han Bin had a look on his face as if he didn't understand, but the reason was simple. His sword could not penetrate the man's blocking. Han Bin was stronger than him physically, but the Inquisitor's prana was stronger than the guy's aura. As a result, all the force of the sword strike was given to Han Bin's hand, but the young man thought it was mean. He only said that he called it trying his best, not a mean act. A predator will never underestimate the meaning of the hunt and rush, and he does not focus too much on formalities, but he does not ignore them either. It simply assesses the victim's weaknesses with precision and confidently pounces when the time comes. Of course, it was unexpected that Han Bin could not use his aura to attack, and that is probably why he had survived so far. The young man said that the Inquisitor also smelled like a predator. However, it was at this moment that their battle became even more powerful, and Han Bin threw him away with all his might. At the same time, the young man was able to look away and catch his breath, but the fight continued. The Inquisitor took to the air and then began to use his power to attack further. It didn't look like Han Bin was using the skills or blessings of Amplas. In the end, he was unable to detect any signs of an alien in him, so it was only Changrushin. The Inquisitor sighed, saying that he was sorry because he had hoped for something completely different. But just as he was walking away, something behind him exploded. Han Bin broke free again, and in the end it was not surprising for the man, but now he saw his true face. Then the protagonist rushed forward like a madman to continue their fight. They continued to fight, and the Inquisitor used a reflection attack with a block. Apparently, the guy knew that Han Bin's aura was useless in the face of his prana power, but it seemed that he was completely desperate to do this, and the Inquisitor called him pathetic. However, it seemed that Han Bin finally broke free of his chains and began to attack him even more fiercely. But the Inquisitor did not try very hard to create another barrier through which the boy could not break through. However, it only seemed so because it turned out that Han Bin broke through his blocking only with the help of the aura in his body. But in this way, Han Bin could harm himself. When Han Bin continued to move, it seemed that the guy did not feel pain. Perhaps it was, but the important thing is that Han Bin broke through the barrier and approached the enemy. This could not even be called a sword technique. It was something completely different. He no longer resembled a human being, but a predatory animal chasing its prey. But at some point, the Inquisitor stopped, turned around, and struck Han Bin with all his remaining strength. It was said that if you fight monsters for a long time, you can become like them. And if that's how it works, the Inquisitor wondered who Han Bin had been fighting all this time. Then Athos heard some sounds, and Ether realized that Han Bin had most likely met with the Inquisitor. If so, they would have to go to the boss's room to clear the dungeon, and then the two would take the shortest route there. Ether wanted to believe that Han Bin would not lose this battle while they were going there. But the problem here was not who would win, because if the Khan fights an Inquisitor, it means that the whole order is against him. In addition, it will be difficult for Han Bin to cope with such an enemy as this Inquisitor. There are only two options here. Either the Inquisitor will not survive, or Han Bin and Adis would like to believe that luck will be on their side. But even if Khan Bin wins that battle, he will be dependent on the destruction of the Ratnians. However, Adis made it clear that he would not allow this to happen to Khan Bin. So he said that they should move faster, and Ether obeyed his order and they moved forward. In the end, the warrior was finally able to stand up again. The skeletons were looking at him with black, empty eyes, and they seemed like cruel monsters now. Like monsters that would go and destroy anyone in front of them without any hesitation. But before they could move, this warrior came up and destroyed all the monsters with one blow. There were so many monsters here, and this warrior had no reason to feel sorry for these creatures. However, these skeletons that were still alive began to attack the monster in front of them to destroy it. The skeleton spoke these words in a human voice and then rushed at the warrior. It seemed that there were no monsters that spoke in a human voice, and it seemed that they could not lose their lives while screaming in pain. The warrior has always stood on the side of justice, and if he had heard these screams, his heart would not have been able to hold back. He would have been disgusted by the fact that he was hunting these monsters and doing this to them. And at that very moment, when he was trying to fight, another arrow flew straight at him. In the end, it turned out that the arrow flew very fast and he did not have time to dodge it. It turned out that he was just too low in the vegetable to use the blessing of Omplus, so he switched to automatic hunting mode, so that it could not stop the chosen warrior because the main character never loses. It was really right because the main character simply cannot play, but all this was just a story on the pages. In the end, he managed to gain a lot of experience points and increase his strength by several levels. In the end, he achieved the Omplus approval of 805 Memigian. The man looked around, hoping that at least someone would be alive, but it seemed that there were no such people anymore. Even the warriors who had just hunted them were lying motionless on this cold ground next to the prisoners. They all did not survive, and it seemed that this man was the only one who could still breathe here in front of this monster. The prisoner said that he didn't even know how to use this artifact and begged to be left alive. But it seemed that this monster was not even going to destroy him. He just came closer and directed the light of healing to the man's deep wound. He was really surprised when he realized that this artifact had the power to heal. But he also realized that these creatures knew spells, which meant that they could potentially be aliens. The protagonist just kept talking about how everyone was safe, and there was no need to fight anymore, and then grabbed Leslie in his arms. Everything went according to plan, and the dungeon clearance they planned also went great. But just as the warrior was about to move on, a fiery arrow appeared right in front of him and hit him right in the face. He saw two figures quite far away, and one of them was telling the warrior to move away, and if he approached the center, fire would start. It was Adis and Ether, and the magician recognized this man as a foreigner, so he was skeptical. This prisoner, who had just been wounded, was holding onto the wall trying to escape. But from the beginning, he suspected that this man was very strange. Finally, he broke away and ran as fast as he could, thinking that he had no idea he was a foreigner. The warrior came even closer, and Adis and Ether were already prepared to fight him, standing right in front of the sword. Ether seemed to start guessing about everything, taking up her swords, but asked Adis if everything was as she thought to make sure. The magician said that it could be found out with the help of the blessing of Omplus, which was in his staff. He was about to use it, but lost his leading position, and the alien managed to kill too many soldiers and raise his level. Ether was even afraid to imagine that the Great Land was hunting the inhabitants of the city. However, the mage said that they could not speak with certainty about this Great Land, because in the past they had experimented on the Ratnians, turning them into monsters. Adis approached one of the surviving prisoners and asked if the Velthorian warrior was with them, and the man said that he was at one point, but then disappeared. The mage thought that they had missed each other, but Ether thought that it was probably for the best. They could be sure that the soldiers were going to kill all the prisoners who escaped, and it was good that this horror was not the work of Han Bin. Then the prisoners said that they did not have time to talk about what was right and wrong, because it was better to just get out of here. The man added that this soldier behind them was very resilient, and that he had killed other soldiers who were covered in armor from head to toe in one move. He knew that they would not believe him because they had not seen what was happening here, but he was scared at the thought that it could happen again. Adis and Ether stepped forward to protect him and the sword behind him, and then added that they knew exactly what he was talking about. Ether realized that if he was allowed to go outside now, other hunters might get hurt, and then this warrior would become even stronger. And of all the hunters, only they two have experience fighting such monsters, although they don't know yet if he has the blessing of Omplus. But if he does, it will play into their hands because they will be able to remove all suspicion from Falad. The monster heard the words they were saying and was very surprised when they spoke about Falad. Ether was ready to attack him with her swords, but Adis suddenly put out his hand and stopped her. It turned out that this warrior still had some common sense, and the mage said that they were also looking for Falad, so they were in a hurry and promised that if he helped them, it would be very good because they would not want to fight him for nothing. And it would be easier for him to escape from here by taking his priority account. But most of this man has already become like a monster. Ether asked what Adis was planning to do right now, and the mage said that this could happen. That was why he had simplified the magic of splitting Omplus' blessing earlier. Although he did not check how it works in reality and whether it would work at all, he had a chance to try it. Ether watched all this, wondering if it would work, but saw that Oplus' blessing was separating from him. This warrior continued to stand still and continued to hold Leslie in his arms. As Ether got closer, she could see the girl he was still holding, even though she was unconscious. She remembered her face and realized that Leslie and the one in his arms was one of the Great Earth. Later on, the prisoner behind him picked up his sword, thinking that he also needed to act. This fear was overwhelming him and he did not want to spend his last moments here, so he decided to fight alone. Otis to stop him before this man took the sword from his place and just have time to shout out to him to stop. But it was really too late, although Ether immediately rushed to him to intercept the sword and pulled him away. However, it was at this moment that something strange happened. Despite the fact that this warrior continued to hold Leslie, Ether just had time to notice that Adis had disappeared somewhere, and she could no longer see him, but she stretched her hand forward. A circle appeared around the girl right above her head and covered her completely, but she was ready to fight to the last. Ether looked around, though she did not realize where she was, but behind her were houses with lights in the windows. It turned out that she had lost Adis and they had moved to different places, and now she didn't even know where she and the mage were. Behind her was only Martin, who asked if they had cleared the dungeon because Ether and Adis were not in the place where they had agreed to meet. The prisoner who was here with her was afraid of the alien because he had heard that a stranger had appeared in the dungeon and killed everyone. But he was so frightened that he was only thinking about how to get out of here alive and destroy the alien. However, at that moment something flashed and Ether looked over there, and Martin said that there was a guild of hunters in that direction. Brad was next to the other hunters and started calling them assholes because they didn't even know how to aim. Meanwhile, Otis, who had moved to another place, fainted and they tried to revive him as soon as possible. Brad realized that this would only make it harder for them, so he ordered all the mages to step back and watch the soldier. The guys were worried after the Inquisitor appeared, and besides, such monsters had never appeared here before, and it was impossible for a monster to be released after the entire dungeon was cleared. The creature continued to keep Adis unconscious, but the other warriors tried to free him and destroy the monster. Brad, who saw this, was very angry and started yelling at them, asking why they were doing this. The warriors replied that the monster was holding people with its tail and its paws, so they should not miss this chance because the monster seemed big but humble. One of the hunters was going to hit it in the head, even though it was quite dangerous. However, just as he was about to hit the monster on the head, it suddenly opened its giant wings. The warrior began to call these people terrible creatures and ordered them not to interfere with his path. In the end, many people were left lying in pools of their own and other people's blood after this monster walked through the area. Ether got here and Brad was already lying on the ground while Martin tried to help him up. The girl came closer to him, starting to worry about him, but Brad just said that he was glad to see that she was okay. He apologized for catching Adis because the monster was stronger than they thought, and it had grown wings. Ether said that she would get healers here as soon as possible to save him. But Brad replied that there was no need to do that because Martin had already bought the artifacts to restore him. Then he looked at Martin himself and asked if this was true when the man only bit his lip. He smiled and said that it was true because Brad is always involved in something dangerous, and the guy said that Adis should be found as soon as possible. Because if the hunters try to destroy the monster by any means, the magician is in danger. Brad then asked if she was not afraid, reminding her that Ether called herself brilliant and beautiful. When the girl ran to save Adis, Brad asked Martin how he looked from the outside, and he said that he was fine, but a little plain. Brad just sighed as he watched Ether move away and then said that he couldn't have her here no matter how much he wanted to. He saw the thirst in her eyes and realized that Ether had to do better because she was much stronger than she thought. Meanwhile, the monster was flying higher and higher and moving away from them, holding the still unconscious Otis in its clutches. The creature later flew to the eastern gorge as if it had to fulfill a certain promise. It was there that he had to bring him, and without any further thought he brought him there, but he saw a dragon. It was Ether, although she was not surprised to be called a dragon, but then added that she was actually a wyvern. And then she screamed at the creature with all her might, calling it a monster and ordered it to let Adis go. The monster just looked at her as if she was the monster, and that's what he called the Ether. Leslie was all in his hands, and it seemed that he did not even think about letting her go. Then the monster suddenly plummeted down and flew down with them, and the Ether took off after him. She was sure that he would not be able to escape from her while he was in the sky, because she could fly perfectly. At the same time as she was trying to catch up with him, Ether was using her magic to catch him and not let him move too far away. However, at that moment, she realized that if she fired from behind, it could hit Otis, so she would have to come up with another option. Also, the warrior received a notification that the regeneration limit of the Oplus blessing had been reached, and perhaps this was the moment when Ether managed to catch him, because he was distracted for a moment. Since she could not aim at his back or legs, she decided that she would shoot him in the head to finally destroy the enemy. Ether tried to do everything in her power, although in fact she almost turned into a hive of wasps. Despite this gigantic height and speed of flight, they continued to chase and the wyvern tried not to lose sight of him. Then she tried to shout to Adis, who was still hanging unconscious in his clutches. But the magician still had his staff with the blessing of Omplas in it, which he still held confidently. Otis apologized for peeking at his memories, but when he heard about the existence of the stranger, he thought it was him. And the mage also knew that this was not what Changushan really wanted. So he ordered him to stop, saying that it was not too late. But Changushan only covered his ears with his hands, saying that, in fact, absolutely nothing had changed. The pages of the past and what would happen to them in the future had long been determined and clear. Leslie continued to hold him with her hands, saying that if she was going to leave this world, it would be better to do so in illusions. And then the girl told Adis to stop waking her up, and then he began to understand everything. After that, Adis began to fall somewhere, and giant ropes or tentacles began to pull him into the dark abyss. Ether had already managed to turn back into a human, leaving the enemy behind and flying forward with all his might to save his friend. But the huge dragon behind her did not retreat, and he also launched his needles at her. Chan Rushin was still out of it and tried to run away from his rival as far as possible. In fact, it was very cold here, so cold that his body quickly began to cool down. In fact, it might have seemed like the end of life because the cold was unbearable. Ether looked around, realizing that it was freezing magic, and what she saw in front of her was called the Russelina Dome. Chan Rushin, in the form of this monster, was still flying in the air, but Addis raised his staff at that moment. He had already fully regained consciousness and was ready to wake up from this terrible dream that had consumed him. Chan Rushin was still above them, but the mage was trying to wake him up while the other battle was still going on. Hanbin continued his fight with this Inquisitor, and every minute was only getting more intense and did not seem to bring them any closer to the end. This habit of moving away at a long distance after an attack could tell us that this guy already had experience hunting huge monsters. All the other habits also indicate more than 1 year of work as a hunter, and despite the fact that he was now out of it, it was noticeable that he was used to this fight with himself. Hanbin continued to attack him, paying attention to absolutely nothing, because he just wanted to destroy his enemy by any means necessary. The protagonist managed to knock him away from him, and the Inquisitor flew into another wall of the arena. His punch was so strong and powerful that the Inquisitor just hit the wall and broke it into many cute pieces. This man also noticed that Hanbin started using his own techniques against him. Of course, he didn't understand it because this guy used too many different methods of fighting, and Hanbin seemed to be looking for any way to help him in this battle. But in reality, he was not a monster, and this instinctive adaptation for survival was nothing to be afraid of. In fact, it was too dangerous to continue fighting at close range with him, and he decided that there would be no hand-to-hand combat. So he created a barrier in front of him. But Hanbin was not going to stop and grabbed his sword again, intending to smash through the shield. He again used a vertical slash to get rid of his own enemy's barrier. Chan Rushin still continued to fight Addis, and the magician could not yet awaken him from this dream. Addis realized that Opla's blessing had definitely reached its maximum, but he still tried to restrain this guy. He thought that he could stall for time because the blessing would not stop until all the user's energy was completely absorbed. Besides, it would be impossible to get rid of the Opla's blessing now. Addis jumped away from there very quickly and created an ice block, after which the monster ran right into it. The magician tried to bring Chan Rushin back to consciousness and return him to this world without destroying him. It turned out that this monster did not have enough strength to recover, so the hunt automatically continued. Addis then began a more serious struggle and directed all his fire powers at this monster. It was also found that this user had no desire to participate in the battle, and he was asked if he was sure that he wanted to transfer all the powers. Chan Rushin really tried to stop himself thinking about how many people had already suffered because of him. He really wanted to stop, but these ropes tied him even more tightly on all sides. After that, it was determined that this user had no desire to survive, and that was the last straw. After that moment, all user rights were automatically transferred to the Blessing of Amplas. Addis was still standing in front of the monster, fighting it with his fire magic. Leslie was sitting somewhere above and had already come to her senses, watching what was happening below her. She had already noticed that the blessing of Amplas was coming to an end, and everything would end up just as she thought it would. But then someone approached her, and this person asked if Leslie was a member of the Great Land. It turned out that it was Ether, and she was already reaching for her sword while Leslie was also hostile to her. Despite all this, Ether remained calm and only asked her calmly if she recognized her. Leslie only replied that she didn't know because there were too many soldiers trying to kill her, so she couldn't remember all the faces. But Ether finally pulled out her sword, telling the girl to put all her jokes aside because now was not the time for them. She could even be hurt to some extent, although she later admitted that she had absolutely no hope for anything here. Of course, they could not remember absolutely all those who sacrificed their lives for them. That's why they used people to achieve their goals and then simply abandoned them. It was hard for the host to admit this, and she said that they didn't dare to do that because they believed that people's lives were absolutely worthless. But Leslie replied that the alien who managed to survive was the true embodiment of evil. That if they didn't, they would be hunted. That is, either they would be discovered and destroyed, or they would be the first to do so. All of this was absolutely meaningless, and absolutely nothing would help, which is why this foreigner who was able to survive in this world is the real evil. She added that perhaps that was why they had all come to this world. It was already fated to say goodbye to life in the pursuit of pleasure and the destruction of a desire that came out of nowhere. So Leslie told her not to interfere because it was a sign of fate to end her life in this way. Ether still completely refused to believe it and said that it was just an excuse because Leslie should have felt something if she was human. But while she was holding the sword next to her, this monster ran straight towards them, running away from Addis. Because he was there very spontaneously and Ether was fixated on something else, he easily managed to throw her off the bridge. Fortunately, Addis saw all this, and he immediately began to use his magic to catch her. He managed to create an ice storm that helped Ether to land softly and not hit that stone cliff. Addis approached her asking if she was okay after such a fall. And it seemed that she was really fine, and Ether smiled, saying that she seemed to be okay. At that time, Addis thought it was just a threat, but the girl said that it seemed like something more. She created a pattern in front of her saying that she didn't know why she felt that way. It seemed to her that it could at least slightly alleviate her sin, even though it was all Alejandro's doing. Leslie only turned to Chan Rushin, telling him to run away because the Inquisitor would soon come here, and she alone would be enough because she was a member of the Great Land. However, the boy in the monster's body just silently grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. His goal changed to a closer level, which was the highest level because he needed to replenish his energy through this goal. Blessing Oplis wanted to destroy herself and become even bigger, but she wanted to actually help this idiot hero. Leslie just smiled, realizing that this was the end. But it was the worst of the options she had. Otis and Ether continued to watch from below, not even knowing what to do now. But then Leslie hit the monster's head with all her might, saying that this was not the end. It was after this blow that Chanrushan managed to get out of the monster's body and threw it away. It turned out that he was really struggling because someone who wants to become a warrior cannot be satisfied with such an ending, and he managed to get out of there with some help. He grabbed Leslie while the body of this monster was still convulsing as if trying to capture him again. Leslie thought that this might be the end of it, but it turned out that the blessing of the Omples seemed to continue to live a life of its own. This monster swung its tail and quickly threw Changrushan and Leslie down, and they flew together without any support. Chanrushan turned to Otis, saying that there was no need to feel sorry for this monster anymore, because he got out of here himself and that creature must be destroyed. It was after this that the real battle was to begin between them against the backdrop of a giant ice wall. Otis quickly began to use his strongest magic, but thanks to Changrushan, he managed to buy enough time. He now had even more power and began to use the magic of the fire dragon and the fire beam. He didn't stop there and began to cast all of this magic in 3 circles at once. He was not going to stop at this stage and continued to attack, realizing that he could not control it to the end. Despite the fact that he was a fire mage and a dragon, this magic was really very strong now. When he was about to cast the last spell to do so and stretched his staff forward, the blessing of Oplas that was inside was shattered into pieces. Athos fell to the ground, exhausted, as the night opened above them with the full moon behind this human barrier. Ether asked why he hadn't used this magic before, and Addis replied that it was above his level, so he couldn't control its power. She asked if he could fight on, and the magician said that his strength was almost at its limit. But despite this, they went forward to this monster hoping that the strength of this creature was also at 0. Leslie just sighed heavily, saying that the battle was over because there was no point in fighting on. In addition, they had no strength left to continue fighting this monster. Addis asked her what she was going to do next, and if she was going to run away, and then reminded her that they wanted to free Falad from that Inquisitor. Leslie said that if he succeeds in defeating the Great Land, the Inquisitor will have to go back because he is just running for Oplis' blessing. Chanrushan was surprised that she wanted him to catch them because if Leslie had fallen into his hands, she would have been in more trouble. Leslie replied that the Inquisitor was sure that there was a foreigner here, so there was only one way out, and that Chanrushan could only help save Falad and follow him. Addis was even a little surprised to think that she would start to repent, and Ether added that Leslie was acting like a coward. In fact, Ether was incredibly angry with her for trying to escape her fate. Leslie just smiled and said that maybe that's why she didn't want to end things so meaninglessly. After that, they looked around and saw what was happening outside this human dome, as if an incredibly strong red fire had broken out nearby. Addis recognized immediately that this fire reminded him of nothing more than the aura itself. They no longer had time to just talk, and they had to go immediately to the place where the fight was taking place. The Inquisitor noticed that the healing was too slow due to the aura left in the wound, and he would only have to intensify this effect. He realized that he had been wrong to think that Han Bin would not be able to use his aura, although he thought it was too strange not to use it. However, the man did not really think that the aura would be used to counteract his prana, but it was precisely because Han Bin was not able to control what came out of his body that he managed to avoid fatalities. It seemed that Han Bin really could not cope with the power that came out of him, and he was no longer in control. The Inquisitor also noticed that this force was incredibly powerful and large, but in such conditions his body should have completely collapsed. Then the lesson would have been completely successful without him, but at least half of this city would have been destroyed. Of course, he would have liked to catch that guy alive and get all the information he wanted. But now the Inquisitor realized that he would not be able to do this, so he began to use his magic on him again. However, Han Bin again seemed to break free of the chain and picked up his sword, which had already been destroyed, and continued to attack his opponent. Their two powers came together again in battle, and it seemed that each blow was even stronger than the previous attack. The protagonist did not rush at him, intending to destroy his enemy's barrier again, without controlling his own power at all. That's why he managed to split the ground right between them in one move, and a huge explosion occurred. Addis, Ether, and the others stood below and watched as the two elements clashed in such a fierce battle. It was really strange for Leslie to see this because she didn't understand who he really was, that he could compete with someone who had received a blessing from the goddess. And Addis said that he didn't know his full power, but it turned out that Han Bin also had an aura. The magician thought that he had summoned it during the battle, but then he just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Inquisitor hadn't managed to do anything to Han Bin during the battle. But all this anger is transmitted through him, and to some extent, Addis even stopped recognizing Han Bin. Addis looked at him with a kind of sadness and said that there was only one way. Chanrushan said that he doesn't know what Leslie did in the past, but he only knows that she is the reason he survived. But now Han Bin is fighting with blood on his hands, and his rival doesn't appear to be a criminal either. And those who didn't survive because of him are not criminals either, nor are those who lost their loved ones. But it was all Chanrushan's fault, and he said he would take responsibility himself. That's why he asked to take his place this time, because he just wanted to pay for all his sins. It seemed to him that the place where Leslie could atone for these sins was not here, even though she was surprised by what he had done. Chanrushan quickly went there without thinking about anything, just knowing that he was to blame for the situation. Han Bin meanwhile managed to hit his enemy again, this time even harder than the last time. But this Inquisitor did not give up and continued to attack him with both magic and physical attacks. This battle between them continued for a long time, and they could not slow down. At some point, the Inquisitor pulled back too far to use his embodiment skill. He needed some time to create a giant right hand next to him and attack with it. But as soon as this huge hand approached the protagonist, he quickly cut the illusion in half. The Inquisitor just smiled, thinking that he already knew in advance that this guy would use this trick. However, he didn't stop and used the incarnation again, but this time with a giant left hand. Hanbin then used the skill to cut this illusion horizontally and vertically again. The Inquisitor thought again of these attacks and smiled at the fact that he should have brought the artifacts with him. This weapon had enough power to break stone, and for the first spiritualist Leonhardt, it served as an excellent defense. To increase his strength, he also focused on basic defense techniques, and this helped him to receive the blessing of the goddess. That is why he realized that this technique had been honed in battles a million times, and felt this incredible power flying at him. The Inquisitor realized that he needed to dodge, and he was able to make this movement. But Leonhardt suddenly became very curious about whether he was really as strong as he had thought he was. In the end, he was unable to resist the aura, and Hanbin's sword simply shattered during another strike. Hanbin fell to his knees exhausted with his weapon shattered as well as his body maimed. Strangely, he missed that all this was due to his internal tears from the wounds he had received during the battle, and also because of Leonhardt had no reason to fight, but he wanted to check something else. He saw his sword break in half and his eyes lingered on the weapon. But then Hanbin suddenly began to speak as if he were surrendering in battle, but he begged for mercy for the others. 4201. He said that Athos, Ether, and Changrushin were good, and that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have even contacted the Inquisitor. Hanbin realized that this sounded ridiculous, but he asked Leonhardt to at least pretend that he hadn't seen them. He was the one who had the goddess's blessing and said that he could not spoil the goddess's name and afford to lose. That is why he said that today there was neither an Inquisitor with a blessing, nor a foreigner of the 5th level. Hanbin agreed with this and said that this would indeed be quite enough from him. Leonhardt then pointed his hand at him and introduced himself, then asking for the boy's name. The protagonist finally said his name while being bloody on his face and all over his body after the battle. Then Leonhardt was ready to direct the full flow of his magic at him, as if he wanted to finally end it all. But just as it was about to happen, someone managed to interrupt them, and this someone was unable to stay on his feet. It turned out to be Changrushin, who said he was very nervous. Although Hanbin was really surprised to see him here. Leonhardt started asking who this guy was, and Hanbin called him a crazy idiot. But Changrushin said his name and said that he was a foreigner, and added that he was to blame for what happened to those people here. Then he showed the blessing of Omplus and said that he would be ready to take responsibility for his actions. Hanbin was angry to hear him say that, because he did not understand why Changrushin should be responsible for all this. But then Leonhardt stood between them and ordered them both to stop talking now. He himself had not understood much from these few passages, so he needed some explanation in this situation. Hanbin still didn't understand why Changrushin had decided to take on this responsibility, since he didn't know the whole story. Changrushin sighed, saying that he would tell everything he knew, and said that he would then be punished, whatever it was. The guy said that if he had to destroy and fight for the sake of survival, he did not know what would be left after that. Therefore, he believed that there was no point in holding these meaningless competitions and wasting time on them. However, it was after that that one big arrow, or rather a spear, hit Changrushin right in the back, which was launched by someone from above. It turned out that it was Martin who was standing farther away and aimed directly at the guy who had already fallen to his knees from the wound. It was only after he did that Martin seemed to feel some relief, while other people stood behind him and watched what was happening below. Of course, they weren't sure that it was the foreigner, but this guy who had barely survived assured them that it was definitely a foreigner. He was still breathing, but he could not escape, so they were going to finish him off. All of these hunters were obsessed with the idea of destroying this alien and wanted to end his life. Without even thinking about themselves, they started jumping off the cliff to get to Changrushin, who was not even moving. Hanbin was surprised and angry that they just started to abuse a man who was not guilty. But as soon as he moved, he realized that his body hurt and he couldn't even get to his feet. The other hunters were already close and came to Changrushin, who was on his knees with their weapons. The guy finally just said that he had behaved very badly towards them, and he was sorry for what happened, but he still wanted to be a hero despite all this and raised the blessing of Omplus. After that, Leonhardt finally stepped in and created a magical barrier before the hunters came running. Then Changrushin disappeared after only one movement of Leonhardt's hand, and then the hunters looked very satisfied and began to shout in victory. The Inquisitor only said that it would have been better if Hanbin had continued to lie in the same place. But the young man stood up despite the fact that he had almost no strength left in his body, and quietly said to himself that he was an asshole. He was ready to strike as well as Leonhardt, but Adis stood in front of him knowing that he would not hit him, and Ether stopped Leonhardt. The girl said that it was time to stop it all because they had finally achieved what they wanted. Adis just apologized to Hanbin, saying that now they would have to stop. Leonhardt did not continue, but said that this promise would only work once and that he should not hope for more. The Inquisitor started to walk away from them, saying that there would be no next time, and Atis leaned over Hanbin trying to support him. Leslie was still on top watching what was happening and did not dare to jump down. Eventually 1 week passed and the battle left a big and strong mark on the entire city. However, the residents immediately began to rebuild the city and wanted to bring it back to the way it was before. Over time, the residents began to forget the stranger who caused all this to happen, because this was his choice. But Leslie still remembered him and knew that this was definitely not Changrushin's wish, because he dreamed of something completely different. It was a time of temporary calm, but in fact, what Changrushin had done had little effect on everything else. There was a courthouse in the city of Crater, and someone was in a hurry to get there, because he had to make sure the Baron that the stranger had really escaped from prison. In the end, he was found innocent of the illegal activities that took place on the territory of the prison, so everyone tried to find out what he could say about it. And Elhauer answered that no illegal activities took place on his territory, and that the accusations of bestiality of the escaped prisoners were not proven. He added that the guards, on the contrary, tried to protect those who escaped, but were killed by foreigners. And Elhauer also added that he himself risked his own life in order to save the prisoners. But he also said that thanks to Rao's courage, he remained alive, and the Count was impressed by his bravery and decided to appoint him commander of the Knights' Corps. He has already said that he punished the stranger for the lives of those hunters who became his victims, and also gave his word to remember everyone who was involved in his crimes, and sooner or later find their point. They talked about how they were also very attached to him, and eventually laid a bouquet of flowers on the grave. Martin thanked them for coming, as he was sure that Brad would be very pleased to see them. Then the man asked what happened to the Valtirian warrior, because the last thing he knew about him was that Hanbin was unconscious. Otis just sighed sadly and said that the boy had regained consciousness, but he was not yet all right. His wounds were too deep, and Otis, who was very worried about him, left a note saying that he should not jump in over his head because there was no need. Hanbin will still need some time to recover from what happened. After that, she began to cry as she leaned over the grave and said that she shouldn't have pursued that foreigner that day. The girl stood up, realizing that if she had stayed and helped them, this would not have happened. But those girls who were with her said that Brad had foreseen the situation, but despite everything, he believed that she would become a strong hunter. So if he had seen her in that state, he would have thought he was wrong, although he was not a good judge of character. Ether only asked with tears what they were talking about, but then somehow more joyfully said that she was the most beautiful in the world. Then the girl, despite the fact that it was hard for her, smiled and said that she would raise her level and destroy all the bad guys. Then Martin took the spear in his hands and said that he would like to personally hand this weapon to a Valtirian warrior. But realizing that now was not the best time, he approached Addis and Ether and held out the spear to them, telling them to take it. Ether recognized that it was an artifact that belonged to Brad, and for a moment she was silent. She also remembered what had happened that day because it was the spear that had destroyed Chang'ushin. Addis was the first to speak, saying that they would not be able to take the list, that it would be better to leave it with Martin and the spiritualists because they were on the same team. Martin replied that Brad had borrowed it temporarily from a Valtirian, but he always said that he would return it as soon as he became as strong as he was. Brad definitely didn't want this spear to stay here in Rust, so Martin said that this weapon should at least somehow help them in their cause. In the end, the heroes couldn't refuse them, and they asked to sell the spear instead, even though they had no spearmen on their team and didn't need the extra weight. Addis and Ether thought only that they needed to become even stronger than they are now. After that, Ether was quite quiet and uncertainly asked how Addis thought about whether Khan bin Martin hated him for what he did. The magician said that he might dislike him, but he was unlikely to hate him, and that was what worried Addis the most. But they went to Maiden to find out how much they could sell the artifact for or exchange it for something else. They went inside saying that they had come, but as soon as they got inside, they saw drops of blood on the floor. Naturally, they were both alarmed and started walking forward to see what had happened. It turned out that Madeline was still alive but covered in blood, and next to her was a knife and a map. Ether immediately ran up to her asking if she was okay and began to ask her what had happened. It was obvious that she was very nervous and did not fully realize what had happened. Finally, Madeline began to speak, albeit quietly, and said that the girl had come to see her. Then Madeline grabbed a knife to defend herself and said that she could not help but report her. Leslie added that the inhibitions inside her belonged to her and that she was holding a golden scroll. She said that it was a circuit that was contaminated with Madeline's blood, but it still worked. Leslie added that this meant that the prohibition inside of Madeline was still in effect, and if she betrayed it, she would immediately say goodbye to her life. That's why Madeline couldn't say her name properly, but she was going to defend herself to the last. In fact, she was hurt that Leslie had abandoned her at that moment, as if she had betrayed her, despite the fact that Madeline had been faithful to her. But Leslie just calmly replied that this was the fate of all used things. She came closer, and while Madeline stood still, Leslie grabbed the knife she was still holding. She took away the ban she had imposed earlier and finally said that she wanted the girl to live a peaceful and free life. Madeline fell to the ground in shock, but asked her why Leslie had done this. Leslie stopped at the entrance and smiled at the bloodstained walls and finally said that she was just like Madeline. The girl gave Adis the scrolls, asking if they were fake, and the mage said that it was the first time he had ever seen the magic of the ban, but most likely the scheme was real. It seemed to them that it was a kind of repentance, while Adis continued to study what was depicted there. Hanbin, meanwhile, was still sitting in the room thinking about how everything used to make sense only when he picked up his sword. Even when he killed that white dog on the Rocky Mountain, or when he caught monsters in Ratna. When he waved his sword and went straight for the enemy, everything was solved by itself. But now he didn't even know how to get rid of this nasty feeling. He was annoyed that an innocent man had been hurt and had taken his own life. So he thought that maybe he should kill the Inquisitor who had caused Chang'ushin's death. Or he also thought about killing Martin, who had thrown a spear at him to avenge Brad. Hanbin was still angry with himself for being part of this whole situation in which the victim was innocent. Hanbin noticed that Leslie was nearby and he allegedly, I asked if it was possible to destroy the one who put the Omplice blessing into Chang'ushin's body. The girl replied with a nod of agreement and admitted that what happened to Chang'ushin was entirely her fault. Hanbin came closer to her and said that she and they were all the same in this. They walked around with a disgruntled and sad look on their faces all the time, but Leslie took the life of an innocent man. She just didn't keep her promise, and while she wasted time on meaningless competitions and Leslie kept the button alive thanks to him. But then he remembered that he was the one who should be grieving the most and the one who should be complaining about everyone else. Chanrushan instead just smiled as if there was not a single person who wanted to end his life right now. So he told Leslie to disappear right now because Changrushan had ended this battle. Leslie only replied that it was not over yet, and as long as there were those who were happy about what had happened and were forcing them to destroy each other, it would continue. She wasn't going to find out how they planned to use the blessing. She was just going to do all the horrible things they ordered. And her behavior could not be called just or good. She was just doing what everyone else said. Leslie said that she told him everything about their existence, but if she didn't give Hanbin, she wouldn't hold any grudges. But she added that she wasn't going to do it again, so she told him to listen carefully. There are those people who make you fight against each other until one of them loses his last heartbeat, and they rejoice when it happens. Hanbin thought about the Grey Cardinal of the Great Land, and now he was finally convinced that he was the one behind all this. This made him more joyful because he realized that he would only have to destroy them, and the end would come. Leslie continued to tell him that she knew everything there was to know about them. She only added that they could help him become a hero, and that was exactly what Changrushan wanted. It was at this point that Hanbin suddenly sat down, almost falling to his knees, and Leslie asked what was wrong with him. Hanbin only apologized for interrupting her mid-sentence and then added that he had been out of it lately. The young man saw Addis and Ether and then tried to get up to apologize to them. Immediately after that, he went to cook, and finally it was some normal food, so he decided to make a steak. But it wasn't just him. Hanbin had laid out a lot of delicious food on the table for them all. Addis was incredibly impressed by how perfectly cooked the meat was at the perfect temperature because even though he had fire magic, he was not capable of such a thing. Hanbin laughed, saying that he had eaten only meat for more than 20 years, but now they were all happy to eat this delicacy on the table. Leslie was the last to come over, but she was not particularly happy and asked what they were doing there. Hanbin said that Changrushan wanted the people of Ratna and the foreigners to live together, so Leslie thought he was suggesting that they play at being friends. In fact, she didn't know if it was even possible, although it wouldn't be hard to pretend. But Leslie exclaimed that if they didn't destroy them, absolutely nothing would change because they couldn't even guess who he was. Addis answered only briefly that the person they were supposed to destroy was the Archmage Zenobia. The alien mages use only existing techniques and do not know how to create new magic, although he thought that all the magic he had so far was created here. But when he saw the Heiju technique, he really realized that only an Archmage could have such magic. Leslie was surprised because they had been searching for a way to break the ban for a long time, and then asked if Addis had already understood the technique. Ether said that he had even rid the Maiden House of the magic that was present there, although it was still difficult for him to use this type of magic because of his low level. But the Dragon's Nest also used similar magic, and Alejandro said that he had gotten it. But it was also said that the Dragon's Nest should belong to the worms. After that, Leslie learned a lot and realized that Garhan and Zenobia were playing along, and they were on the same side. All of them already understood where this was going, and judging by their silence, it was a good guess. The ban hadn't worked. Although he'd used it to get around it, Leslie had said that Garhan wasn't the type to let himself be found easily. But the girl herself had just said that Ratnians and aliens can't just sit and talk to each other peacefully. Besides, it would be strange for heroes who had fought so many times with aliens to behave so calmly. Leslie still could not believe that it was true and tried to convince herself that it was a lie. She knew that aliens of the 5th level could not enter Ratna, and neither could a Valterian. Then Hanbin asked her if she knew what kimchi was. Addis immediately replied that Hanbin said it was a food from his country. When he ate meat, he often said he wanted kimchi, and Ether now thought it looked like elf food. But in fact, kimchi had nothing to do with elves, and then when Leslie finally sat down at the table, she told them that she was from France, although Addis and Ether didn't know what that was. The 4 heroes had created the blessing of Amplus for some purpose, but she didn't know where or what they were doing or what their purpose was. But it's actually good that the Sword King Bouthold is not in the mood to cooperate with them. The only one of the 4 heroes whose whereabouts are known is the Fairy Queen. Halian, she could go through life and through its end as if it didn't scare her at all. If you walk to the Fairy Kingdom of Erendia on foot, it will take about 2 months. And on the way, you may encounter dungeons with very dangerous and powerful monsters that are much stronger than the local ones. The protagonist said that the information he had gained would not help them much, and Leslie believed that fighting them was easier to call goodbye to life. Hanbin himself knew that they would not be able to win now, so they all needed to become even stronger. But the more of them in the team, the better it would be for all of them. So he turned to her again and asked what Leslie was going to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Raud was trying to solve some cases, although he was not doing a good job. He said that normally in a normal court he would have paid someone and the right person would have been found innocent, but Elcower was passing him off as a foreigner, and the Dark Brotherhood found out about it. And after that, the Count was threatened with punishment by the Inquisition, so he offered Raud to just play the role that it was all a misunderstanding. Elcower was literally begging for this because he had made Raud the head of the army and fulfilled all his whims, so now he asked to save him. Raud said that he would act justly, but in reality, he could not watch someone say goodbye to his life because of this justice. 20 million X's every month was the condition he set for the Count, but Elcower said he did not have that kind of money. However, the Dark Brotherhood was already on the doorstep and ordered him to open the door, so the Baron had no choice but to give Raud the money. Elcower took him to the next room, telling him to wait there, and when the Inquisitors came in, he should tell them that it was all a misunderstanding and a mistake. The Count quickly closed the door behind him and went to open it for the Inquisitors from the Dark Brotherhood. Meanwhile, Raud was very happy because he realized that after this moment, he would be able to start his life from scratch. Everything was going perfectly for him, and now he didn't have to worry about anything, because with this kind of money, it would be very easy to get artifacts of full restoration. Later, the Inquisitors went inside, and Raud began to listen to what they were saying. When the time was right, he sighed and opened the door, starting to say that it was all a misunderstanding and a mistake. Raud claimed that it was really a complete accident, but two members of the Dark Brotherhood were already standing next to the Baron, who was lying in a pool of blood. The guy himself was also very surprised because he didn't even realize what had happened. While they were dealing with these issues, Leslie had already managed to get to the roof of one of the buildings, but she said that she could not live like him, like all of them, because there was a ban inside her, so she could not leave them. The girl said that she had to go back there, but it would be okay. Leslie has already realized that the world he dreamed of was not just a dream, but right now she can do what she wants, and that's why she was very happy. Later on, someone was arrested because it was suspected that he had taken the life of an important suspect, so he had to be held in the custody of the Brotherhood of Darkness until the charges were dropped. Meanwhile, someone was trying to take away the power of Amplas's blessing by sitting next to his part and conjuring over it. It was the same woman the Inquisitor had met once before, and she said that Kaviriel would be very happy about what was happening. But Crater will definitely be talking about this loss for a long time, because it took a lot of money and investigation without the Order's knowledge. Later, Leonhardt came, and this woman said that the sentence was pronounced right in front of the residents, although it didn't sound like an Inquisitor. Leonhardt was only talking about a foreigner with the blessing of Amplas who was there and had almost given up, but he had absolutely nothing left to do but take measures to ensure that other hunters nearby did not get hurt. The Inquisitor sighed, saying that he had some news about this stranger. Then the woman who had been at the blessing stood up and said that it was wonderful, and then the magic spread throughout the room. She praised Leonhardt for doing the right thing and then added in a different voice that he was right. Leonhardt noticed all these changes and realized that it was really not her speaking, and that she was now possessed by this woman. Realizing who it was, he knelt down along with the other servants as the goddess Siriel appeared before them. She said that the Inquisitors had proved that they were the holders of the goddess's blessing and were faithful to her, for they had not only succeeded in returning Ampal's blessing, they also managed to destroy the foreigner who was responsible for so many injustices. Although she did not know where such a strong warrior came from, who dared to challenge the one who had the goddess's blessing. Then Zenobia, who had captured Kivriel, asked why he fought with them and whether Leonhardt knew anything about him. Then the Inquisitor said that this warrior with such strength was a descendant of the Valterians. He had recently come to Rotna and wanted to start a fight with anyone who possessed any power and did not interfere with his duties, so he had to put pressure on him. Most likely it was difficult, as she thought, because this foreigner was a representative of the King of Swords clan, and Leonhardt did not even wait for the goddess's oracle. It was after this that she forbade Leonhardt to engage in such battles until she personally gave permission. Of course, the Inquisitor was not happy about what he had just heard, but he could not help but obey her order. For a short time, Zenobia inhabited the body of this old woman, and the thought of it disgusted her, but at such moments she was grateful for the goddess's blessing. Now it seemed to her that everything Leslie had said was true, because there was a Valterian warrior who had appeared out of nowhere, and an alien who had not been in their plans at all. If they hadn't had their Leonhardt with such power, the plan would have failed, and Garhan recognized that he was indeed the better Inquisitor. Although this was not always something that played into their hands, Zenobia was surprised to hear it, and then suddenly she saw that Amplas's blessing hadn't increased much. But that could be because it had been removed too soon, because Leonhardt had started acting without their guidance. 44-1. He got out of their plan, and at about the same time, the blessing should have been finally formed. It would be too difficult to fully absorb all of Kivriel's divinity, and without her divinity, this temporary space and dimension would not last long and would simply disappear. But Garhan said that even though it was risky, they still had no other choice. They will have to slightly cover the seal of Kiriel and gradually absorb her divinity, even though it is really risky. With Amplas's incomplete blessing, Garhan couldn't control her divinity right now, and there would be an imbalance in the outside world. Garhan only said that he needed to absorb all the divinity before the world collapsed, because even if something happened, this world could be rebuilt. All he wanted was to become the god of this world and create it anew for himself. He is also on probation, during which he cannot conduct investigations until he has an order from above, and the punishment is quite severe at this time. This is an unusual situation when a wolf is punished by the goddess, but the whole joke is even stranger. Leonhardt allegedly said that the goddess of darkness does not exist at all, but the guy assured that it was not a joke, and he would like it to be true, and judging by recent events, there are many reasons to doubt it. Although the last time this warrior called himself a Voltarian, she didn't notice it, so he managed to lie to the goddess. The 6 goddesses knew everything, even about the amount of sand on the shore, so Felix didn't understand how they didn't notice such a lie, so he thought it was because of old age. Leonhardt only told him to calm down and listen to the end, because he would never do such a thing without a reason. They thought this guy did it because he had some real evidence. Then he finally took off his hood and looked at them, asking if they were okay. Leonhardt said that if he kept quiet like that, no one would even know who he was. But then Chanrushan did not understand why he saved him after all. He just wanted to know how he managed to survive. He told the Inquisitor that these were very obvious things because their purpose was to interrogate. That is, they needed to destroy the stranger, or rather take him into custody in order to find out all the information. But it was impossible to stop those hunters who did not rush at him. They only wanted revenge, which is why the Inquisitor used a very powerful technique to stop them. It blocked visibility, and it was at this moment that he managed to open the window and covered Changrushan with a protective barrier. But Leonhardt was already very exhausted and in a bad state because of this battle with the warrior, so his power would not be enough to make the guy completely invisible. That's why the Inquisitor decided to just throw him down so no one would notice. Now, Chanrushan realized that his whole body hurt so much, and as if his bones were broken. And Felix agreed that it was quite cruel, but Leonhardt said only that the boy was alive. Aliens turn to dust after losing their lives, even the corpse is not left behind, so this is enough to deceive others. But Felix did not know how this could serve as evidence against the goddess. Leonhardt had said that it would be easy enough to fool a human, but if it turned out to be a real goddess, it would be almost impossible. However, in fact, the goddess clearly said that she was sure that the Inquisitor had destroyed the foreigner. Therefore, it turns out that the one who is in the Dark Brotherhood is not the goddess Siriel. Humanity is very jealous and they want to capture the entire Dark Brotherhood, and maybe their goal is even divine power. Perhaps it is some kind of prophecy that he was entrusted to deal with the stranger. If so, the Inquisitor should immediately return to the Dark Brotherhood. But Leonhardt said that this is impossible because there may be traitors among them, and if he doesn't get there in time, someone else may intercept this information, so he must act secretly from the Brotherhood. However, he is now under a punishment and will not be able to investigate, and Chanrushan was only disappointed. But the Inquisitor said that if this world collapses, absolutely everything will lose its meaning, and he didn't really know how, but they held on. Raud was riding in a neighboring carriage and was still in shock from what he had seen so unexpectedly. Suddenly, Leonhardt smiled and told him to go back, although Felix did not understand what had come over him. Then he turned to the stranger and said that he should have said goodbye to his life, but he survived, and there are reasons for that. The Inquisitor wanted him to help him after all. He wanted to become a hero, and now Changrushan could make his dream come true. Meanwhile, the others had already reached a certain place, and he was ready to do anything to avoid playing with those stones. However, in reality, he definitely did not want to end his life in this way. It was after this that the endless leveling up began, without stopping and without time for breaks. Meanwhile, in a distant, abandoned small building, a door opened and one part of it fell to the ground. Someone came in quietly saying that the goddess of darkness, Siriel, controls the darkness and the end of everything. And that's why people turn to her when they pray for peace of mind. And these people had just discovered a shrine to this goddess nearby, so they decided that the elves could also pray to her. These hunters with guns found one elf and attacked him. It turned out that his name was Londel Atransis. He was very angry because he did not understand how these people dared to treat a member of the Atransis clan like that, and then called the people very boring. Then he threw away the gold, saying that it was the money that people love so much. Then he added that if they wanted to get a ransom for it from their clan, they would still risk their lives, so he told them to take the money and leave before it was too late. These hunters saw the gold and forgot about everything at once, realizing that they could buy several houses with it. But the chief of them approached the elf and pushed him hard so that he fell to the ground, realizing that this was not enough for him. He said that they had already received their pay for what they were doing, and it was much more than what the elf had given them. They decided to take this on their way, but they were not going to leave it here. Londel was already exhausted, but he tried to defend himself with his last strength. The moment he concentrated on this, the mania behind him suddenly exploded with a bright light. Londel remained barely conscious, but the hunters ran away thinking that there were monsters. But instead, Kiriel came out of the room, saving the elf from the hunters. She only said Ryo Hanbin's name and nothing else, as if she knew the whole truth about him lying about himself. Meanwhile, he and the others continued to move through the forest along the paths on their cart. Hanbin was still thinking about the 4 heroes who had managed to destroy the Sword King. He was a warrior and he was called a hero, so Hanbin did not know why they needed a foreigner. And Otis explained that 20 years ago, the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes. And no one could have imagined that it would be her who would stand behind them. And if they hadn't experienced it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it either. Then the ether intervened and she was already very exhausted from the long journey. They had been seeing the same landscape for 2 days in a row instead of the fairy kingdom. But then Addis said that they had been in the kingdom for 2 days. The magician said that his territory started from the roots of this giant world tree. It was Elendia, and it was in this kingdom that the kingdom of the fairies was located. And it, in turn, is a union of 4 states, in the center of which is the World Tree, but each has its own culture and ruler. The capital of the Kingdom of Fae was located down below, right under the roots of this World Tree. It had a very large number of roots, and one could follow those roots stretching across the mainland. Then you can get to the capital, which is the largest city here and is called Sorandia. It is also the road to the trade route, so different tribes of elves and humans gathered here. Due to the fact that many races and elements mixed in one place, of course there were many problems. Even before the advent of hunting guilds, where there were people, fairies founded their own guild and solved various issues. Many hunters came here to become heroes and some succeeded, but others met their end in these lands, and there was one elf who felt guilty about it. So for the last 200 years he couldn't think of anything else. He thought that this was the main duty of the head of the guild, but then he looked at the newcomers who arrived. He immediately realized that they were definitely not ordinary people, as was the case most of the time. But suddenly he just jumped out of his seat and started laughing, thinking that this would be a great opportunity. Among them was a 52nd level mage with a formal and neat appearance that had its own charm, but still had a strong spirit. Ether didn't seem particularly intelligent to him, and sometimes she looked at him with a sad look. But she had a cute appearance and a childlike voice and was a 38th level swordswoman. From his experience, he already knew that people like them shouldn't rot in the dungeon, because they could become the best in the world. So the head decided to write recommendations so that they could get help from influential people. Ether was already excited and thinking about what to call their group, but Addis interrupted her in time and simply said that they would register as hunters. He was just glad that they didn't start measuring Han Bin's level and then started talking about what happened 10 years ago. It turned out that by that time they had to pass the hunter's exam, but then it was canceled. Ether offered to help Han Bin practice and told him to call her teacher, but Han Bin was not going to do it, and the head decided to clarify whether the exam had really been canceled 10 years ago. Then Addis said that he shouldn't worry so much about checking something and let him just register Han Bin as his bodyguard. And the young man confirmed that he was the magician's bodyguard, but there were rules for bodyguards too. So the head took out a giant book and decided to see if there were any exceptions. It would take about 6 months to get a check, and the head said that they could come then. It turned out that elves sleep differently, so time flows differently for them, and they have to wait so long. The system of modern guilds appeared only 100 years ago, and maybe they are not used to it yet. Han Bin thought that Addis was just like them, for he had said that the 6 months would fly by quickly, and he was right, for someone who was already 150 years old. Then they passed by a place where music was playing loudly, and it seemed like some kind of attraction. It turned out that they were playing games, and the challenger was not a very good hunter, and had to draw his sword in the middle of the arena. But in the end, he just fell to the ground next to the sword and couldn't get it. Addis said that they came here right on Thanksgiving, although Han Bin had never heard of it before. The magician said that the elves were created by the earth goddess Sarandi, although Han Bin had only just learned about it. It turned out that in the distant past, the land of the elves was barren, and when the famine came, the king of the elves began to pray, and the goddess heard this and gave him a sword. As soon as he stuck this sword in the ground, everything began to bloom, and the elf nation prospered day by day. And that's why once a year they hold this Thanksgiving to honor the goddess who makes them live. It means that those faces up there are elven nobles, but it was at this moment that Addis looked around and noticed something. The ether had suddenly disappeared, even though it had been standing right there with them. Addis was really afraid that they had lost the child, although he had little faith that she was anywhere. He was going to find her and come back, telling Han Bin to wait here, although he didn't want to stay here. But Addis said that he could be seen from a distance and wouldn't get lost. Han Bin still tried to stop him, saying that Ether could see him in the crowd and come back. But then we heard the voice of the host saying that this year, most likely, no one will be able to pull out a sword. The elves only laughed at the humans, saying that they already have a short life and should try their best. However, their number can compensate for their low longevity. If there are no more humans to cultivate all the fields, then the other elves saw their prince. He was surprised to see the changes in the kingdom, but the city remained just as beautiful. The elf said that the king also wanted to come, but his health did not allow him to, so he instructed him to convey some words. The other elves were a bit surprised by what they heard because they had already started to guess what it meant. In the end, Ether was found and she did not want to leave, so she gathered a lot of food and said that the feast would be until someone pulled out the sword. In addition, they said that only the king of the elves could pull it out, but Addis assured us that it was just a legend. In fact, the sword was stuck in the ground with the help of magic, and many people tried to pull it out but failed. The king appears and removes the magic, takes out the sword, and then puts it back in the ground, and this is an ancient tradition to show the justice of the choice of the goddess who chose him. So there was no one who pulled out the sword despite the power, and Ether admitted that she also noticed that it was more for laughs. Addis said that no one would have pulled out the sword anyway, and if he had, he would have been quickly dealt with. But when they returned to Han Bin, they saw him holding the sword high in the air in his hand. About 100,000 elves and humans lived in this city. The Kingdom of Elves connects the fairyland with the mainland and is also the largest city. Later on, Kiriel and Leondel arrived in this city trying to find what they were looking for. She thanked the elf for her help, but she seemed wary, telling her to be quiet. She came only because Kiriel asked for someone to help her find it, but no one must know that Leondel is here. So they spoke very quietly to each other so that no one would overhear anything unnecessary. Now that she was accompanying Leondel, she had to be careful, so she went to find the right person. Leondel went on thinking that the people here could not be trusted. However, Kiriel was very strange the whole time when she found her there. She was confirming that Leondel was alive and asking for protection from Kivia for her. Even after she started to accompany her, she was still strange, and answered the same questions about why she was here and where she came from. She said that she was a separate being born out of darkness, and repeated strange words as if she were stuck, which were hard to believe. Later on, Leondel approached a goat, trying to avoid prying eyes. She held her gaze a little longer and then thought that this girl was just not herself. But suddenly she heard people talking about how the sword that was stuck in the ground was pulled out by someone, and it was not the king. They said that some hunter had broken it, although it was hard to believe, but they were really making a lot of noise. Then Siriel smelled the scent of a young dragon who had come to the city with others, and was sure that the next place they would visit would be the Hunters Guild. That's why she decided that she had to go there before it was too late. Han Bin, meanwhile, stood there not expecting what was happening to him, and realizing that it was not good. He was surrounded by mages, and they would not let him go after what he had done with that sword in the ground. The elves shouted that they did not want to see the Valterian here, so they ordered him to say who sent him. However, Han Bin just said that he found it strange and interesting, and then escaped from the trap. The elves shouted that it was an attack, and the Valterian was attacking a descendant, although he had no intention of doing anything like that. Han Bin was called a terrorist, and they started to run away while the young man did not understand why he was being treated like this. Meanwhile, someone fell to the ground because of all the noise because the other elves had knocked him down. Hanbin noticed this and took Leondel for a child and came closer asking if she was okay. He asked where her parents were, but Leondel just fought him off and told him not to touch her or come any closer. She started screaming that she was not a child anymore and looked very angry looking at him. But then she got scared when she saw who was behind her and called Hanbin a monster, which hurt him a little. He said that it was too rude, but Leondel didn't mean it because there really was a monster behind her. It was a unique magic of the elves, and they called the monster a stone giant. This golem is connected to the magic that is the basis of the world tree, and it is the pride of their plan, so they could be calm. And no matter how strong this warrior is, he will not be able to do anything when such strong roots bind his hands and feet. It is impossible to inflict even the slightest scratch on these roots that are filled with the energy of the tree. But the protagonist was only angry because he did not understand why no one cared that another person was hurt. The prince said that Valtirian warriors with aura were not so easy to meet, and the elves thought that there were many rumors about him. It was at this moment that an even more powerful battle may have begun, but they still did not know who he really was. Hanbin continued to fight the tree, saying that they should listen to what it says sometimes. He spat out the blood as if nothing had happened and said that it had to be done before something more serious happened. Because of the Aurum, the strain on his body was very high, and while the elves thought that the attack had worked, Hanbin only said to himself that he bit his tongue. In addition, he still can't tune in to the release of the Aurum. And then he turned to the elf who was injured. I wanted to tell him that he should run away from here as fast as possible, but I didn't see this child. Addis and Ether had already grabbed this elf, and they said that he could be really dangerous. The mage came closer, saying that he asked to close the aura until they fully assimilated it, and Hanbin apologized awkwardly, realizing that he had almost caused them to get hurt. Luckily, nothing happened to them, but it was not over yet, because the battle was not over yet. Then all the soldiers who were behind them formed a wall behind them and surrounded the three of them on all sides, ready to fight. After that, the prince turned to the warrior, saying that he wanted to apologize for standing by and watching his behavior. But the fact is that he broke the sword and did not answer for it, even if it seems now that he will still have to be punished for refusing to be interrogated. Addis said that it was better for them to surrender than to fight with all these soldiers, but it should be borne in mind that the minimum term for prisoners is 3 years. Hanbin only smiled and said that he had no desire to leave the heroes for 3 years. The elves, on the contrary, would be grateful to him if they found out about any evil intentions of these heroes. Addis then added that in that case they would have to change their plan. They had already spoken to the prince and he only sighed heavily, saying that he was sorry to hear about it. Then Kivier came closer and said that the elves should listen to him, because if they don't, Ratna will have no future. Hanbin asked what she was talking about, but then he was surprised to see that she was not wearing any weapons, so he didn't understand where she was going. He wanted to see what her level was, but he couldn't get any information about her. After that, something happened to him and he grabbed his head, after which Addis immediately ran up to him asking if Hanbin was okay. He thought that there was some mistake in the oracle and then looked back at Kiwier and asked who she was. She only replied that now was not the time to share information and that after this hostile situation was over, they would be able to reveal themselves. Hanbin wanted to get an answer to that, but she went to Leondel, who was lying on the ground. The girl said that she was getting up and it seemed that everything was okay with this elf. She just fell asleep and wanted to sleep on. Kivier said that it was time for him to go and then addressed her by name. The prince, who was standing nearby, heard Leonda's name, and of course it was familiar to him. All 5 of them were hostages of the warriors who were attacking them, and only then did Leonde, who had just woken up, look at the principal. He did not understand why she was here at all, and one of the servants almost fainted from realizing who he had been attacking from the very beginning. Of course, realizing this, the prince ordered him to lay down his arms, and before that he had to be provided with security. After that, he gathered with the others at the table and said that it was a mistake, because he had treated those who had saved his younger brother terribly, so he thanked them for it. Addis just said that they were honored to be building for the royal family and that they were invited to the palace, which was also nice. The prince said they could feel at home, although he added that it was a little messy. Hanbin did not realize that this principal was the son of the fairy queen named Halian, but Ether and Addis just shut him up, and the mage apologized to the other. But the prince said that it was no big deal because he was a Valtirian warrior and could have misunderstood. He explained that the fairy race included elves, nymphs, dwarves, and sylphs, and compared to other races, their numbers were quite small, so the 4 kingdoms united to keep in touch with other nations. People called it the Union of the Fairy Kingdom, but its real name is Elandia. Halian is one of the 4 heroes who received the blessing of the goddess, and she is also the representative of the 18 united fairies, and she is also the queen of the nymphs. This means that they do not appear to be servants of the fairy queen Halian, although Hanbin initially thought otherwise. However, he still didn't get an answer to the question of who the girl behind the prince's younger brother was. Ether began to speak, saying that she did not know if they were entitled to such a nice welcome, because they had split the sword of the Elf King, and Addis added that they could not even imagine its value. But the prince said that there was no need to worry because it was only a copy for the festival. The real sword sent by the goddess herself could not be broken because it was a sacred relic. Laundel said that because of this duck, the whole festival went down anyway, so they could not forgive such an act. Although the prince said that these people were joking about his life, so he could not speak so brazenly. Moreover, he had already forbidden his younger council to leave the castle. Therefore, before asking anything from those people, the prince wanted to know how his younger brother ended up in that place. Kivier replied that it was not his fault, and Leondel began to resent it. saying that the elder was constantly trying to lock him up somewhere. Even during a holiday, he forbade him to go out, so he decided to go and see for himself. In fact, the principal was outraged that this was the whole reason for his younger brother's disobedience. But at that very moment, one of the servants approached the prince, telling him something about his father. Then he stood up, saying that he had some urgent business, apologized, and added that he had to leave them, and that it was okay for Addis to go and see the neighborhood. Ether was worried all this time because they were in the royal family, but everything went better than she expected. After all, this elven royal family could help them get closer to Halion, but Ether was also worried about this Kivier who accompanied the prince. Hanbin said that she was an ordinary warrior of the 80th level, and Ada suggested that there was some mistake in the leadership of the boys. But it seemed that this was not the problem. They were drinking this black tea, and Hanbin had to pee so badly that it felt like his bladder was going to explode. Ether asked him to be patient at least a little bit, but Hanbin said that he had been patient the whole time they were walking here. He just wanted to find a toilet and eventually left, but Adis told him not to stay there too long. In the end, the young man wandered around the neighborhood for about 20 minutes. Which seemed like a very long time. During this time, he managed to hate the elves because he could not find a toilet nearby. They had such a giant garden here, but there was no place to go, and he realized that he was on the verge of giving himself prostatitis. Eventually, he came to a mystical tree that was hiding in the depths of the great garden, where nature was completely undisturbed. The protagonist realized that most likely elves hardly ever come here. He was very happy when he finally realized that there was no one nearby, and breathed a sigh of relief when he did his job. Hanbin thought that he was going to burst and not survive it, but then he suddenly saw an old man near the tree. He said that if the boy had passed, he should have just said so. He also smelled the smell and realized that he had come here to use the toilet, and then added that there was no paper in the toilets. He decided that he needed to bring the paper and then stood up and realized that he was not wearing pants. So Hanbin shouted at him to put them on. Only after that did the old man realize that he was not Bao Bao, and the young man said that he had really mistaken him for someone else. The boy asked why he had come here, as this was the land of the elves, but the old man believed that the land had no owners. The care and protection of the territory did not take root. The world tree was only a mission given by the goddess of the earth to the elves. Their flesh was only dust, and would eventually return to the earth. But then the old man lifted his head and sighed heavily, saying that the earth was beginning to cry. Hanbin then agreed with him, saying that they really were not the masters of the land, and then started to do something. The young man said that they were taking a lot from the land, so he decided to give it back. Besides, if someone sees it, neither of them will be better off, and Hanbin asked him to keep the secret with a smile. The old man just laughed, saying that nothing could happen to someone like him. But the earth can reward someone who tries very hard, and most likely there are reasons why he appeared here at such a turbulent time. Then the old man took a few steps, and the protagonist saw a sword that interested him greatly. After that, he got even closer to the sword that Hanbin had buried and then stuck his sword near it. Later on, the guy began to notice that his sword was being pulled very strongly and rapidly into the ground. Only the hilt remained, and he did not understand at all what kind of powerful force was pulling his weapon down. Hanbin didn't know what to do anymore because he realized that if he kept holding the sword, he would be sucked down as well. But soon the roots of the tree rose up and threw the sword away with the guy, so he couldn't even stand on his feet. The protagonist did not understand what had happened at all, but he felt sand getting into his pants. He looked around, still holding his sword, which was lying nearby. But what surprised him even more was that right now he was holding a wooden sword, not a piece of sand. He found it strange, but it turned out to be even heavier than the one he had at the beginning. Hanbin began to feel that this sword was draining energy from him, and realized that the old man had done something to his sword. He started shouting to find the old man, but he couldn't see him anywhere, but he was lying on the ground nearby. Hanbin was not even a little bit scared, but he was more interested in what kind of sword it was that even he could not lift. He was also curious to know why he had done this to his weapon without his permission. And then, quite unexpectedly, Kiever started attacking him, although Hanbin did not realize why. For a while, he tried to just talk to her and explain that she had misunderstood everything, and he hadn't done anything to the old man. But she was very angry because she couldn't believe that the king of the elves had dug his own grave and climbed in. Hanbin really understood that it looked strange, but he tried to explain that it was very strange and spontaneous, and he just buried him. Kiever just sighed and said that she realized that he had just buried the old man alive here because of some mistake. After that, she hit him hard on the jaw, not going to believe a word he said. Then Hanbin bought her, asking who she was because he still hadn't received any explanation. After that, she hit him even harder, and Hanbin couldn't take it anymore and let her go. He was really hurt, and for some time he could not move away from this blow, which allowed Kiever to move to a safer distance. He said that if someone else had been in his place, he would not have survived long ago, although Kivir said that he would not suffer much from this. She told him everything about him, including his level and his name, and that at the age of 24, with the help of Ampla's blessing, he was not transported to this world for some reason, but lived in an isolated world like it for 22 years, and added that although he was at level 5, his powers were actually higher. Then she said her name and said that she was a representative of the goddess of darkness, Kaiviriel, and was created by her. And the proof of her words was his authority, because she could not be controlled by the authority of the Demon King. It was strange for Hanbin to hear about the goddess of darkness, and that she was going to destroy the stranger alone. But Kiever replied that she had been given another order, namely to find a candidate who could help her and test him. The Demon King and the goddess appeared to be enemies, so Hanbin did not understand how she could choose a foreign land as her assistant. The girl replied that she didn't understand either, but the mistake in the leadership and the fact that Hanbin couldn't reveal himself put her in an even bigger quandary. She also began to doubt his competence as an assistant, after he attacked the Elf King, even though he had already said it was a misunderstanding. Kiever said that given his personal qualities, it was a question of whether he should be appointed as an assistant or not, which is why she decided to test him. The protagonist was surprised to see that she could summon a weapon, as a spear appeared in his hands in a matter of seconds. However, he was able to learn her style during these 2 times, and said that he would not get caught the 3rd time, so he grabbed the spear with his hands. He added that he could simply eliminate this manual and that was the end of it, continuing to hold the spear in his hands. And then Hanbin added that it seemed to him that she did not understand at all that it was not worth taking other people's things. The guy said that he didn't care who sent her here, and then abruptly added that she should take her hands off the spear immediately. After that, he released the weapon and looked at his fingers, realizing that a few more seconds and he could say goodbye to it. It seemed to him that his defense had dropped a lot because this sword made of wood absorbed him so much, so he wanted to learn how to control it so that it did not take all his strength. But Kiever continued to attack him, waving the weapon, despite his telling him to stop. The girl assured him that he simply did not understand the seriousness of the situation because she represented the goddess of darkness and needed to test his skill. She wondered if his sword was just a decoration and asked him why he didn't use his aura and why he wasn't really fighting. Hanbin was fed up with her talking so much and decided to fight for real, but he also wanted to test something. The protagonist realized that he needed to control his strength in order not to waste his aura and at the same time make sure that there was no fatality. In the end, he did the math and Kiever missed the next time she attacked him. However, it turned out that his new sword made of wood again broke into pieces after such a strong blow. Hanbin was still looking at the weapon and remembering the old man when Kiever stood up and said she understood. It seemed like he wasn't going to take her words seriously, but Hanbin only said that this sword was strained. Despite this girl did not stop and continued her attacks no matter what. Then this blow seemed to him similar to his aura that cut, but realizing that there was no time, he decided to dodge. After that, the king of the elves, who had just been lying buried in the ground, got up thinking that he had already gone to the next world. Then he looked around and saw the world tree blossoming, hundreds of petals falling from it. The world tree also began to absorb energy and began to grow. And depending on the type of energy, the character of the tree changed. The aura of high quality made the roots more stable, but the old man smiled, saying that this could not be achieved with the help of aura alone. He sighed and said that he was the first since Bao Bao because this case reminded him of the time with that boy. The king of the elves said that the goddess had sent him a hero to the place where he needed him most. Back then, the situation was really very similar, but he managed to survive because of that. Meanwhile, right under the roots of this tree, someone was using magic as if to collect it, or, on the contrary, to give it to this tree. Later on, many elves gathered here and all began to accuse Hanbin of attacking the king of the elves, and Leondel was even more angry because he dared to attack his companion. The elf said that he would never forgive him for what the boy had just done. He pointed his finger at the main character and ordered us to destroy this big lump of muscle immediately. This kid kept talking about muscles, and Addis, who was already standing next to him, said that he understood roughly what the situation was, but for now he was just saying to watch quietly. Leondel, meanwhile, continued to shout about the need to destroy this man, but was finally stopped. The king of the elves said so himself and added that he was the first to start the battle, so it was pointless to blame anyone else. The old man said that he was just curious to know how strong this Valterian warrior was, so he created the situation, and he was sure that nothing would stop the boy anyway. The elder prince tried to understand why his father had done it, but the king interrupted him, saying that he understood how much the crown prince was working to fix the kingdom, unlike a barely living old man like him. But he was well aware that the earth was crying and the roots of the world tree were beginning to shake, so he thought that they wanted to tell him something. The prince sighed and said that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the southeastern village, and the cattle and the people had turned into mummies and the cause was still unknown. That's why he was going to ask the hunters to investigate the matter, because he had seen the strength of that warrior and trusted him. The king said that it would be difficult for them to find the cause on their own because they needed someone who felt the earth. That's why he asked Leondel to go with them, and he was very happy about it, although the rest of the team was not. The prince was not happy either and asked his father to wait with such decisions. Addis then began to say that they were going to the capital of the fairy kingdom on a very urgent matter, but Leondel began to get nervous because they dared to refuse the king of the elves, and then added that for them, nothing could be more honorable for humans. Of course, he did not know that there was only one human among these three, not all of them. But then he said that he would allow this little one to accompany him, but the ether did not know whom he called the little one. Hanbin abruptly rushed forward while the kid was saying that that piece of muscle could protect him. His hand stopped right above Leondel's head, and the warrior said that he would never tolerate insults against him and told him to keep his mouth shut. Leondel was really scared because he did not expect this guy to do something like that. Then the king rejoiced because Leondel had finally met a worthy opponent, but the prince still insisted on canceling the decision because he thought that he was not able to cope with such a task because it was dangerous. However, his father said that it was precisely because of this danger that the people recognized him as really strong. He was sure that these people had their own responsibilities and that it would be bad form to force them to do something so spontaneously. So the king said that he would listen to their decisions the next morning and let them think about it. A little later, they went back and Addis was sure that the four heroes were planning something, and maybe even an attack on the goddess of darkness. Ether said that they were using aliens as slaves. At least she had heard about it, but she couldn't believe it at the same time. Kiever said that this was why she needed their help in this matter. But Hanbin still didn't trust her at all, so he knocked over the chair she had just been sitting on. He was angry that she had almost destroyed him and the king of the elves. Although she was not the goddess of darkness, she was sent by her, And she was also the goddess of darkness who created the race of dragons, that is, similar to Aether and Adis. But the boy replied that he was an earthling and their gods had nothing to do with him, and her words did not sound like a request. However, Kivier said that it was neither a request nor a threat, but just a fair deal between them all. She added that it was a good chance for him as a foreigner, although the guy did not understand why. The girl added that she was a representative of the goddess of darkness, and only on the goddess's side would he get freedom, and she would give a reward to the one who helped him. The reward will be the fulfillment of one wish that does not go beyond the laws of the world, but there may be one exception. She could even send Han Bin back to Earth, but he just crossed his arms over his chest, saying that was fine. However, there is someone who promises very similar rewards and uses it for his own purposes. He mentioned the name of the demon god Oplis. Only his goal was to destroy the same goddess. Adis and Aether rushed to him, saying that the promise of a goddess and the demon god are completely different things and cannot be compared. Hanbin could not be on his side, of course, because he had been rotting in the mountains for so long because of Oplas, but now it seemed to him that they were going to use him again. Besides, they were going to capture Halion without these requests or conditions. However, Kyver said that this would not be necessary because her goddess Kiviriel had entrusted Hanbin with only one task. She mentioned the names of 3 heroes, namely Garhan, Archimage, Zenovius, and Halion, who are more important than life and its end. But the main character's task is to find a warrior who is recognized as the strongest and even more powerful than the 3 of them together. His name was Bauthold, and he was the king of the sword. They will just need to guard Kivier until they get to him, and after that Bauthold will single-handedly destroy the fallen heroes. In words, the task seems too simple compared to such a great and valuable reward. Kiver understood this and explained that the point is how important this task is because failure in it is not allowed. Hanbin eventually agreed with a sigh and said that they still had the same goal. So Aether and Adis breathed a sigh of relief. Kiver said that they should leave right now, although Hanbin didn't think it was so urgent that they had to go out the window. Even if they went on the mission, they still had to protect the kid, although he didn't care, because the 3 of them could have refused the Elf King. But it was Kivier who was accompanying Laundel, so she simply had no right to leave him here. The girl said that they were refusing the task of the Elf King because if they agreed to accept him tomorrow morning, it would prevent them from fulfilling the mission of the Goddess of Darkness. Then she added that even if they agreed, it would make little difference anyway. Later, the prince came to his father and reported to him that the hunters who were in the outhouse had disappeared. The king was not upset and said that they must have been in a hurry and even admired how dedicated they were to their work. However, the older brother was really pleased because since there were no guards for Leondel, he was going to tell him that his task was cancelled, but the king said that it was not necessary. It turned out that his father had decided to send him to the eastern routes with an expedition, although the prince was outraged because Leondel was still a very young child. The king only said that now he was really a small child, but someday he would become the head of the Elven Kingdom, so he had to earn the people's recognition. The prince sighed, realizing that there would be those who would not have the best opinion of him. But the father said that protecting his child is not the only duty for parents, because there are many more. Moreover, the Fair Union already knows about this, and the head of the union, Halion, will be closely monitoring the whole situation. Later on, Leonid himself came to his father to tell him that the knights had completed their preparations for the battle. Only the prince was really angry about it and did not understand why such a young child should be sent on such an important expedition. However, the king, on the contrary, supported the younger one and said that this uniform suited him very well. Later, they all entered the palace together and met with the king of the Elf Kingdom. Even then, Kivier said that they should refuse the task of the Elf King because it would interfere with the mission from the Goddess of Darkness. She realized that they could not fulfill 2 missions at once, but still could not forget about Leondel. However, she realized that in any case he would not survive even if they accepted the mission by car. Hanbin didn't understand what she was talking about at all, and said that the girl was being clear. Kivier just said that it would happen because it was the way things were meant to be in the world. The 6 goddesses are the creators of Ratna, and they know about everything, and even about what goes beyond time and space. But even goddesses who can predict the future have limitations. They try to act carefully even when they interfere in the affairs of Ratna because they must not violate the free will of beings and the laws of cause and effect. However, the prophet of the goddess has no ability to predict the future, so she has no right to exceed her powers given to her by the goddess, and in any way influence the fate of others. The problem is that because of the prophet created by the goddess herself, something terrible happened. Although Laundel should not have survived, he was able to escape and stayed in this world. Despite this, she wanted to leave the prince and go away, and now it turns out that the future of non-survivors has remained unchanged. Hanbin realized that the kid was really harmful, but he helped anyway, and Quiver didn't seem to care. She only said that she was created by the goddess of darkness to free her, and to ensure that Ratna survived as well. It was up to her whether the continent would continue to live, not just one little elf. She said that the lives of all these creatures living on this continent and the life of one boy have very different values. And if he is not to survive, it must happen, and she does not intend to interfere with his fate. She was surprised because Hanbin was not in such a close relationship with Leondel, so she did not understand why he was acting this way. Hanbin only replied that the reason for all this was that he did not like Kiwir at all. The girl replied that his lack of logic and such thoughts reminded her of a child, so she began to doubt his qualities as an assistant. But he said to ask those who chose him, but then mockingly mentioned that her goddess was closed, so it would not be possible to ask her. Eventually, they all gathered under the leadership of Leondel, and the king began to talk about what they had not heard about what was happening in the eastern village. Their task was to find the causes of this phenomenon, and he also told them that it had happened in the neighborhood. But as others said, if the roots dry up, the whole tree can dry up, and this disaster can spread throughout the territory in the shadow of the World Tree. That is why all this concerns not only the kingdom of the elves, because the entire fairy union has shown interest in this matter. If this problem is successfully solved, the head of the Elven Union, Holian, will personally thank them for their help. Han Bin, of course, agreed because he realized that if they successfully completed the task, they would be able to meet Holian. The king also added that Laundel would participate in this expedition, not as a prince, but as the head of this expedition, which the boy was very happy about. He felt proud of himself and said that he would never disappoint his father in this matter. Leondel was very happy that his father believed in him so much, and then added that all these strange phenomena were not something special for him. They continued to travel under the guidance of the small leader. Ether was already getting angry because they realized that at this rate they would just get old and not survive before they passed, because you would only have the prince left. But Leondel told her to call herself the leader because it should be a secret that he was the prince. He realized that for someone as young as her, it seemed like an interesting trip, but he thought that Ether should be grateful that he had agreed to drive. Otis tried to calmly argue that if the general was tired, there would be no one to protect the people, so he assured him that it was better to let him do it. Laundel thought for a moment about whether to do so, but then said to wait a bit. He wanted to demonstrate all his skills in driving the Kivier, and he hadn't had time to do that yet. He was also annoyed that this Valterian was sitting there, and he had to drive the cart himself. It turned out that Kivier knew where Bauthold was, but she only assumed that even if she were a goddess, she could not know about the dungeon, which is the territory of the Demon King. In addition, the goddess can only know a person's thoughts if prayers have been sent to her, and her records did not contain information about Bauthold's prayers. Therefore, they had to look for him personally, and she repeated several times that they had no reason to do the Elva's job, and Hanbin only thought that they should solve this case as soon as possible. Later, another cart appeared next to them, driven by a lone man, and he asked if he could go first. He said that he needed to get to a small village in the east before the sun went down, and Addis smilingly replied that they could not see the same way but would let him pass. Then the man said that in that case they should get out of the forest before sunset because it is said that very strange things start happening in the neighboring forest at night. Then he apologized to them once again, and Ether just felt relieved to see him drive off. He just needs to keep an eye on this carriage and move on. That way they won't even get lost, but Leondel was very picky about this man. He was very annoyed that some person decided that he had the right to ride in front of him and overtake him. But at that very moment, while they were driving and the head was unhappy, no one even noticed the small fence they were rapidly approaching. Ether and Addis were already screaming, not understanding where he was going to go next. But Laundel looked very calm and smashed through the fence, after which the carriage froze over the cliff. He drove like a madman and continued to move forward at breakneck speeds. Hanbin already thought they were under attack and looked out of the carriage, but Leondel only replied that the road would be where he was going. He said that he was being guided by the goddess of the earth, so the others sitting next to him had nothing to fear. However, a little while later, the carriage did hit another tree and caught fire, so they were forced to get out. Ether was very angry with him, but the head said that it all happened by the will of the earth goddess. Leondel said that he knew the way very well, so they could walk, and did not tell them to follow him. Hanbin just kept laughing at how he had bragged earlier and now had to walk to the village on his own. However, Leondel tried to pretend that everything was fine and simply said that he hadn't been out in the woods for a long time. It was already dark around them, and so they went ahead following their leader, but he was walking too fast, so Ether was asked to walk a little slower. Hanbin didn't understand why this boy was so confident, but Kivier said that he was an elf of the royal family, so it was not surprising. The royal elf family has been taking care of the roots of this tree since ancient times, and with this ability, once every 20 years, they can create the gift of the world tree. Then he remembered his wooden sword and thought that Laundel's was just as valuable, but Kivier only said that he was too young to be a king of the elves. But despite this, he can feel the roots of the tree that stretched across the earth, because he has the blood of the royal elves to begin with. Hanbin still had many questions, but suddenly Laundel shouted to them to come this way. He smiled, saying that he had found the same carriage that had passed by, and not seeing the man there, the boy was excited, saying that they could use it, and then reminded them that he had told them to trust. Ether only said that the chapter was now more useful than she thought, but he took it as sharply as ever. He asked Kiwi if he could tell the difference between me and that piece of muscle, even though Han Bin didn't understand why he was being dragged into this. Kiwier just walked closer to the cart and examined it, even though she did not believe what she saw at first. She looked inside the carriage and saw the same man who had recently been driving it. Leondel was the favorite of the Elf King, and despite the fact that he was a late child, the Crown Prince was most likely not comfortable. Absolutely out of nowhere and very suddenly, the youngest of the Water Brothers appeared, and with such a background. There were already many rumors about him, and it turned out that he was hidden in the palace, and only those who needed to know more knew. It turned out that this was a big mistake of the Elf King. Leondel cried a lot when he saw his mother running away from the palace and leaving him there. 4828. Meanwhile, the man who had been leading the way was still alive but speaking very quietly, begging him to give him at least a small sip of water. Leondel had just now woken up, and Han Bin, who was at his side, saw that he had finally come to his senses and told him not to faint anymore. The prince did not know what had happened, but then when he saw the man's body, he was frightened again, and Han Bin said that Leondel had fainted from fear when he first saw him. Kivier added that he was not yet dead, and Atis added that all his organs had been sucked out, and the situation was critical, but the man was still alive. They had no choice but to go to a nearby village to treat him, but the problem was that the one who knew the way had fainted, to which Leondel replied that they should have waited until he came to. Hanbin angrily said that they could not wait because the critical situation did not allow it. They could have stood still in this forest, but monsters started running out from all sides and hunting them. Ether noticed that they were getting too close, even though they were wild monsters, and she did not understand why they were chasing them all the time. Hanbin tried to dodge their blows and said that he also did not know why these creatures kept hunting them. But at some point, there was a strong blow to the pack of these monsters, and they at least stopped for a moment. One of them was a blood-sucking monster, a dungeon monster of the ghost type that inhabits the bodies of monsters and starts to control them. Most likely, these monsters sucked out organs from people and turned them into mummies. And Hanbin remembered that these were the higher-class monsters he had seen in the haunted house before. The airwaves were frightened to say that there are no dungeons nearby, so it is unknown where such a monster came from, and the reason for it was still unknown. But what is known is that they want to get as much aura as possible, and Leondel did not miss the opportunity to dump this whole terrible situation on Hanbin again, saying that he has aura and let him jump out of the carriage and leave them alone, as if not remembering that Kiwier also has aura. However, if they continue to travel like this, they can definitely get into another trouble. Besides, the karate was already approaching a small cliff at high speeds, and if they didn't stop, they would fall down. Adis told them all to hold on tight because he was the one who was driving the carriage and then signaled Ether. She immediately stood up and made a precise movement as if they had a long-standing plan. With her magic, she caught hold of a tree that was quite close to their carriage, and the monster continued to approach. Despite this, with the help of her magic chain, the carriage was able to avoid falling into the abyss, and they simply swerved to the side. Very suddenly, Leondel, who was not holding on, flew out of the carriage and started flying into the Primus. So Hanbin stepped in after him. He managed to grab him by the collar at the last moment to prevent him from falling completely. When the boy called him a savage again, the young man smiled, saying that his arms were beginning to weaken and demanded the magic word from him. After that, he was finally able to thank him and called him a warrior, not a monster or a decrem. Later, they managed to get to the same village and reach the main gate, but there they were met by another knight who persistently tried to drive them away and ordered them to return to the place from which they had come. Leondel thought that such behavior was too rude because they had come to investigate the matter on the orders of the King of the Elves. However, the man said that they had asked for their help 2 months ago, but had not received it. So he believed that the elves were only waiting until there were only corpses left so that they could take over the land. Leondel said that he had come with his troops as soon as he heard the news. In addition, the road was very difficult, so they wanted at least some explanation for this behavior. It turned out that originally people lived in this village, but because of the roots of the world tree, elves came here. As a result, conflicts over land began between them, so this knight had not very good impressions of the elven race. Adis said that they had a sick man with them who needed to be urgently rescued, and Ether also said that they should at least save this man first. After that, the knight said that they would accept the patient, but they refused to enter the kingdom of the elves. That is why they did not want even an elf's foot to be here, because it was their territory and those were the rules. Kiwier said that if they did not make concessions, they would not be able to find the cause of such phenomena, and now she could return to the task of the goddess. The girl called to Leondel saying that it was time for them to go back, but he said that he was not going to go back. Leondel said that he would not be able to look his father in the eye if he did not fulfill the first mission he was given. He realized that in the future it could also prevent him from becoming the head of the whole elf kingdom. Then Leondel repeated the words of the knight that he was not going to let the elves in and thought about what he could do in this case. Then he lifted his hair that covered his ears and showed that he was only a half-elf and asked if he would be allowed in. Ether was surprised because she thought that it was almost impossible for elves and humans to have children, and Adis said that this was probably one of the reasons why he was hidden from humans. The knight just laughed when he saw that the boy had different ears and then said that he knew it. He still stuck to his guns and added that the elves had no intention of ever helping them, and then added that most likely they just didn't like the boy and sent him here. The pureblood elves did not like those with mixed blood, so the knight was sure that was why he was sent here. Then Hanbin stepped forward and said that he could no longer tolerate such behavior. Although temporarily, this kid was their leader, and the monsters that had scared these people so much were very fond of Avorakapka. The young man said that the aura was about to emanate from him, so he looked at the knight standing nearby and said that they should be careful what they say. Soon all the monsters could gather here and take all their organs and leave no living soul here. Because of the darkness, these knights did not immediately realize that they were facing a Valterian warrior. But if they did something wrong now, not only monsters would be the problem. Later on, the gate opened and someone in a hooded cloak came out and immediately asked where the sick man was. The knight said that it was dangerous not to go outside because these people had come from the elf kingdom. Hanbin still did not understand what was happening here, and Leondel was very surprised to see someone who came out of the gate. The knight was also very surprised, but it turned out that the hooded man was the second brother of the royal family. Eventually, he took off his hood and they saw that he was indeed an elf, and, although not immediately, he seemed to recognize Leondel. In a second, he was next to the boy and hugged him tightly, very happy to see his brother. This was their middle brother, and he could not move even a step away from the younger one, asking how his father was doing and how the little boy was doing in school, and if anyone was hurting him. Hanbin noticed that this boy looked exactly like the crown prince. although it was not surprising because they shared the same genes. This boy walked with Leondel's water brother and the twin brother of the crown prince, whom they had seen in the elf kingdom. After that, they were all taken inside and the sick man was cured, and Ether exhaled calmly, realizing that they had not tried in vain. The elf said that this medicine was created using his little knowledge, but he was the only mage in the village, so he did the work of a doctor. Although he is not able to take care of the sick on his own, the others are being treated at home, and there are several times more of them than these patients. For this reason, he did not have the courage to ask the royal family for help. However, in fact, he could not have dreamed that his younger brother would come, and Leondel said that if he had told him that he was there, he would not have come alone. The elf sighed, saying that if anyone knew he was here, it could only harm the village. Leondel said that he did not know exactly what had happened 10 years ago, but he was sure that his father had forgiven him long ago. Hanbin began to think about what was going on here, and Ether told him that even though they didn't know anything, it was most likely a very complicated family problem. Moreover, they haven't seen each other for a long time, so they probably just want to talk. And at such moments, you need to be able to leave in time. And Ether added that it's called tact. Hanbin sighed, agreeing with her because it was not very interesting to listen to this. Meanwhile, Kivier walked closer to the sick man who was lying there and stuck her hand right into his mouth. The elf jumped up asking what she was doing with the sick man, and this surprised everyone else. However, after that she stepped back and showed something that she managed to get out of him. It was the same monster but still very small, but its larva was in the man's body so he could suffer greatly in the future. Even those whose organs were taken by this monster after normal treatment can fully recover if they are lucky. However, these patients never recovered because the larvae of this monster were parasitizing their bodies. The elf was really surprised, but now he began to realize that these monsters left people alive specifically for reproduction. Otis was also surprised by this because dungeon monsters usually only want to destroy and do not leave anyone alive. Ether added that such monsters appear in dungeons on their own and don't need to reproduce. Hanbin then began to realize that most likely there are more and more of them in the vicinity of this village because they are doing this. Kivier said that this was the end of their mission. Now they had to return to the kingdom and tell the king about everything. Leondel said that his brother and all the others were in danger, but the girl added that their task, given by the king of the elves, was only to find out the cause of the anomaly. It did not include solving this problem, and since they did not understand what was causing it, they could leave. Hanbin was very annoyed because he was not going to just fulfill his mission and leave while innocent people were suffering, and also considered it irresponsible. But Kivier said that they're the ones who are behaving irresponsibly now, because they just want to save the people they see here. But they don't even think about how many victims there might be who are not yet visible. She said that we should not forget about how many victims there were because of the person they are looking for now. In addition, there were many victims before, despite the fact that they tried to save them earlier. As a result, the boy could not even bear responsibility for all this until the very end, and let these people just die. The elf who was the middle brother said that there was a hospital here, but Otis couldn't stand it any longer, and walked over to Kiwier and stood in front of Hanbin. He said that of course he didn't know how much she knew about the case, but he wanted to explain. It turned out that the best choice had only led to a worse outcome, so he urged her not to throw such words around because he remembered how much it had hurt Hanbin. Then he smiled, saying that she hadn't seen what Hanbin had to go through because of his responsibility. Eventually, only the elf interrupted them, saying that it was night and they were probably tired. So he added that he would ask for a room to be prepared for them in the former hotel. They had to talk about returning to the kingdom tomorrow morning. Eventually, they arrived at the hotel where they were given beds, but Ether. At this point, she exploded with anger. At this point, Otis just apologized, saying that he had taken too much, but she said that she could see that Otis was very angry at that moment. He only said that Kivier had a task concerning Ratna's fate, so she was in no hurry, and Ether only replied that she would be afraid to deal with him. But the mage thought that they had no need to fulfill the goddess's tasks and listened to so many insults from her. Hanbin only said that he didn't feel that he was being insulted in any way, although it made his mood a little worse. He said that it felt like your little sister was asking you some awkward questions that you didn't know how to answer. Leondel, meanwhile, was also in the room getting ready for bed, and Ether Hanbin continued to laugh at the fact that Otis was still angry. However, there was some debate that he really did react very painfully to those words, although Otis was even a little offended that they thought so. Kivier and Leondel heard everything they were saying because there were walls here that completely blocked the sound. Then the girl said that she was curious about something, although it was strange for the elf to hear that she was interested in something, because she was usually indifferent. She asked him if he thought she had really managed to anger the three of them, and then asked if it could affect their mission. Leondel said that he couldn't know for sure, but if she had done something they didn't like, then maybe so. But then he rolled over and said he thought it wasn't that bad. They didn't seem to care even when she found out he was a half-elf, and then added that this Valtirian warrior wasn't as bad a person as he had thought before. Of course, he thought he was still a long way off, but he offered Kivier something if she was so concerned about offending the three of them. Leondel said that she could simply apologize to them for what she had done. Kivier said nothing to that, just thought about it and then thanked Leondel for his advice. After that, the elf turned away, saying that he did not know how to act properly, but he was very sleepy, so he wanted to postpone all questions until tomorrow morning. Subsequently, Kivier found herself on the street at night covered in blood, and she remembered her memory lapses due to the head injuries. Looking at her chest, she saw that someone was holding her with long claws, and remembered that she was running after a monster, and now her body was damaged. The woman with the incredibly long claws said that she was no longer interested in watching Kivie's reaction, because her legs did not react like a doll's, and then she asked why the girl said that she had hidden her children. Kivie was now very exhausted and just looked at her, asking what such a monster was doing in this city. The woman kept a smile on her face and said that she could be absolutely anywhere. Immediately after that, Kivie abruptly got up from the bed, still breathing very hard and nervously. She was perfectly fine, but it took her a long time to recover, but it was clear that it was just a dream. Nevertheless, she looked around and noticed that Leondel was no longer on the bed where he had been sleeping. The girl was about to leave when she reached the door and saw Ether walking toward her. She immediately asked her if they were looking for Leondel, although Ether did not understand what she was talking about. Ether got up and they couldn't sleep because someone had taken their weapons and they couldn't find them anywhere. Meanwhile, the monsters in this small village were getting bigger and bigger, and the knights started to retreat. There were so many of them that there was simply no one to fight them, and the creatures only bit into their bodies harder and tried to take their organs. But they still could not get rid of these monsters, so they began to run away, realizing that they could not fight. The knight was really very surprised because he did not understand where the monsters of this particular species came from in this village. He was almost caught by these creatures, but the protagonist quickly came to the rescue and destroyed the approaching monster. Hanbin was actually also very surprised by what was happening here and could not even imagine what it was. In addition, despite the fact that he hit these monsters hard, they just split up and became more and more, but not destroyed. But they were quickly destroyed by Adis's fire magic, and the mage explained that the use of magic without a magic drought has a limited space for use. But if they are in such a narrow place and something goes wrong, then while he uses his aura, absolutely everything can explode. Kiever also came here and said that they could not worry because the sword was made of the world tree, and therefore absorbed most of the aura, but Han Bin did not know whether to be happy about it. Ether also dealt with the monsters and said that they had entered from the east gate but had already dispersed throughout the village. The girl also said that there are about 200 of them, and if they start looking for and destroying them one by one, there will be no end to the land. Kivier found it very strange that so many underground monsters suddenly attacked the village and wondered where Leondel had gone. Therefore, the knight decided that it was all because of that little elf, and now he was more confident that they wanted to seize his land and make the village their own. But in the end, he thought that Leondel had betrayed them as well by leaving his team. Han Bin was very annoyed by this behavior, and said that he did not need to stab them in the back because he thought that they wanted to take the elf hostage in order to negotiate with the kingdom. He believed that it was the knights who stole their weapons, and that there was not enough time to pick up his big sword because it was so heavy. But the knight filled in that it wasn't them and then added that it would be too late to find this kid now. They should all at least try to get out of here themselves instead of looking for someone else. Kiever also started a fight and then said that she didn't want it to come to a conflict. But then she added that she could not interfere in people's fates, and this applies not only to the people of this village. She also cannot say whether Leondel is still alive, and she must not do anything that is related to the fulfillment of her mission. The monster still continued to attack, but Han Bin was annoyed that she was treating everyone else like that, and asked what Kiwi was going to do. He said that she was mistaken if she thought that this disappearance and the end of Leondel's life had nothing to do with her mission. Han Bin took the sword away, saying that if something happens to this elf, he will no longer help her. That is why it is necessary to go and find Leondel for the sake of fulfilling her own mission set by the goddess. Kivier didn't seem as cold to Adis as she had thought at first, because she did go to find the elf. He was of course sorry that she needed such a reason to go looking for him, and Adis said that they needed to deal with everyone here and go looking for the elves as well. Han Bin asked how much magic the boys would have, and he said that they could defeat about 5 more small ones and 1 big one. Meanwhile, Ether approached the knight, who was still in shock, and said that he could take his armor and weapons if he didn't need them now. The knight was surprised and asked what they were going to do, because even if they started to destroy the monster alone, they would still be quickly devoured. Han Bin only answered that they were not going to destroy them one by one and would not split up either. Later on, right in the center of the village, an aura that was already familiar to them exploded. He did this in order to gather all the monsters in one place and then destroy them together. Feeling his aura, all these creatures began to flock to the epicenter very quickly, and their number grew in the middle of the village. Meanwhile, the same woman from Kivier's dream was holding Leondel in her arms in front of a large tree in the dark. Kivier had just now caught up with her and ordered her to stop, asking what she was going to do with him. The woman smiled and looked back, saying that the rescuers had passed faster than she could have thought, but she didn't understand why the girl was looking at her as if they had met somewhere before. Kivier said that they had never met and then pulled out her spear to fight. She said that she did not know this woman to be a monster who did not destroy, but simply kidnapped people. The woman sighed, saying that she thought that pretending was enough, but that sometimes a cold assessment from the outside was needed. It was then that she said she would like to ask a normal person about it as part of the... She looked at the elf, asking how people feel when they have children and how valuable their child is to them. Then the woman said that if this child was hers, she would value it as much as she could. And then she asked what expression she would have to make to look like a human being when this child said goodbye to life, and then asked if Kivier would show this expression if she destroyed it. Then she laid Leondel on the ground in front of her, sighing, and said that she would deal with it somehow. The woman said that she and Kivier didn't even seem to be very different from each other, despite the fact that she was supposedly a monster. But Kivier was not going to take it anymore and took her spear and attacked the creature. Meanwhile, Addis and Hanbin fought against the monsters together, and the magician asked if the boy was in control of his aura. He seemed to have it under control, and then Ether joined in and the magician told her to keep an eye on these monsters. Eventually, they continued their attack and the girl said that she had already managed to gather almost everyone in this place. In fact, the knights were a little surprised and scared that they were going to call monsters from the whole village. Now they realized that it was not for nothing that the race of the Sword Kings was so famous, but they only had to deal with those monsters and their nightmare would be over. But the elf said that their situation was not so good. The knights did not understand why, because the aura of this warrior was so strong that they should not worry. He just sighed, saying that it was really strong, but that was the problem, that it was too powerful. He told them to look down at the monsters that had gathered there, and it seemed that there were an infinite number of them. In addition, it turned out that they were beginning to devour their own, and they didn't care whether it was people or their own. The warriors began to destroy them in their cages, but they still remained in other corpses. He managed to destroy one monster, but by doing so he made things worse, because 10 others could have grown from them and the battle could not come to an end. Meanwhile, Kivier continued to fight the monster, trying to protect the little elf, and it lost her arm. However, her regeneration was very fast and a new arm appeared in place, after which the woman continued to attack Kivier. She had already realized that this girl was not going to use her aura on purpose to prevent her from absorbing it. Her ability to regenerate and her high intelligence made it clear to Kivier that this woman was the one who had brought these monsters here and was going to occupy the village. The battle between them continued and she grabbed the girl's back with her huge claws, although she did not think she had invaded the village. She said that these people had come to her village without permission and then added that the girl's aura was very good. The more she was attacked, the stronger she became, and Kivier could hardly fight her on a level playing field. After that, she started attacking her again and was going to come up with some new plan to destroy the trap enemy. The woman just laughed, saying that no matter how hard she tried to destroy her with her aura, she would not succeed. Then they continued to fight each other without stopping even for a moment, but after a few minutes they stopped for a second. Kivier had already noticed that in the state where she was frozen in place, this woman could not absorb her aura. It seemed that she had used a freezing artifact after which her regeneration was impossible and began to scream for Kivier not to stop. But she didn't stop, and then the girl looked at what was left of her thinking that she should have asked how she managed to get out of the dungeon. Eventually, the entity disappeared and only Leondel remained, lying on the ground quietly saying something from his dream. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked up at the dark sky, being very calm, but still did not understand what this place was. Only then did the boy stand up and look at Kivier and ask her why they were outside and why he was sleeping here. The girl didn't want to explain anything, at least not yet, but only came up to him and said that they should go back. But it was at this moment that a very strong blow occurred, which was unexpected for both of them. Leondel was very afraid for her, looking after her, but the girl was fine. She was only indignant, saying that she had asked to wait. The woman finally got up, but she was very angry, saying that it was incredibly hard to create the shape of her face, and that Kivier had just smashed it. She was okay, only her wounds were fine, but what was more worrying was that this woman was able to recover, because regeneration was simply impossible. She just smiled, saying that she couldn't really regenerate, because even her monsters don't last forever. However, she was able to destroy several of them, thus prolonging her life and the possibility of regeneration. She smilingly approached Leondel, who was crawling back in fear, and said that she would have loved to be a good mother. But now she would not be able to do it because this boy she wanted so much was a little too old. At the last moment, when this woman was about to touch him and destroy him, Kivier started running to save him. She started running despite the pain that was throbbing in her head, and then she remembered the memory lapses due to the head injury. It was exactly like the dream she had recently had, and then this woman came closer to the elf, blocking him from her, and said that the girl was trapped by her. She was even frightened for a while and then started talking about what she had heard about a strong man in the area. Hanbin was able to come to the rescue and stop this monster who was going to destroy Leondel and Kiwier. He was going to destroy her, saying that she was very strange, and he already had enough strange people here. Hanbin only realized that these creatures seemed to have leveled up and leveled up significantly, making it harder to fight. So he realized that his attack had the opposite effect. Ether came closer, saying that she would take care of the small monsters because her 38th level would not have much effect on the big monsters. Hades had said earlier that he had a plan and said that Hanbin only had to gather the monsters here with his aura. However, he didn't give any more details because there was no time. So the protagonist still didn't know how it would end. He looked around and saw a circle with a crystal inside it, which was Hades' magic that started the countdown. Then he and Ether jumped closer, leaving Hanbin below while he was completely unaware. Hades just looked at him, telling him that he just had to be patient a little longer and everything would be over. It turned out that the plan was to use Hanbin as bait for all those monsters from the village. But in the end, they succeeded, but then that night came closer, saying that their colleagues were burning in the fire right now. Still, it looks quite dangerous because Hades has raised his level, but the mage said that this is the only way to achieve powerful magic in this plane. But in fact, nothing bad will happen to him except that it will be a little hot now. Despite this, Hanbin was really angry when they left him here. He was angry because they hadn't told him anything at all before, as if it had to be kept a secret. Hades said that he had originally planned to break out of there together and then work the magic, but there were more monsters than he thought. and the mage apologized. In the end, there was no trace of those creatures, but the knights were really surprised that the Valterian's skin could withstand the fire. The elf, who was a doctor, also saw that everything was fine and began to wonder what was wrong. After that, there was another strong explosion of aura right in the middle of the forest where the team was standing. The knights thought that it was really dangerous and agreed that it would be better not to go there. Otis asked if Hanbin had felt the aura, and Ether began to worry about Kivier and whether something had happened to her. Hanbin realized that in that case, something bad could have happened to Leondel as well, and he was going to save him. He wanted to help Leondel, so he started to go check on him. But he left Otis and Ether and all the other monsters behind and jumped onto that place. Otis said that the prince should be fine and then said that he and Ether should check if there were any monsters left. The knights also started to run there, thinking about whether Kivier, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, was still alive. They ran forward with the whole squad, saying only that they needed to try to defend it further. Ether thought that this behavior of the knights was very strange because they suddenly started to worry so much. This really caused some anxiety, and Addis thought that it could be even more dangerous here, and that this behavior was the result of something bad. The world created by the goddesses was more like a big clock that would always show the exact time. And as long as it moves properly, everything will happen as it should, as planned by fate. Nothing will go beyond the scenarios as long as the clock continues to tick. But even if reality goes beyond this, the problem is not in the prediction that was said earlier. It's just that reality can change regardless of what was said in the prediction. Kiwi didn't know why the future was appearing when it shouldn't, and then Hanbin asked if she was okay. She was knocked out after hitting her head, and Kiever said that although she was not as strong as him, she was built like a Valterian woman. And then she told him that it was better to focus on the enemy that was right in front of him. After that woman's battle with Kiever, the monster's power and recovery would not be as fast and powerful. But because of her aura, she simply cannot be affected by the slashing attacks that she had used so many times. But after she absorbs the aura, she will only become stronger than she was before. The woman started to laugh, saying that she didn't care about anyone but Leondel, and then added that hunters like them could only be found in these parts. She said that she had suddenly changed her mind and now allowed them to live in the village. But after that, Hanbin just struck the ground with his new wooden sword with all his might. He was not going to give up and wanted to finally defeat this monster that did not allow the people of this village to live. He managed to crush the enemy with this aura pressure, and although Kivier knew he was strong, she didn't think he was that strong. The strength of this stranger was beyond normal, and then a window appeared in front of him, and the boy looked at it. He thought that it was a boss-level monster and he could earn experience points. But it was just a small monster that didn't give much. Then the knights finally came running to Kivier and started asking if their lady was okay, visibly worried about her. They said that the woman was like a mother to them, and they did not understand why the hunters killed her so cruelly, and she was innocent of anything. It really sounded strange, and Hanbin tried to tell them that she was just a monster who did not let them live in peace here. However, seeing that the words did not work on them, Hanbin realized that the whole village was infected completely, and the knights were not on their side. Just now, all these people were normal, and only a few hours had passed since the monsters had broken in. Kivier thought that they were all just pretending to be normal, but in fact the whole village was already infected with parasites. Most likely it was long before the whole team had time to come to the village to help. All these people had settled in abandoned lands and had spent their entire lives being afraid of the monsters around them. She said that she was only protecting those people, and in return they gave the woman a place where she could live in peace. The woman stood up, holding Leondel close to her, and said it was called a healthy symbiosis. In the end, everything fell into place now because it was obvious that they had to pay for taking in strangers. Kivier then said that manipulating someone else's life cannot be called a symbiosis. Rather, it would be called slavery. But the woman said that they were happy and did not even suspect this slavery and said that it was enough for people. Leondel told the Valterian and Kivier to get out of there quickly while they were still alive. He said that later they told his father about everything to the king of the elves and left him here. She said she just wanted to live in peace and quiet in this village, especially since the hunters had already killed many of her children. Although their blood was now on them, she thought that everything had turned out just fine and she had won the battle. It turned out that the blood was the carrier of the infection and it was easy to get infected when it got on the body. Almost everyone, including Otis and Ether, was already infected, and Leondel noticed that Hanbin was also infected, which is why he started yelling at Kivier to look back. Later, he got out of bed with the same shout very abruptly, but was still in bed. The woman came in with a smile on her face, happy that Leondel had finally woken up, and came closer. He started to call her a real monster and thought that she wanted to do something very bad to him. However, she said that she was not a monster, but his mother who only wanted to do good to him. And then a man stood behind her and told her to think before she said anything, or she would be punished. Kivier also abruptly got up from the bed and immediately started coughing heavily. She was finally able to recover and then immediately looked at her hand. It turned out that it was also infected with the monster larva that had already been in it before. She looked around and saw another patient next to her and realized that this was the local hospital. It was the same man who had vomited the same monster larva. After that, Kivier began to realize that this entire hospital was full of patients infected with the same monsters. After that, she noticed that the same elf who worked as a doctor was approaching her, although he was being careful around the patients. Then Kivier herself abruptly jumped up and immediately hit the approaching man. She realized that she could not control her aura after being infected, and then asked the elf how he knew she was not okay. Kivier squeezed his throat even harder, saying that he was with those monsters and was up to no good. However, the elf began to cry, begging for the salvation of this village, and did not even begin to justify himself or others. He could barely speak through his tight throat, but he began to tell us that it all started about 6 months ago. The elf lived peacefully in this village and healed people, although he was from the royal family, but he was kicked out because of the struggle for the throne. One day, he felt a very bad aura near him, which began to come from the roots of the world tree. Together with the inhabitants of the village, they began to go deeper to find out what was wrong with this place, and ended up in the caves under the roots of the tree. And then, inside, they noticed an unexplained gap from which a very bright red light was coming. After that, some other creature came out of it that looked like a real monster. When the elf regained consciousness after the blackout, he saw people around him who had already killed each other and had no one to save. He himself was not infected because he belonged to the elf tribe and did not know it at the time. But since then, people in the village have been gradually infected. As a result, the creature and the woman forced him to heal people in exchange for letting him and other people live. All this was for the sake of the village, which had to constantly give its energy to that woman. Kivir asked why he hadn't told them this when they arrived, because if they had, they could have returned to the kingdom. It turned out that the elf told the truth to those people last time, but they were already infected outside the village. It was all just a game to see if he would turn out to be a traitor, and every time she sent new monsters here to kill people. They should have seen by now that all the monsters were also infected with those parasites, and could not escape because there was no point in telling the truth to people who were not themselves. That's why when the elf first saw them, he was hopeful and allowed the team to enter. The elf only apologized and then added that he hadn't seen normal people here for a long time. Kivir noticed that the wormhole was from another universe and the monster that came out of it matched her visions from earlier. Then she remembered everything else that she had dreamed about and realized how this could end. She looked at the elf and asked him what had happened to Leondel and everyone else. Then he began to tell her, and it turned out that they were now in a house right under the tree. This so-called family sat down at the table and the man began to say that everything she cooked tasted delicious. But the woman noticed that Leondel did not eat anything, although he had slept for almost 2 days, so he must be hungry. However, the elf began to scream, saying that he understood perfectly well what was going on, and that she was up to something. Leondel said that she definitely wanted to feed him and then give him a good meal, and he was sure of it. The man sitting at the table just sighed heavily, saying that this Leondel was starting to annoy him. He was annoyed that Leondel dared to talk to his mother like that in his presence, and looked very angry. He raised his knife while Leondel was thinking that this man was out of his mind, but the woman stopped him. Leondel was only a half-elf, and they needed time to become a real family. The elf began to listen to her words and realized that most likely he would be waiting for the same thing. But he wanted to believe that others would save him, and he just had to be patient, and then the main course was brought. Then he saw Ether standing in front of him and said her name was Maid Ether, and she brought some food. She came closer to Leondel, saying that this dish was prepared especially for him. She showed him intestines that were cleanly washed and also stuffed with blood. Leondel almost threw up when he saw it on the table in front of him, although Ether was surprised. The girl started to get angry because he had such a reaction, so she quickly called the cook, who immediately appeared on the spot. Addis arrived and Ether started screaming that he had cooked terrible food, which made their host sick just from the smell, and he immediately apologized. He said that he had just cooked the pork that the owner had caught and that it was his recipe, but Ether was annoyed that he was making excuses. Addis continued to apologize and look away, and Leondel didn't understand what was going on and why they were all acting so strangely. Then this man, he was cooking the most delicious drunken sausage from mountain animals, and one stick was enough not to be eaten by everyone. And Ether said that when she was in the army, you couldn't bring that close to a wyvern, and then asked which side he was on. Addis began to cry because of this pressure and continued to apologize, calling himself worthless. Leondel felt uncomfortable because everything had changed so much, and he realized that it was his fault because he had suggested that they not return to the kingdom, but stay here. They continued to quarrel about the fact that blood sausage should never be underestimated, but the woman clapped her hands and said that quarreling was not enough for today because she wanted everyone to live happily. Addis in a fear smiled, but the woman said that Leondel could not be hungry because then he would not survive. And then she added that if her child did not survive, her mother would be very sad and worried. However, she could not force him to eat because she would be a bad mom, so she could not understand what was wrong. Addis held up his hand, saying that it was his fault for feeding him the terrible food, while Leondel tried to understand what was going on. Then the woman stretched her mutated hand toward him and said that Addis would be released today. Leondel didn't realize that he had to save him, so he gathered all his strength and started to eat what was on the plate. He forced himself to think that it was just pork and to imagine something tasty and just swallow it. He could feel the soft skin, and inside it was just an unsurpassed taste of liver and black pepper. At least the elf tried to convince himself of that. In fact, sausage could be a delicious Korean snack, but here it was cooked terribly, but Leondel realized that he was tasting good, and he would not have to start changing, so he decided to leave this village immediately. Then this woman came closer and suddenly smiled, very happy to have finally cured everyone. At that moment, she was thinking that she was absolutely missing one more maid. Meanwhile, the elf who was the middle brother led Kivir to her and bowed, saying that the maid was well, and that was why he had brought her here. The goddess of darkness, Kivriel, was covered by 4 heroes who have the blessing of the goddess, and 197 days have passed since then. Now the power of the goddess of darkness is closed in space for about At the same time, a crack appeared in an unknown dimension. Kivier had already guessed, but the decay of the magical power was much faster than expected, and she realized that she could no longer postpone the goddess's task. The elf said that it had been 2 days since her colleagues had been infected, so most likely the monsters had completely penetrated their bodies and became one with them. Perhaps all this is because of the infected they brought, because he was infected quite recently, and Kivier realized that it would not be possible to get those monsters out. So the elves offered to wake them up the same way she had awakened, although her aura would only burn the monsters in their bodies and nothing more. Of course, using someone else's aura can also be quite poisonous, and it would be difficult for these two to withstand the aura of Kivier. But they were confident that the Valtirian warrior would most likely be able to withstand it and withstand her aura. Kivier came closer to the woman, saying that she was glad to see her again, and thought that someone like Han Bin could not be affected by her aura very much. But as long as this mom was watching her so closely, she wouldn't be able to do anything. But it was good that she herself said that it was impossible to accurately reveal the fact of infection. Meanwhile, Loundel rushed to his brother, hoping that at least he would be okay. But the elf was very surprised to see Kivier there, but the older man just turned away, not going to answer. Only then did he apologize briefly, and Loundel thought that Kivier might be infected as well. After that, this woman came closer to the girl and lightly touched her hair, saying that she was really sorry. She thought she was very strong and beautiful, as if people were created to receive the love of their creator. However, she said that now this girl was nothing more than her next doll. Finally, Leondel could not stand it any longer and came closer, separating them both and pushed her mother away. The woman was surprised but thought that he just didn't like the food that much. But the elf started shouting that all these people were absolutely innocent. He said that it was because of him that they all came to this village and took the knife in his hand, saying that he would do everything to make sure they left alive. Kivier put her hand lightly on his and said that at times like this, it would be better to just apologize. In the end, Leondel just threw the knife down and bowed in front of the woman, apologizing to her. Meanwhile, someone was getting to a certain place trying to get back from the big shed. He was quite angry because he himself had been asked to use this force, but now everything went wrong. It was Raud who was still trying to fight using his mind control skill. He was facing a giant monster that was going to attack him at any moment. And although at first it seemed just big and didn't look aggressive, the next minute this creature rushed right at the guy with its huge teeth. For a moment, Raud even regretted getting out of there because it would have been better to stay locked in that order. But now he had no more options and continued to dodge and fight the creature. Chanrushin was also next to him and told him to be careful because the local monsters are higher in level than Raud, so this skill does not work on them. The guy only said that this foreigner was very lucky, but then only thanked him for this rescue. However, this monster was still not finished, and Raud really realized that his level was not as high. He started shouting that they needed to use this arm to get to the top of the mountain, but Changrushin noticed that this arm was stuck very much. Raud only started to panic more because he couldn't get his arm out and told the boy to move faster. They tried to get him out of there for some time to finally escape. And finally, after some time, they managed to get out. They were alive, and Chanrushin looked at the man who saved them and said that he would be indebted to him. It was Leonhardt who saved them from the monster again and allowed them to stay alive. However, the Inquisitor was not happy to see how weak they were because they were pinned down by some ordinary natural monster and they couldn't fight it. And then he added that he didn't pull them out of there to save her by himself. Chanrushin said that next time they would not let him down and would serve him faithfully, and Raud said, unhappily but quietly, that Leonhardt himself was acting in secret from the Order. After that, they asked why the Inquisitor had brought them to this particular place. Chanrushin was sure that they were here to level up and that there was a dungeon somewhere, and then Leonhardt turned to him and asked if he knew why hunters went to the dungeon. The guy said that probably to raid bad monsters, and also because monsters attack people, as it was just a folder. Raud was really surprised because this foreigner couldn't tell the difference between a normal monster and a dungeon monster, because there had just been a normal Ratnian natural monster and it attacked because they had entered its territory. Leonhardt said that such a monster originally lived on the territory of this continent, and the underground monsters were created by the demon god Omplus, and they cannot eat anything that belongs to Ratna. That's why they don't even go outside the dungeon, so they almost never harm people, but at the time Changrushin didn't understand why hunters went to the dungeon of the trap. Then Leonhardt told him that they can get reward and glory in the dungeons, and this makes a large number of Ratnians voluntarily sacrifice their lives. In other words, this can be called the first stage of the conquest of Ratna by the demon god Omlas. After that, the guy realized why he had placed such objects in the dungeon, and everything came together. After that, he asked how the guy's guide could continue to see this thing. It was the same unstable crack into another dimension that was created in the name of the abandoned homeland and sacred gods. Chanrushin and Raud were only more surprised when they read this, asking what it was, but Leonhardt, like anyone else, did not know the answer to this question. But he added that it appeared simultaneously in different areas of the mainland, and the Order had already been reported about 100 such cracks. And he also added that Ratna is different from the dungeon, and there has been absolutely nothing like it until now. However, if it can be seen with the help of the landmarks created by Omplus, it means that it is directly connected to the demon god. Meanwhile, Chanrushin leaned into the crack, about to look around a bit when Raud grabbed his arm thinking he wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, some guy was standing near a small carriage as if hiding from someone. Soon he saw one stone, and somewhere nearby people were begging for help more than once. He grabbed his phone to connect it to the stone and, looking around nervously, started to say something. Then he was told that he was late with his report, but then the elf heard about his younger brother. The man told him that the prince was captured in this village where this monster reigns, and that this is not all the problems that are happening here. The prince tried to listen to every word, but the man suddenly stopped talking. He had already realized that something terrible was happening in that village, but it was the territory of the elf kingdom, so the problems had to be solved by himself. And to some extent, he realized that all this might sound rather arrogant and self-confident. However, Halion believed that the problem in this village was not only related to the elven kingdom, but it turned out that even the head of the fairy union could not interfere in the affairs of the elf kingdom without discussing it with the union itself. He said that she shouldn't interfere in internal politics, but Halion said that she hadn't even had such thoughts until her ward approached her. He said that he didn't have time to get permission for every issue and said something about Zenobia, but Halion stopped him almost immediately. The girl said that it was rude to come here unannounced and she could no longer cause such trouble for the elf. However, at the same time, the king of the elves came here and smiled, saying that he and Halion had not seen each other for 15 years. She immediately apologized for coming at such a late hour, but the king realized that there must have been a very good reason. He also noticed that she had come without envoys, so he did not realize that Halion was not here as a representative of the fairy union. She came here as one of the 4 heroes who once saved the world. Her servant still stood meekly behind her, while the king thought about what to say to her. Halion stood up, saying that she could not tell me all the details, but the prince said that the people of the village did not recognize the elves and needed them to control the village themselves. The king said that they are also citizens of the union, so he asked us to be careful not to harm them. And then when the opportunity came, he said they could go there before it was too late, and then Halion thanked him. The Kingdom of Elves is a small country, and even if you look at the entire Faith Union in comparison to other major powers, its population and national strength can only reach less than half. Although in diplomatic terms, they are higher due to Halion holding a high position. Then the prince told his father that he would also go with Halion tomorrow morning. His father told him that he was old and that the elven nobles were just waiting for the royalty to weaken. A king cannot be dismissed so easily, for their future depends on it. The principal said that all this could be due to the use of the roots of the world tree. So given the position of the eldest son of the royal family, it would be right for him to go with her, because he has the ability to control the roots of the world tree. Then the father remembered about Leondel, because he was sure that the prince was angry with him for allowing his younger son to go to such a dangerous place. His son only sighed, saying that he did not want to be in such a terrible situation for the second time. Leondel, meanwhile, was really not in the best of condition. He had a bed, but he was behind bars. He tried for some time to free himself by taking out a few bricks from the wall with a spoon. He managed to feel that there were roots of the world tree on the other side, but he could not even make a scratch with the spoon. The boy was angry because this house was so terribly and strangely built, but he was sure that he could get out of here and contact the Elven Kingdom by any means. Leondel really didn't know what to do now, but in the meantime, the same woman came to him and asked if he had thought about his behavior. The boy just smiled and told his mother that he had and apologized for his actions. She then asked if the boy still thought he could run away from her in this way. After that, the woman told everyone else to leave because she wanted to talk to Leondel alone. Leondel looked at Kivier, hoping that he would somehow be rescued, because hope was still in his eyes. He had already noticed that the girl had come to her senses. If she hadn't planned to save him and the others, she wouldn't have come back here. Kivier just turned away, and Leondel thought that his brother and Kivier definitely had a plan to save him. She just thought that nothing could be done here, even though she managed to avoid the worst-case scenario where she did not survive at all. All of this would not have happened if they had not taken on the task of the Elf King, and even if the future was not as she had seen it, there should be no problems. However, Leondel was still able to survive, which was not the case in the driving, and if she changed her fate even more, all her visions would be destroyed, and she would no longer be able to see the future. Therefore, she realized that for the sake of Ratna, as her mistress ordered, she had to save Han Bin and leave this village. Then she had to find Bouthold, who was dealing with other monsters, and the continent would be saved. Later, when they got back to the castle, Ether called out to the new girl, asking her where she was going. Athos came closer to Ether while she was shouting that they needed to have a serious talk with Kivier. The girl knew she shouldn't give away her true identity before she woke Han Bin up, and thought about waiting until the next good moment. But now was really a great chance while Leondel was distracting her mother, and she didn't know when Han Bin and the woman would be apart. Ether was angry that the girl wasn't even going to pay attention to her and said she was weird. That's when Kiever realized that it was time to act, but seeing that things had turned out this way, she thought that she should destroy them both first. In the meantime, Launedel's brother called Adis and Ether to him and said that he had some business with their lady. Adis said that she was with a young master, so he suggested that he tell her about it later. But the elf replied that in that case it was not worth the trouble. Then he only added that the mistress most likely did not inform them that they needed to bring one thing that was outside the village. The elf added that it would not take them long, so he said that he could go with him. Han Bin meanwhile lay down on the bed, not understanding how he had slept all this time on such a small bed. Besides, his clothes were very tight and he wanted to take them off. He turned his head, feeling as if this was not his real body at all and not a true account. Then he stood up and started laughing, telling himself that he was not a primitive man and could not take off his clothes and walk around naked. And then he moved his mustache, thinking that it could not be that it was not real. However, immediately after that, Kivier attacked him without him even realizing it. Leondel, meanwhile, further distracted his mother by calling her a horrible monster and said that she could not continue to wake up as a human and pretend that they were a friendly family. The boy was really afraid of what she might do to him, but the woman just said that she was not a monster. She thought that he had just never seen a real underground monster before if he thought she was one. Moreover, this is a village and he would not be able to stay alive in that case either if she wanted to destroy them like all monsters. The woman said that the underground monsters are programmed to destroy everything connected to Ratna, and their desire to destroy is very similar to Leondel's desire to live if removed. However, the woman said that she disagreed with this and that is why she was different, not a monster. Leondel jumped away from her anyway and picked up the brick and said that she was still manipulating and destroying ordinary innocent people, so she was no different from a monster. The woman left smiling, saying that maybe she was doing that, but they were elves and humans, just like her. It was the same with his own mother when she was fighting for her life. Leondel really didn't understand what she was talking about, and the woman put her hand to her mouth, saying that she had said too much. But there was no stopping him, so the elf rushed at her with a brick, ordering her to speak about what she began to say. After that, she pushed his hands against the wall with all her strength, but Leondel was not going to give up, and the woman said that if it was so, it would be very difficult to convince him with just words. She added that she only wanted to observe with him, but it seemed that she would have to put these larvae into his body herself. Of course, he started to shy away, and the woman said that she didn't want to do anything to him in order to put her children inside. Then the elf heard a very strange sound and began to think that it could be Kivier, and hoped to be saved. They had discussed the fact with Leondel's brother that she could burn the monsters that had entered his body, but only now she realized that that idea was really very foolish, even though her aura was quite powerful. It was still not enough because this creature had already managed to penetrate deep into his body and would not be easily taken out. Then Hanbin's clothes were torn and he finally threw them off, saying that it was because of their maid, so it was not his fault. However, he said that he would regard it as an attack on their family, so we will stand. The woman also heard some noise from outside and was a bit alarmed, so she stopped. Leondel placed the need to keep her here for at least a little while longer, so he stood in front of the gate and said that he would not allow her to get to Kivier. The elf thought that she was most likely outside fighting to save others, so he tried to hold on and not let the monster out as long as possible. However, the woman managed to get out very easily, and Leondel fell to the ground helplessly, realizing that he was useless. Then the boy looked around and felt again the roots of the world tree that were very close to this prison. For 20 years, he walked all over the world and tried to find a place in this world for himself. Of course, he was a stranger, but he was accepted by the people of this village, and this was his home. That's why Hanbin was not going to let anyone he met along the way be insulted and rushed into the fight. He didn't have any weapons on him and fought with his fists, but Kiwier jumped away just in time to dodge the blow. Everything was mixed up in her head, and now the real memories were in the same place as the lies. But she tried to tell him that Hanbin's memories were just fake. She was still trying to get him to come to his senses so that he would finally come to his senses and stop attacking her. When he approached her again, she prepared to attack and used her aura to do so. Hanbin stopped her from saying that she was saying that they were all crazy here, but said that she should think about whether she was crazy herself. As Kiefer thought, a completely ordinary attack using the aura of parasites from his body would not be able to remove them. Then Hanbin abruptly grabbed her leg and threw her away with all his might, hitting her on the ground. Kiwi barely stood on her feet and picked up a spear, and I realized that she had only one way to save him from the parasites. She tried to attack him, but he needed to use his own aura to do so. So Kiefer directed her own aura at the boy, intending to take him down, but Hanbin continued to stand there unmoved. When the attack got close enough, he simply blocked it with the ground as if he wasn't trying at all. However, he was now completely unarmed and would not be able to resist for long without using his aura. After that, he rushed at her again, intending to attack Kivier, who was standing with her spear behind the gap. At the same moment, he decided to make a weapon out of his hand and attack with it. Eventually, he managed to do so and successfully used his technique to throw the girl far away from him. Her spear ended up in the trunk of a tree whose branches broke during this battle. She was already unarmed and had no way to fight, and now it turned out that it was impossible to summon his aura with her own strength. Hanbin only continued to get angry at her for continuing to talk this nonsense about the Kapak aura. Kiwi looked at him and said that it might be nonsense, but he could see for himself if he used his own aura. And then she asked him if he had a reason why he shouldn't use his own. Later on, this woman came to them and said that the boy could not use this aura because if he did, the whole village would suffer greatly. She snapped her fingers looking into his eyes, and after that the hypnosis seemed to resume again and the main character remembered everything. Kivier thought so, and it turned out that this woman really forbade him to use her aura, and then asked who she really was. But then this woman approached her again, sinking her claws in, saying that she wanted to ask her own question. After all, her parasites do not work only on children because children have too few memories for that. And she is too old to be awake, but she was able to wake up, and Kivier replied that despite what she looks like, she was put into action only 4 weeks ago. This woman just started laughing, not expecting such a response and thought it was a joke. But she said she agreed that one should not judge only by appearance. She had already realized that Kivier had quite a strong influence on Leondel, who was still beating himself up for not being able to stop his mother. But then she asked him if he didn't feel sorry for her when they started to rescue Hanbin. Kiwi only got more angry at this and prepared to finish him off again. Leondel, meanwhile, had somehow managed to make a rather large hole in the wall and get to the roots of the world tree. The woman was ready to destroy Kivier, who was standing in front of her, saying that the one she called a monster was about to destroy her completely. She was ready to strike the girl with her hand, and Kivier just turned away, trying to dodge. At the same time, Loundel was trying his best to cope with the magic of the World Tree and save her. Eventually, he succeeded and the World Tree began to emit powerful magic. Then this woman and everyone else who was infected began to feel very weak and grabbed their heads. She didn't understand what it was, but it was clear that someone was trying to interfere with their signal. This woman knew that this was only possible by touching the World Tree and then realized that Leondel had done it. While she was trying to recover, Kiever started to save Han Bin from those parasites in his body again. The woman just laughed, saying that it must have been the girl's last trick, so there was no point in passing on the aura now. The parasites have completely taken over the boy's body and it will be impossible to save him now. Kivier just sighed heavily, realizing that her whole plan with the elf was a failure. This woman said that no one dares to interfere with the life she gave because she had imposed new memories on top of the positive ones. She would only have to destroy Kivier because she had already managed to subjugate everyone else with the help of these parasites. But at the same moment, Han Bin stood up, which surprised the monster because he was also able to wake up on his own. All these memories were mixed together, but he managed to get rid of them and come to his senses. Then Han Bin began to talk about the house and the life that this woman had invented for herself, and that she was supposedly his wife, and they had a child to feed, and it was supposed to be the normal life he wanted. But all this time, Han Bin felt that he was not in his body, and it seemed very strange to him. He just shouted that he didn't remember kissing her and being her husband, and then he started to attack. She was really surprised because she didn't think it was possible for even such a person to escape from this state. After the woman was destroyed, Kiwi said that she had just performed CPR on him, so she did not understand why he was so angry with her. Han Bin eventually cooled down a bit and thanked her, because thanks to Kiwir, he was still alive and conscious. And then Kiever said that they needed to focus on the mission now because after all, this mother could be reborn and they would have to fight again. Kiever said that this was the last way and she hadn't used it until now, but it might be the only way to save both Otis and Ether. Han Bin just sighed, saying that this method didn't necessarily work even on him, but he just had a headache and an opportunity that made it work. It was strange to him that the monster was so easily defeated, but eventually they reached the place where Loundel had been sitting. And the boy was still there, but he looked completely different, as if he had also been enchanted by this woman. He was almost completely absorbed in it, but with the last of his strength, he opened his eyes and looked at Kiwir, very happy to see that she was alive. Han Bin and Kiever rushed to him, worried about Leondel and seeing that he was almost losing consciousness. The girl managed to throw off the magic and rescue him from there with the help of her own aura. Loundel then fell down and although he could barely speak, said that he was relieved. Kivier grabbed him in her arms, also breathing a sigh of relief as she realized that they had managed to save him in the last minutes. Now it turned out that all these people were controlled by a signal that came from the World Tree. Those who received this signal immediately came under control, and the monster used the roots of the World Tree for his evil purposes, and the source was hidden somewhere under them in the dungeon. In order to free all these people, it is necessary to destroy this source and restore the World Tree completely. Only then will the signal completely disappear and all the infected will heal naturally because there will be no source of the signal. This was the plan and the information that Leondel managed to find out during his interaction with the World Tree. Han Bin looked at all this and just sighed heavily, and Kivier noticed that something was wrong with him, so she asked him what was wrong. He just said that her drawings had made him stop worrying, although Kiwir added that he was standing there with no clothes on and looking like a clown, but laughing at her drawings. But Han Bin again said that he didn't have his sword, so the tube couldn't do anything. Leondel then intervened and said that the girl missed something. After all, in order to bring the World Tree back to normal, he personally has to touch it. This means that he will also need to go down to the dungeon, and Leondel is very happy about this, but the girl has redesigned it. Kivier said that the elf would wait upstairs until they had destroyed the enemy to the end, which made the prince upset. Leondel said that the road that leads down will most likely look like a tangled maze, and without perceiving the aura of the World Tree, it will be very difficult to find the way. And he assured me that he would be able to stop the enemies as he had already done with the warrior, and would also be able to deal with other monsters on the way. Loundel said that he had studied fencing in the palace, so it would not be a burden, but Kivier interrupted him again. She looked at him some more and said that after the boy touched the World Tree, one of his eyes stopped seeing. She assured him that she and Han Bin would be enough to save everyone else and then added one more. However, they didn't have time to finish because the main character took him on his shoulders, although Leondel was surprised not to understand what he was doing. He said that the Valterians can even manage to keep their children from hitting them because it is the strongest tactic. Besides, he's a navigator who can make roads and it will be just fine, and then looked at him saying that if it's scary, he can bring him back down. Of course, Leondel was only too happy to do so, and said that now his squad had to go forward. Meanwhile, the elf, along with Otis and Ether, continued to move along the dark corridors underground. Otis noticed that they went very deep, and it looked more like a dungeon, and Ether did not even believe that their madam could have a mission in such a nasty place. Then they went even further and saw a head completely covered with roots that went into the mouth. These were the damaged roots of the World Tree, although it looked more like it was swallowing the person, and Ether asked in fright how this could be possible. The elf said that with the help of the World Tree, it can suck out energy, but the roots are infected, so the energy is collected here again. Then it bears fruit on the branches of the tree, and the high concentration of life force and energy turns into red crystals. This is how the bloodstones that eventually fell to the ground began to appear. And all this was created only for the sake of one creature that began to destroy people by infecting them with this parasite. Then the elf said that now he would need to find the sword of the Valterian warrior, but then they heard another voice. This creature began to say that it wanted to take him into its family, but they were able to take away her husband and child. In fact, the elf did not think that Kivier would be able to wake up the warrior so quickly, but he was glad that the plan worked. The elf asked his queen what had happened, but she had already guessed that he had known all along. She realized that the elf realized that the girl was sane, but he just said that he had no idea. Then the woman said that the Kivier had looked at her as a miserable monster, and that she could not forgive her or him now. But the elf broke free from the hands of Ether and Adis, and walked forward hearing the words that the queen was not going to forgive him. He began to ask what she was going to do and whether she would destroy him or do such a thing. But then he said that she should destroy him, because then it would be possible to finish with these games. Then she would definitely turn into a monster, and would not be able to resist the desire to destroy him. The elf said that if he was gone, his magic would also disappear, so he asked if this woman could live as a normal person without this magic. After that, she just turned back and said that she was done with him, because he was kicked out of the kingdom, so there was nowhere for this man to go. Even if he had planned something, it would not save anything in the end. However, he said again that now it was not profitable for the two of them to let the outside world know about this village. And then he mentioned the warrior and said that the man seemed very fair. He did not abandon the whole team and run away, and the elf was sure that Hanbin would come here to fight again very soon. The woman just smiled and said that she liked brave and strong men, but she would make him pay the price. She was angry that he could leave her so easily and could not forgive him. Adis smiled and said in a voice that was not his own that this man should be destroyed, and Ether was surprised to hear this. And the elf who stood next to him just sighed in relief when he saw that his younger brother was still able to survive. Laundel jumped off Hanbin's shoulders and ran happily straight to his brother. And then the elf also added that he had been struggling to escape from the mage and the swordsman. It turned out that the elf was also not affected by this magic of the world tree, and they came to the conclusion that it only affects humans. And it was because Hanbin was also a human that she managed to get to him and save him at the moment when the signal was broken. However, if only humans are affected, the protagonist wonders why Adis and Ether were also enchanted. The prince only said that his younger brother was a true descendant of the royal family, because even he could not touch the world tree. He said that Landel was a real hero because he managed to save the whole elf kingdom. But soon their happiness ended because it was not the end of the battle and Ether took her swords and began to attack. Kiever immediately fought her off, and Hanbin was surprised to see her here right now. He tried to tell her that she needed to wake up, but Chi Uyghur said that if the words had worked, she wouldn't have had to go through all that when she tried to wake Hanbin up. Now Atiste and Ether were enchanted, and took them all for their enemies, so they started to fight. Hanbin came out on top, realizing that their powers had become much stronger, though he hadn't expected the leveling up to turn out this way. The young man tried to tell Adis and Ether that it looked strange that they were fighting one after the other. But Adis took his staff, saying that there was nothing strange about it because he was just going to destroy his enemy who came to their territory. He began to use his fire magic to set everything on fire. Now it became clear that he would not be able to bring them back to their senses. Immediately after that, he began to move forward, knocking Adis off his feet and continued to move towards them. After that, he picked them up and the three of them began to fall down, and Hanbin said that he would somehow manage them himself. There is still a way, and you just need to make them the way they were before. It was very surprising to Kiever that he spoke with such strong confidence about being able to bring them back. But in the meantime, the battle between the others did not stop and the girl was hit hard. This woman appeared again and started to fight, saying that the girl had no conscience at all because she had destroyed someone else's family. Kivier turned to the elves and told them to take Leondel and immediately run upstairs, but the younger one said that she would not be able to do it without him, so she would stay. However, the girl replied that if they stayed here, they would not be able to get out alive. That's why the older one took his hand and they started to run away while the girl started to fight the monster. Leondel now felt like a burden, thinking that he was only a hindrance to everyone and that running away was the only way to help. The elf said that Leondel should not be afraid because they just wanted to protect him, and he should obey this order if he wanted to help. The boy said that he wanted to help but did not want to run away, but the elder said that now was the time to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Kivier continued the battle with the monster, trying to tear it apart with her spear. The woman only laughed, saying that if the half-elf touched the world tree, it would not survive because of the side effect, but even if she pulled it often, the end would still be the same and soon Leondel would be completely infected. Kivier's real intentions are not to save that child, but to make him disappear from her sight. But the girl got closer, ordering her to shut up, but the monster just laughed because she thought she was in over her head. She knew that Kiever had come for Hanbin and said that she should have taken him away and left the child alone for her. After that, their battle became even more difficult because several dozen more monsters like this one appeared very close by. They talked about how Hanbin did not want to leave his own, but with the power of Kiwier, she could destroy them all at once. And if she wanted him not to hate her, she could lie that it was the monster that destroyed them all. For Kiever, this battle seemed endless and very difficult, because even though she could freeze this woman with the artifact, the problems would not end there. Applying aura to a monster of this type is not the best option, besides they will recover too quickly. These monsters use the energy of the world tree as their food to recharge, so her attacks will just pass by eventually. Eventually, she was surrounded by hundreds of monsters like the woman, and they were closing in on Quiver, so she realized there was only one way to deal with them once and for all. She knew that in addition to the aura itself, she would need to use 4 basic powers. The woman had already realized that her opponent had realized where her weakness was, even though she knew it perfectly well. The monster would not be able to resist the aura and the 4 basic powers, and then she asked how Kivier thought why she had left the mage and the swordswoman alive. She said that they would not be able to wake up on their own because she had ruled out absolutely any options. And there was no way to return them to their previous state, so the only thing left was to destroy them. But instead to all these words of this woman, Kivier responded only with a loud laugh. She started laughing, saying that there would be some way and she knew it. Then the woman began to realize that something was not going according to her plan, and that everything she had built was going wrong. Then Hanbin got out of that place and said that he was not at his level, so he asked for help. Otis and Ether ran after him, intending to finally destroy their enemy, and Kyver took the polymorph pendant, which had the ability to oppress the users of the dragon race. Ether immediately turned into a wyvern, ready to fight, and attacked the protagonist. Otis also transformed into a dragon and then began to pour his fire on everything. Only now the woman saw that he was a dragon and realized what a big mistake she had made by enchanting him. Eventually they were able to recover from the spell, and Otis was very angry that the woman had tried to turn him and Ether against Hanbin and Kiwier. Hanbin watched this with satisfaction, remembering that it was the first time he had ever seen Otis so angry. Ether was also angry because he took her chain away from her and started to get more angry at Hanbin. Literally at the last moment, when the guy was already in Ether's mouth, she finally realized what he was doing in her mouth. And eventually after that, she and Otis started to fight against the woman who had bewitched them. It was incredibly difficult to wake them up. Not as easy as it was with Hanbin when Leondel touched the world tree and disrupted the signal. Then Hanbin asked what happened to the elf, and Kivier replied that she sent him and his older brother upstairs to escape. For now, their main monster is here in the crosshairs, and these monsters that are under her command will not be able to harm the two of them. But at that very moment, something started to happen to the world tree, as if it was coming apart at the seams. This tree was losing its strength, and at some point it simply bent in half in the form of the same monster. The people around looked up in horror, not understanding what was happening. All of them stopped and looked only in that direction at the monster, not knowing where to run to escape. But the creature was already on the verge of losing control, and as soon as it heard that it was being called a monster, it started shooting. Otis got out after her, saying that this is the kind of behavior that makes her a real monster. After that, she started attacking him as well, and an even more powerful and intense battle ensued between them all. Ether and Hanbin also got closer to defeat their main enemy. He was able to fly higher with it, and Hanbin again deprived it of its left arm, which was blown to pieces. He managed to do this, but in the end, the boy's sword could not withstand the blow. Hanbin saw someone bigger than Otis in the form of a dragon for the first time, and said that if he had known that it would be like this, he would have brought more swords. After that, the boy jumped up again and started attacking this girl who tried to grab him with her other hand. In the end, she reached for him and managed to grab the protagonist. But he didn't stop fighting and pulled out his swords one by one, and although they all broke, he could strike after strike. The guy did not stop and continued to run along her arm, destroying the body of this giant monster. When Hanbin was already close to her shoulders, she started to lose it so that he immediately fell behind her. After that, this creature was not even able to regenerate, although she did not expect that the limbs would not be able to be restored. In the end, the guy was very close and was ready to strike a fatal blow with his sword. It was to be the last blow, and he gathered all the remaining aura and poured it into the sword, intending to finish her off. But then something unexpected happened, and the monster opened its mouth, and then he started to be sucked in. Kivier was not standing on the side at that moment, and also began to attack this huge creature from the ground. Because she threw something at it and it hit her, the woman let go of Hanbin, and he was able to jump to a safe distance. She had been using it for a while and said she was good with it, but it was time to give it back. She used it as she pleased and then returned it, but now was the right time to use the spear. The world tree had finally started to drain all the remaining energy from this creature, and she could no longer fight on equal terms with them. She looked down, realizing that all this was happening because of that little elf standing there. All the energy of the world tree would be coming out pretty quickly through that big gap. Leondel really tried his best, but he couldn't even move anymore, so his older brother said that he shouldn't exert himself so much, because it was enough to stop the queen from regenerating. His partners would take care of the rest, and the boy was very happy that he was finally able to be useful to them. When he asked about the gap, his older brother said that it was impossible to know how it appeared here, but thanks to its appearance, the monsters could operate outside the dungeon, and the bigger the gap, the further they can spread and harm all the people around them. According to his calculations, all of them can also reach Elendia, and then Leondel asked, a little scared and tired, what this meant. The elf replied that there is a way to avoid the worst-case scenario for him if he opens this gap and destroys the queen. The elder said that in this case he would be able to control all the people in the territory of the entire fairy union. After that, he stood up sharply and hit Leondel hard on the pike, after which the boy fell down. The elf asked if he wanted to close the gap, and then the older man added that the boy should not behave so recklessly. He had already studied all these monsters that parasitized humans 20 years ago, and noticed that they respond to the signals of the world tree. But they are simple creatures that feed on energy, and although they manage to outnumber themselves through mass reproduction, they are otherwise weak. However, the elf said that it seemed impossible for him to manipulate people with their help, especially because of his research. His father expelled him from the palace. If the elves ruled over numerous nations, not only would there be peace, but they would be able to make their kingdom so great and powerful again. Leondel, of course, replied that his brother continued his research in the village, even after he was expelled from the palace. The elf just smiled, saying that he managed to complete them here, and then he noticed this big gap. It was there that he managed to meet this monster that controlled other creatures that obeyed it. Meanwhile, Hanbin went down, realizing that there was only a little bit left to complete this battle. Adis and Ether turned back into humans and together put the queen in a box. So now all that was left was to destroy the creature. Hanbin did not move away from the body of this monster for some time, looking at it carefully. However, he was really surprised by what he saw there because he could not believe that this small creature was the main monster. After that, he heard a weak and defenseless voice asking him not to look at him with those eyes. But soon this small monster rushed right at the guy standing in front of him. Hanbin abruptly moved away to prevent it from attacking him, and Kiwi grabbed the monster with her hand. The girl said that they didn't have time to listen to the monster's nonsense anymore. But then Hanbin stopped her, telling her to wait and not to destroy the creature right away. Then he took the monster in his arms, saying that he wanted to ask and learn something. He looked at the creature asking who it was and continued to hold its neck with his hand. This monster was 32nd level and belonged to the tribe of Specimen A. It was also labeled as an angel and had several numbers next to it. Then this creature began to talk about what had happened in a desert gorge where there was absolutely nothing but some insects. It managed to eat everything that was smaller than it was because it did not need to have consciousness or ego. In order to survive and become stronger, he had no other way but to devour everything around him and evolve. But this was also the case with other competitors who remained alive for a long time, which means that they ate many other creatures. Compared to other predators that were just incredibly big, this monster was very weak and small. Most of the time it just tried to run away from them because if it failed, it would definitely not be able to survive. But one day, fortunately, it finally got to him, and he was caught by a monster that was 10 times bigger than he was. This creature was very badly wounded, and it only wanted to be destroyed, or at least eaten right away. But then, very suddenly, he saw a very strange gap next to him that he had never seen before. Realizing that this could be the last time, he instinctively ran towards this strange gap. He couldn't even notice his wounds because he was running so fast to escape, and then couldn't even determine where he had fallen into the gap. Angel kept running as fast as he could until he was sure he was in a safe place. After a while, he reached the bushes and a boy noticed him right away. He went to his mom and dad and told them that there was something strange in the bushes. It was there that they found this little monster who had lost his paw, but because he was so exhausted, he fell asleep. In fact, it was a strange environment for him, and he did not need to hunt anymore because food was given by the hour. No one attacked him when he was weak, but none of the family members knew where the creature came from. They really didn't know the answer to that question, but judging by his speed of recovery, he looked like a wild monster, and none of them had seen anything like it in the neighborhood. The boy was happy because he thought they had found a new species, and his father was more affectionate, but his mother said that it was not necessary to keep this creature at home. But the boy was really sorry for this monster, so he asked what his father thought, and he replied that although this monster was still small, it was just as dangerous as other wild monsters. Despite this, the father was kinder and said that if the mother agreed, they would keep it. But the woman immediately said that they would not leave this creature at home. Then this boy tried to spend more time with the creature anyway, and said that his father was a veterinarian, and he said that the creature would recover quickly. The angel began to eat what he was given, and this food seemed incredibly tasty, unlike what he had eaten before. The boy jumped back in surprise because he did not expect to hear human speech from this creature. After that, the boy and his father began to beg his mother even more to keep the monster, but she still stood her ground. If the villagers found out that they were keeping a wild monster in their home, nothing good would come of it. But then this monster with giant eyes approached the woman and started asking her if she was hungry. It turned out that these large and powerful creatures were not scary, and the monster began to learn more and more about them. The father was a veterinarian and watched the monster eat, so he was able to live comfortably in their house. His mother was eventually convinced, and later she even said that it was too uncomfortable for him to live indoors. So sometimes she would secretly take him with her when she went to the village. And this boy loved to read different books, but at the same time he fell asleep under a big tree. After that, this kid gave him a name, and because this creature was white as snow, the boy went to call him Snow. He had never seen snow in his life, but the monster liked the name very much. Later, the boy went to bed because he was not feeling well, and Snow went to him, going to be there for him because he was worried. At that time, a terrible epidemic began to spread throughout the village, which made him sick. Suddenly, the door opened and Snow heard it, which made him look back a little scared. His parents said that they would be able to call a special doctor who turned out to be the same elder elf. In fact, a lot of different doctors came here, but none of them could tell what kind of disease it was. Eventually, they managed to do it soon, and the family was incredibly grateful to the doctor. The father bowed before him, but the elf said that he had just performed a magic trick and replenished the body's internal energy. In this village, the elves were treated with hostility, but they invited him anyway, and it was the determination of this family that saved their son. But then this elf noticed the creature they kept in their home and added that it was the first time he had ever seen such a species. Then the family said that they had accidentally found it injured and were now watching closely how it was growing. They also said that this animal had unusual abilities, such as taking on the form of the objects it ate. After that, the father reached into his pocket to give the fee he was talking about, but the elf stopped him, saying that he didn't need money. Moreover, their son was still not fully recovered, and the elf said that it would be enough for him if they helped him stay in this village so that he could treat other patients. He also said that in this way he would be able to help in research, and the father almost started to cry, seeing this elf as a perfect personality. He immediately agreed to help in any way he could, but Snow felt something strange about this elf, even though he had medicine to treat almost all people. He also laughed rather strangely and unnaturally, and did not look like the inhabitants of the village, but for Snow, this elf was still almost the same as people. In the end, his father managed to help the elf and persuade the other villagers, although they were categorically against it from the very beginning. But those residents whom the elf was able to cure treated him as a doctor, because they began to gradually recover and feel better. However, in reality, this was not the case with everyone who lived in this small village. Even medicines did not help those who were physically weak, and the boy who was Snow's master was no exception. Never before had such a loud house been so uncomfortably quiet, and at one point the sounds of laughter disappeared. No one called this monster by name anymore, and the family and other villagers began to contract another disease. It could not be cured by any medicine, no matter how hard they tried. Snow missed his master very much and was ready to give anything to return to that time. He just wanted to be called by his name again, and he wanted to hear laughter around him again. But he realized that there was no way to return to that time and bring him back to life. So he just walked to his grave where a bouquet of flowers was already lying. However, one day when it was raining and Snow decided to visit his master, he was noticed by another hunter walking through the forest. After some time, the monster returned to the family, but they were already more hostile to him. They looked at Snow in a completely different way, as if they did not recognize the animal they had kept at home before. His father looked at him carefully, as if remembering something, but could not believe that it was the same creature. He really changed quite a bit and then began to walk on two legs like a human, and then say that he was in great pain. Then Snow began to say that his mother was in pain as well as his father. He said that the boy had disappeared and now they all felt bad because of this tragedy. But then Snow said that everything could be very good now because they had him. He said that he could become their family instead of the boy, and they could not be sad anymore. After that, the father could no longer stand it and began to attack the creature, calling it a nasty monster. Then people started coming to the house and they told Jonathan that something terrible had happened. Namely, that their son's grave had been dug up, but then they saw how the monster had destroyed the family. When Snow came to, it was all over and he thought about going to the doctor. But then he couldn't do it in that form, and without understanding the reasons for it, he started running away from the residents. Eventually, Snow managed to find the hole where he fell out, but he was already bigger than it and couldn't get in. At first he thought he could expand it and get in, but in fact he did not want to go back. Then Snow, who had no weapons at all, turned back to the group of armed men around him. They said that the gap had appeared suddenly, just like the monster and the diseases, and they began to blame Snow for it. Snow began to cry when he heard that he was being blamed for it, and began to shout that it was not his fault. After that, people heard that the creature could speak human language, which scared them even more. But something strange started happening, because it was after what they heard that all these people started killing each other in front of Snow. He was the one who made them do it, and then somehow he also gained the ability to control the blood-eating monsters. And the cause of the sickness that spread through the village was those creatures, and the same thing happened to the boy who couldn't stand the sickness. He ate the boy and got his opportunity, and that's when Snow realized that he was really a real monster. However, Snow still tried to defend himself and then heard a voice saying that these people were wrong. It was the same elf who spoke to Snow and told him that if he didn't think he was a monster, he wouldn't be one. Others called him that because of his limitations and pressure. But with Snow's powers, he could change his consciousness and the world around him. The elf agreed to help, saying that he would make sure that Snow lived like a human. And then the elf cast a spell so that Snow would not accidentally destroy anyone. Then the monster gave him 2 eyes, and of course it was to use his abilities. That is, Snow was just a pawn in the hands of an elf, and Snow could not forgive it. But he saw that thanks to him, others came to their senses. Kivir said that the problem was that they knew what else the elf could do and use Loundel, so she asked where the boy was now. Snow began to cry when he realized that the elf had betrayed him, and then realized that these people also think he is a monster, and they are all just postponing the moment of execution to find out more information. Then Adis came forward and said that he also had times when he lived like a wild animal and had to kill people for survival. Now Adis really regretted it, and Kivir tried to keep the mage from going forward, but Hanbin said that it would be better for them to leave things as they were for now. Then Snow thought that Adis was suggesting that he repent and move on, even though the wizard did not consider all attempts to survive a sin. But he also recognized that taking people's lives because of those monsters and attacking them was also wrong. Snow said that Adis spoke as if he knew everything, but Adis had turned into a human, and Snow could not. He said that they were all looking at him as if he were a real monster, and otherwise he would not have acted like that. But then Adis hugged Snow, telling him calmly that he and Snow were both monsters. This can't be changed no matter how much we want to, but Adis said that it shouldn't be used as an excuse anymore. He also told me not to turn those he loved into scary monsters. Adis was surprised that no one was really kind to this creature. Finally, they all fell silent against the backdrop of this giant creature lying behind them. Kivir didn't understand why Hanbin and Ether were just standing there watching it, because she thought they should get it over with as soon as possible. Hanbin smiled and said that it was really time to end it now. They just need to find Leondel and destroy the second prince, and then everything will be over. For some time, they still stood there looking at everything that was happening, and the monster behind them disappeared. Later, the tree returned to its previous appearance, and the people began to walk away from the place. It seemed that everything was over now, although Snow himself could not believe what he had seen with his own eyes. The villagers were ordered to move as far away as possible so that they would not be subject to the signal of the world tree, and when the distance was great, the monsters would disappear by themselves. Hanbin offered to wait until they left, and then Snow added that he had erased from people's memories the moment they saw the dragon. Adis praised him, saying that this kid is very smart. Ether said that even her shoulders started to hurt because of the pain, and Addis thought that she was just not used to her true account. But Hanbin through to Ether just got fat. Then Ether said that the weight depends on the true account in fact, and Addis laughed saying that he was very heavy. Kiver was still nervous about Leondel, and Hanbin had already realized that the prince only needed him for his own purpose. And she knew that, but then added that he was also the reason she was so nervous. Hanbin is not a warrior, so even the goddess of darkness cannot accurately predict his future action. And if he continues to change his fate and future like this, all the predictions that the goddess put into her will not come true. That's why Kivier said that he is now simply obliged to act as she decides. This was the agreement between the prophet and the assistant, and Hanbin said that he understood. Then Kivier said that it was time to move on. All the others also came closer and were ready to move on right away. Kivier praised them for stopping her when she tried to destroy the creature. Otherwise, everything would have gone as the second prince had planned. She said she didn't think they could have guessed his plans and stopped her at that moment. But Hanbin said that he also didn't know about the prince's future plans, but just the name of the kid's race came up. It said that he was an angel in some numbers, so he started trying to stop Kiwier. Addis and Ether didn't know what an angel was, but Snow said he didn't know what it was. They didn't know what it was, but back then, aliens were called demons, and Hanbin was surprised. Suddenly, a man who looked like Snow flew up and stopped right in front of Hanbin's face. But it turned out that he was not alone, and there were about 100, if not more, like him. Addis was surprised, but realized that these monsters must have come here just like Snow had. Then Kair told Addis and Ether that there was a change of plans, and then she pushed Hanbin down with Snow. She said that they need to destroy the creature called the Angel because they shouldn't leave here. Then Kiver jumped down with Snow in her arms, saying that they would close the gate. Someone realized that he had never seen such monsters on the neighboring continents before. The elf thought that there might be a connection to other lands, and added that it was good that they had blocked the way for them. He looked at Leondel, who was sitting helplessly on the ground, and ironically thanked him. But the prince then said that his brother had made the wrong choice because he could not control it himself. Therefore, the elf asked for Leondel's help, because if he carefully opened the gap, there would be no problems, and he emphasized that it was necessary for the elf kingdom. However, Leondel said that his older brother and father would not be happy to see him like this, to which the prince replied that they were only liars. He added that neither the elder prince nor he could control the world tree, but Leondel could. Although only the eldest sons of the elven race should have this ability, he added that the first prince fell in love with a human girl and forgot about his obligations, and then the father named his grandson his son. And then Leondel was supposed to sit on the throne when the time came, but because he was an inferior elf, the prince believed that the blood of the elves would be corrupted. He said that it would be just like his mother and also sent to destroy his younger brother. But in the end, he failed to do so and everything went well, but then someone hit him with his hand. The elf flew away and was very far from where the main character hit him in the face. Hanbin was furious but happy that he was able to hit an idiot like him. For some reason, he can't destroy people even if they are like him. But apparently, if he had been hit by Kiwieri, he would have been beheaded. The elf was very surprised that anyone even knew he was in this place. Snow was with them and said that he thought the elf cared about him, and that's why he hid the place from him. But now he realized the truth. From the very beginning, it was only the elf who came to this village as a doctor, and at that moment he infected everyone with these parasites, dots. The prince was very surprised that this creature had not been destroyed yet, but he realized that the warrior was now in league with this monster. Kivier tried to bring Leondel to his senses and asked if he had been filled with poison, because in that case he would have to move even faster. But despite this, he very quickly escaped from her hands with his last strength and ran forward. He stood in front of his brother as if to protect him, although he could barely stand on his own feet. Then the older man just laughed, saying that he knew it would turn out this way, because he and Leondel were of the same blood. Even if Leondel is a half-elf, he can still be controlled, so he ordered him not to move now. Hanbin only asked Snow what they would do about it, and the monster replied that now this kid can only obey the orders of this elf. Then the elf asked if the younger one remembered his little request, and Leondel answered yes, nodding his head. Kivier tried to stop them by saying that they all think that this dungeon is absolutely ordinary. But in fact, this is the dungeon whose gate leads to another world, namely to the Oplas universe, and they can travel there. Hanbin asked why this exists at all, and Kivier said that the genius of darkness has now lost its power, and the balance of power that protected the continent has cracked, and a gap has appeared between dimensions. And as for this angel, it was not created by a goddess, and it is highly likely that it is a biological weapon against the continent that Omplas himself tested. The elf just laughed when she said that the demon god Omplas was involved. He said that the girl was right, that Ratna was in a real crisis and facing a complete failure, and that, in that case, there was no room for hesitation, and that both of them and their younger brother should be killed to save the world. The elf said that in this case, she had nothing to think about to save the continent, but then he laughed and said that she would not be able to do it, and then added that she would not do it because it was all a lie. Then Hanbin came up to him and said that if he still wanted to live, he should just leave. The elf just laughed a second time, thinking that this warrior was going to break the gate with his unfortunate sword suddenly. Then he called him a real idiot for thinking that it was really possible, but soon the elf was grabbed by a giant hand. Later on, a real monster appeared there, much bigger than all of them. The peculiarity of this absorption skill is the acceleration of the object's development, and it depends on the amount of what it swallows. It will directly proportionally prolong survival, and survival itself is equal to its true strength. The Kiwis looked in horror at the giant monster, the next step in Oplas's plan to take over the entire continent. This monster was level 148, and belonged to the tribe of angels like Snow, and there were numbers written next to the race. It was Muria, and Snow was afraid that this monster was very old and would swallow them all at once. But the protagonist was not going to give up, and immediately rushed at the monster, intending to smash it with his sword. However, it was at this moment that he realized that something was going wrong, but it was too late to stop. The monster that approached him closed its mouth even more, and the protagonist was trapped inside it. However, now the gate is not yet fully open, and first you need to deal with that angel and close that gap. The keeper shouted that if Hanbin has already dealt with the angel, he should run to the gate right away. Eventually, the boy managed to get out of the monster and picked up his sword again and began to attack the creature. Hanbin replied that it would be very difficult to deal with it, and then added that he should leave the monster to him. He was worried about Leondel, so he told Kivier to take care of him and protect the elf while he dealt with the creature. Hanbin continued to attack the angel, trying to inflict more and more blows, but he noticed that the creature was trying to drag him into that crevice. Muria continued to move further and further, but despite this, the battle between them did not fade away. The protagonist continued to run straight to the monster, trying to hit it again, but his strength was already at its limit. Hanbin just sighed and thought that when he had just heard about the world of Amplas, he had some doubts about whether it was real and whether he would really see it again. But now he had to go back to the very place where he had spent so many years with the Hellhounds. Hanbin stood in front of him, not realizing whether Maria had already managed to eat the second prince when he pulled the man down. The guy was going to fight on, but he realized that if it was true, it would not play well for them. Meanwhile, Kiefer was really trying to save the younger elf who was now lying unconscious on the ground. Snow was nearby and said that the second prince was no longer alive, so the manipulation should have been destroyed with him. But the girl said that Leondel did not lose consciousness because of that. It was due to the resistance that arose when the inferior elf came into contact with the world tree, and now it would be difficult for him to wake up again. Snow had already started to blame himself for what had happened, thinking that it was his fault, but the girl said that it was not. She looked at the giant monster again and said that it was time to go back to the past. A lot of monsters that looked like the angel himself began to rapidly approach them. Meanwhile, Ether turned back into a wyvern, and Adis sat on it, and then began to use his magic to destroy all of them. This time he used not only fire magic, but also human magic for defense. Then Ether was also hit a little bit, but she said that she was fine, just a little bit hurt by the attack. It turned out that there were a lot of these monsters, but they were not very strong. But still, it was worth being careful. Until now, Ratna was safe even when there were so many dungeons, and all because the monsters could not get out. But now they are walking safely in the world, but if more monsters start coming out, the continent will be over. Then suddenly the two of them saw that all these monsters changed their behavior and started to eat each other. Adis was a bit scared by this sight, but he realized that they were probably doing it for the sake of evolution. The magician began to use his magic because they could not allow these monsters to evolve. But at that moment he was unable to attack, which is why Ether asked why he wasn't hitting them. Adis looked at his staff, saying that it was not the fact that he was not attacking, but the blessing of Amplas that was on his magic item. The staff simply refused to attack this angel, and there was nothing he could do about it. Later on, it opened its wings and became much bigger, because from several small monsters this giant appeared. Ether was frightened, so she moved back and Adis tried to rest on her while the monster started attacking them. Hanbin, meanwhile, did not stop his attacks and tried to stop Maria from his attacks, although he was not very good at it so far. No matter how much he tried, the same thing happened, and before he could even swing, his strength was gone. Then the angel began to attack back and stretched his giant hand right to the protagonist. After that, he managed to break the bridge of these stones that stood above him, and an explosion occurred. It was very dangerous to receive such a blow because he was directly in front of the main character, and feeling only hostility, he could not use his aura. Then he opened the window and realized that everything was connected to the landmark from the very beginning. Hanbin realized that the landmark had been programmed to make it impossible to attack this angel from the very beginning. He read that this was true, and then it was written that he should sacrifice himself to the deity's minion and strive for eternal life. Alone, all these creatures are not so strong, but as long as the gate is open, they keep coming out. There will only be more of them. Kyver kept trying to find a way to somehow destroy them, and Snow said that it was possible, but only temporarily. But judging by his experience, they have a lot of food. The girl then realized that the only thing left to do was to close the gate so that the monsters had no place to go. Snow replied that we wanted to do it too, but only Leondel could do it, and he had lost consciousness. That is why in this state he will not be able to even approach the world tree, because it could be fatal for him. Kivier said that she knew about this and did not understand how they could survive. Later, another chasm opened up near them, connected by roots from the inside. However, it turned out that it was Adis and Ether who shouted for them to quickly move aside and give them space. Together, they were able to escape from the giant angel that was approaching and radiating its aura. Kiefer and Snow watched in amazement, but for a moment, the monster behind them actually stopped. Then, having made another hole in the walls, Adis and Ether began to fly further, trying to gain speed. Athos looked back as if to signal her that the time had come. Then the angel started to attack them again, and Ether turned backwards and they started to fall down. The angel continued to attack, but the attack did not hit the two of them because they flew down. After that, Ether turned back into a wyvern and then asked what kind of place this was and where all these monsters came from. Adis said that they had merged with each other and were no longer chasing them, and then said that Hanbin must be here somewhere and they needed to find him, because judging by what happened to Oplus Blessing, the boy would not be in the best position now. If they didn't fight those creatures at full strength, and Adis was worried that Hanbin might be in danger. The mage looked around and saw a pit and then told Ether to fly straight to it. In the end, he was right, and there they saw Hanbin, who was in a terrible state but still alive. Kiefer saw that all the little angels had been swept away, but that there was still danger, but then Leondel came to. Although he still felt terrible and powerless, he told the girl that he had one request. Snow hid behind the rocks while the elf told him what he wanted, or she would take him to the roots, but Kyver said that he was in no condition to do that now. Leondel replied that he was well aware of this, but he did not want to become a problem for the whole kingdom. He is a representative of the elf royal family, and as one of them, he has to take responsibility for all this. So he asked for help. Leondel saw that Kivier was still hesitant and did not want to do it, but still asked her to do it, at least for his sake. With that, Otis rushed over to Hanbin and helped him up, telling him to walk more carefully and slowly. But the boy just smiled and looked at him and said that when he lived in the mountains, it was a common thing. Then he thanked them because, thanks to them, he would be able to participate in the second battle. Otis could see that Hanbin was talking like that, but it was too early to be serious and he would not be able to take the same kind of blows and fight as he had done until now. Kivier then came up to them saying that there was no point in fighting these angels anymore, and they just needed to block the gate so that they could no longer enter here. The girl said that the gate would close very soon, and they returned here without Leondel. Later, they saw a small elf who was being tied to the roots of the world tree. The others began to shout that the elf had to be saved, because they would just sacrifice him. But Snow said that there was no point in calling for him because Leondel was no longer conscious, and he could only control the monsters so that they would not destroy him. Kiver said that she spoke when she first met them all about the fate of this elf. She is a prophet of the goddess of darkness, and in order to fulfill the will of the goddess, and for the continent to continue its existence, it is necessary to save people from the worst. That is why the goddess of darkness created her, and wanted Kivier to protect Ratna and the people who live here. Kivier said that nothing was more important to her than that, although it was hard for Ether to accept the words they were saying. Then, very suddenly, Hanbin approached Leondel, trying to pull him out of those roots of the world tree. It was as if he still didn't understand what Kivier had said about the boy saying that he understood everything perfectly well, but continued to pull at those roots. Leondel was not supposed to live by these predictions, but then the goddess would be able to save Ratna as planned. But the boy still did not understand something. He exclaimed that the world could not be destroyed if they saved just one little boy. And Kivier said that if he was so weak, he was better off being one of millions of other people. Immediately after that, the other monsters began to approach them again and try to attack them, while the main character was still being saved by the elves. Hanbin had already noticed that this creature was devouring all the other angels and trying to evolve again, which in the story succeeds. Then Otis came closer to Hanbin and created a shield around the boy, protecting him from the attack of this giant monster. Ether came up to him and the mage said that they would try to buy time but would not last long, so she added that as soon as they rescue Leondel, they should come to them. Kivier was surprised when the two of them decided to confront this giant angel alone, but the protagonist smiled and said that he would quickly cope. However, in reality, the roots of the world tree can only be torn apart with the help of aura, not just with his hands, no matter how much strength he has. In addition, he would not be able to use the aura through the landmark, so the girl told him to let go of all these roots immediately. He supposedly had to make a promise to her that he shouldn't forget, because now Hanbin had to follow her decision. The protagonist then said that this was the reason why he was doing this, because she had entrusted them with the task of the goddess of darkness. After all, Kiver could have avoided telling them about Leondel's fate, and in that case, they wouldn't have had to go with him. They would have just gone straight to look for Bouthold, but for some reason, she decided to tell them about the elf's fate. Maybe she didn't know it and didn't want to admit it, but even then, Kivier made a decision about it. She wanted to save this elf from the prophecy she knew before, and said it even though she was unconscious. But then the girl said that even if she did and she consciously said it, there was nothing they could do now. Hanbin will not be able to fight the angel, and none of them, except Leondel, will be able to close the gate. The only thing left to do is to sacrifice him, because they really have no other way to close the gap. But Hanbin looked around and shouted that he had a way, and it was to fight the monster with his full strength. Leondel eventually fell unconscious into the arms of Kivier as the battle between the angels and the team continued. He found a way to harness the goddess's power, and Kivier said that it was the first time she had seen a helper like him in Ratna's history. Later, a mistake was discovered because someone had tampered with the landmark, and it was impossible to recognize the enemy, so the only thing left was to destroy the enemy. Hanbin was only too happy to hear this and said that this is exactly what he was doing now. He was just going to smash the monster to pieces. This creature was not special, but it had been 25 years since he had managed to survive. In the place where he lived, he managed to become the strongest among the other monsters, and then everything stopped in a traffic jam. Those it devoured were weaker and weaker, no matter how many of them there were. It did not give the necessary strength, and the monster could not develop further. Even the opportunity it received at some point began to sharply reduce its metabolism, and it was enough to eat only once a month. It had no enemies and did not need to move, i.e. it was only a benefit for this monster. All he did was sleep and eat once a month, and it was all for free. But now he started to get very angry and could not control himself or stop. For the first time in a long time, the monster could smell the intense smell of blood again, and with it, the smell of intense suffering. It was thanks to the creature that was rapidly trying to destroy him and making every effort to do so. The protagonist still continued to fight with that creature, trying to end this monster and destroy it completely. Miria still felt an incredible sense of hunger and still wanted to swallow his enemy alive. Snow asked what kind of magic he was using if he was able to fight such a powerful monster at the level, but Kier replied that it was not magic. He was fighting with his sacred abilities. Han Binu set up this landmark to fight the monster. That's all, he just hacked the controls so that it wouldn't mistake this creature for an angel. It was necessary to add a little more of its aura, but compared to his aura, it was incredibly small, so it would not have much effect. Snow now began to realize that this was the power of this guy, but he still had to hurry because Eternity's guide could not be deceived. Kivier then let Loundel go, asking Snow to take care of him, because she wanted to get Otis and Ether out of there. The elf only begged the girl not to leave with his last strength, and then began to talk about his mother and brother. Kivier just smiled at Loundel and then calmly said that he would be able to return to the Elf Kingdom very soon. But then the creature said that they should stay here, but Kiwere asked what about the other monsters that were left. Snow said that she had already spent a lot of energy and it would be very difficult to explain to Loundel who he was when he came to. Moreover, Snow saw that Loundel needed Kiver and that he did not want to let her go. The girl left smiling at this angel and sincerely thanked him for it. Hanbin, meanwhile, continued to swing his sword, trying to smash the monster and aiming for its head. He was fascinated by this battle. Besides, this monster, although large, could dodge the blows very well. But in the end, he used his aura again to hit the creature even harder than before. He used an earthquake to make all the rocks from the cliff fall on the angel. Then the guy seemed to get even closer to the monster and it started attacking him further, trying to cut him. But Muria was not so stupid and managed to throw his arm away to protect the more important head. As the protagonist began to use his powers, his own stones began to fall on him and he lost sight of the monster. Then the same giant hand that he had just used to save the monster began to fall on him. And very suddenly the creature approached and began to use its magic and then hissed something in silence. Hanbin looked at the angel and began to get even angrier, realizing that he was beginning to repeat his movements. However, it was at this moment that Otis approached and used his ice magic to create a shield in front of Hanbin. Otis then lost his footing and began to fall, but Hanbin quickly ran to him and caught him by the arm, supporting him and thanking him, asking if he was all right. The magician said that he was, but Ether seemed to have broken her arm, so it would be difficult for her to help them in the air. The guy said that he would deal with the monster himself and told them to go to the gate. After that, Hanbin grabbed Otis to him and took his hand, and then they jumped up with Ether. However, while Hanbin was holding Otis, Ether was almost immediately separated from them because a giant rock started falling on her. Suddenly, Snow was next to her and grabbed Ether in her arms, saying that the monster should not be allowed to take a single minute. It will evolve due to the fact that it swallowed this elf who gives it power. It was at this moment that the monster flew towards them again, opening its mouth and about to swallow the heroes alive. Snow looked at the monster and recognized this species, but then abruptly stopped talking and screamed. Hanbin then asked if Addis remembered how they had once hunted a giant spider. After that, they began to act together, going to redo the battle that was before. Kiwi only thought that Hanbin should put an end to it as soon as possible because her abilities would not last long. The young man then quickly took his sword and began to attack the monster right in the teeth using his aura. And eventually he managed to get to the head where he was going to attack all this time. He was already out of his mind and began to attack even harder, trying to put an end to this monster. Hanbin used his slash horizontally and vertically to cut the creature completely. Snow only then screamed, saying that the head can never be healed because it is only a shell. But it was too late, because the guy got right into it, and then there was another incredibly strong explosion. They barely saw anything, only an angel who fell to the ground, kicking up a pile of dust. Then it turned out that it was not just an angel, but a mixture of a human, and the monster Hanbin had just tried so hard to defeat. Otis froze at what was happening while the others shouted for him to pull himself together again. Then Hanbin continued to fight on, trying to destroy this monster with his sword, which began to look more like a human. The protagonist ordered them all to stand back, even though he did not know how long Addis would last, but Ether with her injury would definitely not last. The girl was really sick and couldn't even stand on her feet properly all this time. Otis looked back at the battle and thought that it might be because of the difference in levels with that angel, but he didn't understand why it was happening right now. Most likely, the main body of this angel was already damaged and destroyed, and it had become much smaller. Snow explained that they evolve endlessly and get different advantages, but also accumulate unnecessary abilities. But after it ate that elf monster, intelligence appeared. And with that intelligence came the realization of what needs to be done to move to the next level. But in order for them to move forward, they need to get rid of everything unnecessary. However, if this monster has become so smart, one can only imagine how difficult the next stage will be. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to fight with the angel that had turned into a creature more like a human. The guy realized how difficult it was to deal with him, but thought that it might be because he had become smaller. Each attack of this creature was thought out to the smallest detail, and Hanbin no longer felt that he was competing with the monster. Especially these giant wings, he puts an aura into them and makes them more powerful like the main character did with the sword. So he began to guess what would happen next. Hanbin had already noticed this during the fight, and it seemed to him that this creature completely repeated his battle tactics. At one point, he was very close and almost managed to hit the monster, but it dodged the blow. When Hanbin tried to attack, he flew past and instead was only attacked by his opponent. And it turned out that the guy was right because this creature began to use his own attacks. Hanbin, meanwhile, was just trying to dodge again to avoid being attacked, but now there was no doubt that he was using his techniques. While he was trying to run away, everything around him exploded very quickly and abruptly. Hanbin stopped in his tracks, staring at this cloud of dust, and realized that his opponent's attacks were very dangerous. But then he also realized that the magic that was being used was fire magic. Otis, despite Hanbin telling them to flee immediately, just turned into a dragon and was going to fight. Snow replied that even if they ran away, once this monster came out, they would all be dead. Ether added that now she can only keep the drought going, but they have no other choice but to defeat the monster. It's the only and best thing they can do, but the main character still tried to convince them to escape. In the end, this angel came down to Earth and said very sadly that he was prevented from striking. He just looked at everyone else with a glassy gaze and told them not to interfere with his battle. Kivier, who was sitting with the elf, noticed that someone was approaching with great speed, but she knew that there could not be anyone with such strength. However, at that very moment, the stones around her flew up, and she looked around and saw a figure appear in the air. She was really surprised to see her there and only asked where she was from. Han Bin, meanwhile, continued to attack his opponent relentlessly, trying to get him as far away from here as possible. The angel noticed that the guy became even stronger due to the fact that he destroyed someone like him. It seemed very unusual to him, but the boy just kept shouting that he would destroy his opponent later. However, as soon as Han Bin approached him, the angel began to attack him again. Despite all this, Han Bin also began to strike, and this surprised the opponent because he did not expect him to resist so much. The guy just stopped attacking and for a moment just froze in place right in front of him. Han Bin's mouth was bleeding and he couldn't move, but now, as if out of the blue, what he needed to defeat his opponent had disappeared. For the purpose of checking the orientation, all user movements will be suspended, as the protagonist's instructions said. For some time, they stood silently in front of each other, but none of them attacked this time. But this angel was not going to give up, and the protagonist, despite the fact that he could not move, did not give up either. However, at the last moment, Kiver managed to throw this angel away and she saved Han Bin. He only asked her to break his landmark again, but Kiver replied that he was barely alive and most likely knew that his rival had not let him go. The best thing to do now is to just run away as fast as possible, but Han Bin wasn't happy to hear that. He said that he'd rather let him stay here forever and destroy him, but he wouldn't let this bastard go. Kiver just said that this was a very stupid and unreasonable position to take right now. If Ratna could have been saved by his sacrifice alone, it would have been over a long time ago. Besides, if he doesn't survive now, there is no telling what will happen to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, this angel only continued to approach them, asking if there were any members left who could still stop him. But then, literally out of nowhere, giant plants began to appear and trapped him in a cage. These were the very roots of the world tree that miraculously broke through and began to close the opponent inside. In fact, none of them knew what was happening here and how the roots managed to get in. It was Leondel's elder brother who ordered them all to move quickly because you can't hold the monster back for long. Han Bin was really surprised to see this wound because he remembered that the monster had struck them several times. Ether said that if they had been hit by it, they would not have survived, but Snow was able to protect them by absorbing the blessing of Omplus. Otis said that he didn't know what would happen to Snow now because when they came to, the roots had brought them to this place. Kyver said to herself that it was impossible, but then turned to the others and said that they had to leave because there was no time. But if you leave this gap between the dimensions like this, it will start to grow and Ratna will definitely not withstand such tension. However, if you close the gate with the roots of the world tree, they still have a chance. That is why the prince did not tell all the other elves to direct all their remaining energy to these roots. Perhaps with this power, they will be able to control the gap or even close it. And after that, the elves began to direct the maximum of their energy in order not to complete their work by intertwining the gorge with these roots. The prince said that Kivier was well aware of this phenomenon and asked if she could explain this moment later. The girl agreed but said that he himself would have to explain a lot to Leondel. The prince just sighed and agreed with her that it was indeed time to tell his younger brother something. But despite the fact that the gap began to close rapidly, the angel was still trying to get out of the opposite dimension. The monster was still trying to tear open the gate and come out again. Then the girl looked back, realizing who the angel was still hunting. Han Bin, meanwhile, felt something bad happening to his body, and he began to shake more and more. Immediately after that, there were strong explosions around them, and the angel was almost out. Despite this, the monster did not survive, and at that moment, they held their breath looking at this gorge. Behind this angel was Snow, who was trying his best to drag the monster back into the world. The monster didn't understand why this creature was trying to stop him from winning, because after all, they were both angels. Snow shouted that they were indeed the same species, but despite this, they were completely different. They were both angels, but this monster was completely different and had completely different goals. It was very hostile even to Snow and took a spear in its hands and was about to attack him. This monster started running forward, finally breaking out of this gorge despite the fact that Snow tried to stop it. He held the monster back, but it managed to almost touch Qyburn, who was standing nearby. However, at that moment, everything was fine and several arrows were shot down from above. It was Halian who at the last moment was able to help, and exhaled calmly, seeing that they were all alive. And the people saw what was happening to the tree, but they were very scared and surprised to see what had happened to their village. They shouted that there were hunters who should go and catch the monster, but he said that he was just ordered to protect the people, and that was it. People said they would pay as much as necessary, just begged to protect the village, but the hunter just said that it was over. Despite this, the villagers continued to talk about how they needed to help the girl who was giving him orders. And finally, he looked back at these people and took his weapon in his hands. He asked how they were going to do it and if they had nuclear weapons. But the people didn't even know what it was, while Halian continued to aim her arrows at the monster in order to destroy it. After that, the hunter went forward telling people that sometimes it's better for them not to know some things. Otis was still supporting Han Bin, but he was watching closely and noticed that this angel was destroyed in one blow. The Prince of the Elves stood up looking at Holian and thanked her because it was thanks to her that they survived at a critical moment. Hanbin was really surprised to see her because he did not think that they would meet so soon, especially at such a moment. With her help, he managed to get up and Holian began to use her power. However, despite all this and the fact that Hanbin was very exhausted, he was going to defend further and told Otis and Ether to hide behind him. But Ether stood still, surprised at how thick the prana was around them. At some point, the protagonist stopped and noticed that the wound had suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, Holian smiled as she remembered hearing about them from the prince and thanked them on behalf of the entire fairy union. But now all she could do was help them heal, but she promised to thank them officially next time. Eventually she did, and so it was. 2 days passed, after which the whole team returned to the center of the fairy kingdom. They found themselves in the palace of Frelsis, and there they began to discuss the fact that they had personally seen the gate leading to another choice. Prince Candle said that this was all he could say on his own behalf. Crum Brindle, the dwarf king, said that he did not know what dimension this gorge was connected to, and that there were unknown monsters with intelligence, and then added that if they came sooner, they could test their new weapons. Then the king of the sylphs, Kudabadi, said that if the dwarves could destroy the monster with their wild weapons, there would be no need to worry. But the problem was that this monster was trying to get out of the gorge of its own free will. They were only grateful to Holian that she reacted quickly and was able to help, but the girl only said that at the very end she threw the monster back. She added that if Leondel hadn't fought with those hunters, risking his life, she wouldn't have been able to stop the second wave of the attack. Kudabadi said that this warrior and his assistants were very cool, but the dwarf king certainly praised them, but did not think they did anything too special. He said that if you look at it from another angle, he didn't know how those monsters from the gorge appeared. Holian said that maybe they really had something to do with what had happened. Then the elf began to speak, saying that he wanted to be honest and did not want to be deceitful. He sighed heavily and said that the reason for all this was his twin brother, who is no longer alive, and the elf kingdom was responsible for not being able to see that he did this. But the price for what happened is his son, Leondel, who is now unconscious and unable to regain consciousness. The others were surprised to hear that it was his son, but the prince only said that he was grateful for the protection of the goddess. He also added that he was very grateful to those heroes who saved the future kingdom of the elves, and hoped that others would no longer have any doubts about this team. The dwarf king did not realize that he was most likely unpleasant and hurt by everything that happened to the second prince. But the elf was ready to tell even this secret to protect the honor of the hunters, so he said he would like to meet with him. Condal said that he could arrange a meeting for the next time, and Kudabadi said that they should reward these hunters somehow. But he also saw something strange here because, according to the Sylph's intelligence, gates had begun to appear on the territory of Ratna. So he didn't know why Garhan from the vast kingdom of Caldris and the wizard Zenobia, who loves mystical magic, did nothing about it. Holian wanted to say something, but Candel interrupted her, saying that in order to find out the price of the incident, they needed to cooperate with the countries of the mainland. This was a bit of a surprise to hear, but he thought that the Fairy Union should contact them as soon as possible, and added that they could use their straits to communicate. Garhan then said that he didn't even know about that because they were investigating. Zenobia replied that she would be ready to rush to investigate this right now, but it's not that easy. That's why she gave Holian the tip about the gate, and she thanked him, because thanks to that they managed to prevent a big loss, but she was also worried. The two of them have the blessing of the Demon King, and Holian had heard that they were very busy studying it and thought that it might not be a practical moment for the continent. If they could find Bothhold, they could still prevent something terrible from happening. But Garhan interrupted Holian. He said that they were only human, and Zenobia added that she knew that unlike Holian, their lives were not that long. But thanks to the blessing of the Demon King, they will soon not be able to get eternal life. Eventually, the girl fell silent, but then she asked if this whole story coincided with her plans.